Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1396 to Chapter 1451. The next morning. In front of the heart-cleansing hall, there were already dozens of men and women standing. They were all the younger generation of Lin family. Lin Xianxia, the oldest among them, was Lin Sun's cousin in terms of seniority. The youngest one was only 11 or 12 years old, so he had to call Lin Sun uncle. Everyone was waiting silently, their faces filled with nervousness, anxiety, anticipation, and longing. When Lin Sun walked out of the heart-cleansing hall, he saw such a scene. "Didn't you say only 10 people?" Lin Sun was stunned. "Young master, you'd better choose by yourself." Lin Zhong smiled bitterly. Lin Sun glanced at the distance, where many big shots of Lin family were looking forward to the selection with a hopeful look on their faces. He immediately understood and couldn't help laughing. He was here to kill demons, not to travel around the world with a group of little kids. Finally, he glanced at the field and selected 10 disciples of Lin family. They were all at the level of sea spirit realm with great potential. Although they were not rare geniuses in the world, their aptitude was relatively good. Of course, in Lin Sun's mind, aptitude and potential were secondary. The key was temperament. To cultivate was to cultivate the mind. As long as those with dull aptitude persevered, they would have a good accumulation on the road of cultivation in the future. If a talented person's temperament was unstable, he was doomed to not go far on the road of cultivation. For example, the 10 people selected by Lin Sun showed a kind of calmness and firmness different from others. After knowing the result, some people were depressed, some were happy, and so on. Lin Xianxia was a little embarrassed. He was the oldest one in the field and was also Lin Sun's cousin, but he was not selected. Although he didn't have much hope at the beginning, he was inevitably a little disappointed at this time. "Xianxia, you come with us." Hearing Lin Sun's voice, Lin Xianxia was stunned. Then he grinned and nodded again and again. Lin Sun looked at Lin Zhong. "Grandad Zhong, you must do a good job in the treasure house. As long as you are a disciple of Lin family, you will be rewarded as long as you perform well." Lin Zhong nodded. "Don't worry, young master." Lin Sun agreed. Over the years he had spent in the realm of ancient desolation, he had collected a large amount of spiritual materials, divine treasures, elixirs, ancient records, and other treasures. Now, he was already at the peak of the longevity 7th tribulation realm. Some treasures were no longer needed, so he took them all out and left them in the Lin family's treasure house and the heart-cleansing peak. It was all for the sake of giving the Lin family a chance to rise as quickly as possible in this upheaval of the world. For example, this time, Lin Sun took 10 Lin family disciples to the front line to kill demons. He also had the idea of cultivating and helping them grow. After all, the battle of the 9 regions would begin within 10 years. At that time, he would definitely have to leave. Lin Sun's plan was to do as much as possible for Lin family in the next 10 years so that he would have no worries before he left. Whoosh, before long, the vast universe arc soared into the sky, carrying Lin Sun, Lin Xianxia, and the 10 juniors of the Lin family. On the treasure ship, Lin Sun opened the jade slip, which recorded the detailed information of the demon army distributed in the empire. In the southwest province of the empire, outside the Falling Stars city, in the depths of the Ghost Mountain range, there is an army of demon beasts. The leader, Golden Armored Demon King, has an army of 100,000 demon beasts and 72 demon generals. In the Great Swamp of the Python Mountain in the Yunguang province of the empire, there are 9 demon kings and a group of demon beasts. They run amok in one place, and their leader is Mysterious Dark King. In the Norland province of the empire, the news reflected in Lin Sun's mind like running water, making him frown. Up to now, nearly half of the provinces within the empire's borders had been plagued by a massive demon plague. This was a very serious problem. At the end of the message, Lin Sun had a general impression in his mind. Demon kings were demon cultivators that possessed a cultivation at the king realm or above, and all of them were living beings that had attained the Tao from beasts, plants, and the like. In today's empire, there were 36 known demon kings. Among them, the greatest threat to the empire was the black-robed king in the southern province of the empire. His strength was unfathomable. It was said that he had the terrible cultivation of the 9 retributions of longevity realm, and even probably had entered the saint realm, the black-robed king rarely showed up, and the news about him was the least, which made him extremely mysterious. The 9 retributions of Longevity Realm, or the Saint Realm? I don't know what kind of creature the black-robed king is. Lin Sun was lost in thought. This was very abnormal. As Zhao Jingxian said, there were very few demon practitioners in the empire in the past. But with the upheaval of heaven and earth more than 10 years ago, more and more demon beasts, demon practitioners, and demon kings began to appear in the empire. It was like they appeared out of thin air. Lin Sun didn't believe that a large number of King Realm strongmen could be created in the world in just over 10 years. In other words, there was something wrong with the origin of these demon beasts. At the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that with the upheaval of heaven and earth, the territory of the empire had obviously expanded, more than 3 times larger than before. In some territories, there were many famous mountains, blessed lands, rivers, lakes, which had never appeared before. According to Zhao Jingxian, the former empire was like a sealed area, showing only a corner of the world. But now, with the upheaval of heaven and earth, the seal was also lifted, allowing more and more territories to appear in the world, and with the upheaval of heaven and earth, this situation would appear more and more in the future. It's really weird. Lin Sun had known that the mortal world was not simple, but he didn't expect that such a strange thing would happen in the empire. Patriarch, where are we going to kill the demon beasts this time? Lin Xiafeng came and interrupted Lin Sun's thoughts. Go to the southwest province. Lin Sun said casually. The Red Eagle King met an accident in the depths of the Yin Sol Mountain outside the Falling Star City in the southwest province of the empire. At the same time, the southwest province also had a special significance for Lin Sun. When he first came to the empire, the place he entered was Donglin Town, a border city in the southwest province of the empire. On the day Lin Sun left, the news broke out in the Forbidden City. Lin Sun, the owner of Heart Cleansing Peak, had left the Forbidden City and went to the front line to eradicate the demon beasts. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, which surprised many people. Recently, there were many news in the Forbidden City. It was said that it was because Lin Sun overthrew the Zhue and Qin families that the demon beasts' army and the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians seized the opportunity to further invade the empire. They attacked Lin Sun as a sinner. But now, Lin Sun was obviously going to fight back. From the beginning to the end, he didn't explain anything at all. He was going to kill the demon beasts directly. The news spread so fast that it shocked the Forbidden City for the first time. Recently, the situation of the empire became more and more turbulent. Whether it was the disaster of the demon beasts or the invasion of the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians, all people in the empire were in a panic. Now, Lin Sun was going to attack. Who wouldn't pay attention to it? Could this unparalleled ruthless man who could destroy 2 upper-class forces single-handedly turn the tide and suppress the demons and alleviate the situation in the empire all by himself? Great! With Lord Lin Sun's attack, the demon beasts' army will be scared out of their wits. Who said Senior Lin Sun only knows how to bully his own people? Come out and I'll scold him to death. I'm looking forward to Senior Lin's victory and triumphant return. In the Forbidden City, even ordinary people felt excited when they heard the news. Their affection for Lin Sun also soared. During this period of time, the demon beasts' army frequently invaded the empire, burning, killing and looting, which had already aroused public indignation. Now Lin Sun's attack made people excited. If it were someone else, it would not have aroused such great attention. But Lin Sun was different. For all the people in the empire today, he was like a legend, an invincible legend. He alone was enough to stir up the Forbidden City and cause a shock in the empire. Now, he was going to get rid of the demon beasts. Who wouldn't be excited? Some rumors, slander about Lin Sun were also eliminated with the spread of the sensational news. There was no soil for them to survive. This guy finally began to do something beneficial to the empire. Even some aristocratic families sighed with emotion. Lin Sun was very powerful and made many forces very afraid. Now that he was able to stand up and eradicate the demon beasts, it was naturally a happy thing. A few days later, even some of the demon beasts in the territory of the empire were alarmed. After hearing the news, there was an uproar. Some demon kings frowned and began to be vigilant. There were also some demon kings with arrogant expressions and threatened, Lin Sun? If he dares to come, I'll show him what it means to be reckless. This arrogant and contemptuous attitude angered many imperial powerhouses. It didn't take long to find out that this demon king was the Bloodfall king who was entrenched in the northwest province of the empire. He was an extremely powerful demon king realm cultivator. I admire Lin Sun very much. I happen to lack a capable human slave by my side now. Lin Sun is undoubtedly a very good candidate. The Golden Armor King, entrenched in the depths of the Een Sol mountain in the southwest province of the empire, made such a bold statement that he wanted to take Lin Sun as a slave. For a moment, many people gasped. The Golden Armor King was a terrifying demon cultivator and was extremely famous. Just wait, Lin Sun will definitely go to the southwest province. Golden Armor King, you'd better wash your neck and wait. There were also many imperial powerhouses who were gnashing their teeth in anger. Only Zhao Jingxian revealed a strange expression because she knew that the first target Lin Sun would choose to kill was the Golden Armor King. At that time, if the Golden Armor King saw Lin Sun, what kind of expression would he have? Whoosh! At this time, the vast universe arc was shuttling through the clouds. As the master, Lin Sun was guiding the cultivation of the 10 Lin family juniors, preaching to them and dispelling their doubts. He didn't notice that because of his trip, it had already caused a sensation in the empire and attracted a lot of attention. P.S. Thank you, Fan Huaying, for your gift. Regarding the updates, Goldfish has been busy recently. Maintaining a normal 2 updates is already the limit. Everyone, please bear with it. In the middle of this month, Goldfish will produce 10 updates. Inside the vast universe arc, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and preached. Beside him, 10 disciples of Lin family sat on the ground and listened carefully. With Lin Sun's current cultivation realm, it was more than enough for him to guide the cultivation of King realm. Not to mention these disciples who were only at Sea Spirit realm. However, Lin Sun wouldn't spoil things to help them grow. Along the way of cultivation, he clearly remembered that the master led the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. Cultivation, in the final analysis, must be sought by oneself in order to achieve something on the road of cultivation. After a few days of observation, he had roughly figured out the temperament, talent, foundation, and root of this disciple of Lin family. Now when he preached, he also taught according to the aptitude of each disciple. Lin Sun called a name. A white-robed teenager hurriedly stood up and said, "Patriarch." Lin Sun took out a piece of thunder-purple bamboo and handed it to him. "You are tenacious and full of spirit, but too hard is easy to break. You must know how to hide your weakness. This piece of purple bamboo is left by an ancient sage, which is quite suitable for you. Take it and comprehend it." Lin Xing's body shook, and he quickly took it. "Thank you, Patriarch." As he said, he couldn't wait to look through it. Suddenly, a power of inheritance emerged in his mind. Myriad convergent sword scripture. Lin Xing's mind was soon immersed in it. Lin Xianxia. Lin Sun called another name, and a girl in a blue dress also stood up. "Your temperament is too reserved, and you lack sharpness. You must remember that cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. You must pursue the path of bravery and determination, and fight when you must. You must properly comprehend the inheritance within this purple bamboo." Lin Sun handed over a piece of thunder-purple bamboo. Next, Lin Sun took out pieces of thunder-purple bamboo and gave them to other disciples of Lin family. These thunder-purple bamboos were all obtained in the Forbidden Land of Styx, the Forbidden Land of Styx, and the purple bamboo secret realm left by Battle Emperor Wu Yang. At that time, he fought 3,000 battles in a row and defeated the imprints left in 3,000 purple bamboos. When he left, he also took more than 100 purple bamboos with him. These purple bamboos were all imprinted with a kind of ancient inheritance, which was enough to attract countless covetous people in the outside world. If they were in the outside world. But it was nothing for Lin Sun now, because he could defeat the imprint of the strong in the purple bamboo, which proved that his Taoism was more powerful. "Xiefeng, you already have the cultivation of the reincarnation development realm. You only need an opportunity to advance to the king realm. Here are some of my experiences when I advanced to the king realm. Also, take these 10 king herbs." Lin Sun took out a jade slip and a sealed jade box and handed them to Lin. Lin Xiefeng's body stiffened and a touch of excitement appeared on his face. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, master." Lin Xianxun's body and After mountain, Sun's body. With Lin Sun's mountain, and Sun's face, with a smile, he Lin Sun, Sun's face Sun's, Lin, in Sun, family, dynasty, Sun, and Lin Sun stood up and said with a smile, I've taught you everything I can. The rest is up to your own efforts. The Tao is difficult. Only those with great perseverance can go further on the road of Tao. Lin Sun said casually and walked out of the cabin. For Lin Sun, teaching these children of Lin family to cultivate was just a trivial matter. But he didn't expect that because of today's small action, there would be many powerful figures in Lin family in the future, who would lead the way and shine in the future. A few hours later. Above the void, vast universe arc suddenly stopped. On the bow, Lin Sun's clothes were fluttering, and his black eyes were fixed. On the land far away, there were countless figures fleeing. They were dense and overwhelming. Most of them were ordinary people, and their faces were full of panic and fear. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to those fleeing figures at all. Mother, where are you? Wait for me. Run. Everyone, keep up with me. Clamorous voices rose and fell. Those ordinary people brought their families with them. There were men and women, the old and the weak. They fled in panic, and the scene was chaotic. Lin Sun frowned. Less than a few thousand miles ahead was Mist City, the capital of the southwestern province of the empire. But now, how could there be such a scene of people fleeing? Could it be that the entire southwestern province had been seriously threatened? Whoosh. Lin Sun operated vast universe arc and continued to move forward. Before long, he met a group of practitioners who were also fleeing. They looked panicked and pale. My friend, what happened in Mist City? Lin Sun asked aloud. Run. The army of evil beasts has besieged Mist City. Within a day, the whole city is doomed to fall. Yes, it's terrible. 18 demon generals led 300,000 monsters to attack the city. Wherever they pass, not even a blade of grass grows. My friend, turn around and leave. You can't go to Mist City anymore. Those practitioners spoke in a disorderly manner. As they spoke, they didn't stop at all and left in a hurry. Obviously, they were all scared to death. The demonic beast scourge has already become so serious? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. Patriarch, in my opinion, we can't go to southwestern province anymore. Lin Xianxia came out and said worriedly. Can't go? Lin Sun said indifferently, Xianxia, what are we doing here? Lin Xianxia answered without hesitation, to kill monsters. Lin Sun said, in this case, knowing that there are monsters ahead, why not kill them? Or do you think that I'm not a match for those monsters with my strength? Lin Xianxia shook his head quickly. He was already sweating all over. He was just worried, but he never questioned Lin Sun's ability. Let's go. Only in the most dangerous battlefield can we hone our real ability. Lin Sun drove vast universe arc and flew away. Before long, the outline of the huge city of Mist City appeared between heaven and earth. After they arrived here, they noticed that more and more figures were fleeing for their lives, and they were dense like tidewater. There weren't just ordinary people who were dragging their families with them, there were many cultivators as well. Lin Sun's face was as calm as water. Without saying a word, vast universe arc rose into the air, went against the current, and entered Mist City in an instant. As far as the eye could see, the streets and alleys of the huge Mist City were deserted and deserted. Mist City was a grand event in southwestern province. When Lin Sun was young, he had lived here for a period of time. In his impression, this place was as prosperous as water, lively and noisy, with a population of millions. But now, it felt like an empty city. Why are you back? Go. The governor has ordered that we will do everything we can to help you fight for the last time to escape. Don't let down the governor's efforts. In the distance, an imperial army appeared. When they saw Lin Sun and his companions, their faces darkened and they shouted angrily, asking them to leave quickly. Although it was just a rebuke, it touched Lin Sun's heart. As the governor of a province, his status was so noble. But in the face of this great disaster, he chose to stay and mobilize forces to fight against the army of monsters, just to help those fleeing people buy time. How could Lin Sun not be moved by such a great courage of being willing to die for the world? Boom! In the distance, there was a burst of roars. It was the sound of fierce fighting, resounding through the sky. I can't wait any longer. Lin Sun took a deep breath and vast universe arc rose into the air. Stop. Are you crazy? Maybe, he also wants to do his part for the Empire. Alas, it's just that the general trend has gone. If he stays, he is doomed to die. Seeing this, those Imperial soldiers couldn't help but be stunned, and then they all looked gloomy, revealing a kind of unspeakable sorrow. Brothers, it's time for us to move. Suddenly, someone shouted with a determined look. Let's go. Even if we die, we must kill more evil beasts. Ha ha ha, I can fight side by side with you. So what if I die? Those Imperial soldiers were all cultivators. At this time, like a group of heroes who were indifferent to life and death, they laughed together and rushed to the battlefield in the distance. Knowing that they would die, they still had to fight. In the south of Mist City, the high city tower had been stained with blood. Broken corpses were piled up, and the scarlet blood stains dyed the city wall into a dazzling red. In the sky, only 8 medium-sized Imperial battleships were struggling to hold on. Outside the city was an army of demonic beasts that were like tidewater. They covered the mountains and plains in a formidable array, and there was actually no end to them in sight. Among those monsters, there were ferocious birds with iron-like wings, beasts with bodies as big as mountains, and plants in human form. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Boom, the Imperial forces had been forced to the city wall and could only defend passively. It was difficult for them to protect themselves, let alone fight back. The situation was extremely dangerous. Your Excellency, please leave. The army of monsters is unstoppable. In the city tower, a group of big shots of the southwestern province looked worried and tried to persuade Governor Song Jungue, who was in the center, to leave. As long as there is life, there will be a day when we can make a comeback. Your Excellency, please leave. Everyone was burning with anxiety. Only Song Jungue's face was livid and he was silent. He was unwilling. How could he be willing to leave when he saw the monsters wreaking havoc, plunging the people into misery and suffering, killing the sons and daughters of the Empire and making the mountains and rivers bleed with blood? In the distance, the roars of the monsters were like taunts, twisting Song Jungue's heart. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy, and his teeth were about to break. Those evil beasts, Song Jungue's beard and hair stood on end, and his eyes almost popped out. He said, "You don't have to persuade me anymore. If this city is breached, I will bury my body here and regard death as sleep." Everyone's heart sank. Boom, a medium-sized Imperial battleship was destroyed by a giant bird and fell from the sky. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Everyone, you can go. From now on, I will defend the city alone. Song Jungue gave the order. If Your Excellency doesn't leave, we won't leave either. The others shouted loudly, their expressions resolute. That's an order. Song Jungue roared in a threatening manner. Humph, none of you can leave. In the distant sky above the battlefield, a ferocious bird bathed in green lightning sneered. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a green bolt of lightning and rushed towards the city tower. The speed was so fast that it shocked the world. P.S. Going out at night, 2 consecutive updates. The Azure Lightning Condor King. The expressions of the bigwigs on the city tower changed drastically as they cursed inwardly. Even Song Jungue narrowed his eyes. The Azure Lightning Condor King hadn't appeared in the previous battle. No one had expected it to attack at this moment. As the governor of a province, Song Jungue naturally knew that the Azure Lightning Condor King was the sworn brother of the Golden Armor King. It was a 4th Tribulation Longevity Realm cultivator with terrifying combat strength. Song Jungue was destined to be no match for it with his King Realm cultivation. Swoosh, the Azure Lightning flashed at an unbelievable speed as if it had teleported. By the time Song Jungue realized what was going on, a pair of sharp claws that were wreathed in green lightning were already right in front of him, grabbing at his head. It's over. Song Jungue felt an indescribable sense of grievance at this moment. He had originally wanted to perish together with the enemy and live or die with the city. Who would have thought that a mere green lightning Condor King would render him powerless to resist? He wouldn't be willing to die like this. At this moment, the entire city tower fell into dead silence. My lord. Everyone nearby turned pale as their hearts fell into an abyss. Song Jungue was the governor of the southwestern province. If he died, the empire was destined to suffer a crushing defeat. Die. The Azure Lightning Condor King had just revealed a sinister smile when it suddenly heard a cold shout, "Get lost." It was just a single word, but it was like a clap of thunder. It was like a decree from God, filled with terrifying power. Boom, the Azure Lightning Condor King didn't even have time to resist. It felt like its head was about to explode as its entire body was hit by an irresistible force. Song Jungue and the others, who were originally desperate and aggrieved, also trembled and their pupils suddenly dilated. The huge body of the Azure Lightning Condor King, which was more than 30 meters wide, was sent flying like a kite with a broken string and fell on the battlefield far away. Exclamations of shock rang out from the demon army in the distance. It was chaos. This, on the city tower, Song Jungue and the others felt like they were in a dream after escaping death. They couldn't believe it. The Green Lightning Condor King was extremely terrifying, but at this moment, it was actually forced back 3,000 feet by a loud shout. There was a brief moment of silence on the battlefield where the intense fighting was taking place. Everyone who witnessed this scene, no matter if it was the experts of the Empire or the demon beasts, felt their hearts tremble and were extremely shocked. Right at this moment, a treasured vessel descended from the sky and descended before the city tower. Lin Sun and the others came out of it in a single file. Whoosh, Song Jungue and the others immediately turned their gazes toward the direction of the voice. But when they saw who it was, they were stunned. This team was very strange. There were only 12 people, and besides the 2 in the lead, the rest were all young men and women, only at the Sea of Souls realm. "They're not reinforcements," many people spoke bitterly. There were only 12 of them in this group of youngsters, and they were facing an army of hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts. The disparity in strength was too great. "Dare I ask, was it this friend who helped me just now?" Song Jungue looked at Lin Sun. "Once I've dealt with these evil creatures, I'll talk to everyone again." Lin Sun turned around and looked at the battlefield in the distance. In the process, he was keenly aware that all the juniors of Lin family, including Lin Xiafeng, showed a dignified and even faintly frightened look. This was normal. Outside the city wall, there was an overwhelming army of demonic beasts, which emitted a violent and bloodthirsty aura that changed the world. Not to mention the juniors of Lin family. They could stand here without a mental breakdown, which was already an excellent performance. Song Jungue and the others looked at each other and almost couldn't believe their ears. Was he going to solve this huge disaster of demonic beasts by himself? It was like a fairy tale. Humph. I didn't expect that such a tough guy would come. In the distance, the Azure Lightning Condor King's cold snort sounded. It flapped its wings and rose into the air, bathed in cyan lightning and fierce power. Roar. On the battlefield, the army of demonic beasts roared with terrible momentum. It was getting more and more dangerous for the city. Lin Xiafeng and other juniors of Lin family were worried. There were too many enemies all over the mountain. How could they fight against them? But at this time, Lin Sun said indifferently, "Listen, Lin family's disciples. One day, when you have absolute power, even if there are thousands of enemies, they can't resist your suppression, just like this." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. A scene emerged in everyone's mind. In the depths of a boundless starry sky, an unimaginably huge dragon suddenly raised its head and swung its tail, roaring out of Zhou Su. The huge winding body covered the Milky Way and the starry sky. It seemed that the vast Zhou Su couldn't bear its turning over. A real dragon. Everyone was shocked. In fact, this was a kind of longevity exuded from Lin Sun, but the power was so supreme and horrible that it affected everyone's mind. This is? In the distance, the army of demonic beasts, which was attacking madly, trembled and was shocked. Even the Azure Lightning Condor King's expression froze at this moment. Moo! The real dragon roared to the sky. The horrible fluctuation of the great wave spread out from Lin Sun's lips, instantly turning into stormy waves, sweeping and spreading. Boom, like an indestructible storm, wherever the terrible roar passed, the demonic beasts exploded in an instant, and blood rained down like a waterfall. 10 feet. 300 feet. 3,000 feet. All the way to the 10 kilometers mark, the demon beast army that was charging forward, no matter if it was the birds, beasts, plants, or monsters, regardless of their strength, were all swept up, crushed, destroyed, and exploded into pieces. In an instant, the world of 3,000 feet seemed to have turned into a bloody canvas, smeared with the blood and flesh of demonic beasts, and 3,000 feet away, the army of demonic beasts let out shrill and frightened screams. They were seriously injured. Some demonic beasts were bleeding from their mouths and noses, and their souls were in disorder. Some wings were broken, and they fell from the sky. The scene was in chaos. Even the azure lightning condor king, who began to defend as soon as he sensed the danger, suffered a terrible impact. His body was shaky, his ears and nose were bleeding, and he was seeing stars. After all, it was a demon king who had stepped into the fourth tribulation of longevity, on the side of the empire, Song Jun-gui and others in the city tower, and the imperial soldiers who were fighting with the demonic beasts outside the city wall. They were all unscathed. It was exactly because of this that they were able to clearly witness this terrifying, bloody, and apocalyptic scene. The world within 3,000 feet was bloody like a painting, and the corpses of tens of thousands of beasts were lying on the ground, and this was just the power produced by Lin Sun's real dragon roar. Lin Xiafeng and other juniors of Lin family were all stunned there. In the past, they also knew that their patriarch was a legendary figure who had destroyed two superior forces by himself. In one night, he caused a great turmoil in the Forbidden City, but after all, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so they didn't know how powerful their patriarch was. But now, they understood. Just one blow was like the wrath of God venting on the world. Song Jun-gui and others were in a trance and lost their minds. Previously, when they heard that Lin Sun was going to deal with the demonic beasts in front of them by himself, they couldn't believe it and almost thought they had heard it wrong. But now, they only had one thought: was he still a human? In the distance, the imperial soldiers had been fighting with the determination to die, but when they saw this scene, they were also stunned, as if they were witnessing a miracle. This was the power produced by Lin Sun's blow. In the distance, the demonic beasts were frightened and screamed in panic. The green electric condor king's face was extremely solemn, and he shouted without hesitation, "Formation!" Boom! Behind the demonic beasts, 18 figures rushed out, including vultures with black feathers and white claws, blood pythons as big as mountains, giant vines with countless tentacles, and each of them had the strength of the king realm, which was extremely terrifying. When they appeared, they immediately took out a small blood-red flag and constructed a strange, ferocious, and bloody formation in the void. In the formation, the chilly wind was roaring, and a blood-red figure of thousands of meters high emerged. It was indomitable, majestic, and fierce, like a bloody demon coming to the world, emitting a strong aura that made the world tremble. "Kill!" the green electric condor king roared. This was their trump card, called the Blood Shadow Divine Prison Formation. It was presided over by 18 demon kings, and its power was extremely terrifying. Even the 8th retribution of the longevity realm couldn't resist it. The reason was that this formation was extremely complex. It was refined from the souls of 100,000 children. The power of the Great Way engraved in the formation was enough to communicate with the evil chi of the blood abyss and produce evil power that was enough to destroy the world. If one looked carefully, they would find that every wisp of blood in the 10,000-meter-tall blood-red figure was in the shape of a child, but their faces looked extremely ferocious and bloody. As soon as this formation appeared, a strange blood color appeared between heaven and earth, and the imperial soldiers in the distance felt a chill all over their bodies, and their hearts were filled with fear. This power was too evil. "Damn it, this is..." Song Jun-gui and the others' faces also changed greatly. They could also see that the formation used by the demon kings was extremely bloody and cruel. "Evil, all of you should be killed." Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and his heart was sullen. With his eyesight, how could he not see the mystery of refining such an evil formation? Boom! In the distance, the 10,000-meter-tall blood-red figure had already stepped on the air, like an evil god. The rolling waves of blood poured out, as if to drown the whole world. Compared with it, the city tower, which was only 100 meters high, seemed extremely small, as if it would be covered by the rolling blood light in the next moment. Tut! At this moment, Lin Sun's momentum suddenly changed. He looked solemn, and his whole body emitted an immortal and indestructible Buddha light. as he stretched out a hand. Between heaven and earth, large lotus flowers suddenly emerged, burning with golden Buddha fire, shining brightly between heaven and earth. Thousands of lotuses and endless fire seemed to burn the world. This was the inherited secret method of Dharma scripture, Buddha's wrath of karma. Rumble in the rolling Sanskrit chanting, the great light of Buddha illuminated the mountains and rivers, and all the blood color in the sky was incinerated. The 10,000-meter-tall blood-red figure that rushed into the void was also burned by the lotus fire. Before it could fully display its fierce power, it turned into rolling ashes and scattered. The blood shadow was burned by the lotus fire. In the distance, the 18 blood-colored flags in the hands of the 18 demon kings exploded at the same time. Boom! Between heaven and earth, the Buddha's light was mighty, and the evil and bloody smell was washed away. It's impossible. Seeing this scene, the green lightning condor king was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out, and he cried out involuntarily. The blood shadow divine formation was a terrible formation that could kill the practitioners of the 8th retribution of the longevity realm. But now, it was defeated with one blow. Who was that young man? Not only the green lightning condor king, but also the 18 demon kings and the demon army in the distance were shocked and trembling at the moment. Originally, after breaking through Mist City, the entire southwestern province of the empire would completely fall and be occupied by their demon army. And they were about to succeed before, but now, just because of the appearance of a young man, the situation suddenly reversed. The first blow turned the world into a bloody picture, and the corpses of thousands of beasts were lying on the ground. The second blow, the Buddha Lotus of Fury, shone brightly, and broke the formation in one fell swoop. The situation was also reversed. At this time, on the vast battlefield, only the Buddha's light shone, and the Great Spirit existed forever. On the city tower, Song Jun-goe and others were stunned, and their hearts were surging. What was a god? They hadn't seen one, but at this moment, in their eyes, the young man in front of the independent city tower was like a god. Near the city wall, the imperial soldiers were also shocked. It's time to end this demon disaster. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and the scenes he had seen on the road appeared in his mind. The citizens of the empire who were fleeing in panic, the soldiers of the empire who were willing to die, the mountains and rivers that had been trampled, and the huge cities that seemed to have been abandoned. Lin Sun was really angry. As soon as his voice fell, his figure had already broken through the air. Behind him, there was a real dragon roaming above the starry sky, raising its head and roaring, emitting a terrible pressure that could suppress all living beings. For creatures like demon beasts, the real dragon was like a predator standing on the top of the Tao. It was born with the aura of commanding all beasts and overlooking the demon beasts. At this time, with Lin Sun's action, on the vast battlefield, tens of thousands of demon beasts all felt a kind of suffocating pressure. In their eyes, Lin Sun, who broke through the air, was not a human at all, but an omnipotent real dragon, descending from the starry sky. Rumble, a terrifying true dragon aura covered heaven and earth. The sun and moon dimmed, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Many demonic beasts felt as if their minds were about to collapse, and they let out shrill cries as they lay limply on the ground and shivered. They didn't even have the slightest intention to resist. Even someone as formidable as the Azure Lightning Condor King couldn't help but gasp at this moment. In the information he'd obtained, he'd never heard that such a peerlessly ferocious figure actually existed in the Empire. Quick! Stop him! The Green Lightning Condor King held. In the distance, the 18 monster kings also realized that the situation wasn't good. They didn't hesitate to attack, and each of them had a terrifying aura. Everyone knew that if Lin Sun kept fighting like this, the demon army would be defeated. At this moment, even the Green Electric Condor King began to fight desperately. It turned into a brilliant green lightning, tore through the void, and stretched out its giant claws to attack Lin Sun. Whoosh! Instead of dodging, Lin Sun stretched out an arm, and a huge palm emerged in the air, covering the sky and the sun. Effortlessly, the enormous body of the Azure Lightning Condor King was grabbed by the large hand as easily as grabbing a fallen leaf. Oh no! The Green Lightning Condor King's soul almost came out. It suddenly realized that it was wrong from the beginning. The strength of this young man was so terrifying that it couldn't compete with him at all. Ignorant. Lin Sun's expression was cold. He exerted force with his palm and fingers. Bang! The Green Lightning Condor King, a powerful existence of the fourth retribution of longevity, was pinched to death by the large hand like an ant. Blood poured down like a waterfall. Even at death's door, it couldn't believe that it couldn't even struggle to resist. What? On the city tower in the distance, all the powerful people of the empire were dumbfounded. For them, the Green Lightning Condor King was already a terrifying existence with unimaginable strength. But at this time, it was killed by Lin Sun with a flip of his palm. What they didn't know was that if it weren't for the fear of destroying the nearby cities, mountains, and rivers, Lin Sun wouldn't have been so troublesome if he used all his strength. Retreat. In the distance, seeing the miserable state of the Green Lightning Condor King, the 18 Monster King's hands and feet were cold. How could they not know that if this battle continued, there would be no suspense? Run! Run! The army of monsters completely collapsed. One person, like a real dragon descending to the world, suppressed one side of the battlefield. His unparalleled posture was enough to make any demon collapse. Didn't you see that the Green Lightning Condor King was killed easily? Suppress! Lin Sun suddenly made a sound, stretched out his hand, and 18 Swanee seals appeared out of thin air, one by one falling from the sky like divine mountains. Bang! Before a monster king could react, his body was smashed by the Swanee seal, and he let out a shrill scream. When the Swanee seal descended, it covered all directions, locked the 4 poles, and was full of the power of the real dragon law. How could those ordinary monster kings resist it? Bang, bang, bang. After that, a series of explosions resounded throughout the world. In just 3 seconds, all 18 monster kings were killed. In the eyes of all the people of the empire, the king realm was already an existence worthy to be looked up to. At this time, with the death of the 18 monster kings, the powerful people of the empire had been completely stunned. Killing monster kings like killing chickens, such a supreme method of slaughter was like an indelible brand, and it became an unforgettable memory for these experts of the empire. In the distant battlefield, Lin Sun was like a tiger in a wolf pack, invincible. Humph! In the face of those ant-like demonic beasts, Lin Sun didn't bother to attack at all. He just snorted softly. The vast power of the sound wave swept out in an instant, surging in all directions, shattering the divine souls of the demonic beasts and causing their bodies to explode. Blood, wails, and screams filled the world. Friend, are you from the Lin family? On the city tower, Governor Song Jungue suddenly asked. Lin Xianxia nodded. Is that child the head of your Lin family? Song Jungue asked. Lin Xianxia nodded again. Song Jungue no longer asked, and his eyes were in a trance. It turns out to be him. He had completely understood who the other party was. He had single-handedly trampled over 2 upper-class clans in one night and killed 19 clan lords, causing their heads to roll off their bodies. This was a legendary peerless figure. How could Song Jungue not know? Everyone nearby was also shocked. Lin Sun. That young man was Lin Sun. No wonder, not only them, but also Lin Xianfeng and other disciples of the Lin family were shocked at this moment. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Because the legendary figure was the head of their family, in the blink of an eye, after the Azure Lightning Condor King and the other 18 demon kings were killed, this vast war had come to an end in merely 10 blinks of an eye. Alone, Lin Sun suppressed tens of thousands of monsters, killing until the sky was dim and the sun and moon were dim. When Lin Sun's figure returned from the battlefield, there was a dead silence in the sky and on the ground. Everyone's face was full of respect, fanaticism, and shock. No words could describe their feelings at the moment. There was only silence between the heaven and the earth. On this day, according to the imperial history book, Lin Sun, the head of the Lin family, killed a group of demon kings outside Mist City, destroyed hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, and saved a province from the abyss of suffering. His divine power was enough to shock the world. Imperial Palace, Great Hall of the Imperial Palace, the Forbidden City. Your Highness, the southwest province of the Empire is in an emergency. The news was reported quickly and was known by Zhao Jingxian and the ministers in the hall. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the Great Hall, and the atmosphere was depressing. Was a province going to fall into the hands of the demonic beasts? Your Highness, please mobilize the imperial forces to support immediately. Immediately, many ministers remonstrated with worry. Behind the table, Zhao Jingxian was silent for a moment and said, "The support is still necessary. However, as far as I know, the head of the Lin family has gone to the southwest province to kill the demonic beasts. If he is there, the dangerous situation in the southwest province may be reversed." When the ministers heard this, they were speechless. How could Lin Sun be the opponent of hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts and a group of demon kings alone? What puzzled them most was why Her Highness, such a famous and extraordinary woman, pinned her hopes on Lin Sun alone. Zhao Jingxian didn't explain anything more. She issued a decree and mobilized a group of imperial reinforcements to the southwest province of the empire immediately. On the same night, the news came to the imperial palace that the crisis in the southwest province of the empire was lifted and the demonic beasts were completely defeated. The ministers who had been waiting for the news in the great hall were completely stunned and speechless. Did Lin Sun really do it alone? Behind the table, Zhao Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but she still didn't explain anything. Because she knew that even if she explained, she couldn't let these ministers know how terrifying the strength of a seventh retribution immortal king was. In this mortal world, no one could compete with Lin Sun unless a sage appeared. Although the demonic beasts were numerous, their number was meaningless in front of the supreme power. On the same day, the Forbidden City was in an uproar. Over the years, the demonic beasts in the empire had wreaked havoc, besieged cities, burned and robbed, and committed all kinds of crimes. They had become a serious problem for the empire. Especially in recent days, the demonic beasts became more and more rampant, pressing step by step, causing the empire to fall into great turmoil. This was like a huge stone pressing on the hearts of all the people in the empire, making countless people sleepless and worried. When the news of this battle came out, it was like rain after a long drought, making the empire completely boiling. Countless people were excited, cheered, and inspired. In short, this great victory swept away the haze of the empire. Lin Sun is really a killer from the sky. Those aristocratic forces all sighed with emotion. Well, I remember that the Golden Armor King in the southwest province of the empire once threatened to take Lin Sun as a slave. I wonder if he has seen Lin Sun now. In the imperial palace, Zhao Jingxian, who had finished dealing with the matters at hand, lay down lazily in front of the table, resting her head on her smooth arm. Her eyes were clear, and a strange smile appeared on her smooth and plump lips. P.S. 2 consecutive updates as usual. After the battle, Lin Sun and his companions were welcomed by Song Jungue in the most solemn manner. However, Lin Sun didn't intend to delay. He was worried that Golden Armor King would hide after learning the news. In that case, it would be troublesome to find him. In the end, Lin Sun decided to let Lin Xiafeng stay with 10 disciples of Lin family to participate in the demon-killing operation with the imperial soldiers. Although they had won a big victory at the moment, there were still many battles to be fought in the future. However, these things only needed to be handled by the imperial army. I want to know something about this Golden Armor King. Lin Sun found Song Jungue and asked. This demon king has been entrenched in the depths of the Yinsol mountain outside Fallen Star City. Song Jungue told Lin Sun all the information he knew, but it was all irrelevant information. Even Song Jungue didn't know the identity, origin, and strength of Golden Armor King. The reason was that Golden Armor King rarely showed up these years and had been secretly controlling the demon army. By the way, Golden Armor King threatened not long ago that if Child Lin dared to come to Southwest Province, he would. Speaking of this, Song Jungue hesitated for a while. Would what? Lin Sun asked. Take you as a slave. Song Jungue gritted his teeth and told the truth. Lin Sun was stunned and couldn't help laughing. He nodded and said, I see. I'd like to see what makes this evil beast dare to say such big words. A cold light flashed in his black eyes. 2 hours later, Lin Sun appeared outside Fallen Star City. It was noon, but there was no vitality between heaven and earth. The huge Fallen Star City had already been reduced to ruins, with bones and blood stains everywhere. Hundreds of miles away from the city, there was a mountain range that stretched on endlessly and was surrounded by dark clouds. According to Song Jungue, the Yinsol mountain appeared after the upheaval of heaven and earth, and Golden Armor King was a powerful demon king rising from it. Over the years, with the frequent occurrence of the demon scourge, the Yinsol mountain had become the base camp of those demon beasts. The imperial army had attacked this place several times, but all of them ended in failure. they couldn't step into the Xianxia mountain at all. It was even to the extent that a few King realm experts of the empire had perished here. It could be seen how terrible the Xianxia mountain was. If I can get rid of all the demon beasts here, it should be enough to solve the demon problem in the southwest province. Lin Sun got up, stepped into the void, and flew towards the Xianxia mountain in the distance. There's a human approaching. Kill. However, before Lin Sun could get close, a group of demonic beasts rushed out from the nearby area. Some of them transformed into human forms and rushed towards Lin Sun with their fangs and claws bared. This was the Empire's territory, but now, these demonic beasts were acting like kings and considered themselves to be their masters. In the Empire, these demon beasts comparable to Tao Insight Realm were already extremely tricky and dangerous enemies, but for Lin Sun, they were not strong enough at all. Bang, 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 their attacks were obliterated by the aura emitted from Lin Sun's body halfway. Not good. The demonic beasts were greatly alarmed, realizing that they had encountered a powerful enemy. Just as they were about to react, they felt a formless and terrifying pressure envelop them. In the next moment, their bodies were all crushed into powder. In this way, Lin Sun walked in the void without any cover and approached the Xianxia mountain in the distance. Quick! The enemy is attacking. How dare you? Which reckless fool dares to come to our territory? For a time, many dormant demonic beasts in the nearby area were alarmed and rushed out one after another. As far as the eye could see, there were rolling demonic chi and flickering figures of demonic beasts everywhere. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised, but it also strengthened his determination to destroy this place. Boom, Lin Sun waved his sleeves, and the power spread like a gale sweeping the world. Wherever it passed, the rocks were blown up and the grass and trees were turned into ashes. On the way, all the demonic beasts that rushed over were torn apart like paper and turned into a rain of blood. This is horrible. Those demonic beasts screamed and trembled all over. Come on, let's go together and stop him. In the distance, there were bursts of thunderous roars in the Xianxia mountain. Suddenly, a spectacle appeared in Lin Sun's field of vision. Inside the Xianxia mountain, ferocious birds and beasts rushed out like an overwhelming black cloud. There were tens of thousands of them, which seemed to be endless. Too many. Lin Sun didn't expect that there were so many demonic beasts in the Xianxia mountain. His cold eyes flashed like lightning, and he didn't want to entangle with these ant-like evil beasts. He suddenly took a deep breath. It was just a breath, but like a rock swallowing the sea, a tornado in the void was swallowed into Lin Sun's mouth. The void was twisted and collapsed. Those demonic beasts were all stunned and confused. What was this guy going to do? Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and roared to the sky. Paleo's roar. This roar turned into a golden wave like the ocean, rumbling like thunder, centered on Lin Sun and spreading in all directions. Moreover, as the roar became louder and louder, the world seemed to be unable to bear it, collapsing inch by inch, exploding and collapsing. As for the demonic beast experts that charged out like a tide, their bodies were like weeds as they were crushed into pieces one after another. The autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, and the wind swept away the clouds. When the roar stopped, there were no more demonic beasts in all directions, only blood and devastation on the ground. The world was like a ball of paper that was torn and crumbled. A roar shook the world, whoosh. At this time, Lin Sun had already rushed into the Xianxia mountain. Here, the mountains were like a forest, spreading endlessly. Lin Sun couldn't detect it with his spiritual awareness. Numerous demon beasts lay dormant in the surroundings of every single mountain peak. They were densely packed, and there were birds and beasts of the land, plants, and all sorts of other creatures. At the same time, there were piles of bones scattered among the rocks, which were obviously the corpses of human beings eaten by the demonic beasts. Some corpses were even taken as food by the demonic beasts, hanging in front of the cave residents. There were men and women, old and young. Everyone's face was full of despair and panic. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would suspect that this was a bloody demonic domain. How many people have died here over the years? A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He began to kill without any concealment. Boom. Boom, everywhere he passed, mountains collapsed one after another, and groups of demonic beasts died miserably. Not a single one of them survived. They were completely wiped out. If one looked down from the sky, the Yinhun mountain was like being pushed by a god, and the mountains were destroyed and burst into pieces. Those demonic beasts living in it were wiped out before they could escape. Just a moment later, Lin Sun stopped. Behind him, there was a mess and blood all over the ground, showing a scene of destruction. In front of him, there was a mountain of tens of thousands of meters high, like a pile of golden jade. It was majestic, full of golden light, looking extremely sacred, like a blessed place. But in Lin Sun's eyes, this mountain was full of ghosts and evil spirits, emitting a very strong bloody and evil atmosphere. Yinhun Mountain, this was the lair of the Golden Armor King. Golden Armor King, don't you want to take me as your slave? Do you dare to show yourself? As Lin Sun spoke, his flat voice was like a clap of thunder that rumbled through the heavens and the earth, and it was so mighty that it caused the clouds in the surroundings to collapse. There were bursts of exclamations and screams on the Yinhun Mountain, which belonged to the demonic beasts. At the same time, Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness to cover the Yinhun Mountain. Prohibition formation? Lin Sun frowned. He noticed that the Yinhun Mountain was covered with an extremely strange prohibition power, which isolated the mountain from the world. It felt as if the mountain didn't belong to this world at all, but in another extremely distant world. No wonder he dared to occupy the mountain so openly. It turns out that he has something to rely on. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. The next moment, he drew his fingers together, and a sword light of thousands of meters long swept up, like a divine rainbow across the world. Cut. This sword communicated with the true meaning of Taishan and contained all kinds of mysteries in it. The sword was so sharp that it made the world dim. But unexpectedly, when it cut down, the Yinhun Mountain shook violently, and the power of the prohibition rose and dissolved the power of the sword. Ha ha ha, this stupid human wants to break the prohibition of the mountain. He doesn't know what's good for him. Humph, when the king comes out of seclusion, he will be the first to be killed. Human, just wait for your death. There was a burst of mocking laughter on the Yinhun Mountain. The demonic beasts were gloating, obviously thinking that Lin Sun couldn't break the mountain. Lin Sun didn't care about it. His black eyes were filled with cold light, and his huge spiritual awareness covered the whole Yinhun Mountain and began to deduce. The restriction on this mountain can't be said to be powerful, but there's a strange power within it, and that's why it was able to block my attack. Soon, Lin Sun understood, but what made him frown was that the strange power was hard to sense. Well, I will break the prohibition first, and then I will know the source of this power. Lin Sun took a deep breath and didn't want to waste any more time. Clang, the snow-white broken blade swept out like a dream. At the same time, the ultimate power of the seventh retribution of longevity in Lin Sun's body boiled completely and poured into the broken blade. At that moment, the broken blade emitted a bright light that illuminated the world, so bright that the demonic beasts on the Yinhun Mountain couldn't open their eyes. It was too bright. Cut. With a thought from Lin Sun, the broken blade rose into the air, wrapped in a waterfall-like sacred rain of light, and slashed down. Boom, with an earth-shattering roar, the prohibition power covering the Yinhun Mountain was cut open. Oh no! How is this possible? The king said that this is a prohibition that doesn't belong to this world. No one can break it unless it's a saint. Screams of horror sounded up and down the Yinhun Mountain. But more demonic beasts didn't have time to react and were killed by the power released by the broken blade. After the bodies of these demonic beasts exploded, they were directly evaporated. This slash broke the prohibition. Boom, the Dark Soul Mountain, which was tens of thousands of meters high, was shaking violently. The divine prohibition was broken, and a straight crack appeared on the surface of the mountain. It was a shocking sight. Lin Sun frowned. With his current strength, he could burn mountains and boil seas with a snap of his fingers, but now he couldn't completely destroy the Dark Soul Mountain. What puzzled Lin the most was how much noise he had made since he entered the mountain area and pushed all the way. But until now, the so-called Golden Armor King had never shown up. This was very unusual. On the Dark Soul Mountain, the demonic beasts screamed and panicked. It was a mess. The divine prohibition, which was regarded as their biggest reliance, was also broken by Lin Sun. This was like the straw that broke the camel's back, making them completely terrified. Whoosh, without hesitation, Lin Sun flew to the Dark Soul Mountain. Around him, terrible Taoist light flowed, shining like a galaxy. Wherever it passed, the void was chaotic and rocks were broken. On the way, all the demonic beasts that were swept by Lin Sun's divine awareness were smashed to pieces in an instant, no matter how strong or weak they were. In just a few breaths, the Dark Soul Mountain had been stained with thick blood, and shrill screams could be heard everywhere. Some ferocious birds flapped their wings and tried to fly away, but their bodies exploded in the air. Some demonic cultivators knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, but they were still killed. Over the years, countless innocent people in the empire had been killed by demonic beasts, and countless cities had been slaughtered. These evil beasts had never been merciful, although Lin Sun was not a bloodthirsty person. At this moment, his killing intent was firm and merciless. In just a short time, all the demonic beasts on the Dark Soul Mountain were killed. The pungent blood and corpses covered the huge mountain. At this time, he still hasn't shown up. Has the Golden Armor King noticed something was wrong and escaped? Lin Sun frowned. His divine awareness covered the whole Dark Soul Mountain, but until now, he hadn't found any aura related to the Golden Armor King. Whether you escaped or not, I'll destroy your nest first. Lin Sun suddenly rose into the air. With a clang, the broken blade swept out again. It was brilliant, like a light across the universe, and chopped down. Boom, the towering Dark Soul Mountain was easily split into two halves. The mountain body tilted and collapsed. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, causing the earth to tremble and dust to fill the air. Lin Sun stood in the void, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He calculated for a moment. From the outside of the fallen star city to here, he had crossed 9,000 miles, killed countless demons along the way, and dyed the universe with blood. From start to finish, only a quarter of an hour had passed. The base camp of the demonic beast forces in the southwest province of the empire was completely flattened. His only regret was not being able to find the Golden Armor King. Clang, Lin Sun took back the broken sword. When he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and looked at the earth in the distance like lightning. The Xianxia Soul Mountain had already been destroyed. The earth was still shaking, and smoke and dust surged. But in Lin Sun's eyes, an altar appeared at the bottom of the Xianxia Soul Mountain. The altar was very inconspicuous. It was around 7 feet tall, and its entire body was made of ancient black stones. Other than this, there was nothing special about it. But if he sensed it with his divine sense, he would find that the altar was filled with a strange power that could isolate the divine sense. No wonder I couldn't sense it just now. It turns out to be a kind of forbidden power that isolates the divine sense. Lin Sun's eyes were surging with divine light. He floated down and came to the altar. After a brief look, he was sure of one thing. The power of the forbidden formation covering the Xianxia Soul Mountain came from this altar. It was because of this strange power that the power of the forbidden formation was extremely powerful. It involves the profound meaning of space. Not long after, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed and he was moved again. He sensed a supreme power belonging to space from the altar. Transmission formation? If so, where will it be transmitted to? Lin Sun was a little surprised. Transmission formation was a teleportation formation that could only be set up by sages. As far as Lin Sun knew, in such a big empire, only a few places, such as the Imperial Palace and Green Deer School, had such a transmission formation. But now, under the Xianxia Soul Mountain, in the lair of the Golden Armor King, there was such a transmission formation, which was incredible. After all, the Golden Armor King was not a sage, and it was impossible for him to set up such a formation. The upheaval of heaven and earth has caused many strange changes in the territory of the empire in the past 10 years. For example, these demonic beasts seem to appear out of thin air. Now, there is an ancient transmission formation. Did the Golden Armor King and other demonic beasts all teleport here from the other side of the transmission formation? At the thought of this, Lin Sun couldn't help feeling a little surprised. I'd like to see what secrets are hidden in it. After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and stepped on the ancient altar. With a wave of his sleeve, a surging Taoist light poured down. Buzz! Suddenly, the ancient altar seemed to be activated and woke up from silence, emitting a strange wave of space. The next moment, Lin Sun's figure disappeared. In an underground space. It was dark, gloomy, and depressing. In the center, there was a huge blood pool. Gurgle, the blood pool was boiling, and the thick blood was surging. Faintly, there were shrill, unwilling, resentful, and angry roars coming out. A man in a golden robe knelt on the ground with a devout and solemn expression. He said, "Demonic forefather, this is the third batch of offerings. There are the blood of 100,000 virgin boys and the souls of 100,000 virgin girls. In addition, there are 80 pure young souls and 30 pure Een souls." In front of the man in a golden robe, there was a huge vortex floating in the void. It was deep and boundless, and no one knew where it led to. In the end, the man took a deep breath and said, "If demonic forefather is satisfied, I only hope that you can reward your servant with a life-defying pill." Boom, after that, he flicked his sleeve, and the thick blood within the pool that reeked of blood suddenly flew up like a fountain, and it flashed into the still vortex in the sky. Suddenly, the vortex slowly rotated, emitting strange and terrible fluctuations of space power, which made the space become oppressive. When the blood pool became empty, the rotating vortex was like a bloody mouth that was full of food, and it glowed with a demonic light. Humph. The offerings are getting worse, and you still dare to covet the life-defying pill? Wishful thinking. A cold and majestic voice suddenly came from the depths of the vortex. The man in a golden robe trembled, and then he said anxiously, "Demonic forefather, it won't be long before I face the 8th tribulation of longevity. Without this pill, I'm destined to be unable to pass the karmic tribulation. Please, demonic forefather, have mercy on me. In the future, I'll do my best to collect more offerings for demonic forefather." After a short silence, the cold and majestic voice came from the depths of the demonic blood-colored vortex again. "In this world, the sages are no longer here. This is a rare opportunity. I can give you the life-defying pill, but next time, I'll need more than 10 times the offerings." 10 times, the man in a golden robe calculated in his heart, and he suddenly felt a headache. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, demonic forefather." Whoosh, a dazzling ray of light suddenly flashed out from within the blood-red vortex, and it flashed in space before swiftly transforming into a medicinal pill the size of an infant's fist. This pill was extremely magical. Its whole body was crystal clear, and it developed the power of law. Vaguely, there was the sound of the sages chanting scriptures. All of a sudden, the man in a golden robe's eyes became extremely fanatical. Life-defying pill, this was a rare treasure, imprinted with the power to reverse fate. It was absolutely a priceless treasure. "Thank you, demonic forefather." The man in a golden robe kowtowed, and then he took a deep breath. He stood up and stretched out his hand to grab the life-defying pill in the void. Whoosh, however, at that moment, a slender hand shot out and grabbed the life-reversing elixir before it could reach him. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. Previously, when he stepped into the ancient altar, he strangely appeared in this space, and he immediately noticed the appearance of the man in a golden robe, the blood pool, and the vortex. Immediately, Lin Sun did not hesitate to use Bian Qi to cover up his breath and hide silently. The man in a golden robe's face changed greatly, as if he couldn't believe it, and then he suddenly shouted, "Who are you? How dare you steal my thing? You're courting death." With a bang, the breath around him suddenly became violent, and his whole body was golden, emitting a terrible and monstrous evil spirit. "Die!" He suddenly punched, and the golden light was like a tide. The void was broken and spread. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the clear light swept out and easily resolved the fist energy. The golden-robed man's pupils constricted as he realized that something was wrong. He forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and said with a gloomy expression, "Friend, you suddenly came to this king's territory and even stole this king's things. Aren't you too despicable? Are you the Golden Armor King?" Lin Sun asked, playing with the life-defying pill in his hand. "That's right." The Golden Armor King nodded, his expression sinister. "Since you know me, you should know how terrible the consequences of offending me will be. I advise you to quickly hand over the pill in your hand, or else, kneel." Without waiting for him to finish, Lin Sun interrupted him indifferently with just 2 words. At the same time, the aura on his body suddenly spread out. The supreme power that belonged to the peak of the 7th tribulation of longevity made him seem like a god in an instant. The Golden Armor King felt suffocated, as if a divine mountain was pressing down on him. No matter how hard he tried to resist, he couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. His body began to bend bit by bit. Ah! He roared angrily, and the veins on his forehead bulged as he went all out. But in the end, with the sound of bones shattering, the bones in his knees exploded, and his body fell to the ground with a thud, causing the ground to shake. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back, and his black eyes were cold as he looked down at the Golden Armor King. In front of me, an evil creature like you has no right to stand and speak, understand? The Golden Armor King's face contorted in pain. He tried to resist, but his body was suppressed by Lin Sun's terrifying pressure. This made him realize that he had met a tough opponent this time. Who are you? Why are you here? His voice was hoarse, and his face was full of resentment and doubt. Didn't you say that you wanted to take me as a slave? Why don't you recognize me when I'm right in front of you? Lin Sun's expression was calm. It's you, Lin Sun. The Golden Armor King's body stiffened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He had been surprised to learn that a young man named Lin Sun had single-handedly destroyed 2 superior clans in the Forbidden City of the Empire. However, he was more pleased with Lin Sun's misfortune. The internal strife of the human race was beneficial to the demonic beasts. However, he hadn't expected that such a young man would appear in his territory. Furthermore, his strength was terrifying. One had to know that he was a longevity 7th tribulation demon monarch, but now, he couldn't even withstand Lin Sun's pressure and was forced to kneel. How could the Golden Armor King not be shocked? When did the Empire have such a ruthless character? And he was so young? Answer some of my questions, and I'll let you die a quick death. Lin Sun's eyes were cold. How ridiculous. If we were in the outside world, I might hesitate, but here, as the Golden Armor King spoke, he suddenly screamed, Demon Forefather, please kill this fiend. Boom, a large hand made of blood-colored light suddenly rushed out of the void vortex and enveloped Lin Sun. The large hand flowed with blood-colored light, exuding a terrifying evil aura. It was like a devil's hand that swept out of hell. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and retreated. The aura of this blood-red hand was extremely strange, and it made him feel a trace of fatal danger. At the very least, one would need to possess the strength of a Saint Realm expert in order to display this attack. Bang! To Lin Sun's surprise, the blood-colored hand suddenly changed direction halfway and slapped the Golden Armor King who was kneeling on the ground. In an instant, his body was flattened and turned into a pool of blood. Demon Forefather, you, the Golden Armor King's voice was filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, his body and soul were destroyed. Seeing this, Lin Sun was also shocked. Buzz, without hesitation, the insignificant bow and the blue sky arrow were in his hands. His whole body was roaring, and his breath suddenly rose to the extreme. Back then, he had killed 2 fake saints of the Golden Crow clan with the insignificant spirit bow. Now, it depended on whether he could fight against this strange demon ancestor. Interesting, in this world, I actually met a king who has stepped onto the extreme path of Tao. A cold and authoritative voice rang out from the depths of the vortex. Who are you? Lin Sun frowned. You don't have the right to know my identity. Originally, I planned to wipe you out, but now I've changed my mind. The icy cold voice faintly resounded. I'll give you a chance. Kowtow and make a vow to serve me. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I'll help you obtain the strength of an absolute Saint Realm expert. Lin Sun sneered and said, I'll also give you a chance. Come out and kneel down to beg for mercy. I can let you die with dignity. As he spoke, the blood-red bowstring of the insignificant bow was suddenly pulled to the fullest, emitting a roar that shook the void. The voice suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became extremely depressing. The atmosphere was tense. Lin Sun could clearly feel that in the depths of the vortex, there was a terrifying and strange power accumulating, which made people's heart palpitate. As expected of a figure that stepped foot onto an extreme path towards the Tao. I can't help but admire such courage. If you serve me, then I might make an exception and take you as my closed-door disciple, and I'll pass down to you the supreme path towards becoming a saint and ancestor. The voice sounded again with a hint of appreciation. Lin Sun smiled and said, You have such great ability. Why don't you dare to show up? Could it be that he's trapped somewhere? To Lin Sun's surprise, the voice said frankly, "You are very smart, and I don't want to hide it. But you don't know that even if I can't get out of here now, I can break the divine prohibition lock within 10 years and come back to the world." After a pause, he continued, "Do you want to know why there is such a great change in this world? And why hasn't any saint appeared in these years to stop this disaster sweeping the world?" His voice carried a bewitching force. "It's very simple. They're already unable to protect themselves, and they must head to a mysterious place to deal with the calamity and tribulation. On the other hand, merely the king realm experts of this dimension are utterly unable to stop the spread of this calamity." Lin Sun's eyelids twitched. He thought of the disappeared emperor and empress, blood-killing Lord Zhao Tai, the dean of Green Deer School and others. For more than 10 years, such a great disaster broke out in the empire, but they had never appeared. Could it be that, as the demonic ancestor said, they went to a mysterious place? What kind of calamity would cause them to be unable to protect themselves? "Even if I don't tell you about these things, with your ability, you'll definitely be able to find out about them. I can even tell you that under this upheaval of the world, the existing situation is bound to be broken, and the day I escape, all living beings in this world will have to prostrate themselves before me." The cold and dignified voice rang out again, "Young man, if you surrender now and serve me, the life-defying elixir in your hand will be my gift to you. Other than that, there will be countless other benefits for you in the future." After that, his voice suddenly became piercingly cold and low. "But if you act recklessly and refuse, then I guarantee—" Before he finished, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. "Don't you think you talk too much nonsense?" "What did you say?" The voice seemed to be unbelievable, or he didn't expect that Lin Sun dared to refuse him like this. What's more, his attitude was so rude. It should be known that with his identity, even a saint was no different from a group of servants in his eyes. But now, he'd been interrupted by a young man. This caused him to be indescribably astonished, and he was furious because of this. "I said you talk too much nonsense," Lin Sun said casually. "If you have the ability, you can suppress me in the first place even if you don't speak. Unfortunately, you didn't do so, which can only prove one thing." Speaking of this, he stared at the depths of the vortex in the void coldly and said, "You don't have the ability to kill me at all now." The voice suddenly became extremely gloomy. "You're right, but do you think it will still be like this when I get out of here in 10 years? Lin Sun sneered, "Get out of here? No, you are doomed to be unable to get out of here in 10 years with your own ability. You need sacrifices to replenish your strength, and you need someone to help you collect sacrifices. That golden armor king should be one of your subordinates. If my guess is correct, many of the demon kings that have appeared in the Imperium are perhaps your subordinates. It is exactly because those demon kings are working for you and collecting offerings for you that you think that you will be able to break free in 10 years, right?" The voice was silent for a long time. But Lin Sun obviously didn't intend to give up and continued, "If I kill all your subordinates, can you still get out of here in 10 years? Ridiculous." Suddenly, that voice resounded, and it seemed to be extremely icy cold and terrifying. "A little insect like you? You don't believe me? Then have a try." Lin Sun looked calm. "Young man," the voice sounded again, but before it finished, Lin Sun had already taken action. Bang, the insignificant bow, which had long been pulled, was shot in an instant. Suddenly, the wind and thunder surged, and an invisible spiritual arrow swept out. Boom, the empty pool of blood suddenly exploded and was smashed into pieces. At the same time, the vortex floating over the blood pool suddenly shook violently and began to collapse inch by inch. "You! How dare you destroy my altar?" The voice had completely become restless, furious, and filled with peerless resentment and viciousness as it spoke word by word. "Once I escape, I'll surely make you wish you were dead yet unable to die." Boom, as soon as his voice resounded through the air, the vortex that floated in midair rumbled as it collapsed and vanished completely. Even if you are an omnipotent monster ancestor, you are still a trapped monster ancestor. Why are you so verbose and afraid that others don't know you can't get out of here? It seems that you have been trapped for too long. Do you still think you are as omnipotent as before? Lin Sun looked with a trace of sarcasm. If it were someone else, he would definitely be affected by the words of the monster ancestor. But he wouldn't. From the beginning, he saw that the so-called monster ancestor could not get out of here at all, and the following conversation also proved this point. A monster ancestor who couldn't get out of here might be frightening, but it was ridiculous to make Lin Sun surrender like this. It turns out to be a pangolin. Lin Sun glanced at the golden armor king, who was slapped to death on the ground, and showed his original form. It was a golden pangolin with a length of dozens of meters and a body as big as a small mountain ridge. He waved his sleeve, put away the body of the pangolin, and turned to leave. Buzz, at the bottom of the Ghost Soul Mountain, Lin Sun's figure walked out of the ancient altar. He turned around and looked at the altar, frowning slightly. Now there were many monster kings lurking in the empire, and the Golden Armor King was just one of them. If he wanted to stop the monster ancestor from getting out of here, he must eliminate these monster kings one by one in the shortest time. Otherwise, with the help of these monster kings, he would collect more and more sacrifices for the monster ancestor to replenish his strength and speed up his pace of getting out of here. Who would have thought that the purpose of these monsters, killing and robbing, was to save the trapped monster ancestor? As soon as Lin Sun thought of those sacrifices, his heart surged with unspeakable killing intent. The blood of human boys and girls became the source of power for the monster ancestor to recover his strength. Such an evil and bloody cultivation method made Lin Sun feel extremely uncomfortable and disgusted. On this day, Lin Sun destroyed the lair of the monsters in the Ghost Soul Mountain alone, learned the secret of the monster ancestor, and returned with the body of the Golden Armor King. P.S. If nothing goes wrong, there will be 10 chapters this Saturday. The 2 chapters owed yesterday will be made up after the outbreak. Mist City. A medium-sized battleship of the Empire roared and descended from the void. The hatch opened, and soldiers of the Empire poured out like a tide. 30 such battleships had arrived in just one day, bringing an elite army of 100,000 people to Mist City. In the city, on the deserted streets, many people of the Empire appeared on this day. Everyone's face was full of joy and hope. "Mom, can we not leave in the future?" A little girl looked up and asked. "Silly child, this is our home. If it weren't for the demons, who would want to leave their hometown?" The woman said softly. "What do you mean by leaving our hometown? You don't understand? Well, I hope you won't understand in the future. It's too painful." While the mother and daughter were talking, outside Mist City, there were countless figures returning from all directions. Previously, Mist City was attacked by the demon beasts, forcing people to leave their hometown and flee in panic. But now, they had all learned that the demon beasts were defeated and Mist City was safe and sound, so they chose to return without hesitation. Because this was their home, on the city gate tower, the sunset was like fire. Song Jungue looked into the distance and saw the tide of soldiers of the Empire coming and going in the streets and alleys, maintaining the order in the city. More and more people returned to the city with their families, and the joy, excitement, and hope on their faces. Inexplicably, Song Jungue felt a lump in his throat. The city was defended, of course. The people now had hope, thinking that Mist City was about to fall and be occupied by the demon beasts a day ago. Song Jungue's heart was in turmoil. Child Lin is really a god. Song Jungue sighed with emotion. The people nearby looked at each other and laughed. If they were right, this was the 19th time that Song Jungue, the governor, sighed with emotion. Suddenly, Song Jungue took a deep breath, pointed to the center of the city, and said, "I want to build a statue of Child Lin in this city. I want the world to know that if there is no Child Lin, there will be no Mist City." Everyone was shocked. Erecting a statue of God was a great event of great significance. "Do you have any objections?" Song Jungue glanced at the crowd, and they all shook their heads. "That's settled." Song Jungue made up his mind. At the same time, Lin Xiafeng and 10 disciples of Lin family returned from outside the city. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, their clothes were stained with blood and they looked quite embarrassed. "Lin Xing, remember not to let your emotions affect your decisions in a real battle. Lin Yanyun, you need to hone your combat skills. A real battle won't give you time to hesitate. Lin Du, in the battle just now, you performed well. When we return, I will give you some rewards." On the way, Lin Xiafeng was commenting on everyone's performance today. Lin Xing and the others listened quietly. Tonight, each of you will write a battle experience and insight. Lin Xiafeng ordered. Yes. Everyone nodded. Lin Xiafeng couldn't help smiling when he saw that no one was depressed or disappointed. Today, he had led his team to the outskirts to kill the surviving demonic beasts. Initially, he had been worried that Lin Xing and the others would not perform well. Unexpectedly, after a day of fighting, these disciples showed tenacity and fighting spirit, which amazed Lin Xiafeng. However, because they rarely encountered a real bloody battle, these disciples also exposed many flaws in the battle. But Lin Xiafeng knew that as long as Lin Xing and the others continued to hone in the battle, these flaws would become less and less, and their strength would undergo a transformation again and again. Each of you has obtained an ancient power passed down by the patriarch. If you can't rise to the top, you will fail to live up to the patriarch's efforts, Lin Xiafeng thought in his heart. Lin Xiafeng and the others didn't notice that behind their team, there had been an invisible figure following them. It was Little Silver. He was entrusted by Lin Sun to protect Lin Xiafeng and others in secret this day. It's really boring to protect a group of little guys. Little Silver yawned weakly. He suddenly missed the days in the domain of dead sleep. At this moment, Little Silver suddenly looked up at the distant sky. A huge shadow swept toward Mist City from a distance in the sky, like a moving mountain. What's that? On the city tower, Song Jungue and others also narrowed their eyes. It's the body of a demonic beast. Some people were in a trance. At this moment, many Imperial soldiers in Mist City were also attracted by it. They looked over and were on guard. It's Child Lin. Song Jungue exclaimed in surprise. As he got closer, he saw clearly that on the huge body of the demonic beast stood a tall and handsome figure dressed in moon-white clothes, like a banished immortal. It was Lin Sun. Child Lin? Everyone nearby was also excited. Is he the Child Lin who helped us kill the demonic beast army and saved a city by himself? It's him. Mom, is that brother an immortal in heaven? In the city, there was a noisy wave of voices. Whether it was the imperial soldiers or the ordinary people, they all had fanaticism, surprise, and reverence on their faces at this moment. This day was enough for them to learn about the course of the battle and the feat Lin Sun had created alone. Now, seeing him stepping on the corpse of the giant beast and returning across the sky, it immediately caused a sensation in the city. Boom, the corpse of the giant beast fell to the ground, and Lin Sun's figure floated down on the city tower. Immediately, he was warmly welcomed by Song Jungue and others. What? That's the Golden Armor King? When they found out that the corpse of the demon beast was actually the leader of the demon beasts that resided in the southwest province, Song Jungue and the others were stunned and extremely shocked. In less than a day, the Golden Armor King was killed? Take off its head and hang it on the city tower. Let all the demon kings in the world see it. This is the consequence of offending the empire. Lin Sun said casually, as for the flesh and blood of the Golden Armor King, cook it tonight and give it to the three armies. Song Jungue and others roared in agreement. That night, the fragrance of meat wafted in the Mist City, accompanied by constant laughter. Especially when they learned that Lin Sun alone broke the Yinhan Mountain, wiped out the entire demonic beast army, and got rid of the big trouble in Southwest Province. Song Jungue and others were completely ecstatic and even a little crazy with excitement. When the news spread throughout the Mist City, the huge city was completely stirred up. Countless imperial soldiers and ordinary people were talking about Lin Sun's name in the night. The night was picturesque, with stars shining overhead. Lin Sun sat on a city wall at random, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance alone. In his hand, he casually played with an elixir. This was the life-defying elixir, a rare and priceless treasure, which had immeasurable benefits when crossing the fated disaster. However, this elixir, which was enough to make any life-defying realm king jealous, was gradually worn down in Lin Sun's palm, turning into wisps of light rain and disappearing. In the end, there was only a wisp of blood light left in Lin Sun's palm, which was as small as a cow's hair. But if one peeped with his divine awareness, he would find that this inconspicuous wisp of blood light was branded with the dense and strange power of a forbidden spell, which was extremely strange. I knew that with your mind, how could you be so generous to give such elixirs to your subordinates? It turns out that you have bad intentions. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. He exerted force in his palm, and the wisp of blood light was suddenly erased. It could be said that if he used this elixir in crossing the fated disaster, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. According to Lin Sun's speculation, the demon ancestor did this not for himself, but for those demon kings who served him. He wanted to firmly control these demon kings in order to collect sacrifices for him and help him get out of trouble. But who is this demon ancestor? Where is he trapped? Lin Sun's mind was wandering. In the past 10 years, the world had changed dramatically, and the demon beasts ran rampant in the territory of the empire. The culprit was a terrible existence called Demon Ancestor. Did those big shots in the empire know about this? Master, you seem to have something on your mind? Little Silver appeared on his side and asked in a low voice. I may have to leave for a period of time to visit the place where I lived when I was young, and then I will go to other places to kill demons. Lin Sun pondered. During this period, you can stay with those disciples of Lin family, as long as you don't let them have an accident. Little Silver said helplessly, it's very boring. Lin Sun was speechless and said, boring? When the Battle of the Nai region starts, it will be impossible for you to be bored in the future. Little Silver thought for a moment and agreed. Late that night, Lin Sun quietly left alone, driving the vast universe arc to Donglin town of the southwest province. Outside Donglin town was the 3,000 mountains, known as the Natural Chasm. When he was young, Lin Sun trekked out of the depths of the 3,000 mountains, came to Feiyun village, and then entered Donglin town through Feiyun village. Now, Lin Sun was no longer the weak teenager, but a supreme king who had completed the 7 tribulations of longevity, and was about to face the test of fate disaster. Therefore, he needed to search for his past, from the footprints of his youth, to observe and explore the traces of his fate. At the same time, a news spread in the night, sweeping into the Forbidden City like a storm, and then into other territories of the empire. What? Golden Armor King was killed? God, it's unbelievable. Was it really done by Lin Sun? One person destroyed the nest of Golden Armor King and flattened the Inhun mountain? In the night, no one knew how many forces in the Forbidden City were alarmed and shocked. Those old monsters of King Realm were all dumbfounded and felt incredible. Not long ago, the news came out that Lin Sun killed the Green Electric Condor King and other 18 monster kings, suppressed the army of monsters, and saved Mist City from the abyss of suffering. But in less than a day, the news that Golden Armor King and his nest were destroyed came out. Who could accept it? P.S. 2 consecutive updates. It was earth-shattering. Who would have thought that the Golden Armor King, who had threatened to take Lin Sun as a slave, was killed on the first day when Lin Sun arrived in Southwest Province. Even the Insol mountain where he lived was wiped out by Lin Sun. Hundreds of thousands of monsters died tragically in the mountains and fields. As soon as the news came out, it was like thunder from the 9th heaven, shaking the world and making the world boil. Child Lin is too fierce. Not to mention ordinary people, even the major clans and powers of the empire and the high-ranking officers in the army were shaken. A month ago, Lin Sun destroyed the Zhua and Qin families and killed the heads of 19 aristocratic families, which caused a palpitating and dreadful impact. Then this battle would be exciting, because Lin Sun was helping the empire to kill the monsters, and he alone slaughtered the base camp of a monster force in southwest province of the empire. It was so exciting. During these 10+ years, the empire was in a state of turmoil, and it was on the verge of being suffocated by the forces of those demon beasts. But now, the sharpness and strength Lin Sun showed in this battle encouraged all the people of the empire and made them feel proud. How lucky the empire is to have such a genius like Child Lin. Many people laughed and were in a good mood. Over the years, no one knew how many lives the empire had lost to the monster army. Now, Lin Sun broke the monster army, killed the Golden Armor King, and slaughtered the Inhun mountain. He alone wiped out a big trouble in the southwestern province of the empire, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Some scenes of the Insol mountain were recorded by the practitioners with jade slips and soon spread throughout the empire. Everyone was shocked when they saw the flattened Insol mountain. There were corpses everywhere, blood stained the earth, and the devastation was everywhere. Especially the head of the Golden Armor King hanging outside Mist City, which was even more shocking. Didn't those monster kings clamor that Child Lin's action of killing the monsters was reckless? Do they dare to show up now? Awesome. We cultivators should follow young Master Lin's example and kill decisively to seek peace for the people of the empire. The news of this battle was widely spread throughout the empire. Countless practitioners were influenced and admired Lin Sun. The impact of this matter was too great. It swept away the haze that the empire had been facing for over a decade, greatly boosted the morale of the entire empire, and the unstable situation was alleviated quite a bit. In the imperial palace, Zhao Jingxian immediately issued a decree to reward the Lin family of heart-cleansing peak in the name of the empire. It was said that the bountiful rewards that were sent to the Lin family from the imperial treasury that day made even the upper-class forces green with envy. No one dared to criticize this. Zhao Jingxian was not stingy either. She took the opportunity to issue another decree. Anyone who is determined to kill enemies for the Imperium will receive similar rewards. For a time, the whole empire was shaken. Countless cultivators threw themselves into the battlefield to imitate Lin Sun and kill demons. I have no choice but to accept my old age, in Qi family, Qi Lingxiao sighed. He glanced at Qi Tsangmei beside him and said, "You go to Lin family in person and strive for marriage with Lin family." Marriage? Qi Tsangmei was stunned. I won't marry Lin Sun. Qi Lingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Who do you think is worthy of Lin Sun in the empire except Her Highness Jingxian?" After a pause, he continued, "Your sister is almost 16 years old this year. Go to the Lin family and see which Lin family boy can catch your eye. Even if I have to sacrifice my face, I will marry your sister to the Lin family to fulfill the relationship between the Qi family and the Lin family." Qi Tsangmei sighed in her heart. Although she didn't agree with this, she knew that her father's will couldn't be changed. He was planning for the future of Qi family at the expense of her younger sister's happiness. You should think positively. If your younger sister can marry into Lin family in the future, maybe, her fate will be completely different. Qi Lingxiao comforted her in a warm voice. At the same time, in the Forbidden City, Hua, Song, Qi, Xia and other superior aristocratic families were also calculating and considering how to build a relationship with Lin family. Undoubtedly, marriage was the most direct and effective means. But what made them worried was whether Lin family would agree with its current power. This matter also caused an uproar among the monster forces. As the saying goes, the fox grieves when the rabbit dies. The fall of a monster king directly shocked many monster kings, making them feel threatened. Their bodies all felt a chill. Golden Armor King is a fierce character in the 7th retribution of longevity. He has always been cautious, but he was killed by Lin Sun. It's terrible. This is an extremely dangerous person. We must treat him as a top enemy. Find out the origin of Lin Sun. Why haven't we heard of such a peerless tough guy in the empire before? Soon, some information about Lin Sun was presented in front of the monster kings. They studied and figured out his origin, character, nature, cultivation, and experience carefully. A human king who could kill Golden Armor King deserved the attention of any big force. Especially, Lin Sun was not ordinary. He killed the whole force of Golden Armor King with irresistible force alone. His means were too iron-blooded and terrible. How could there be such a fierce man in the empire? Damn it. The empire will fall apart in a few years, but there is such a variable. Lin Sun must die. Even the 9 tribes of voodoo barbarians were alarmed. They began to pay attention to and study all the news about Lin Sun, treating him as a potential great threat. In the south of the empire, in the great swamp of wind and thunder, there was a pitch-black, rugged mountain with strange rocks. This mountain was called Black Wind. It was born after the upheaval of heaven and earth. It had been occupied by the most mysterious monster, Black-Robed King. Black-Robed, you are the 3rd disciple I have accepted since ancient times. I know that you are only one step away from the threshold of the Saint Realm. If you can kill Lin Sun this time, I promise that I will help you reach the Saint Realm on the day you get out of trouble. A void vortex appeared in the hinterland of Black Wind Mountain. The cold and majestic voice of the monster ancestor came from the depths of the vortex and echoed. Black-Robed King listened silently with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in a black robe, and his figure was shrouded in a vague black mist. Even his face was covered. He exuded a mysterious and frightening aura. I have ordered other monster kings to follow your command to deal with Lin Sun together. What else do you worry about? Just tell me. Black-robed king was silent for a long time and then said, Master, I am about to usher in the catastrophe of becoming a saint. I don't want to cause trouble during this period. You want to become a saint by yourself? The monster ancestor seemed to be a little surprised. Yes, in these years, the world has changed dramatically, and there have been many incredible signs and luck. I have been observing the general trend of the world and have a certain degree of confidence in becoming a saint. Black-robed king's voice was calm, without sadness or joy. You don't need my help? The monster ancestor asked. Master, disciple is seeking the path of a true sage. Other than myself, no one else can help me. I appreciate your kindness. Black-robed king said calmly. Haha, you are ambitious. The monster ancestor laughed, but there was a hint of coldness in his voice. But, don't forget that without me, you wouldn't be where you are today. Master's great kindness, I dare not forget it all my life. Black-robed king cupped his hands and said. Humph. Let me ask you again, will you kill Lin Sun or not? The voice of the monster ancestor had become extremely indifferent and awe-inspiring. Black-robed king was silent for a long time and then said, Master, when I become a saint, I will bring his head to you. What do you think? How long will it take? The monster ancestor asked. Soon, Black-robed king took a deep breath and murmured, I have already felt the sign of breaking through the realm. It won't take long, good. I won't force you. I'll wait for your good news. Speaking of this, the breath of the monster ancestor disappeared. You won't force me? If it weren't for the forbidden spell you set on my life soul at the beginning, how could I have been so patient? Black-robed king stood silently for a long time and couldn't help sighing. He turned around and walked out of the secret realm. On the top of Blackwind Mountain, Black-robed king stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance, and the name of Lin Sun came to his mind. When the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Sun had already come to the outside of Donglin town. In the distance, the mountain range was vast and boundless. Under the light of the sky, it was like an undulating giant dragon, seemingly boundless. However, after many years, things had changed. The huge Donglin town had long been in ruins, without any vitality. There was no trace of the bustling scene in the past. Lin Sun still remembered that when he entered the town with Xianxia, she was taken away by the queen from the Dark Night Shrine. And he was arranged to enter the bloodthirsty camp for cultivation. Now, Xianxia had left and hadn't returned yet, which made Lin Sun sigh in his heart. Too many things had changed over the years. Immediately, Lin Sun frowned. If Red Eagle King was alive, he should have already known the news of the destruction of Golden Armor King. Why hadn't he appeared so far? Could it be that the Scarlet Eagle King had already met with misfortune? After a while, Lin Sun shook his head, got rid of distractions, and rushed to the 3,000 mountains in the distance. Feiyun Village. Broken walls and withered grass had long been barren. On this day, Lin Sun came. Looking at the spiritual field full of weeds, he remembered the scene when he came to Feiyun Village for the first time. Thinking of those simple and kind villagers, he couldn't help smiling. At that time, he was just a thin and weak young spiritual apprentice. Now, not only his fate had changed completely, but also the villagers of Feiyun Village had moved to Heart Cleansing Peak. Even the villagers of Feiyun Village had moved to Heart Cleansing Peak. Over the years, they lived a good life. Some children of the villagers had embarked on the road of cultivation and became the backbone of Heart Cleansing Peak. Thinking about it, it was true that flowers were the same every year, but people were different every year. Lin Sun walked leisurely, recalling the past while strolling in the deserted village. Finally, he stopped in front of the small courtyard where he used to live. At that time, he was weak and lost the spiritual vein. It was in this small courtyard that he found the heaven-accessing place, which completely changed his fate. However, when Lin Sun was about to push the door and enter, he couldn't help frowning. The next 2 chapters are about the plot of Lin Sun's origin and the main clue. Please read them carefully. It's too difficult to write. The courtyard had long been dilapidated. The stone steps in front of the door were covered with moss, and weeds were overgrown on the low wall. But at this time, Lin Sun suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at the closed wooden door. A trace of surprise arose in his heart. The surroundings of the courtyard were covered with a strange restrictive power. This kind of power was very inconspicuous, but it was in complete harmony with the surrounding heaven and earth. The moss on the stone steps, the weeds on the wall, and even everything in sight had already become a part of this restrictive power. In other words, in Lin Sun's view, the moss, weeds, the wooden door, and the wall could all be regarded as a kind of spiritual tattoo that constituted this restrictive power. Who set this up? Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and covered the whole Feiyun village in an instant. After a while, he finally concluded that in the whole village, only the dilapidated courtyard where he once lived was covered with such a strange restrictive formation. This made Lin Sun more and more surprised. For a moment, he stood in front of the courtyard and couldn't move for a long time. Someone must have been here, but who on earth? What is he looking for this time? Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. Finally, he took a deep breath, reached out a hand and pushed the closed door. Squeak, the old and mottled door was easily pushed open. But at the same time, from the traces of moss in front of the stone steps to the weeds on the wall, a series of strange ripples suddenly appeared around the courtyard. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes were dazzled, and a series of bizarre pictures emerged, as if time had gone back many years. It was an afternoon, and the setting sun gave off afterglow among the distant green mountains. A skinny old man came from afar and appeared in front of the courtyard. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood and stared for a moment. Then he smiled and pushed the door in. He seemed to be looking for something. He walked into the room where Lin Sun once lived, sat in front of the desk that Lin Sun once used, and remained silent for a long time. Then, he got up and went to the courtyard. He casually sat under a green weeping willow tree, facing the setting sun as he stared at the courtyard in a daze. At the same time, Lin Sun was also stunned. His rock-hard mind was rarely excited at this moment. The old man's hair was disheveled, his face was wrinkled like ravines, and his figure was thin like a bamboo. Even though his expression was serene, his gaze was still filled with arrogance and unruliness. Lin Sun was too familiar with it. Because this was Master Lu Boya, who had raised him. Master Lu is still alive. Lin Sun couldn't help clenching his fists, and his mood was turbulent. Years ago, when he left the mine prison, he saw with his own eyes that a giant purple hand that covered the sky appeared and fiercely slammed down. He had seen Master Lu's anxious, irritable, and angry face. At that time, Lin Sun thought it would be the last time he saw Master Lu. But it seemed that Master Lu was still alive. Taking a deep breath, Lin tried to calm himself down and look carefully. He knew that the scenes before his eyes were a type of brand that had been sealed, and it was like time was being reversed and the scenes of the past were being replayed. At this time, Master Lu stood up and took out a pitch-black jade archive from his sleeve. With a clear sound, the jade archive emitted a strange luster, and wisps of dreamy light rain drifted down. Then, an amazing scene appeared. Pictures began to appear on the jade archive, which were the scenes of Lin Sun's life in this courtyard when he was young. Practicing spiritual tattoos, practicing martial arts, tempering his body, making a fire to cook, washing and cleaning, and so on. Master Lu stood there, quietly watching the scenes on the black jade archive. His skinny face was sometimes happy, sometimes frowning, sometimes sad, and sometimes happy. At this time, Lin Sun had mixed feelings. He didn't expect that a pitch-black jade archive could reveal all the traces he had left in this courtyard when he was young. There was no doubt that this pitch-black jade archive was an extremely magical treasure. After a long time, the luster of the jade archive dimmed, and the scenes disappeared. Good. Master Lu seemed to be unable to suppress his emotions. He murmured, "If Miss sees this boy has grown up, she will definitely be very happy." There was indescribable sadness and relief in his voice. Lin Sun felt a lump in his throat. He inexplicably recalled the scenes when he lived with Master Lu when he was young. He discovered the secret of the heaven accessing place and finally changed his fate. Ha. This is the power of the devourer of abyss. Even if it is taken away, there is still a chance to be reborn. In the courtyard, Master Lu seemed to have thought of something and burst into laughter. As long as Mrs. Bloodline is not broken, I, Lu Boya, will have no regrets even if I die. Lin Sun was shocked. He stared at Master Lu, who was laughing wildly. For the first time, he found that Master Lu, who had always been grumpy, could be so gratified, happy, and excited. And he was finally sure that the miss mentioned by Master Lu must be his mother, Luo Qingxuan. This confirmed his speculation that Master Lu must be a guardian of his mother, Luo Qingxuan. Boom. However, when Lin Sun wanted to continue watching, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was still the same courtyard, but Lu Boya was covered with blood. His skinny face was pale and transparent. His left shoulder was broken, and there was a long and narrow wound on his chest. His skin and flesh were torn, and his bones could be vaguely seen. His appearance was so miserable that Lin Sun could not bear to see it. In front of him, there was a purple figure. It was obviously a woman, slender and graceful, with a golden ribbon around her waist. Her long purple hair hung down like a waterfall. She carried a silver spear on her back, wearing a purple robe and purple hair. She exuded a domineering aura, like a god overlooking all living beings. No matter how hard Lin Sun tried, he could not see her face. He could only see her back. But even his back was like a natural moat, giving Lin Sun a feeling that he could only look up to him and feel that he was tall and boundless. Facing her figure, Lin Sun felt like an ant looking up at the sky. Lu Boya, do you know your crime? The purple-haired woman opened her mouth. Her voice was pleasant but emotionless. Lu Boya took a deep breath and said with a calm expression, "Countless years have passed, yet all of you actually still refuse to give up and intend to annihilate the young Mrs. Line. Unfortunately, you're a step too late in the end, and the young miss is already gone. As long as Luo Qingxuan is alive, she will be caught sooner or later. And her brother, even if he steps into the Emperor realm, it will be in vain. Traitors are traitors after all. Sooner or later, they will pay for their crimes." The purple-haired woman's voice was still emotionless. "Traitor?" Lu Boya's face suddenly became cold. "How much do you know about what happened in those days? How dare you convict Miss? I'm not here to argue with you. You only need to know that you are a sinner I must catch." The purple-haired woman said, "Before that, tell me, where is the heaven accessing place now?" Lu Boya suddenly revealed a wisp of a cold smile. No wonder he still hasn't given up after countless years. So it turns out that your master is still coveting this treasure. I can only tell you that it's impossible for him to obtain this treasure in this lifetime. The purple-haired woman was silent for a while and said, "You mean, someone is already qualified to open the gate to heaven?" Lu Boya said coldly, "Didn't your master tell you that in this world, only Mrs. Lineage is qualified to open the gate to heaven? It's impossible." When Luo Qingxuan defected and left, her bloodline power had been destroyed. Even after countless years of cultivation, it is impossible for her to recover, and it is doomed to be impossible to open the gate to heaven. And her brother had already stepped into the Saint King realm when he defected and fled. In this life, he has missed the opportunity to open the gate to heaven. When the purple-haired woman spoke up to hear, she seemed to have realized something, and she suddenly emitted a strand of boundlessly terrifying might. Her purple hair fluttered as she said coldly, "Could it be that Luo Qingxuan already has a child?" Lu Boya's expression seemed to become even calmer as he said, "You aren't too stupid. Miss was injured all those years ago and fled to this world, and she fell into a state of silence for countless years. She only awoke from her silence a few dozen years ago." Unfortunately, she had already lost some of her memories at that time. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of sadness appeared between Lu Boya's brows. After a short while, his spirits were suddenly refreshed, and he revealed an excited smile. "But it is fate that even though Miss has lost some of her memories, she has a child that has inherited her bloodline and natural endowments in this world." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and it was even to the extent that his expression seemed slightly deranged as he roared with laughter. "You and your master would never have imagined that such a miracle would occur in this lifetime. Just you wait, when that child steps into the starry sky in the future to search for his origins, all of you will pay the price for your crimes." His voice paused with every word, and it revealed extreme pleasure. "I will find that unfilial son." The violet-haired woman spoke coldly. Lu Boya revealed a wisp of a ridiculing smile. "No, you won't have the chance. When you destroyed that mine prison all those years ago, it was already destined that you will never be able to find him in this lifetime." His expression became absent-minded as he muttered, "Now that I think about it, many years have already passed now. With that child's natural endowments, if nothing unexpected happens, he ought to have already stepped foot into the Extinction King realm long ago, right? Time really flies. He's an ant before becoming a saint in the end. Even if he becomes a saint, wanting to traverse the ancient path of the starry sky is no different than courting death. I truly can't see what kind of storm a mere unfilial son can cause even if he obtains the heaven-accessing secret realm. The violet-haired woman's voice remained emotionless from the beginning until the end. I can only say that it's too early for you to be happy. Lu Boya said indifferently, having hope is better than having no hope in the end. Do you know what the miss named that child? Without waiting for an answer, he continued, one word, search. Both the miss and I believe that one day, he will find the truth of that year. The truth? The purple-haired woman said indifferently, the truth is that Luo Qingxuan stole the heaven-accessing place. And you, Lu Boya, are her accomplices. Lu Boya sneered with a sneer on his face, your master may be able to cover the sky with one hand, but without the heaven-accessing place, it's impossible to be truly immortal and invincible. It's destined that the truth may be covered up, but the truth will eventually come to light. Clang, behind the purple-haired woman, the silver spear suddenly swept out like a mighty silver thunderbolt, shattering the void and emitting horrible killing intent. If you, Luo Qingxuan, and that unfilial son all die, do you think the truth will come to light? Her graceful figure was filled with a murderous aura. Do you want to continue? Lu Boya said, since I dare to show up here, do you think I'll give up without putting up a fight? As he spoke, a strange golden leaf suddenly appeared on his fingertips. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and seemed to be polished by divine gold. The dense veins of the leaf were like the path of the Great Way. A leaf of the origin of the immortal tree. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman cried out in surprise. She had been emotionless before, but now she was a little nervous and even angry, which was rare. Boom, without hesitation, she made a move. The silver spear swept out, and its sharpness was like a divine rainbow. It was only a strike, but it seemed to pierce the universe and destroy the Great Way, but Lu Boya sneered, and the golden leaf on his fingertips suddenly swept up. But the leaf suddenly seemed to have transformed into a seemingly boundless universe, and it flowed with an eternal aura. Then, boom, Lin Sun only felt that the scene in front of him suddenly exploded. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and he couldn't see anything. His face was cloudy and his mood fluctuated. The previous scenes made Lin Sun realize that both Lu Boya and his mother Luo Qingxuan had secrets that no one knew about. He took a deep breath and began to think silently. Countless years ago, Luo Qingxuan was injured and her origin bloodline was destroyed. She fled with the heaven-accessing place, crossed the starry ancient road, and came to the mortal world. Later, because of her heavy injury, Luo Qingxuan fell into a long silence. She didn't wake up until decades ago, but she lost a lot of memories. This was what Lu Boya had said. According to Lin Sun's speculation, after losing her memory, Luo Qingxuan began to live in the empire. She took part in the imperial examination and entered the Green Deer School with the first place in the imperial examination. Then she got to know her father, Lin Wenjing. After the Lin family's bloody massacre, his mother disappeared again. Master Lu must have fled with his mother, Luo Qingxuan. They crossed the starry sky ancient path and came to the mortal world. As a protector, he had been secretly protecting Luo Qingxuan. At the time of the Lin family's massacre, Master Lu had rescued him when he was still a baby. In the following 10 years, he had been hiding in the mine prison. No, thinking of this, Lin Sun also remembered that in the conversation between Lu Boya and the purple-haired woman, Lu Boya also mentioned the elder brother of his mother. And it was clearly said that when Luo Qingxuan fled, her elder brother already had the strength of the Saint King realm. In the endless years since he arrived in this world, he might have already become an emperor. The purple-haired woman said that my mother's bloodline was destroyed, so she couldn't open the gate to heaven. At the same time, her elder brother missed the qualification to open the gate to heaven because of his cultivation. In this way, my mother's elder brother should also have the same spiritual vein as me. Is it him? Thinking of this, Lin Sun thought of a person as if a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. That man's figure was majestic and crazy. He ran wildly in the depths of the starry sky. Wherever he passed, stars were annihilated and exploded. In the end, that figure stopped in space because there was no path ahead of him. It was completely empty, and there was no path forward any longer. That man became disappointed, melancholy and lonely, and let out a sigh. I regarded the universe as a chess game, the past and the present as the chess grid, the Tao as the chess book, and my life as the chess piece. I wanted to play against the heaven, but in the end, I lost. That voice was filled with endless unwillingness and anger. This road has been cut off. Where should I go? Suddenly, that man straightened his back, and his eyes burst out terrible divine light. His whole figure seemed to be burning, bursting out infinite light. Then, with my body, I'll cut off the road. With my soul, I'll guide the maze ahead. Then, that person turned into an immeasurable amount of light and charged into the empty void, never to be seen again. These scenes were what Lin Sun saw when he comprehended the devouring star way in the steel forest of Kangwu Mountain at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. Later, in front of the immortal mountain in the Star Chess Sea, Lin Sun knew that the crazy figure was Star Obscurity War Emperor, a true Emperor realm expert, but now, Lin Sun had an irresistible thought that Star Obscurity War Emperor was very likely to be the elder brother of his mother. In other words, he was her uncle. It must be so. He mastered the devouring Star Obscurity way, so he must also have the talent of devouring abyss. According to Master Lu, this kind of bloodline talent could only be possessed by my mother's lineage. Lin Sun's mood was fluctuating, and his expression was uncertain. What he saw today made him unable to calm down at all. But, who on earth are they being hunted by? Lin Sun was stunned. Now, he could be sure that his mother and Master Lu did not belong to this world, but came from somewhere on the other side of the ancient starry way. He could also be sure that perhaps it was because of the existence of the heaven accessing place that his mother and the others were being hunted down, and this pursuit had lasted for countless years, but the enemies still didn't give up. It could be seen how important the heaven accessing place was to those enemies. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the hand that destroyed the mine prison was also from one of those enemies. Although Lin Sun had inferred many truths, he found that after knowing these truths, more and more doubts appeared. For example, where did his mother and the others come from? Who were those enemies? What kind of amazing secrets were hidden in the heaven accessing place that the enemies still didn't give up until now? What about his mother Luo Qingxuan? If she and his father Lin Wenjing didn't die after the Lin family's bloody massacre, where did they go? Why? Master Lu never told him these secrets? Was he worried that he couldn't bear it after knowing the truth? Lin Sun was in a daze for a long time, unable to come to his senses. Lin Sun. I didn't expect that this was the name given by my mother. As Master Lu said, is it because I want to find the truth and answer by myself in the future? Lin Sun murmured. In the courtyard, weeds were swaying and cobwebs were everywhere. The strange restrictive power that covered the courtyard had long since disappeared. It was dusk. Lin Sun, who had been silent for a long time, stepped into the courtyard where he used to live. He knew that Master Lu had visited him a few years ago and knew something about him. Master Lu was very happy and gratified. He also knew that it was in this courtyard that the purple-haired woman appeared and had a shocking fight with Master Lu. But Lin Sun didn't know what the final result was. He stood under the cyan willow tree where Master Lu once stood, thinking in silence. Night fell soon. Stars shone brightly in the sky, shrouding Feiyun village in a tranquil atmosphere. No. Master Lu must be alive. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes lit up as he thought of something. When he arrived here, the courtyard was covered with a strange restrictive power. Because of the power of this formation, time seemed to go back several years and he saw the confrontation between Master Lu and the purple-haired woman. He was sure that this restrictive power was set by Master Lu so that Lin Sun could see it one day. The people of this world would probably never have imagined that such a restriction would exist within a small village that had been abandoned since long ago. If Master Lu had died in the fight with the purple-haired woman, how could he have left such a restrictive power? Master Lu is still alive. My mother and the others must be waiting for me to find out the truth. Lin Sun, who was originally a little depressed, suddenly cheered up, and his black eyes became extremely firm. The ancient way of starry sky, one day, he would definitely go there to take a look. That night, Lin Sun stood alone under the cyan willow tree and stood there silently for a whole night. When dawn broke and the sky brightened, he turned around and left. Boom! Behind him, Feiyun village, which had been deserted for many years, was destroyed and turned into smoke and dust. However, when he walked near an ancient forest, Lin Sun suddenly stopped. He suddenly remembered something. It was in the depths of this forest that he saw Xianxia being chased by a barbarian. Whoosh! Lin Sun thought for a while and then walked into the depths of the forest. However, to his disappointment, there was no trace or clue in the forest after so many years. How did Xianxia appear? Who are her parents? Why was she chased by a barbarian? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile bitterly. In these years, he had enough twists and turns to find the secret of his birth. But in comparison, Xianxia's origin was obviously more mysterious. At that time, she seemed to have appeared out of thin air. She had no parents and was alone. The strangest thing was that she was only willing to follow him. Inexplicably, Lin Sun remembered a sentence Xianxia had said a long time ago. Lin Sun, remember, my world is very small, so small that it can only accommodate you. Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help sighing in his heart. He didn't know where the little girl was now. A moment later, outside Donglin town, Lin Sun stood in the void, looked back at the 3,000 mountains, and then resolutely flew away. The past was like smoke. Journey ahead. Mist City. Lin Xiafeng looked at Lin Sun in surprise and said, Patriarch, you're back so soon? It had only been 2 days since Lin Sun left. Lin Sun nodded and asked, is there any news about Red Eagle King? Lin Xiafeng shook his head. Governor Song has been looking for Red Eagle King, but he hasn't found anything yet. Lin Sun frowned and didn't say anything more. By the way, this is some information sent by Governor Song this morning. Lin Xiafeng took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. Patriarch, take a look. Because of the killing of Golden Armor King, the empire is in chaos now. Some of the demon kings have been clamoring that they will make you. Lin Sun smiled. What do you want me to do? Lin Xiafeng said awkwardly, you'd better read it yourself. Lin Sun opened the jade slip and skimmed through it. He raised his eyebrows and sneered, I'm going to kill those evil beasts. I didn't expect that they would challenge me first. An invisible killing intent spread, making Lin Xiafeng feel suffocated and shiver. He realized that the patriarch was going to kill again. Lin Sun is not far from death. Let's see how long he can live. This was a sneer from a great demon known as Earthly Dragon King, who occupied the eastern province of the empire. This immediately caused a stir in the empire. Lin Sun had just killed Golden Armor King and destroyed Yinhun Mountain not long ago. It was surprising that some monster king dared to provoke him at such a time. Earthly Dragon King is said to be a big earthworm that lives on mud. How dare he boast like this? He must be tired of living. People who eat mud have the worst mouths. Only a ghost would believe his words. Many practitioners of the empire expressed their opinion that Earthly Dragon King was courting death. From these conversations, it was not difficult to see that the empire was very confident in Lin Sun and sneered at Earthly Dragon King's words. Haha, death may come late, but it will never be absent. When Lin Sun dies, I hope you stupid human beings can still laugh. It wasn't long before the White Wasp King spoke, and it instantly caused the atmosphere in the empire to change while countless cultivators started to feel surprised and bewildered. The White Wasp King was one of the 10 most powerful and famous demon kings in the empire. Over the past decade, more than 10 imperial kings had died at the hands of the White Wasp King. It was rumored that the White Wasp King's true form was an ancient species with terrifying talent. In the intelligence of the empire, it was listed as one of the most dangerous enemies. Now, even the king of White Wasp took a tough stance and intended to harm Lin Sun. How could people not be shocked? Subsequently, a few infamous demon kings spoke up to despise and warn Lin Sun, causing the atmosphere of the entire empire to become heavy and oppressive. For example, the king of Molten Flame, who occupied the northwest desert of the empire, simply said, Lin Sun should be destroyed. For example, Moyan King, who was entrenched in Weishui province, was full of murderous intent. He said, when Lin Sun is killed, all the people of your empire will be slaughtered. For a time, the winds and clouds in the world changed. Because of the powerful voices of the monster kings, the empire fell into a state of shock and unrest everywhere. Countless people were worried and realized that a great disaster against Lin Sun was coming. This is troublesome. No matter how strong Child Lin is, 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. Now that he is being targeted by so many monster kings, his situation is worrying. Some practitioners of the Empire sighed. Obviously, because Child Lin killed the Golden Armor King, the monster kings have sensed the threat, so they regard Child Lin as a target to be eradicated. Indeed, Child Lin is now powerful. If he doesn't die, those monster kings will not be able to eat and sleep well. But if young Master Lin dies, then it'll be an extremely heavy blow to our empire. The news was being discussed everywhere in the vast empire. Even in the imperial palace, Zhao Jingxian was alarmed. She had to summon her ministers to discuss how to deal with this storm. These monster kings are so rampant. How dare they bare their fangs and brandish their claws in the territory of our empire? How dare they ignore our empire? In the Hall of Heaven Essence, someone was indignant and suggested to mobilize all the forces of the empire to fight against those monster kings. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Now our empire is facing not only the disaster of the monster kings, but also the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians in the border area. If we choose to go to all-out war because of Lin Sun, the consequences will be unimaginable. Someone advised Zhao Jingxian to think twice before acting. Your Highness, in my opinion, the matter is not so serious. Why don't we wait and see? Wait and see? It's an urgent matter. What the hell is there to wait and see? Come on, come on. You said my suggestion is not good. Why don't you give us a wonderful plan to resolve the danger in front of us? The hall was in a mess. The ministers were arguing with each other until their faces were red and their necks were thick. They glared at each other and no one was convinced. Crack, Zhao Jingxian slapped the table. Suddenly, the ministers shut up and kept silent. The atmosphere in the hall became solemn. The threat of a group of evil beasts made you lose your sense of propriety and panic. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others? Zhao Jingshuan's cold voice resounded through the hall, making all the ministers bow their heads in shame. You can all leave. I have my own plan for this matter. Zhao Jingxian didn't bother to say more and left in a huff. On the same day, Lin Sun received a letter from the depths of the imperial palace. It was written by Zhao Jingxian herself. There was only one sentence in it. Lord Devil, do you need my help? Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. He didn't expect that the clamor of some monster kings would make Zhao Jingxian worry about him. Listen, I'll wait and see. Lin Sun replied without hesitation, which was the same sentence. After doing this, Lin Sun stood up and looked into the distance with his black eyes. He sneered in his heart, how powerful you are. You instigate a group of monster kings to deal with me? Unfortunately, you are doomed to be disappointed. Whoosh, on the same day, Lin Sun left the southwestern province of the empire on the vast universe Arkansas. If the monster king wanted to get out of trouble, he must use the power of those monster kings to collect a steady stream of sacrifices for him to replenish his strength. Originally, Lin Sun had made up his mind to cut off these minions of the monster king one by one and destroy the hope of the monster king to get out of trouble within 10 years. But now, those monster kings took the initiative to jump out and made the whole world in an uproar, which was exactly what Lin Sun wanted. Whoosh, in the void, in Lin Sun's palm, a jade slip emerged and turned into a detailed map of the empire. After looking at it for a moment, Lin Sun locked on to the nearest target. North Yen Province, Guisho Mountain, where 8 monster kings and a group of demonic beasts reside. Their leader is Black Bat King. It seems that the power of Black Bat King is no less than that of Golden Armor King, or even stronger. But it's better this way. Lin Sun remembered that in the recent 2 days, Black Bat King had also threatened to teach him a lesson. I hope you won't let me down too much, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. He put away the jade slip, and the vast universe arc, like a stream of light, suddenly disappeared between heaven and earth. North Yen Province, like the southwestern province, the demonic beasts in the territory were frequent disasters. Everywhere was a scene of flames of war and smoke of gunpowder. Many cities had long been reduced to ruins. The army of the empire stationed here was fighting with the rampaging demonic beasts almost every day. Bloodfang City. A few days ago, a large-scale battle broke out in this city. The imperial army was routed and the city was captured. Now it was reduced to ruins. However, today, a team of about 7 or 8 practitioners appeared in the city. The leader was a thin and slender man in a black robe with a firm face. According to the information I've gathered, there's a demon king in a canyon not far away from this city. He's the Blood Pheasant King, one of the 10 demon kings under the Black Bat King's command. His strength cannot be underestimated. The man in a black robe said in a deep voice. The practitioners around him were men and women. They looked very young, but their breath was extremely fierce and experienced. They exuded an iron-blooded aura. Obviously, they were veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. When they looked at the man in a black robe, they more or less had a kind of awe and respect from the bottom of their hearts. For the sake of safety, you stay here. I alone will be enough to deal with Blood Pheasant King. The man in a black robe ordered. Your Excellency. Those practitioners were very anxious. Blood Pheasant King is powerful and has tens of thousands of troops under his command. How can you take the risk alone? Even if you kill the enemy, you should take us with you. In their view, this move of the man in a black robe was too rash and radical. He was completely desperate. The man in a black robe waved his hand to stop them from speaking. Looking at the Bloodfang city that had fallen into ruins, there was a touch of indescribable sorrow and hatred between his eyebrows. You don't understand. I grew up in this city, but my parents, brothers, clansmen, all died in a disaster a few days ago. How can I not take revenge for this? As he spoke, his eyes turned red, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred to the point they almost shattered. All those practitioners were stunned. Only now did they know that there was such a reason behind all of this. All of you are still young, and you still have a long way to go in the future. Listen to me, all of you stay here. I'll deal with this battle myself. The man in a black robe took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely firm. Do you still remember those words? The violet light flower remains undefeated because of blood, and the empire exists forever because of battle. This calamity of demon beasts is bound to be unable to defeat our empire, whereas all of you are bound to transform and rise in battle in the future and become the pillars of the empire. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in a black robe was just about to make a move when he suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and he swiftly raised his head. A treasured vessel had suddenly appeared in the sky, and a figure stood towering at the bow of the vessel while looking over. P.S. As before, 2 chapters in a row. Goldfish will start saving chapters tonight and strive to smoothly release 10 chapters on Saturday. The black-robed man was stiff all over and felt it difficult to breathe. He couldn't help feeling shocked. He was a real King Realm practitioner now. But now, just facing a gaze, he had a sense of oppression that he didn't dare to look at directly. Chi-Can? A voice sounded in his ear, which made the black-robed man stunned. Did he know him? Whoosh! At this time, the figure put away the treasure ship, floated down from the void, and appeared in front of the black-robed man. It's you! The black-robed man's pupils shrank as he recognized the identity of the other. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene of practicing in the bloodthirsty camp when he was young. Sure enough, it's been a long time. That figure was Lin Sun. Even he didn't expect to see him in this ruined city. On the first day when Lin Sun entered the bloodthirsty camp, he was assigned to Drillmaster Young Ku in Camp 39. At that time, Lin Sun met Ning Meng, Shi Yu, Li Duxing, Yi Qi, Gong Ming, Bai Lingshi, and others. Chikan was also a trainee in Camp 39 at that time, but he didn't have a good relationship with Lin Sun. They had been competing and frictions in secret. After all these years, those childhood experiences had long since become a memory. It's really you, Chikan showed a touch of joy. He was no longer a teenager. Now he could meet Lin Sun, which made him very happy. Why are you here? Lin Sun asked. As he spoke, he glanced at the men and women around Chi-Can. He immediately noticed that these men and women had a unique breath, which was obviously from the bloodthirsty camp. To kill demons, of course. Chi-Can introduced them to Lin Sun. Look, these are the trainees who entered the bloodthirsty camp 3 years ago. Compared with us in those days, their talents and strength are much stronger. Lin Sun was surprised. Do you work in the bloodthirsty camp now? Chikan nodded and turned to those men and women with a smile. Come on, let me introduce you. This is the famous Lin Sun, the head of Heart Cleansing Peak. But you probably don't know that he was the best trainee in the bloodthirsty camp in those days. Lin Sun, the hearts of those men and women shook, and their eyes lit up. All of them revealed expressions of reverence and fanaticism. Now, Lin Sun was the most prominent figure in the empire, just like a legend. How could they not know him? However, they didn't expect that their drill master was Lin Sun's friend. This caused them to be extremely surprised. In the past, Chikan had never mentioned that he was acquainted with this young Master Lin who was renowned throughout the empire. Greetings, senior. The men and women bowed in unison. Take these little toys as a greeting gift. Take them. Lin Sun smiled and waved his sleeves. A bottle of elixir and a jade box with treasures appeared in front of each practitioner. The men and women hesitated and looked at Chikan. Chikan sneered, I asked you to accept it, so just accept it. There's no need to be so polite. You won't get another chance like this if you miss it. Immediately, those men and women accepted Lin Sun's gifts one by one. After a brief check, they all exclaimed with their hearts beating violently, and their faces full of excitement and surprise. The reason was very simple. The gifts given by Lin Sun, whether elixir or treasures, were all priceless treasures for them. Thank you, senior. The men and women thanked him again, and their faces were full of gratitude and joy. Don't call me senior. I'm not that old. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Chikan laughed, this title has nothing to do with age, but with identity and strength. After all, you are now an old monster in the king realm that many practitioners can only look up to. The others laughed as well. They all had a feeling that this legendary senior Lin wasn't as frightening as the rumors made him out to be. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe that the two top forces of the Zhue and Qin families were defeated by him alone. Let's find a place to drink and chat. Lin Sun suggested. Chikan hesitated for a moment and shook his head, let's wait for next time. Lin Sun was stunned. He keenly noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Chikan's mood at this moment. He couldn't help asking, what's the trouble? Chikan was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Sun's eyes were so sharp. He quickly said with a smile, it's just a trifle. A woman next to him couldn't help saying, what's a trifle? Drillmaster, Senior Lin is here now. Don't take revenge alone. It's too risky. Yes, there are many strong men under the command of Bloody Pheasant King. It's too dangerous for you to risk your life alone. The others also spoke. A sturdy young man in black even knelt directly in front of Lin Sun and said with an anxious face, Senior Lin, please help me. Chikan's face suddenly became gloomy. Do I need you to intervene in my affairs? Stand up. A violent shout made all the men and women silent, but they couldn't hide the anxiety on their faces. Next to him, Lin Sun saw all this and had a rough idea in his mind. He couldn't help but frown. Chikan, we are friends who walked out of the bloodthirsty camp together. But now you're acting like this. Don't you think of me as a friend? Chikan's expression changed. Finally, he sighed, it's because we are friends that I don't want you to get involved in this trouble. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, how big is the trouble? Bigger than piercing the sky? Chikan smiled bitterly, not really. Senior Lin, the drillmaster's parents, relatives, and clansmen were killed by those monsters. This time he is going to seek revenge on Bloody Pheasant King. The sturdy young man couldn't help saying, you also saw that this city was breached, and the drillmaster's family originally lived in this city. Lin Sun immediately understood and patted Chikan on the shoulder, of course we have to take revenge, but we can't act on impulse. Chikan took a deep breath and said, Bloody Pheasant King is one of the 10 demon kings under the command of Black Bat King. If you take action, you will definitely be targeted by Black Bat King. As far as I know, now in the Empire, a group of demon kings are eyeing you covetously and want to harm you. Under such circumstances, how can I let you get involved in such a storm? Hearing these words, those men and women also changed their expressions. They also heard that in recent days, there were many demon kings in the Empire who unyieldingly stated that they wanted to kill Lin Sun, which made the world turbulent and restless. Chikan's worry touched Lin Sun's heart, which also made him more determined to help Chikan. Do you know why I am here? Lin Sun asked with a smile, his black eyes deep. Chikan was stunned, and then he immediately understood and said in surprise, are you going to Lin Sun nodded. Outside Bloodfang City, there was a rolling mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a beautiful and secluded valley, like a paradise of immortals. But now, the valley was in a foul atmosphere, with many demon beasts occupying it. Each of them looked ferocious and fierce. "Your Majesty, we are starving. When will we go out to kill some more prey?" A beastly demonic cultivator with brown scales all over his body asked with anticipation in his voice. Bloody Pheasant King, lying on a gorgeous soft couch, said lazily, "No. Black Bat King ordered us to restrain ourselves recently. I heard that he wants to prepare all the forces to deal with a human named Lin Sun." He was dressed in a gorgeous robe. His skin was pale, his lips were scarlet like blood, and his eyes were strange green, which made him look extremely demonic. Beside him, two young human girls wearing only thin muslin were kneeling beside him, massaging his legs and feet. The two girls were both captives. They were quite beautiful, but their faces were numb and their eyes were empty. "Your Majesty, bad news. Some practitioners are coming." Suddenly, a scream of panic sounded outside the valley. Bloody Pheasant King was stunned and couldn't help laughing. "There are still practitioners coming to die? It's really strange. Go, go, aren't you hungry? Take some subordinates to kill those reckless things." "Okay." The ugly demon cultivator at the side immediately received the order and left happily. But not long after, a scream of panic came from afar. "Bad news, they are all dead, boom." Along with the clamorous shouts, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, causing the entire canyon to tremble. Bloody Pheasant King suddenly got up from the soft couch and gave a cold snort with a gloomy face. "A bunch of trash." Trash indeed. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded over the valley. Bloody Pheasant King suddenly looked up and saw a group of figures standing in the air far away, led by a handsome young man. "You're courting death." Bloody Pheasant King's face became more and more gloomy. Bang, he kicked out, and the bodies of the two beautiful girls beside him were directly smashed into pieces, and they perished. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun, who came with Chi Can and others, said with a cold light flashing in his eyes, "Are you Bloody Pheasant King?" Bloody Pheasant King showed a grim smile. "Since you know it's me, you still dare to come to die. Young man, you are really brave. Let me kill him." Suddenly, Chi Can stood out with red eyes and murderous intent. Bloodfang City was breached by the army of monsters led by Bloody Pheasant King, and Chi Can's relatives and friends also died tragically after the siege. Boom, his voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when Chi Can had already charged out explosively. He held a green spear in his hand, and he was like a peerlessly sharp ray of light as he attacked. A little king realm who hasn't even passed the longevity tribulation should come to die. Ha ha ha. Bloody Pheasant King looked up to the sky and laughed, his face full of coldness and disdain. He stretched out his hand and pressed out his palm. A bloody palm print was condensed with surging killing intent, which shattered the void. It was extremely terrible. Bloody Pheasant King was confident that with the power of the third tribulation of longevity, he could kill this stupid human with a casual palm. However, when Lin Sun pressed his palm, Blood Pheasant King felt stiff all over and was suppressed by a terrifying and boundless pressure. The power of this palm was suddenly reduced. Puff, at this time, Chi Can stabbed his spear and easily smashed the palm force. The spearhead was like lightning, and a hole was immediately pierced through Blood Pheasant King's left shoulder. Blood Pheasant King was furious, but he was more frightened. The horrible pressure pressed down on him like a mountain, and he couldn't resist it at all. Because of this, his combat strength was completely suppressed. Otherwise, how could he be stabbed? Whoosh, the shadow of the spear flickered like green lightning, and the void was torn apart like a canvas. Chi Can, who was in a rage, was like a crazy man with a horrifying momentum. Puff. Puff, in a short moment, Blood Pheasant King's body was pierced with bull-sized holes, and blood splashed and flowed. He screamed, but he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. Damn it. How terrifying is that guy's strength to make me feel restrained and unable to exert my combat strength just by his pressure. Blood Pheasant King felt cold all over as he realized that something was wrong. He wasn't afraid of Chi Can, but Lin Sun, who was standing in the distance. Run. I must run. Blood Pheasant King tried his best. Demonic light flowed all over his body, and his breath roared. He was completely crazy. But it was doomed to be in vain. No matter how hard he fought, that terrifying pressure was like an immovable divine mountain, and it pressed down on him to the point he was almost unable to catch his breath. Behind Lin Sun, the trainees of Bloodthirsty Camp were all stunned and speechless. Standing in the void, they had a panoramic view of what happened in the canyon. But they didn't dare to imagine that Blood Pheasant King, who was rumored to be extremely powerful, was so weak that he almost couldn't fight back in front of their drill master. At the same time, they also noticed that the demon beasts in other areas of the canyon were all crawling on the ground and shivering. They didn't even have the strength to get up, let alone to rescue Blood Pheasant King. It must be Senior Lin. These men and women came to this conjecture at the same time, and they firmly believed it. This was because only the legendary young Master Lin, who was renowned throughout the entire capital, could pull off such an unimaginable feat. Puff. In the end, the Blood Pheasant King lay on the ground, and his expression was filled with unwillingness, rage, and frustration. From the beginning until the end, he was like an insect stuck in a spider's web, powerless to struggle, resist, or escape. This way of dying was simply too depressing. Hu Chicken gasped for breath, but there was no joy in his expression. The enemy was indeed dead, but his friends and relatives were unable to survive. Since that was the case, what was there to be happy about? Thanks a lot. Chicken looked at Lin Sun in the distance with gratitude. He knew that without Lin Sun's suppression, he was doomed to be no match for the Bloody Pheasant King. Let's go. Lin Sun smiled. The group turned around and left the canyon. After they left, all the demon beasts that were prostrating on the ground had died without a sound, and they transformed into icy cold corpses that covered the ground. The scene was terrifying. If you don't like it, why don't you accompany me to Guizhou Mountain? Lin Sun asked in the void. Chicken was shocked. You want to kill King Black Bat? Lin Sun said with a smile, why not? These 4 words were casual and plain, but in the ears of Chi Can and those men and women, they were endlessly domineering. In this vast empire, who dared to treat those demon kings as if they were nothing like Lin Sun? Chi Can felt his blood boiling, and he said without hesitation, I'd be happy to, as long as you don't think I'll hold you back. Lin Sun's answer was only one word. Let's go. Guizhou Mountain. Come on, let's go. On a mountain ridge, King Black Bat gave an order with his hands behind his back. In the nearby area, demonic beasts were running like a tide. Each demonic beast carried a blood-colored flag on its shoulder. The densely packed blood-colored banners were inserted into different areas. There were hundreds of thousands of them, covering the mountains and rivers within a 1,000-li look. When this formation is set up, this area of 500 kilometers will transform into a blood-red prison that isolates the world from the outside world. It possesses the might to annihilate ghosts and gods, and anyone below the Saint Realm will die without a doubt. King Black Bat's face showed a touch of complacency. He was thin, with a sharp chin, scarlet eyes, and a pair of prominent ears. Standing there, he exuded a monstrous violent aura. Behind King Black Bat stood a group of demon kings, all of whom were his most powerful subordinates. Hearing this, a young man in a blood-colored robe, with a feminine face and as beautiful as a woman, said with a smile, Your Majesty, what's so special about this formation? The Black Bat King laughed. I knew you wouldn't understand. Do you see that? Those blood-colored banners are all refined from the essence blood of human race martial cultivators. Every banner consumes the essence blood of more than 10 human race martial cultivators. My God, there are at least tens of thousands of these blood-colored flags, aren't there? Doesn't this mean that hundreds of thousands of cultivators have been killed? The blood-robed young man said in surprise. King Black Bat said indifferently, If not, how could this demon-devouring blood prison formation be set up? This is a formation taught by the demon ancestor. According to the demon ancestor, if one can refine the formation flag with the blood essence of a saint, it is enough to kill a saint king when setting up this formation. The nearby demon kings were shocked and gasped. But why did you set up the formation at this time? Is Lin Sun really so terrible? A demon king was puzzled. He felt that King Black Bat's painstaking efforts to set up this formation was completely overkill. The Golden Armor King is dead. He was killed by Lin Sun. According to the demon ancestor, this person has the combat power of at least the 7th tribulation of longevity realm. He is extremely terrifying. King Black Bat said in a deep voice, you also know that Southwest Province is the closest to us. If that kid wants revenge, it is very likely that he will kill his way to Ghost Sorrow Mountain. The other demon kings were all shocked. King Blackrobe's scarlet eyes surged with cold killing intent. He looked into the distance and said, I'm doing this to prepare for a rainy day. It's fine if Lin Sun doesn't come. As long as he comes, I will make him die without a burial place. Haha, after hearing what you said, I can't wait for that kid to come. I heard that he is now the most famous figure in the empire. He is highly respected and thought highly of by those humans. If we can kill him, I'm afraid the humans in the empire will not be able to bear the blow. Yes, I'm also looking forward to it. The other demon kings laughed. Your Majesty, the formation flag is ready. In the distance, a small demon came to report. Tell all the children to return to Ghost Sorrow Mountain. King Blackbat's spirit was lifted as he gave the order. Immediately, thousands of demon beasts in the nearby area retreated like a tide. Seeing this scene, King Blackbat took out a round blood jade plate and raised his hand to throw it. But the blood-colored jade plate suddenly expanded countless times, hanging under the sky like a blood-colored full moon. Streaks of blood-colored divine rainbows fell. Suddenly, the world was filled with an incomparably thick blood-colored light, shrouding the tens of thousands of blood-colored flags that were inserted into the area of 1,000 miles. Rumble, the roar of an ancient demon began to come out from the rolling blood-colored light. The boundless smell of blood dyed the void into a dazzling scarlet color. Seeing this scene, the demon kings were all horrified and shivered. The fierce aura of this great formation made their hearts tremble. Boom, it didn't take long for all this strange phenomenon to disappear. Only the blood-red full moon hung silently in the sky, and it seemed extremely strange. It's done. King Blackbat's expression was fanatical as he murmured, with this formation, in this empire, as long as there is no sage, who can do anything to me? The other demon kings all congratulated him. King Blackbat laughed and immediately seemed to notice something. He said, where's Shuaiji? Why hasn't he come back yet? That guy just slaughtered a city a few days ago. I'm afraid he's enjoying the spoils of war now. Someone laughed. But at this moment, a ferocious bird suddenly swept down from the sky and hurriedly cried, Your Majesty, it's not good. Shuaiji King and his subordinates are all dead. His words made the smiles of King Blackbat and the other demons suddenly freeze. Who did it? A demon king's eyes were cold. Do you still need to ask? King Blackbat snorted coldly, in the current empire, who dares to come to my territory and commit murder so blatantly? What, he really dares to come? The demon kings were shocked. What are you afraid of? With the devil-devouring blood prison formation, if Lin Sun dares to come, I will definitely refine him into a pool of blood. King Blackbat was a little dissatisfied with the reaction of the demon kings and glanced at them coldly. Suddenly, the demon kings also calmed down and smiled a little embarrassedly. Yes, if that boy comes, he's destined to die a terrible death. They were all ruthless, their eyes fierce. Boom, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from afar, causing this side of the world to tremble. King Blackbat and the others looked up at the same time. They saw that in the distant sky, there was a treasure ship, with a group of figures standing on it. The leader had black eyes and black hair, and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal. It was Lin Sun. The roar just now was caused by his casual blow, which blasted on the devil-devouring blood prison formation. Lin Sun glanced at Guizhou Mountain and saw at a glance that the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were completely covered by a large forbidden formation. The atmosphere was fierce and bloody. What a thick bloody aura of resentment. How many people must have been killed to set up such a demonic formation? He frowned, and a cold light surged in his black eyes. He looked at King Blackbat standing in the distance and said, Are you King Blackbat? Yes, you must be Lin Sun. In my opinion, you're just SOSO. King Blackbat put his hands behind his back, with a sense of pride, since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. If you evil creatures don't die, of course, I won't leave. Lin Sun said indifferently. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Chi Can and the others, "You stay here and watch me break this formation and flatten this mountain." As he spoke, he stepped into the void, his clothes fluttering, and swept toward Guizhou Mountain. P.S. As usual, 2 updates in a row. Humph, you're courting death. Black Bat King snorted with disdain on his face. If it had been before he set up the devouring demon blood prison formation, he would have been afraid of Lin Sun's arrival. But now, he couldn't wait for Lin Sun to court death. "Come on, Lin Sun, show us. There's a way to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today." The other monster kings also burst into laughter. All the demonic cultivators on the vast Ghost Sorrow Mountain laughed with him. They were all fearless and looked at Lin Sun as if they were staring at a dead man. Some monster kings were even worried. "Won't that kid be scared away? Everyone, lower your voices. Don't scare that brat to death." Black Bat King shouted, but it caused a burst of laughter. He seemed extremely unscrupulous and arrogant. Chi Can and others in the distance couldn't help frowning when they saw this. They had a hunch that something was wrong. Those demonic beasts were too calm. It was obvious that they had prepared for Lin Sun to walk into the trap. "Instructor, should we remind Senior Lin?" Someone was worried. The others also spoke up. It was obviously a well-prepared trap. They didn't want to see Lin Sun court death. "Even you can see it." "How can he not see it?" Chi Can's answer was very simple, but it eased the tension and anxiety in everyone's hearts. Yes, with Senior Lin's means and wisdom, how could he not see it? Since he dared to do this, he must have some confidence. "Do you really think that a formation like this can protect your lives?" Lin Sun stopped in the distance. His black eyes were like lightning, and his lips were full of sarcasm. "Ignorant. Let's see if you can still say such stupid words after you taste this formation." Black Bat King sneered and waved his sleeve. Buzz, above the sky, the blood-colored full moon suddenly emitted scarlet light. Then, above the mountains and rivers, a blood-colored mist rolled out. For a moment, the world was surging with evil spirits, demons roaring, and blood-colored light flowing, reflecting mountains of corpses, seas of blood, mountains of white bones, the cries of gods and demons, and other terrible visions. It was as if a blood-colored purgatory had appeared in the world. Suddenly, Lin Sun's figure was engulfed by the bloody mist and could no longer be seen. Even though Chi Can and others had great confidence in Lin Sun, they were still nervous and their expressions changed suddenly when they witnessed the sudden outbreak. On Ghost Sorrow Mountain, King Black Bat sneered. "It seems that killing the Golden Armor King has made you a little smug. However, dying under this array is not a disgrace to you." The other demon monarchs laughed and calmed down. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid of Lin Sun. After all, even the Golden Armor King had been killed. This was enough to make them fearful. But now, they suddenly noticed that the rumors were obviously not true. In the blink of an eye, that arrogant and conceited fellow had been trapped within the Grand Formation, and it was simply not easy at all. "Is this kid too weak?" Some demon kings were suspicious. "No, it can only prove that the great formation bestowed by the demonic ancestor is too powerful. In this formation, no one below the Saint Realm can survive. How can this be compared to an ordinary formation?" King Black Bat looked disdainful and complacent. He had even thought about releasing the news after killing Lin Sun. He wanted to let all the human cultivators in the world see how vulnerable Lin Sun, whom they had pinned their great hopes on, was. Rumble thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were filled with bloody light, and there was a violent roar. For a time, the sky and earth were dark, and ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Countless strange bloody symbols circulated, emitting a terrifying aura that made the demon kings on Ghost Sorrow Mountain shudder. Chi Can and the others also held their breath, and fear rose in their hearts. Their souls were suppressed, and they could not see the scene inside the great formation at all. This made them even more worried, and their hearts were in their throats. King Black Bat looked fanatical. "Refine it. After killing this kid, the demonic ancestor will definitely reward me generously. In the future, becoming a saint ancestor is just around the corner." The other demon kings were also looking forward to it. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in the great formation. Then, a shocking scene appeared in the eyes of all the demons on Ghost Sorrow Mountain. A pale cyan figure stepped out of the bloody light all over the sky, unscathed. Like a demon descending to the world, his whole body emitted infinite light. The moment they saw this figure, King Black Bat and the others' eyes almost fell out. They could hardly believe it. Lin Sun was not dead. Lin Sun raised his head, and there was a trace of terrible killing intent in the depths of his black eyes. Previously, when he was in the Great Formation, he understood the mystery of setting up this formation. It was actually refined with the essence and blood of hundreds of thousands of human cultivators, 100,000, this was simply an unforgivable crime. All of you should die. Looking at the dark mass on Ghost Sorrow Mountain, Lin Sun's heart was burning with killing intent. The killing intent in Lin Sun's heart was blazing. The Taoist light on his body surged like a divine light, crossing the sky. He's really not dead. And he's not injured. How is this possible? On Ghost Sorrow Mountain, King Black Bat and the other demon kings were stunned. They could not believe it, nor could they accept it. The whole formation began to become restless. Demon-devouring blood prison formation, this was a gift from the demon ancestor. Its power was terrifying enough to kill the strong under the Saint Realm. But now, it seemed to be ineffective, this was too incredible. Unfortunately, they didn't know that with Lin Sun's current attainments in spiritual tattoos, he was able to set up a real Taoist forbidden formation. A mere devouring demon blood prison formation was nothing in his eyes. Damn it, did the demon ancestor lie to us? Some demon kings were furious. It's useless to talk about this now. Get ready to fight. With our ability, we can deal with Lin Sun. King Black Bat gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. His greatest reliance did not play a miraculous role, which made him feel as if he had been hit by a stick, which made him feel unspeakably depressed. Kill. In the void, Lin Sun's black hair was flying. He took a step forward and came to the sky above Ghost Sorrow Mountain. His figure, like a divine rainbow, fell from the sky. Bang! A demon king failed to dodge and was directly crushed by Lin Sun's foot. Blood splashed high. Let's go together. King Black Bat roared. How could the other demon kings dare to be negligent? They did not hesitate to attack. Kill. Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out. When looked at from afar, only a dazzling figure could be seen, and it was like a divine weapon that caused a storm of blood on Ghost Sorrow Mountain. He rushed all the way with irresistible force, unstoppable. A large number of demon beasts, like weeds, were shocked to death by the horrible power emitted from Lin Sun's body and fell to the ground before they could move. Blood soon dyed Ghost Sorrow Mountain red. Even the demon kings couldn't stop Lin Sun's killing. He killed them one by one with a raise of his hands and feet. Miserable shrieks resounded throughout the universe. When Lin Sun was in high spirits, the Taishan sword chi cultivated in his acupoints roared out. It was dense like a sword rain, with peerless sharpness. The void was easily cut as if it was made of paper. Wherever the sword chi passed, no one survived. Countless demonic beasts were fleeing, but they were all killed. Even the demon kings couldn't stop the attack of Lin Sun's sword chi. In the distance, Chi Can and others, whose hearts were in their throats, almost cried out with excitement when they first saw Lin Sun break free. But when they saw Lin Sun kill his way to Guisho Mountain like an invincible demon, destroying the formation and killing easily, they were all stunned. Fierce, too fierce, in the past, they had only heard of some of Lin Sun's legendary deeds. After all, they had not seen it with their own eyes. But now, they finally understood how powerful Lin Sun was. His bearing of looking down arrogantly upon the world and suppressing everything caused them to be astounded, shocked, and even felt their hearts tremble. Puff, a stream of sword chi flashed past, slicing open the body of the Black Bat King, who had transformed into a huge bat, into two. So far, all the demon kings on Ghost Sorrow Mountain were killed. It had only been 19 breaths since Lin Sun launched his attack. On this day, Ghost Sorrow Mountain was covered with rivers of blood and countless corpses. King Black Bat and other demon kings were mercilessly slaughtered. When the news came out, the empire was shocked. A few days ago, a group of demon kings attacked Lin Sun and gave the empire the heaviest blow. At that time, the Earth Dragon King who occupied the eastern province of the empire, the infamous White Bee King, the flame lava king who lived in the desert, the ink goat king of Weishui province, and other horrible demons were all murderous and pointed their weapons at Lin Sun. As a result, the whole empire was shocked. Countless cultivators were in an uproar, worried about Lin Sun and realized the seriousness of the situation. Even in the depths of the imperial palace, there was no peace because of this matter. It was not an exaggeration to say that people were in a panic and the world was in turmoil. When everyone was worried about how Lin Sun would resolve this disaster, such a shocking news came out. How could people not be shocked? Just like killing the Golden Armor King, King Black Bat and his demon beasts were wiped out. Child Lin is too fierce. He fought back against the threat of those demon kings with killing. This means is more than just domineering. The practitioners of the empire were all cheering and seething. Those who heard of this news all rushed to spread the news and were wild with joy. Hatred was vented, it was so satisfying. Damn it, is Lin Sun completely tired of living? King Black Bat is the most sophisticated. How could he be dead? Is Lin Sun really that horrible? It seems that our threat didn't work. Instead, we succeeded in angering Lin Sun. The demon beasts were shocked by this news, as if a bolt of lightning had struck them. First, he killed the Golden Armor King and then King Black Bat. Was Lin Sun going to be the enemy of all the demon kings in the world? Everyone, it's time to prepare for a counterattack. Lin Sun must be killed. Kill. Slaughter the city. Can Lin Sun alone stop us from attacking the whole empire? Some demon kings shouted angrily, causing the world to change again. The situation of the whole empire became more and more tense. For a time, the demon beasts entrenched in all parts of the empire began to appear on a large scale. P.S. The plan for tomorrow's 10 chapters is to directly release 5 chapters at noon tomorrow. The rest depends on how many chapters are released. At that time, I hope you can subscribe and support me with monthly votes. Well, Goldfish went to ride in seclusion. In the hall of Qianyuan, Zhao Jingxian immediately issued an order after learning the news of the monster army. There was only one sentence: mobilize all the forces of the empire and kill them. She knew that there was no turning back after shooting the bow. She knew that Lin Sun would not let her down since he fought back so hard. With this order, the atmosphere of the whole empire became more and more solemn. When the sky was full of killing intent, the stars moved. When the earth was full of killing intent, dragons and snakes rose. When people were full of killing intent, heaven and earth changed. In such a large empire, troops of the empire could be seen everywhere in different territories on battleships of various specifications. Countless cultivators had realized the change in the situation, and they'd taken the initiative to participate in the hunting of demon beasts. Even those aristocratic families and forces in the Forbidden City began to mobilize their troops. If the empire fell, no matter the dignitaries or the ordinary people living at the bottom, they could not escape the fate of suffering. Therefore, when the monster army began to invade and the empire began to launch an all-out expedition, no one could stay out of it. When Lin Sun heard the news, he had already bid farewell to Qi Kan and others and left North Yan province. He appeared in Yunguang province, which was further north. Are these evil beasts going to take revenge by invading the territory of the empire? A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. It seems that I haven't killed enough monster kings. Whoosh, his figure disappeared. Several hours later, in the great marsh of Python Mountain in Yunguang province. This was the territory of mysterious Dark King. Kill. Mobilize all the forces to slaughter the city. Does Lin Sun want to save the whole empire alone? Wishful thinking. In the great marsh of Python Mountain, mysterious Dark King roared like thunder. His original body was a gray-backed yak with the wildest and most overbearing temperament. Kill. 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 Countless demon beasts formed groups and let out loud roars. Their voices were like surging thunderclaps that shook the heavens and the earth, causing the expressions of everyone to change. Looking at the great marsh of Python Mountain, which was like a huge lake, there were fierce birds and monsters everywhere. That scene alone made people's scalp numb. Go, slaughter those lowly humans. Only slaughter and blood can strike fear into their hearts. Only then can they realize how tiny and unbearable they are. The mysterious Dark King roared. Puff, however, as soon as he finished speaking, a streak of sword chi swept over from the horizon, traversing through the void. With a light flash, blood splattered everywhere. The mysterious Ing King's head was tossed into the air as well. His ugly face still carried a sense of savagery and shock. Boom, his headless body fell into the swamp, creating a splash. The demonic beast army that was originally howling and roaring shut their mouths at this moment, their faces filled with bewilderment. None of them could have imagined that the mysterious Ing King who had just been issuing orders aggressively, how could he suddenly die? The atmosphere was dead silent. In the distance, Lin Sun looked indifferent and waved his sleeves. 720 streaks of Taishan sword chi shot out, and they were as dense as the tide. They crisscrossed in the void and formed a large sword formation. Every streak of Taishan sword chi flashed with terrifying sharpness. At the moment when the formation was formed, those streaks of Taishan sword chi turned into nothingness and completely disappeared in the void. At the level of longevity realm, one could practice 3 kinds of sword formations in Taishan sword scripture. They were respectively the Great Void Annihilation Sword Formation, the Great Annihilation Sword Formation, and the Great Freedom Annihilation Sword Formation. At this time, Lin Sun was using Great Void Killing Sword Formation. It was composed of 720 streaks of Taishan sword chi. Once the sword formation was formed, it could kill the enemy invisibly. Go! Lin Sun thought of something. In the swamp of Python Mountain, countless demonic beasts were cut off before they could react. They fell down like grass being harvested. The blood was like a rolling tide, and soon the whole swamp was dyed red. 2 days later, in Yunguang province of the empire, the mysterious Dark King was killed, and his army of demonic beasts were slaughtered. Blood dyed the swamp, the world was shocked again. However, it was just the beginning. From the moment he left the southwest province of the empire and embarked on the journey, it was destined that Lin Sun would not stop. Moreover, given the current situation of the empire, Lin Sun had no choice but to stop. 5 days later. In the eastern province of the empire, Dragon King, who was leading the army of demonic beasts to attack a huge city, was killed by Lin Sun, who fell from the sky, with a broken sword. His body and soul were destroyed. The army of demonic beasts he led suddenly collapsed and was chased by the imperial army who arrived in time. Blood flowed like a river along the way. 9 days later. In the Weishui province of the empire. Learning that Lin Sun was coming, Ink Goat King chose to escape at the first time. However, he was stopped by Lin Sun halfway and was skinned alive. On the same day, Lin Sun rewarded the imperial army with the meat of Ink Goat King. It was said that there were roast mutton, stewed mutton soup, roasted mutton chops and other sumptuous meals on that day. All the imperial soldiers who had eaten this delicious meal said that it was the most delicious and enjoyable meal they had ever had in their lives. They would never forget it. 18 days later. In the northwest desert of the empire, after 7 days of exploration, Lin Sun killed Flame Lava King under the center of the desert. At that time, the fire rushed to the sky and the screams shook the sky. As time went by, similar things happened constantly. And with the spread of the news, the whole empire fell into a long-lasting shock. Countless cultivators, imperial soldiers, and common people were first ecstatic, excited, in an uproar and seething. Later on, as if he had been shocked too much, he gradually became numb. Even if no one heard that a demon king was killed by Lin Sun after a period of time, they would feel it was abnormal. In the hall of Qianyuan in the Forbidden City of the Empire. Report: the Silver Turtle King of the Blackwater province of the Empire has been killed. The news came and resounded in the hall. Sitting behind the desk, Zhao Jingxian said without raising her head, "Got it." It had been 2 months. In the past 2 months, 13 demon kings in the territory of the Empire had been killed by Lin Sun, and their forces had also collapsed. Among them, there were peerless great demons like the Flame Lava King, as well as notorious demon kings with cruel methods. At first, Zhao Jingxian was also surprised. But now, she was used to it. What really made Zhao Jingxian happy was that the current situation of the empire was very good, and there were good news almost every day. Some of the cities and territories that had fallen into the enemy's hands were also reclaimed. On the contrary, the major demon forces in the empire were in a great crisis and were defeated one after another. Their power fell sharply and was not as good as before. And all these changes happened in just these 2 months. Your Highness, Child Lin can kill millions of soldiers with one sword. Such a great achievement is unprecedented and unheard of. I really don't know how to reward Child Lin. An old minister smiled bitterly. Others also sighed with emotion. The change of the situation of the empire in the past 2 months was completely led by Lin Sun. If calculated according to military merits, the military merits accumulated by him alone could be regarded as great. Reward? Let's talk about it later. Zhao Jingxian couldn't help laughing. With Lin Sun's cultivation, how could he care about rewards, unless he could be given a chance to become a saint? Thinking of this, Zhao Jingxian suddenly thought of one thing and said, "How's the information about Lu Boya?" Immediately, someone said, "There are a lot of clues, but because the information is mixed and the clues are messy, we need to further sort them out." Zhao Jingxian nodded and said, "Don't worry, the more complete the better." Immediately, she ordered, "Also, help me find out some information about my father and mother when they left Black Wind Mountain in the south of the empire. King in Black Robe, you already know the news in the past 2 months. If you don't come out to deal with Lin Sun, our demon branch will be destroyed. The demon ancestor is extremely angry. He has issued a death order to let us join forces to kill Lin Sun. Do you want to disobey? King in Black Robe, it's time to make a decision." On this day, a group of demon kings gathered here, all frowning and staring at the closed door of a cave residence not far away. In the past decade or so, all of these demon kings were powerful and infamous figures. Some of them could even be ranked among the top 10 demon kings of the empire. For example, the White Wasp King, the Fire Vine King, and so on. But at this moment, they all seemed worried. It was because Lin Sun had killed too many demon kings during this period of time, so much so that their hearts trembled and they had no choice but to come to Black Wind Mountain to seek help from the King in Black Robe. Others might not know, but they knew that the King in Black Robe was the last disciple of the demon ancestor. He was the most mysterious and low-key. All these years, he rarely showed his face. But no one dared to doubt his strength. "Why, did you provoke Lin Sun?" A sigh came from the tightly shut cave abode. The demon kings were stunned, and their faces darkened. They did not expect that after waiting bitterly for a long time, they would receive such a sentence. What did he mean? Was he blaming them for provoking Lin Sun? "King in Black Robe, are you afraid?" One of the demon kings said coldly in anger. "No, I'm just saying that you're too stupid to provoke someone you can't afford to provoke. In the end, you can only come to me for help. Don't you feel ashamed?" The King in Black Robe's voice was calm and emotionless. "We're not here to listen to your mockery." The White Bee King said with a cold expression, "Are you going to help or not? Just give me a straightforward answer." The King in Black Robe suddenly fell silent. After a long time, his voice came from the closed cave residence. "In less than 3 months, I will pass the tribulation of becoming a saint. At that time I will help." Becoming a saint, suddenly, the demon kings were shocked and their faces changed slightly. Some were envious, and some were jealous. They probably did not expect that the King in Black Robe had already reached the saint realm before them. 3 months? A demon king frowned and was about to say something, but was interrupted by the White Bee King. "As long as the King in Black Robe becomes a saint, killing Lin Sun will be a piece of cake." With that, the White Bee King took a deep breath and looked at the closed cave residence in the distance. He said with a resolute expression, "Okay, we'll wait for another 3 months. P.S. Today's 10 chapters will be released. Let's start with 5 chapters in a row. Brothers, don't forget to subscribe and monthly tickets." As time went on, strong counterattacks were launched in all parts of the empire. Kill. Soldiers were everywhere in the empire, besieging and suppressing the forces of the demon beasts. The mountains and rivers were bleeding, and the sun and moon were dim. Over the years, the empire had been troubled by internal and external troubles. It was turbulent and turbulent. Everyone had been suppressing their anger. In the past, the demon beasts encroached on the territory of the empire. Whenever they conquered a city, there would be no grass left and corpses piled up, which made people angry and resentful. But now, the situation was reversed. Lin Sun fought alone in the territory of the empire. He could kill millions of soldiers with one sword. He killed the demon king and the demon army. He was invincible. It was no exaggeration to say that the change of the situation of the whole empire was led by Lin Sun alone. Under such an unstoppable situation, the demonic beast forces showed signs of retreating step by step, and they were on the verge of collapsing. It was said that as long as the name Lin Sun was mentioned, the demon beasts would be frightened. Awesome. It's so awesome. With Child Lin leading the army, who can compete with us? Nowadays, in all parts of the empire, no matter the peddlers or the officials of the imperial court, as long as they mentioned Lin Sun, they would respect and admire him from the bottom of their hearts. The change of the situation also shocked the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians. Those barbarians who were invading the border area couldn't help but tremble with fear when they heard the news. Lin Sun, he ruled the country alone like a legend. He was invincible all the way. Recently, he had killed dozens of monster kings alone. As for the number of monster beasts that had died at his hands, it was impossible to count. How could the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians not be shocked by such a decisive and terrifying existence in the empire? If the empire can solve the internal problems, I'm afraid we will have a hard time. Those barbarians all realized that with Lin Sun's strong attack, the situation of the whole empire began to change. This made them worried. Now, there were still those demon beasts to attract Lin Sun's attention. But when these demon beasts were destroyed, Lin Sun's eyes would inevitably turn to the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians. In a large camp of voodoo barbarians in the far west of the empire, a group of high-level voodoo barbarians gathered together with gloomy faces and a touch of worry. Right now, the momentum of the empire is at its peak and unstoppable. It will be very difficult for us to kill our way into the empire's territory in a short time. But if we don't change, once those demonic beasts are destroyed, the empire's weapons will all be pointed at us. What should we do? An old man said in a low voice. Damn Lin Sun. Since he showed up, the situation of the empire has changed. Why did he come back from the ancient desolation realm? Some people gnashed their teeth in anger. By now, they had already investigated Lin Sun's background and knew that he had just returned from the ancient desolation realm a few months ago. In the past 10 years, all the saints of the empire have left. This should have been the best opportunity for us to launch a large-scale attack on the empire. But now, Lin Sun came out. This kid is simply too detestable. A group of high-level voodoo barbarians opened their mouths to vent their anger. They had never expected that a single person would be able to turn the tides of the empire around. Enough. Now is not the time to complain. Suddenly, an old man sitting in the seat of honor opened his mouth coldly. His beard and hair were sparse, and he looked senile. His skin was tattooed with weird thunder and lightning totems. This was a shaman king from the Thunder Barbarian branch who had lived in the world for a long time. His status and identity were extremely high. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the field was dead silent. The top priority is to solve the current dilemma, and to solve the dilemma, we must get rid of Lin Sun first. The Thunder Wizard King's hoarse and old voice resounded in the field. In my opinion, those remaining demon kings have already realized that they will definitely lose if they don't get rid of Lin Sun. A thought occurred to the voodoo barbarians. What should we do? Someone asked. After a moment of silence, the Thunder Wizard King said, maybe we can contact those demon kings and send the kings of our voodoo barbarians to set up a plan to kill Lin Sun. Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in his turbid eyes. As long as Lin Sun is killed, the fiercest tiger of the empire will have its sharpest fangs pulled out. On that day, the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians each sent their forces to carry out a secret operation. In the transverse water province of the empire, Lin Sun stopped in front of a huge winding river, frowning and thinking. After a while, he couldn't help shaking his head. He realized that a demon king under the river had already escaped before he arrived. It's getting harder and harder to kill, Lin Sun sighed. Over the past 2 months, he had slaughtered dozens of demon beasts along the way with irresistible force. But as the news spread, it caused those demon kings to realize that the situation was bad, and they fled long ago, leaving only an empty lair behind. This made Lin Sun a little helpless. The enemy was not stupid, and it was impossible for them to wait for him to kill them. The only thing that comforted Lin Sun was that the situation of the empire was now bright and promising. Swish, Lin Sun took out the jade slip and looked at it carefully. The distribution of the demon beasts in the empire was recorded on the jade slip, as well as some information and clues about the demon kings. Now, more than half of the demon beasts recorded on the jade slip had been destroyed, and most of the demon kings had died. But Lin Sun still keenly noticed that some of the truly ruthless characters had not died. For example, the White Wasp King and the Fire Vine King, who were among the top 10 demon kings. For example, the most mysterious and low-key black-robed king. This also meant that although the demon beasts seemed to be retreating and their vitality was greatly damaged, if the most powerful demon kings were not eliminated, they would still be a huge potential threat. At the same time, Lin Sun also noticed something interesting when he thought of the information about the black-robed king. Unlike other demon kings, the black-robed king had always been alone. He had no subordinates, and in the past 10 years, he had not even killed anyone, but the black-robed king's strength was undoubtedly powerful. It was said that he already had the cultivation of the 9th retribution of the longevity realm, and it was very likely that he had already touched the saint realm. Being suppressed like this, the remaining demon kings are bound to swallow their anger. They will probably ask the black-robed king for help. By the river, Lin Sun set up a bonfire and threw a fat giant crab into the boiling pot. He pondered while waiting. He knew very well that all the demon kings in the empire, like the Golden Armor King, had to obey the demon ancestor who was trapped in an unknown place. In this case, even if the black-robed king kept a low profile and endured, if the demon ancestor ordered him to deal with Lin Sun, how could he not obey? Thinking of this, Lin Sun took out the territory map of the empire and began to look at an area called the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder in the south of the empire. The Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder was shrouded by hurricanes and thunder all year round. The huge lake was filled with extremely terrifying wind and thunder aura. More than 10 years ago, the world changed dramatically. A strange mountain appeared in the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder. It was pitch black and barren. It was called the Black Wind Mountain. The black-robed king was entrenched in it. Over the years, many cultivators of the empire had also gone to the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder in an attempt to unveil the mysteries of the black-robed king. But without exception, they all ended in failure. The surprising thing was that all those cultivators that headed there to explore returned safely and hadn't suffered any misfortune. It was even to the extent that some cultivators that had encountered danger in the Pool of Tempest were rescued in secret and sent out of the Pool of Tempest. Of course, no one admitted that it was the black-robed king's great kindness. But in Lin Sun's view, the abnormal behavior of the black-robed king was very interesting. The most mysterious demon king in the empire, who had the highest cultivation among the demon kings, never killed and even rescued those cultivators trapped in the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder. This was undoubtedly very unusual. Because of this, the empire had rarely sent elite forces to deal with the black-robed king these years, although they were all aware of the existence of the black-robed king. Will those demon kings seek the help of the black-robed king? Lin Sun was a little uncertain. With a splash, he fished out the giant crab that was cooked bright red from the pot, broke off the crab pincers, crab legs, and opened the crab cover to reveal the sparkling white and tender crab paste. An alluring and fresh aroma pervaded the air. It tastes good. Lin Sun savored the crab paste and drank wine. In a moment, he ate up the giant crab. It's rare for me to be free, Lin Sun sighed. In the past few months, he had been rushing and killing all the way. He had never been as relaxed as he was today. However, Lin Sun also knew that he was destined to not be able to completely relax unless he completely eliminated this demon threat. On the same day, Lin Sun turned around and left for the empire's southern province. He wanted to see if his guess was correct. Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder. The White Wasp King's clothes fluttered as he stood on the lake and looked into the distance. He was extremely handsome, like an elegant young man. He wore a jade robe and looked handsome. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell that he was a greater demon monarch with a terrifying cultivation level at the 8th tribulation of longevity realm. Firevine King, if Lin Sun guessed that we were here, do you think he would dare to attack us alone? Asked the White Wasp King suddenly. Right now, a total of 16 fellow Taoists are gathered here, and the black-robed king is here. Would he dare? The Fire Vine King poked her head out of the water, her fiery red hair fluttering on the water surface. She was a charming woman with snow-white skin and a curvaceous figure. She was extremely sexy and alluring. He would dare. The White Wasp King was silent for a moment, and then said indifferently, during this period of time, all the demon kings who underestimated this boy were killed without exception. Such a ruthless and unscrupulous character, there is nothing he doesn't dare to do. A touch of hostility appeared between the Fire Vine King's eyebrows, and she said, "You mean, he might come?" The White Wasp King nodded. "As long as he is not stupid, he can guess that we will definitely ask the Black-Robed King for help. Lin Sun will definitely not let go of this opportunity to kill us all, so, he will definitely come." In the hall of Qianyuan in the Forbidden City of the Empire, a piece of news was sent back from the border in an urgent manner. "Your Highness, the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians sent 13 shaman kings to sneak into our territory from the southern frontier of the empire." Behind the desk, Zhao Jingxian, who was dealing with government affairs, suddenly raised her head with her clear eyes. "When did it happen?" "This morning." The servant who delivered the news said respectfully, 13 shaman kings acted together. "Does it mean that nearly half of the king realm and the army of voodoo barbarians have entered our empire?" Zhao Jingxian frowned and realized that the situation was a little serious. Now, the empire had been in an advantageous position in the war against the demon beasts. It was overwhelming and unstoppable. It was bad news for the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians. However, Zhao Jingxian did not expect that the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians would send a group of monster kings to sneak into the empire. What were they going to do? "Your Highness, according to the analysis of the Grand Council, the purpose of the 13 shaman kings is very likely to be related to killing Child Lin," the servant said in a low voice. Zhao Jingshuan's heart skipped a beat. They came with bad intentions. In such a situation, the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians must have something to rely on. They were sure that they could deal with Lin Sun, so they dared to do so. She asked, "Where is Child Lin now?" "According to the latest news, Child Lin is rushing to the south of the empire, probably to the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder," the servant said quickly. "The Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder? Black-Robed King?" Zhao Jingxian narrowed her eyes. As far as she knew, Black-Robed King was undoubtedly the most mysterious and unfathomable demon king. It was not surprising that Lin Sun would choose to deal with Black-Robed King. But now, Zhao Jingxian felt something was wrong. Because the 13 shaman kings who sneaked into the empire came from the southern frontier of the empire. If they joined hands with Black-Robed King, thinking of this, Zhao Jingxian suddenly stood up with a trace of seriousness on her beautiful face. If so, Lin would be in danger. At this moment, another news came. Report, the Grand Council has sent a message. According to the analysis of many sources, those monster kings who escaped and disappeared are very likely to go to the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder for help. Zhao Jingshuan's heart instantly tensed up. If the forces of demon kings and magus kings gathered together in the Great Marsh of Wind and Thunder, this would definitely be an unimaginably terrifying force. Coupled with the most mysterious Black-Robed King, the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder was destined to be a dangerous place. Once Lin Sun went there, it was extremely likely that they would encounter unprecedented danger. Issue an order to mobilize the forces of the king's domain within the empire and rush to the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder. Zhao Jingxian took a deep breath and made a decision. As she spoke, she strode out of the hall. "Your Highness, where are you going in the middle of the night?" The eunuchs were shocked. "It's too boring to stay in the palace. I'll go out for a walk." "Oh right, don't mention this to anyone. Just say that I need to go into seclusion for a few days." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Jingshuan's figure had already vanished into the boundless night outside the hall. The situation this time was too dangerous. Even she felt uneasy and wanted to make a trip to the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder herself. "We have a common enemy with those monster kings. If we join hands, they are bound to not refuse. This time, the 13 shaman kings will take action together with the treasures of our voodoo barbarians. It should not be difficult to kill Lin Sun. In short, we have done what should be done. The rest is up to the will of God." This night, the old and hoarse voice of Thunder Wizard King sounded in the voodoo barbarian camp. Other voodoo barbarian bigwigs all knew that if this action was successful, the empire was destined to suffer a heavy blow and would no longer be a threat. But if it failed, it would be impossible for the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians to invade and occupy the vast territory of the empire for many years. In short, they were betting that Lin Sun would definitely die this time. Whoosh, a treasure ship broke through the sky and flew in the night. Lin Sun sat casually on the bow of the ship. In his body, the 3,000 acupoints were like sword-cultivating furnaces, refining the 3,000 Taishan sword qi over and over again. In the past few months, Lin Sun's cultivation had not made a breakthrough, but he had successfully cultivated 3,000 Taishan sword qi. This was the highest level that could be achieved by practicing Taishan Sword Sutra in the longevity realm. What Lin Sun needed to do next was to refine the sword qi into sword light, sword intent, sword soul, and sword spirit. Clatter with Lin Sun's mind, the 3,000 Taishan sword qi wandered around him like a shoal of fish, making lively cheers. These strands of sword qi sometimes transformed into a ghastly and seemingly ethereal sword formation, sometimes transformed into a blazing, dazzling, and brilliant sword formation, and sometimes transformed into a sword formation that didn't stick to a single pattern and was filled with the aura of freedom and freedom. Each of them was wonderful and changeable. It's a pity that since I arrived in the mortal world, I haven't met a worthy opponent, so I can't test the real power of such a sword formation. Lin Sun felt a little regretful. Although there were many strange and mysterious areas in the mortal world, it could not be compared with the ancient Desolation domain, let alone the Forbidden domain. I hope I won't be too disappointed in the great swamp of wind and thunder this time, Lin Sun thought, and the 3,000 Taishan sword qi disappeared into his body. After solving the demon problem, I must start to break through the realm. A trace of determination flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. Now, his cultivation of the Tao, the power of martial arts, and the power of his soul had all been honed to the extreme level of this realm. If he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, other powers were doomed to be unable to make further progress. However, Lin Sun didn't waste time. During this period of time, he had been refining his physical strength and made rapid progress. His cultivation of body refining had entered the second tribulation of longevity realm. This was closely related to the 9 pure holy body tactics and the experience of body refining of divine elephant war emperor he had obtained. Moreover, because he had already passed the tribulation of longevity in the stage of qi refining, he didn't need to go through the test of tribulation when he made progress in body refining. The only thing that troubled Lin Sun was that he was not sure when the Forbidden Tao tribulation, which aimed at the cultivation of body refining, qi refining, and soul refining at the same time, would come. The Emperor of the Empire once said that there was an opportunity in the mortal world that could help me become a sage. I should ask Xianxia if the Emperor left any clues when he left, Lin Sun thought quickly. Within 10 years, the Battle of the 9 Regions would break out. It would be great if he could step into the sage realm before that. And the old toad, it's not far from half a year. I don't know if he has found anything in the burial of Taosi grave, Lin Sun thought of the old toad again. Finally, he shook his head and abandoned the thoughts in his mind. At present, he had to get rid of the demon beast disaster completely. As for other things, he could only solve them step by step. The ink-like night gradually faded, and a ray of dawn broke through the darkness, illuminating the mountains and rivers with a layer of dazzling morning light. In the distance of the great swamp of wind and thunder, boom one after another, the imperial battleships roared and slowly descended from the sky. A group of imperial king realm experts swarmed out of the warship. A rough count would place them at more than 20 people, and all of them were influential figures in the empire. They were either feudal officials in charge of a region or generals in charge of an army. Before the great change of the world, the great swamp of wind and thunder was very ordinary. But now, with the black-robed king entrenched here, it had become a forbidden area. At this time, tens of thousands of people gathered in front of the great swamp of wind and thunder. After receiving the news of the empire, the strongmen who were originally distributed in the southern part of the empire all came and gathered here. Because they had heard that a group of monster kings had gathered here, and Lin Sun was about to come and start a war, but anyone who knew the inside information knew that this war was destined to be extremely dangerous. Xianxia, you're here too. A middle-aged man with a strong figure and a dignified look said with a laugh. Such a war is enough to determine the fate of the empire. How can I miss it? In the distance, Xianxia said indifferently. He was thin and his eyes were clear. He was more elegant than before. I heard that child Lin came out of your bloodthirsty camp? Some nearby King Realm figures all came over here. Yes. Xianxia nodded and sighed with emotion in his heart. At that time, he personally walked out of the bloodthirsty camp and brought Lin Sun and Shiyu into the bloodthirsty camp. However, he didn't expect that after many years, the thin and tough teenager had become a peerless figure who could influence the general trend of the empire. Your Highness. A commotion in the distance immediately attracted the attention of Xianxia and others. Zhao Jingxian, dressed as a man, dressed in a purple robe and with a jade belt around her waist, came from afar, which surprised all the big shots of the empire present. None of them had expected that someone of Zhao Jingshuan's esteemed status would personally come here. Lin Sun hasn't come yet? Zhao Jingxian asked. No. Everyone shook their heads. Zhao Jingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. As far as I know, the great marsh of wind and thunder is full of danger now. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. She looked around and saw that the nearby area was crowded with people. There were not only the big shots of King Realm of the Empire, but also many cultivators. So many people? Zhao Jingxian was a little surprised. A big shot of the Empire said in a deep voice, this war will determine the trend of the Empire and is bound to attract attention from all sides. Others also said, yes, as far as I know, the news has spread overnight. All regions of the Empire have focused their attention on the great marsh of wind and thunder. A trace of coldness appeared at the corners of Zhao Jingshuan's mouth. It seems that the evil beast forces in the Empire and the forces of the wood barbarian 9 lineages outside the Empire are also paying attention to the upcoming war, right? Everyone nodded. This was inevitable. At this time, a shocking roar came from the great marsh of wind and thunder. The sound was like thunder, rolling between heaven and earth and changing the weather. Boom, a water pillar shot up from the great lightning swamp. Accompanied by wind and lightning baneful aura, it lifted a figure high into the air. Just the rumble alone caused some cultivators in the nearby area to feel their blood churning. They felt so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. The person stood on the water pillar with his hands behind his back. He had a pair of shiny silver wings on his back and a single horn on his forehead. His physique was slender and strong. Trespassers shall die. The moment these 6 words were spoken, every single one of them was like a clap of thunder, causing the clouds to collapse, rocks to shatter, and water to surge. Many weaker cultivators spat out blood from their mouths and noses, and their souls were almost shattered. Silver Crane King. Xianxia and company recognized the other party, and their expressions turned solemn. Although the Silver Crane King was not as powerful as the White Wasp King, he could be ranked among the 36 demon monarchs. His strength was extremely terrifying. The moment the Silver Crane King appeared, the atmosphere became oppressive. Many monarchs' eyes were filled with fear. Such a demon monarch is simply too terrifying. Although our empire is filled with talents and doesn't lack monarchs, there are only a handful of them who are top-notch. Countless cultivators in the nearby area shuddered. Don't worry. With young Master Lin around, we'll definitely flatten this place and show our empire's might, comforted some people. Silver Crane King, this is our empire's territory. How dare you threaten us after occupying our territory? Do you think there's no one in our empire? Suddenly, an monarch let out a long roar that sounded like a bell. The Silver Crane King's expression was cold. He didn't reply at all and only slashed with his hand. Whoosh, the void seemed to be split open by a sharp blade, creating a rift that was tens of thousands of feet wide. It crossed the void and slashed towards the Monarch Realm expert. He was a general who commanded an army. He had a violent personality, and his name was Zhang Sunlai. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds during the drastic changes in the world over the past few years. He now had the strength of a 6th tribulation longevity eminence. But at that moment, he staggered back from the Silver Crane King's slash. His arms were covered in blood, and when he stabilized himself, he couldn't help but spit out blood. Zhang Sunlai was heavily injured in one strike. Instantly, the nearby area fell silent. Everyone clenched their fists as they stared at the Silver Crane King, who stood proudly on the pillar of water with his hands behind his back. There was anger and fear on their faces. "You overestimate yourself," the Silver Crane King said coldly. "If you don't want to deal with Lin Sun, you're doomed to die a graveless death for showing up here. It's ridiculous. If you weren't afraid of Lin Sun, how could you escape from your nest and hide here?" Zhao Jingxian said coldly. "Haha, afraid? Since you said so, I might as well tell you that Lin Sun will be killed here this time." The Silver Crane King laughed, but his expression was unusually cold. Before he could finish speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. "Really?" Immediately after, the Silver Crane King's expression changed. He raised his head and saw a star-like light shooting over from the void. It was unbelievably fast, everyone was almost unable to describe it. They only felt a piercing pain in front of their eyes, and even their souls had an extremely oppressive and suffocating feeling. Damn it! The Silver Crane King sensed danger and his expression changed drastically. He flapped his wings and flew into the depths of Tempest Swamp. However, it was too late. The star-like light turned into a broken blade that emitted a peerless sharpness and slashed gently. Whoosh! The Silver Crane King's wings were sliced off by the broken blade. Blood splattered like a waterfall as his body fell uncontrollably from the void. At that moment, the broken blade seemed to have a mind of its own as it circled around the Silver Crane King's body. He could not dodge in time as his body fell like a piece of paper. This is? Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the Imperial King Realm experts, they were so shocked that their eyes widened. Previously, the Silver Crane King had severely injured Chong Sun Lai, who was a 6th Tribulation Longevity Realm expert, with a single strike. But now, a broken blade descended from the sky and slashed down, killing the Silver Crane King. It's young Master Lin. He's the only one in the world who possesses such divine might. The cultivators were excited. He had killed the enemy from afar before his figure even arrived. Such elegance was unprecedented. "He's here," Zhao Jingxian looked up with bright eyes. Suddenly, the world darkened. Immediately after, a dazzling azure sun seemed to rise in the distant sky. It was almost indescribable. It was so dazzling that the nearby mountains, rivers, plants, and rocks were all visible. Everyone was shocked. A tall and handsome figure walked out of the azure sun. His clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like an otherworldly immortal, but the Taoist light and power around him covered the sky. Clang! The broken blade flew back into his palm like a stream of light. Lin Sun was here. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. "Everyone, stay here. I'll talk to you after I go to the Great Swamp of Tempest." Lin Sun spoke high in the sky. On the way here, he had spread out his spiritual awareness and had a panoramic view of the scene here. He also knew that Zhao Jingxian led a group of kings of the empire to support him. Be careful. There are not only a group of monster kings in the Great Swamp of Tempest, but also 13 shaman kings. They came prepared. Don't be careless. Zhao Jingxian reminded him by voice transmission. Lin Sun nodded. Young Master Lin, if you need help, just call us. A king of the empire said loudly. It's just a group of evil beasts. I alone can do it. Lin Sun smiled casually. As he spoke, he stepped into the void and swept toward the Great Swamp of Tempest. His domineering attitude moved all the people present. Boom! However, as soon as Lin Sun stepped into the area of the Great Swamp of Tempest, something strange happened there. The water was turbulent, and the roar was like thunder. First, a lotus boat rose into the sky, and a golden figure stood on it, shrouded in blazing light. It was a huge winged serpent. Its entire body seemed to be made of gold, and its eyes were cold and piercing. Serpent King. Many people's expressions changed and became solemn. This was a monster king more terrible than the Silver Crane King. But this was just the beginning. As the roar shook the heavens, a demon king with blue scales, webbed hands, seaweed-like hair, and a pair of legs that had transformed into a dragon's tail appeared in the sky. He held a bronze halberd in his hand, and a demonic light surged around him. Sea Serpent King, on the other side, flames surged and turned into a vortex, burning the void. A graceful figure emerged from the flame vortex. She wore a crown of fire feathers and held a fiery red wooden staff. She looked like a demon god that was born from the flames. Fire Vine King. In addition, monster kings walked out from other directions one after another. Each of them had a monstrous aura, dazzling divine brilliance, and long and terrifying aura. The weakest one had the cultivation of the fifth tribulation of longevity. The strongest one even had the combat capability of the eighth tribulation of longevity. In the end, the storm swamp was covered by the figures of the monster kings. Demonic aura surged in the world, and phenomena appeared frequently. There was wind and lightning, flames, and roars that shook the sky. There were more than 10 monster kings, like mountains that spanned the world. Their aura was so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. Lin Sun, you actually dared to come. Aren't you afraid of suffering? Fire Vine King spoke above the flame vortex. His voice was charming, but it resounded in the world. Some experts felt their minds become chaotic, and they almost fainted. He's Lin Sun? He's indeed a character. His courage alone is much stronger than those cowards in the Empire, said the Sea Serpent King. The Sea Serpent King spoke. Every single word he spoke seemed to be material, and they shook the void like a clap of thunder. He's here. It's time to settle this feud. The monster kings spoke one after another, expressing their stance. The faces of the Empire's experts in the distance turned ugly during this process. The atmosphere was dead silent. Looking at these monster kings, which one of them wasn't arrogant and domineering? Who wouldn't be afraid of them? Although there were only more than 10 of them, the aura they emitted was so oppressive that most of the cultivators present almost couldn't breathe. The most terrifying thing was that the mysterious black-robed king and the 13 shaman kings hadn't shown up yet. What will young Master Lin do when facing so many monster kings? Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Sun. Humph. It was also at this moment that Lin Sun, who was standing in the void with his hands behind his back, let out a cold snort. Instantly, a divine aura like the sea spread out from his body, sweeping across the sky and covering the earth. The enormous wind-thunder-water swamp fell into an eerie silence, as if it was afraid of something. The expressions of the dozen monster kings changed. Their bodies felt as if they were being pressed by a mountain, and they sank a few feet in the void uncontrollably. A group of monster kings was being suppressed by the aura of a single person. Boom, Snake King was the first to be unable to bear it. The aura around him suddenly erupted like a raging wave, resisting Lin Sun's aura. Immediately after, the other monster kings also erupted one after another, each with monstrous aura. As a monster king, how could he endure being suppressed by Lin Sun alone? Boom, the sky and the earth changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. The scene of more than 10 monster kings displaying their aura at the same time was simply terrifying to the extreme. In the nearby area, the void exploded and the rocks collapsed. Countless cultivators of the Empire who had gathered nearby had no choice but to retreat in horror, and they retreated again and again. Even though they were extremely far away, they still felt it difficult to breathe, their chests were stuffy, and their bodies were stiff. For a time, terrifying aura surged between the heavens and the earth like smoke signals, holding up the sky and causing the wind and clouds to collapse. Just looking at it from afar was enough to make countless cultivators despair, but even under such circumstances, Lin Sun was calm and unafraid, and he took a step forward. One step, the aura around him rose again, and endless light flowed on the surface of his body like a great abyss. No matter how powerful the monster kings were, they were still unable to shake Lin Sun, and they fell into a stalemate. The cultivators of the Empire couldn't help but be shocked. Such divine aura could be said to be immeasurable. Even the monster kings couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. They restrained their carelessness, and their expressions became much more solemn and serious. They had no choice but to admit that they were facing an extremely frightening opponent this time. Lin Sun, you're indeed a peerless powerhouse of the human clan. You're on an equal footing with us. Since that's the case, why fight with each other for a bunch of worthless things? The demonic ancestor appreciates you very much. We can join hands to rule this world. The Fire Vine King said slowly. She wore a crown of fire feathers and held a fiery staff. She looked charming, but her aura was the strongest among all the demon kings. The Empire's powerhouses in the distance were all angry. They were regarded as worthless things by a demon. How could they not be angry? In your eyes, humans are worthless things. But in my eyes, what's the difference between you and worthless things? Lin Sun looked cold. In the zone of death, he had killed countless powerful beings. In the ancient desolation realm, he had even slain a saint with his own hands. It was ridiculous that these demon kings dared to boast in front of him. Human clan is really a lowly and ignorant thing. How dare you regard us as worthless things? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The sea serpent king's face was gloomy. These demon kings all had unique talents. They could easily control wind and rain and overturn rivers and seas. Their combat power was extremely terrifying. For the Empire's cultivators, these demon kings were indeed daunting. But for Lin Sun, they were not enough. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you're talking nonsense and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Lin Sun sneered and said decisively, "Stop talking nonsense. Let the black-robed king and those shaman kings show up." Arrogant. The demon kings were all furious. Their eyes were full of killing intent. They were irritated. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun still dared to be so arrogant and domineering. This made them feel embarrassed. Arrogant? Lin Sun sneered and strode in the void. Every step he took made the world shake. That's because you don't know what real power is. Lin Sun's figure was moving faster and faster. His whole body was flowing with Taoist light. He was like a cyan sun, moving between heaven and earth and crushing the sky. Opposite him, there were 16 demon kings in total. This was a completely unequal battle. In the Empire, almost no king realm powerhouse dared to do this, especially those demon kings, who were not easy to deal with. But Lin Sun did it. The hearts of countless imperial experts were hanging by a thread. They were shocked by his heroic posture, but they were also worried and nervous for him. Everyone realized that regardless of the outcome of this battle, this scene of a charge was destined to be imprinted in the hearts of everyone present, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Kill him. The Fire Vine King's eyes instantly became incomparably cold. Boom, a demon king charged out. He had the head of a leopard and the body of a human. His body seemed to be cast from copper and iron, and he was extremely robust. He was a few meters tall and carried a pair of bronze maces on his back, and he emitted an extremely ferocious aura. Leopard King, a longevity 7th tribulation demon monarch, had once slaughtered dozens of cities in the Empire. Countless Empire soldiers had died at his hands. Lin Sun, I'll kill you. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, swift like a bolt of lightning, and dazzling light flowed on his body. His speed was so swift that it had already attained a world-shocking state. In fact, it was because he had absolute confidence in his speed that he dared to take the lead to confront Lin Sun. Die. Lin Sun's footsteps did not stop, and he casually pressed a finger. Countless rays of light surged out from his body and converged on his finger. In the end, they transformed into a vast and mighty finger energy that was recorded in the annals of history, and it crushed through space and smashed over. The Leopard King subconsciously chose to dodge, but under this finger that was like a spring and autumn that filled the universe, there was no way for him to escape, and there was no way out. Bang, in everyone's eyes, as soon as the Leopard King charged out, he was pressed by Lin Sun's finger. Then, his body suddenly exploded like a crispy biscuit, and it was torn into pieces. A finger had killed the Leopard King. All the demon kings were shocked, and their pupils shrank. Even the Fire Vine King revealed a trace of fear. They thought of Lin Sun's past achievements, and they all had a feeling that it was as expected. Together, several demon kings shouted and charged out. They were the Golden Bear King, the Wind Falcon King, and the Sea Serpent King. Every one of them went all out, and there was no delay. Wind, rise. The Wind Falcon King shouted, and a purple hurricane formed by the power of laws whistled through the sky like a dragon. Kill. The Golden Bear King roared, and his body suddenly grew to thousands of meters tall, like a mountain that supported the sky. He waved his arm that was as thick as a stone pillar, and punched at Lin Sun. Looking from afar, it was not a fist, but a golden mountain pressing down on Lin Sun. Whoosh, the Sea Serpent King's figure flashed, and he directly rushed at Lin Sun with a bronze halberd in his hand, as if he was invincible. In addition to the three of them, the other demon kings also attacked. In an instant, the sky and earth here dimmed, and the horrible atmosphere was like the arrival of doomsday. The scene was enough to make people despair. Chop. Lin Sun's eyes were cold, and his black hair was flying. Facing the attacks from all directions, dazzling and sharp sword chi suddenly swept out of his body. Every sword chi swept out made the world tremble, and the clear sound was like a dragon, shaking the universe. When the dense sword chi appeared together, the world was filled with the vast sword chi, and the infinite sharpness. Boom, the hurricane that was like a purple dragon was easily smashed by a sword chi. The huge fist energy that fell from the sky was pierced by the sword chi like a hot knife cutting through butter, and it exploded inch by inch. The Sea Serpent King, who was charging at Lin Sun with his halberd, only felt his arms shake violently, and he was forcibly sent flying by a sword chi. That sword chi was simply invincible. Ah. No. How is this possible? Cries of agony could be heard coming from the void. The Wind Falcon King was the first to suffer. More than 10 sword chi crisscrossed, and his body was instantly torn into countless pieces of blood. Then, the Sea Serpent King was pierced through the chest by a sword chi, and he was forcibly nailed to death in the air. His heart exploded, and his soul was crushed. The Golden Bear King's body, which was thousands of meters tall, was like a punctured ball, and it was thousands of meters tall. Looking closely, his limbs were actually cut off one by one. Seeing this, the other demon kings who were rushing over from afar couldn't help but be startled. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were frightened. No matter how stupid they were, they all realized that Lin Sun had the ability to suppress them. Whoosh, at this moment, the Fire Vine King attacked. In her palm, the Fire Divine wand pointed at the void. Suddenly, a flame swept out, and turned into a sky full of Fire Divine chains, densely packed like a waterfall falling from the sky. Suddenly, Lin Sun's figure was trapped in a cage made of intertwining Fire Divine chains. Buzz, at the same time, the flaming feather crown on the top of the Flaming Vine King's head flashed out, and with a revolve, it shot out numerous flaming blades that were bright and dazzling, and all of them were formed from the terrifying laws of fire, causing them to be peerlessly sharp. Watch out! Zhao Jingxian was shocked. Lin Sun, who was trapped in the fire cage, stepped out, and a terrifying Taoist light spread out from his body, like a landslide and tsunami. Boom, the fire cage suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Then, Lin Sun pressed his palm out. The bright light green Taoist light condensed into a palm print, and like a huge millstone, it squeezed and collapsed the void, and all the flaming flying blades were crushed into powder. Boom, amidst the terrifying loud noise, under the dumbfounded gazes of all the onlookers. The Fire Vine King was hit by the millstone-like palm force, and she was sent flying thousands of feet away. The skin of her charming and sexy body cracked inch by inch, and blood flowed out. Between heaven and earth, there was a dead silence. Even those monster kings were frightened, and their expressions changed. Too strong, no one had expected Lin Sun to be so terrifying. The arrogant monster king was like a chicken or a dog in his hands. He was so vulnerable that he could not even withstand a single blow and was easily suppressed. For example, the Fire Vine King was a peerless monster king that was comparable to the White Wasp King, and it had the power of the 8th retribution of longevity. But so what? In a flash, she was sent flying by Lin Sun. Again. Lin Sun's body was shining, and his essence, chi, and spirit surged and circulated, covering his whole body with a layer of power that looked down on the mountains and rivers, and devoured everything. Like a demon god, he rushed out, flicked his finger, waved his palm, and punched. Simple movements, but they brought with them a great power that suppressed the heaven and earth, and killed all. Bang! 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 Even though those monster kings tried their best to resist, they were still killed. In just a few breaths, another 6 or 7 monster kings died. At this time, Lin Sun's ferocious power was overwhelming, and it suppressed everyone. In the distance, the powerhouses of the empire were already shocked speechless, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Most of them saw Lin Sun fight for the first time. But they didn't expect that Lin Sun could still be so brave when facing more than 10 monster kings alone. Run! Go! The remaining monster kings were all scared out of their wits, and they fled towards the great swamp of wind and thunder in a panic. Slash. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his body was like a shining sun, with an immortal, indestructible, and eternal aura. Sword chi immediately broke through the air, and moved between the mountains and rivers. Poof, 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 in the blink of an eye, the sword chi shot out, and killed all the monster kings that were fleeing in the distance. Even a peerless monster king like the Fire Vine King couldn't escape. At this moment, the powerhouses of the empire were all stunned. Before, when they heard that the great swamp of wind and thunder was full of killing intent, they were all worried and came to support Lin Sun together. But they didn't expect that Lin Sun alone could defeat all the monster kings without their help. That bloody scene caused their hearts to tremble. Everyone knew that Lin Sun was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was stronger and more horrible than expected. In his hands, the monster kings were wiped out one by one like fragile grass. Who dared to believe that? Whoosh! At this time, Lin Sun had already drifted to the depths of the great swamp of wind and thunder. The battle had just begun. Monster kings such as the Black-Robed King, the White Bee King, and the 13 Shaman Kings hadn't appeared yet. Since he encountered such a great opportunity this time, how could Lin Sun show mercy? Zhao Jingxian couldn't help saying. Lin Sun stopped immediately. What's wrong? Be careful. Thousands of words were at the tip of his tongue, but they were reduced to these 2 words. Lin Sun smiled and waved his hand without looking back. I'll be back soon. P.S. 5 chapters are done, and 2 more chapters will be done at 3 p.m. Brothers and sisters, subscribe. Monthly votes. In the case of 10 chapters, if the data is too ugly, it will affect the enthusiasm of writing. Please Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder, Black Wind Mountain. The moment Lin Sun appeared outside the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder, he was noticed by the White Wasp King, but he wasn't worried. Now in the Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder, Demon Kings and 13 Shaman Kings came to form an alliance. In the White Wasp King's view, Lin Sun was doomed to die. What's more, the Black-Robed King was here. But after witnessing Lin Sun kill more than 10 Demon Kings alone, the White Wasp King couldn't sit still and his face changed suddenly. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent. Not only the White Wasp King, but the rest of the monster kings gathered nearby were also agitated and agitated. How could he be so terrible? How could there be such power in this world? He hasn't become a sage. Those monster kings spoke, all of them extremely shocked. Amazing! A shaman king next to him exclaimed. This man was slender, with dense totem tattoos on his skin and a pair of vertical pupils, which made him look extremely demonic. This man was the Mountain Witch King of the Earth Barbarians. The Mountain Witch King was the leader of the 13 Shaman Kings. What do you mean, Taoism pure? The White Wasp King's face darkened. It's not shameful to admit the opponent's strength. The Mountain Witch King said calmly, if not, how could we have a chance to attack? The White Wasp King sneered, so, you're sure that you can subdue this guy? The other Demon Kings also looked over with unfriendly expressions. If I'm not sure, why did we come here? To court death? The Mountain Shaman King started laughing. He seemed to be extremely conceited and composed as he gazed into the distance and said, everyone, just wait. We'll make a move when that kid arrives, and we'll be able to crush that bastard. The White Wasp King was eager for these Shaman Kings to attack. He said without hesitation, then we'll wait and see. I hope you can surprise us and show us the means of the Wood Barbarians. The Mountain Witch King smiled without saying a word. The other 12 Shaman Kings by his side were calm and composed as well. From beginning to end, the Black-Robed King in the closed cave residence didn't say a word, as if he didn't know what was happening outside. He's coming. The White Wasp King narrowed his eyes. The group of Demon Kings and Shaman Kings all looked into the distance. Above the great swamp, Lin Sun walked in the air alone. His sleeves were fluttering, his black hair was flying, and his breath was calm and clear. Looks like all of you are prepared to die. Who will come first, or all of you at once? Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the Black Wind Mountain in the distance. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and his voice was flat, but it resounded through the whole world. Humph. The White Wasp King and the other demons wore gloomy expressions and gnashed their teeth in hatred. When had they ever been treated like this? Lin Sun, don't you know that you're going to die? Suddenly, the mountain wizard king let out an apathetic voice and soared into the air. So, the other 12 shaman kings soared into the sky as well, and when looked at from afar, they were like 13 gods of berserkers, and their auras seemed to be exceptionally terrifying. Voodoo barbarian bastards? Lin Sun said thoughtfully, it seems that you can't sit still anymore. Are you worried that after I kill these bastards, I will go to your 9 branches of voodoo barbarians, so you come here to die in advance? Humph, you have a sharp tongue. I can't let you live, so I'll send you to hell now. The mountain wizard king snorted and waved his sleeve. A weird bloody statue rose into the air. At the same time, he and the other 12 shaman kings recited obscure and strange incantations, which were full of primitive and ancient aura. Then, an amazing scene appeared. The bodies of the 13 shaman kings turned into divine rainbows, representing the power of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning, and rushed into the weird bloody statue together. Boom, in an instant, divine light suddenly rose from the statue and pierced through the sky, revealing numerous stars. What an amazing aura, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. The statue suddenly seemed to have woken up. It suddenly became extremely huge and turned into a majestic figure. He had a green face and fangs, with wind and thunder under his feet, beast earrings hanging from his ears, and a necklace of skulls around his neck. His exposed skin was branded with complex totems. In the totems, there were scenes of 5 elements, yin and yang, sun, moon, stars, and so on. He was like a god who could contain the world and control all things. Great! The eyes of the White Bee King and other demons lit up. Even they didn't expect that these shaman kings came prepared, and the means they displayed were even more unimaginably powerful. Even with their cultivation, when facing that terrifying and imposing figure, they still felt incomparable pressure, and their bodies stiffened. Even if he is not as good as a sage, I'm afraid he can't be much wrong, the White Bee King thought. How could he not see that this godlike figure actually gathered the power of the 13 shaman kings, which was extremely weird and horrible? Boom, between heaven and earth, the wind and the clouds changed, and all things darkened. The figure, who looked like an ancient barbarian god, was like a surging wind and thunder, shaking the void. Along with his appearance, a terrifying and boundless pressure spread out and swept out in all directions. What a horrible breath. Outside the great swamp of wind and thunder, the empires. Strong men all held their breath at this moment. They felt a kind of oppressive breath blowing on their faces. A real tough guy has appeared. Zhao Jingshuan's clear eyes were also fixed. She had long realized that this time the monster kings gathered here must be prepared. Although she was extremely confident in Lin Sun, she inevitably felt worried. Be careful. Zhao Jingxian murmured in her heart. Interesting. With the help of a treasure, he actually accommodated the power of 13 shaman kings. This means is really rare. At the same time, Lin Sun also felt a kind of pressure. It was also the first time that he had felt this familiar pressure since he returned to the mortal world. This long-lost feeling aroused Lin Sun's real fighting spirit. Lin Sun, I will catch you, keep you as a slave, and make you a pawn of our voodoo barbarian tribe. The barbarian god made a rumbling sound, causing the void to burst into pieces. Ho ho. With a cold smile, Lin Sun suddenly stepped out, rose to the sky, came to the head of the barbarian god, and stepped down. Boom, it was like a holy mountain falling from the sky. The void cracked, and incomparably bright Taoist light burst out from the bottom of Lin Sun's foot. Humph. The barbarian god's figure flashed slightly and dodged. Under the surprised gaze of the crowd, the power of Lin Sun's foot crushed a nearby mountain, which directly burst open. The world trembled, and smoke and dust billowed. Hiss, seeing this scene, the White Bee King and the others couldn't help but gasp. With their ability, they might be able to block this foot, but they would be seriously injured. Boom, at this time, Lin Sun's fist swept over again. The powerful and simple fist energy shattered the 3 kilometers of space in front of him. At this time, the barbarian god no longer retreated. He pressed his palm, and the terrible blood light swept out and condensed into a palm print, with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The collision of the two produced an earth-shattering roar. Within 1,000 miles, all the water and lakes were evaporated, and the terrible divine light swept over, destroying everything. Dang, dang. Dang, above the void, Lin Sun and the barbarian god each took a few steps back, and they were evenly matched. How is this possible? The White Bee King and the others' expressions changed drastically. How terrifying was the barbarian god's figure, but it couldn't suppress Lin Sun. This was too unbelievable. You clearly only have the strength of a seventh tribulation longevity realm, but why are you so powerful? The barbarian god was also shocked. Lin Sun didn't say anything. His fighting spirit surged, and he charged again without hesitation. Boom! Boom! From afar, Lin Sun's figure pushed through the 9 heavens and crushed everything. Every move he made carried the power to burn mountains and boil seas, and reverse the universe. Even though his attacks were blocked by the barbarian god's figure repeatedly, his might became stronger as he fought, causing the White Bee King and the other demons to tremble in fear. They were sure that if they were in his shoes, they would have died a long time ago. In an instant, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Lin Sun's aura was like a rainbow, and his might rose steadily. On the other hand, the barbarian god's figure showed faint signs of being suppressed. You dare to clamor to take me as a slave with just this little ability? Lin Sun sneered. He raised his hand, and the power of star obliteration devouring firmament Dao contained various great Dao profundities. He gathered them in his fist, and he punched down fiercely. Bang! This punch directly caused the barbarian god's figure to stagger and fly into the air. The energy covering the surface of his body was shattered, and he cried out in pain. This? The White Bee King and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. He was too strong. The combat strength Lin Sun revealed had once again exceeded their imagination. Only now did they realize that Lin Sun hadn't used his full strength at all when he killed the Fiery Vine King and the other 16 demon kings. You deserve death. In the distance, the barbarian god's figure was furious. The bone ring hanging on his ear buzzed as it flashed out and transformed into a white bone spear. This spear flowed with a holy luster, and a divine aura faintly appeared. It was clearly a saint artifact. An even more terrifying aura spread out from the barbarian god's figure. Obviously, he was furious from embarrassment and started to use his full strength. But it was still useless. Saint artifact, Lin Sun had it too, and he had quite a few. Clang, a divine sword that was crimson red like blood flashed out. A river of blood faintly appeared on the blade that was 2 fingers wide, and the corpses of fiend gods floated in the river. It was a shocking scene. Yuan Killer Sword. In ancient times, it was an unparalleled ominous sword that could make sages pale at the mention of it. It had eaten the blood of many sages. In the domain of extinction, Lin Sun had taken this sword from the hands of Mingzi. He had kept it with him and rarely used it. At this moment, when he took out this sword, Lin Sun suddenly exuded a kind of murderous momentum that could kill everything and destroy everything. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang! In a flash, Lin Sun, who controlled the Yuan Killer Sword, and the barbarian god, who held the white bone spear, fought fiercely. The aura emitted by the 2 saint artifacts made the entire great swamp of wind and thunder fall into turmoil. All the mountains and rivers within 8,000 miles trembled as if they were bowing their heads in submission. The White Bee King and the other demons had been shaken to the point that their faces turned pale and their minds were shaken. They'd never seen such a peerlessly dangerous battle, and even if they were watching it from afar, they felt an indescribably lethal threat. P.S. The 6th and 7th chapters are released consecutively. Thank you to LoveApple01, Baobao666, Ideo520, and other friends for their tips and monthly votes. The 8th chapter will be released at around 6 p.m. A fierce battle broke out in the air. It was as if 2 gods were fighting each other. Even outside the great swamp of wind and thunder, one could clearly see that the world there seemed to have been broken, drowned by endless sword chi and divine aura. This kind of battle is simply unheard of. Some of the kings of the empires were shocked. Zhao Jingxian didn't speak. She naturally wouldn't say that she'd seen a similar battle more than once in the region of extinction. Moreover, there was no lack of battles that were even more dangerous and terrifying than this one. Bang! Amidst a deafening collision, the god of barbarians was blasted flying, and his body trembled and twitched. His expression was extremely solemn. He'd never imagined that the opponent he faced today would be so heaven-defying, and he couldn't be judged by convention at all. Clang, the primordial massacre sword swept up, stirring up a nether river. The phenomenon of fiend gods falling appeared, covering the world. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a peerless sword devil. At this moment, he'd already roughly determined that the battle prowess of the god of berserkers who'd fused with the strength of the 13 shaman kings was roughly similar to Yun Qingbai in the past, and it might even be slightly inferior. Because Yun Qingbai's Tao of the sword was a peerless power, and it was not something that the god of berserkers could compare to. This phantom of the barbarian god was extremely powerful. It was almost the strongest one Lin Sun had ever seen below the Saint Realm. However, strength was strength, and battle prowess was battle prowess. The two were different. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to push him back again. He fell from the sky and hit the ground, shaking the earth and mountains. Even if his skin was rough and his flesh was thick, he still couldn't withstand this kind of devastation. The god of barbarians couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, and all the bones in his body almost fell apart. Boom! Lin Sun descended from the sky and stomped down, intending to crush the head that had just been raised. Get lost! The phantom of the barbarian god roared. The dense totems that covered his entire body suddenly glowed while blazing divine radiance surged into appearance, and it caused his imposing aura to actually rise explosively. A necklace of skulls hanging on its neck suddenly flew up and turned into a bloody mouth, swallowing Lin Sun. Lin Sun's pupils shrank as he sensed something wrong. Without hesitation, he took out the Tower of Endless Tao and pressed it down fiercely. Boom! When the two collided, the world lost its color and the sun and moon lost their light. In the fierce confrontation, the bloody mouth began to be defeated inch by inch. In the end, amidst the roar, it once again turned into a necklace of skulls. However, in the next moment, the skull necklace broke and fell to the ground. You actually destroyed my clan's sacred treasure. The barbarian god let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, and it revealed extreme shock and rage. He seemed to have never imagined that merely a single strike would destroy his strongest saint artifact. He couldn't believe it. One should know that his skull necklace was made from the skulls of saints. It was called the Necklace of the Saint's Skull and was extremely mysterious. But now, it was destroyed in a single strike. This made him realize that the Tower of Endless Tao that Lin Sun presented was absolutely an incredible treasure. Kill! Without hesitation, Lin Sun took out his Yuan killer sword and attacked. Puff! Caught off guard, the phantom of the god of barbarians only managed to dodge, but his body was still struck by the sword chi. A bloody sword mark appeared on his waist, and he was almost cut in half. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be so powerful? The phantom of the god of barbarians was completely panicked. He realized that something was wrong and he felt threatened. Kill! Lin Sun didn't bother to talk nonsense at all. He manipulated the Yuan killer sword and attacked. Crack! There was a loud noise. The white bone spear in the hand of the phantom of the god of barbarians was cut off by the sharp blade of the Yuan killer sword in the violent collision. At the same time, blood spurted from the mouth and nose of the phantom of the god of barbarians, and his body became dim. Kill! Lin Sun exerted all his strength in one go. The sword edge was like lightning, setting off a monstrous bloody light. It was like a thick river of blood flowing backwards, covering the world. With a roar and a scream, the phantom of the god of barbarians couldn't hold on any longer. His body suddenly exploded, turning into 13 figures that staggered and fell in the void. They were the 13 shaman kings. But at this moment, their faces were pale and they seemed to be greatly injured. There was unconcealable panic and anger on their faces. This time, they came prepared. They thought that they could easily kill Lin Sun with their secret method. But they never thought that in the end, not only did they destroy 2 saint artifacts, but they also suffered great losses. Go! Without hesitation, they chose to escape. However, how could Lin Sun let them go? With a wave of his sleeve, 720 Taishan sword chi swept out and turned into the great void-killing sword formation, sweeping across the sky. Puff! Puff! In the void, the shaman kings were killed one after another. Their bodies turned into bursting flesh and blood and fell from the void. No one was spared. At this moment, the world was silent, and only the thick smell of blood spread. Outside the great swamp of wind and thunder, all the imperial strongmen were in a trance. There was only one thought in their mind: how strong was Child Lin? On the Black Wind Mountain in the distance, the White Bee King and other demons had been frightened and their faces were pale. Witnessing such an unparalleled battle, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that it was absolutely easy for Lin Sun to kill them. It's your turn. Above the void, Lin Sun moved his eyes and looked at the White Bee King and other demons. His expression was indifferent and calm. Black-robed King, if you don't take action, we will all die because of you today. The White Bee King screamed in horror. Black-robed King, why don't you take action? The other demon kings also screamed in horror. Obviously, at this moment, the Black-robed King had become their only hope. In the distance, Lin Sun glanced around and then fixed his eyes on a closed cave residence on the Black Wind Mountain. Was the Black-robed King cultivating in it? However, there was no movement in the cave residence. It seems that the Black-robed King has no intention of helping you. Lin Sun looked calm. With a buzzing sound, the Yuan killer sword, like a bloody rainbow, swept over the void. The sharp edge of the sword was filled with monstrous blood. No, the moment they faced Lin Sun head-on, the White Bee King and others directly collapsed. They couldn't even think of resisting. This man was so horrible that they felt desperate. Cut. Lin Sun didn't hesitate. With a thought, the Yuan killer sword turned into a light and slashed at the Black Bee King. Boom! Right at this moment, a black figure suddenly charged out from the tightly shut abode, and with an unbelievable speed, he blocked the sword. Clang! A terrifying collision sound rang out. The black figure left as quickly as it came, and was forced to take more than 10 steps back from the impact. With each step, a big pit collapsed on the ground. Looking carefully, he was holding a spear in his hand. However, it was broken by Lin Sun's sword. Black-robed King. The White Bee King and other demons were overjoyed and refreshed. The figure was covered in a black robe. It was the Black-robed King. However, his appearance made Lin Sun frown. He vaguely felt that he was familiar. Master, can you let them go this time? The Black-robed King suddenly spoke. However, his words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the White Wasp King and the others, causing them to be dumbfounded. Master? The Black-robed King actually called Lin Sun master. Lin Sun finally guessed who the other party was. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Red Eagle King? In the distance, the Black-robed King took off the hat covering his head, revealing a pale face. He said with a complicated expression, Master, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Lin Sun felt unprepared at this moment. Before, he searched for the trace of the Red Eagle King in the southwest province of the empire, thinking that he had died. Unexpectedly, the other party appeared in front of him as the Black-robed King. This was something Lin Sun had never thought of. Not to mention Lin Sun, even the White Bee King and others were dumbfounded. The Black-robed King, whom they pinned all their hopes on, actually recognized Lin Sun as his master. This change was too great. I didn't expect that there was really a traitor in my Lin family. Lin Sun's expression turned cold. Master, please listen to my explanation. The Black-robed King was about to say something when he was interrupted by Lin Sun. Explanation? Well, I'll listen to your explanation after I kill these evil creatures. As he said, he did not hesitate to use the Yuan killer sword and attacked again. Whoosh! The sword chi was like a divine rainbow, cutting through the void. At this moment, it was no wonder that Lin Sun was angry. When he first returned to the mortal world, when he heard that the Red Eagle King was regarded as a traitor, Lin Sun refused to believe it and thought it was a slander by the Zhou family. But in the end, he found that the Red Eagle King had really become a traitor. How could Lin Sun accept this? The battle broke out again. Lin Sun, who was furious, attacked mercilessly. In a moment, the White Bee King and other demons were all killed. No matter how they wailed and struggled, it was of no use. In the process, the Red Eagle King seemed to be in great pain and struggle. His whole body was trembling, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. No one knew how much suffering and pain he was suffering in his heart. Clang! Lin Sun put away the Yuan killer sword and landed on the Black Wind Mountain. He looked at the Red Eagle King coldly and said, Now, you can explain. The Crimson Eagle King was stunned, and he let out a long sigh after a short while and said, I was wrong since the beginning. At this point, there's no need to explain any longer. It was my fault for making Master angry, and I have nothing to say. I only hope that Master can give me a swift death. After that, he looked at Lin Sun calmly. Lin Sun sneered, "Do you think I dare not?" He was really angry. He felt like he had been deceived and betrayed. The Red Eagle King was silent. Trash. I didn't expect that after so many years, I should accept a trash like you as my successor. It's a disgrace to me. Suddenly, a cold and majestic voice sounded under the Black Wind Mountain. The Red Eagle King's face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Go, Master!" Boom, however, it was too late. With the cold and majestic voice, a terrible and boundless big hand suddenly stretched out from the Black Wind Mountain, covering the sky and covering Lin Sun fiercely. At this moment, Lin Sun had a creepy feeling. Go! At this moment, the Red Eagle King roared. He suddenly rushed to the sky, and his whole body burst out with surging light. He rushed to the big hand, looking extremely determined. P.S. Don't forget to subscribe and monthly tickets. The Scarlet Eagle King flew out and blocked in front of the large hand that tore through the air. With Lin Sun's strength, he could choose to dodge immediately, but he didn't expect that at such a dangerous moment, Red Eagle King would come forward without hesitation. Master, run! The anxious voice still echoed in the void, but it made Lin Sun's heart feel like it was hit by a giant hammer, and his emotions were in turmoil. Could it be? Did he wrongly blame Red Eagle King? Boom, the big hand covered the sky, and the power was so terrifying. In just a moment, Red Eagle King was slapped away, his bones burst, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Run! Red Eagle King was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He was seriously injured and dying, but he obviously didn't care about it, and only wanted Lin Sun to escape. When he roared, he rushed up again. Evil disciple! Under the Black Wind Mountain, the cold and furious voice of the demon ancestor sounded. It seemed that he didn't expect that his last disciple would die for a human. Boom, the big hand that covered the sky became more and more terrifying, and the 5 fingers were like 5 mountains that held up the sky, wrapped in strange and frightening bloody brilliance, pressing down fiercely. The void was chaotic, and the sky was covered, and the light couldn't be seen. Master, I have never betrayed you. At this moment, Red Eagle King seemed to know that he was going to die, and his expression suddenly became calm. His blood-stained body rushed up without hesitation. But his eyes were looking at Lin Sun in the distance, as if he was saying goodbye. Buzz, at this moment, Lin Sun's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Red Eagle King, grabbed his clothes, and threw him out fiercely. And Lin Sun suddenly raised his head, and with a long roar, 1,800 Taishan sword chi burst out of his body, turning into the Great Destruction Prison Sword formation. At the same time, in his palm, a blood-stained bronze shield appeared. Master! Red Eagle King in the distance was stunned, and his eyes widened. Boom, in the earth-shaking collision sound, the Great Destruction Prison Sword formation made a violent explosion, and was smashed by the big hand that covered the sky. Lin Sun's body shook, and he coughed up blood, and his face was pale. However, his expression was still firm and resolute, and the light around him roared, as if his whole body was completely burning. Dang, the blood-stained bronze shield made a deafening roar. Although it blocked the horrible power of the big hand, Lin Sun's body suddenly sank from the void, and his body made an unbearable sound of bones rubbing against each other. At this moment, Red Eagle King was in a trance and his eyes were red. His emotions were surging like a mountain torrent. How could he have thought that Lin Sun would do this? Boom, the power of the big hand was so horrible that Lin Sun was pressed down and smashed on Black Wind Mountain. Then, the entire mountain collapsed and exploded. The rocks were crushed into powder. In the process, Lin Sun's skin was cracking inch by inch, and his expression was faintly ferocious. He seemed to be extremely strenuous. Kill! He roared furiously. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and the broken blade swept out. He used the profundities of the star-engulfing heaven Tao to contain all of his strength and completely erupted. Impermanent slash, the strongest strike of the 6 slashes of heavenly origin. Bang! Bang! In the next instant, the heavens and the earth there were drowned by the terrifying glow of the Tao, and it was peerlessly dazzling. One could only see the lofty and majestic Blackwind Mountain explode into pieces like a piece of paper while a bottomless chasm was blasted open on the ground. In the nearby area, the earth was cracking, producing a rumbling explosion. Boom! Red Eagle King was swept by the aftermath, and his body was shaken to fly out fiercely. His injury became more and more serious, but he didn't care about it. He struggled to get up and rushed there. Master! Master! He rushed to the place of the battle like a madman, regardless of life and death. There, smoke and dust were billowing, and the evil spirit was whistling. There were still sharp and terrible sword chi and palm power in the void. If ordinary practitioners approached, they would be killed in an instant. But Red Eagle King completely ignored it. He rushed in and searched crazily. Finally, he saw Lin Sun at the bottom of a huge gully under the earth. Master! Red Eagle King's heart twitched, and his lips trembled. Lin Sun was lying there, his body cracked and stained with blood. His face was pale and transparent. He looked extremely miserable, as if he had died. Master! The Red Eagle King knelt there. His eyes were red, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. He didn't expect it. He really didn't expect it. Originally, when he was regarded as a traitor by Lin Sun and misunderstood him, Red Eagle King's heart sank to the bottom, and he felt extremely painful and tormented. At that time, he was desperate, so he bravely died, hoping to get Lin Sun's forgiveness with his own death. But he didn't expect that he was saved by Lin Sun. On the contrary, Lin Sun suffered because of this. At this moment, Red Eagle King felt like collapsing, and let out a sad whimper. I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? At this moment, Lin Sun, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice. Red Eagle King was stiff all over. He rubbed his eyes fiercely as if he couldn't believe it. Then he suddenly became ecstatic and said in a trembling voice, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Lin Sun got up and looked at Red Eagle King's crying appearance. His heart was also emotional, but he said with a smile, well, it's too shameful to be seen by others. Red Eagle King nodded quickly and grinned, I was just a little too excited and couldn't control myself for a while. The next moment, the two rushed out together and appeared between heaven and earth. As far as the eye could see, Blackwind Mountain had already been blown up and disappeared. The surrounding area had been turned into a devastated land, which was shocking. Master, don't worry. It's impossible for the demonic ancestor to make a second attack. He is trapped in the Great Void Prison. After countless years, his power has almost been exhausted. Red Eagle King said. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an icy cold and ruthless voice resound. Evil disciple. When I get out of here, I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. There was incomparable anger in the voice. Red Eagle King's expression was cold and he was silent. At this point, the voice of the demonic ancestor disappeared completely. Obviously, his power was not enough for him to make another attack. Otherwise, he would not have chosen such a weak way of threatening. Lin Sun. In the distance, many figures rushed over, led by Xianxia. Previously, Lin Sun and the demonic ancestor waved a big hand, which caused such a terrible movement that even the Empire's strongmen standing outside the great swamp of wind and thunder felt the boundless chill. However, when Zhao Jingxian saw that Lin Sun was not in trouble at this time, she was completely relieved, and her whole body felt relieved. He won? Zhao Jingxian asked. Lin Sun smiled slightly and nodded gently. Suddenly, the Empire's strongmen who followed closely were all shocked. On this day, Lin Sun alone killed a group of monster kings, killed 13 shaman kings, and flattened the great swamp of wind and thunder. So many monster kings, are all dead? When the news came out, the world was shocked. Impossible. In this world, except for the sage, who can suppress a group of monster kings? Those monster forces were all shocked and didn't believe it. But whether they believed it or not, Lin Sun was standing there. Someone recorded the scenes in the great swamp of wind and thunder with a jade slip, and the news spread throughout the empire at the fastest speed. Lin Sun first killed 16 monster kings, and then killed the phantom of barbarian god formed by 13 monster kings. Lin Sun's bright figure like the sun was like a brand, shocking and remembered by the world. There was no doubt that this battle was destined to be the most brilliant scene in the empire today, and it would be recorded in the history books forever. The huge empire was boiling because of this. Great! Child Lin is unparalleled in the world. That's how a husband should be. Great! Lin family has a leader, and he can support the empire. If you marry someone, you should marry Child Lin. He is a real hero, a real man. Countless cheers and uproars resounded in different areas of the empire, venting the admiration and joy in their hearts. Even some women became Lin Sun's fanatical fans and made some more outrageous moves. The reason was that the empire had been suppressed by the monster forces for too long these years. Today, they finally vented their anger, so they were naturally happy. Some people even suggested that Lin Sun should be awarded the title of the first man in the king's territory of the empire. In the world, Child Lin is the most respected person. Don't you see that both the monster kings and the shaman kings are vulnerable in front of Child Lin? These heated discussions continued. With the end of this battle, the great monster disaster in the empire had been reduced to a nominal existence, because almost all the once arrogant monster kings had been killed by Lin Sun. The remaining demonic beast forces were no longer a threat. In the following period of time, the soldiers of the empire struck the iron while it was hot and began to besiege the monster forces in the empire with the momentum of sweeping away the clouds. At the same time, the atmosphere in the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians was gloomy. When they learned that the 13 shaman kings were killed, those high-level voodoo barbarians were dumbfounded as if they were struck by lightning. They were betting that Lin Sun would die, but the result was that Lin Sun alone won a great victory. Defeated, Lin Sun's strength is far beyond our expectation. I'm afraid that no one can control him except for the saint. It's over. How can our voodoo barbarian army invade the empire in the future? In the camp of voodoo barbarians, the high-level voodoo barbarians were in a panic. Everyone knew that with Lin Sun in the empire, it was almost impossible to attack the empire in the future. Damn it! Even Thunder Wizard King, who had the highest status, had nowhere to vent his anger at the moment. His old face was terrible. What should we do? The expressions of other big shots changed constantly. Withdraw. After a long silence, Thunder Wizard King spat out 3 words in a hoarse voice. At that moment, he seemed to have aged countless years. Lin Sun disturbed the world and thwarted their attack plan, which was something that no one could have expected. Lin Sun overturned the world with one hand. On this day, the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians withdrew from the major border areas of the empire, which caused a sensation in the empire again and attracted the attention of the world. P.S. The 8th update is here. Before 9 o'clock in the evening, Goldfish ate first. She had only one meal since the morning. She was starving. The battle in Great Swamp of Wind and Thunder changed the situation of the empire. In the confrontation with the demon beasts, the empire seemed to be in an absolute advantage. At this time, everyone knew that the demon beasts were doomed to fall apart. Someone made statistics. It was less than 3 months from Lin Sun's appearance in the Forbidden City to killing all the demon kings in the world. However, the turbulent situation of the empire was changed by him alone. It could be said that he turned the world upside down with one hand. When the news that the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians withdrew came out in the empire, the already boiling empire became more and more sensational. As soon as the internal troubles were solved, the external troubles also disappeared. This was an unexpected surprise for the empire. Everyone knew who gave all this to them: Lin Sun, Lin Sun, Lin Sun. This name was like a legend that spread throughout the entire empire. Countless cultivators and commoners firmly remembered this name. A single person had turned the situation around and rescued the empire from its abyss of suffering. Such a magnificent feat was sufficient to leave his name in history and be remembered by the thousands of future generations. When the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Sun had returned to heart-cleansing peak. It took him half a month to recover from his injuries. This made him shocked. Because he learned from Red Eagle King that the demonic ancestor was trapped in the Great Void Prison and his power was on the verge of exhaustion. But even so, the power of his palm was still enough to hurt him. It could be imagined how terrible the cultivation of the demonic ancestor was in his heyday. Master. On the top of the mountain, the clouds were misty and the green pines were like umbrellas. When Lin Sun was silently meditating on Tai Shan Sword Sutra, Red Eagle King came to greet him. "What's wrong?" Lin Sun raised his eyes and asked. He had learned the identity of Red Eagle King and the ins and outs of betrayal. It turned out that Red Eagle King had been set a strange forbidden spell by the demonic ancestor when he was cultivating, so he gained the trust of the demonic ancestor. However, Red Eagle King had always been unwilling to be controlled by the demonic ancestor. After being defeated by Lin Sun, Red Eagle King chose Lin Sun as his master. He intended to take this opportunity to get rid of the constraints of the demonic ancestor. He thought that the more profound his cultivation was, the more hope he had to break the power of the forbidden spell in his body. But in the end, he found that he thought too simple. As his cultivation deepened, the power of the forbidden spell became more and more terrifying. After Lin Sun left, the Red Eagle King had no choice but to serve the forefather of demonic beasts and became known as the Black-Robed King. However, he had never done anything detrimental to the empire in all these years. Originally, the Scarlet Eagle King thought that if he could become a martial sage, he would definitely have a chance to break the cursed power in his body. However, the development of the situation was already completely out of his control. After understanding these reasons, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh, knowing that he had misunderstood the Red Eagle King. Thinking about it, it made sense. If the Scarlet Eagle King had betrayed the empire, how could he not have done anything detrimental to the empire in the past 10 years? The power of the forbidden spell has been greatly reduced, the Red Eagle King said happily. Lin Sun could not help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good." After returning to Heart Cleansing Peak, he personally investigated the strange forbidden spell power in Red Eagle King's body. Even he was helpless. Because this forbidden curse was planted in the Crimson Eagle King's divine soul. However, this big problem was effectively solved by Little Silver. The latter was a descendant of the spirit-eating insects and had set foot on the path of immortality. What he was best at was the secret method of divine soul. At this moment, Lin Sun was gratified to know that Little Silver's method was effective. When the power of the forbidden spell is completely removed, you can stay on Heart Cleansing Peak to practice, Lin Sun urged. The Red Eagle King nodded. Today, no one on Heart Cleansing Peak knew that the Red Eagle King was the Black-Robed King. Lin Sun did not intend to tell this secret, so as not to cause some unnecessary discussions. Before long, Lin Zhong also came, bringing some news about the recent events in the empire. Lin Sun was also refreshed when he learned a little about it. In short, the most difficult internal problems of the empire had been completely solved. The demon forces had been almost destroyed. Even if there were some survivors, they could no longer pose a threat to the empire. At the same time, the forces of the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians had retreated from the border of the empire, which meant that the external problems of the empire had been eliminated. Young master, many people have come to visit these days. Lin Zhong opened his mouth, but he was interrupted by Lin Sun before he finished. Just tell them that I'm in closed-door training and I won't see anyone. Lin Zhong smiled bitterly, but he still took the order and left. He knew that with his young master's current identity and cultivation, many things in the secular world had long been ignored by him. However, Lin Zhong didn't feel anything wrong. In today's empire, Lin Sun's status was extremely high and special. Even those princes, generals, and ministers had to be courteous and respectful to him. Now, only some old friends had the opportunity to see Lin Sun. As for others, don't think about it. In fact, Lin Sun did intend to start closed-door training to prepare for the breakthrough. Destiny, destiny. Now I've learned about my origin. In the end, it's all because of the heaven accessing place. Lin Sun was lost in thought. On the same day, he made a decision to enter the heaven accessing place again. On the same day, Xianxia came to Heart Cleansing Peak, but he was a little disappointed when he heard that Lin Sun had been in closed-door training. Tell Lin Sun that I have collected some news he needs. When he comes out, let him go to the Imperial Palace, Zhao Jingxian told Lin Zhong before leaving. Lin Zhong agreed without hesitation. After returning to the Imperial Palace, Zhao Jingxian looked at a message in her hand with uncertain expression. What happened that year that made my father and mother put down everything in their hands and hurried to the bloodthirsty battlefield? Well, I'll make a decision when Lin Sun comes out. After a long time, she sighed softly. Now, the empire's internal and external troubles had been effectively solved. The world was peaceful, and the heavy burden on Zhao Jingshuan's shoulders had become a lot lighter. But now she was a little worried about her parents. What happened in the bloodthirsty battlefield? Your Highness, how should the ninth prince and concubine Meng be settled? Suddenly, a servant came to see her and asked in a low voice. A cold light flashed in Zhao Jingshuan's clear eyes. She said calmly, "Isn't the third prince guarding the emperor's mausoleum? He must be lonely. Let them accompany him." The servant nodded. Remember, without my order, they are not allowed to step out of the emperor's mausoleum, and no one is allowed to contact them. Zhao Jingxian ordered. Yes. The servant hurriedly took the order and left. Zhao Jingxian rubbed her eyebrows and pondered. Not long ago, Qi Lingxiao, the patriarch of Qi family, asked to see her and reported Zhao Jingzhen and his mother Meng Rong. It turned out that the mother and son hid in Qi family after returning to the mortal world. Ironically, they tried to use the power of Qi family to harm Lin family of Heart Cleansing Peak, but they were directly detained by Qi Lingxiao. Now, the mother and son had been detained in the forbidden area of the imperial palace. Originally, Zhao Jingxian planned to let Lin Sun solve this matter. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was practicing in seclusion today. Everything is waiting for you to come out, Zhao Jingxian murmured in her heart. Heaven accessing place. Green Cloud Avenue stretched straight across the nothingness. At the end of the avenue, the ancient and towering gate to heaven stood tall and boundless. Entering here again, Lin Sun's mood was completely different. Because he already knew that heaven accessing place was left to him by his mother Luo Qingxuan, however, there was only one doubt in Lin Sun's mind. Who was the mysterious woman? Senior. At the end of Green Cloud Avenue, Lin Sun saw the mysterious woman again. She had been sitting cross-legged under the closed gate to heaven. What do you want to know? The mysterious woman opened her eyes as if she had expected Lin Sun would come. Who on earth are you? Lin Sun took a deep breath and asked seriously. I'm just a lonely ghost. You can also regard me as a gatekeeper. The mysterious woman said casually. Do you know Luo Qingxuan? Lin Sun asked. The mysterious woman was silent for a moment and said, I know. A long time ago, Lu Boya came here and told me something. Lin Sun was shocked. With a trace of hope in his eyes, he asked, Can I know? In those years, Lu Boya also tried to break through. Unfortunately, he failed to open this door. When he left, he told me that one day, someone would open this door. That person was the descendant of Luo Qingxuan, that is, you. The mysterious woman said casually. Later, he left. That's all? Lin Sun was a little disappointed. The mysterious woman said, I'm just a gatekeeper. Although I traveled this world a long time ago and saw all kinds of people and things, I don't know what you want to know. Lin Sun smiled bitterly and said, Senior, do you know what secrets are hidden in this heaven accessing place? He was really curious. At that time, his mother, Luo Qingxuan, was hunted down and fell to this world from the other side of the starry sky. All of this happened because of this heaven accessing place. How could he not be curious? The mysterious woman did not answer directly, but said, You need to open this door, see and understand what is behind it. Speaking of this, she looked up at Lin Sun and said, You have passed through 6 of the 9 levels of Green Cloud Avenue. Last time in the domain of death, I have already said that you have the opportunity to open this door. Lin Sun suddenly looked up at the gate to heaven in the distance and said, Can I open this door now? The mysterious woman said, With your strength, you can already pass through the last 3 levels. Only when you do this, you are qualified to open this door. After a pause, she continued, However, it is not so easy to open this door. Lu Boya was already in the great sage realm, but he failed when he tried to open this door. Lin Sun was stunned and frowned. Senior, do you mean that even a great sage may not be able to open this door? The mysterious woman shook her head. No, it doesn't matter how high the realm is. What matters is whether you can get the approval of this door. Approval? Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. P.S. The 9th update is here. The 10th update should be finished before 10:30. Brothers who still have tickets, it's time to smash them. Yes, I do. The mysterious woman said, Since the day I became the gatekeeper, countless years have passed, but until now, I have only seen one person who almost opened the door. When she spoke up to hear, the mysterious woman's eyes were suffused with a wisp of recollection. That was a very, very long time ago. I remember that person was a sword cultivator. He possessed a heroic bearing and unyielding character, and he successively broke through the 9 levels of the Xianxia path while at the Extinction Monarch realm. I have to say that person's talent were by no means inferior to yours. When he pushed the door to heaven roared constantly, and the real sound of the Great Way came. At that time, I thought that he was very likely to step into this door, but when he just opened a gap, he coughed up blood and stopped. When he left, he just said, "I can't force it." Then he shook his head and left. Speaking of this, the mysterious woman sighed softly. That person is really a pity. Lin Sun couldn't help being moved and asked, "Who is he?" Xianxia. The mysterious woman said a name. He doesn't belong to this world, nor does he belong to this world. According to the calculation of time, he is almost equivalent to a figure in this world in primitive times. Xianxia, it was an extremely strange name for Lin Sun. When he thought that this was a figure who was very likely to be born in primitive times and didn't belong to this world, Lin Sun only felt that it was too far away from him. You should remember this surname. When you go to the Starry Sky Ancient Path in the future, you may meet the descendants of this clan. It's mysterious and mysterious. Not any clan dares to call this surname. The mysterious woman suddenly said. Lin Sun was stunned and nodded to show that he understood. Now, do you want to break through? The mysterious woman asked. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. He still remembered that when he was in the West Hing territory of the ancient Desolation territory, he passed through the 6th level of Green Cloud Path and obtained the second half of Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture and Tianyuan Saber Play. At that time, the mysterious woman once said that when he set foot in King of Extinction Realm, he could directly break through the last 3 levels. The 3 levels were Burning Realm, Breaking Way and Seeing Opportunity. If he hadn't been in the domain of Extinction Realm when he set foot in King of Extinction Realm, he would have had the opportunity to break through many years ago. But now, it was not too late. The 6th stage is called the Infernal Realm. It burns one's essence, energy, and spirit. With the mysterious woman's voice, a strange and magnificent fiery rain suddenly appeared on the Green Cloud Path, covering Lin Sun's whole body. In the next moment, he felt his vision blur, and he appeared in a world of flames. As far as the eye could see, there were surging flames everywhere. There were flames of indigo, crimson red, golden yellow, dark blue, silver white. They were magnificent and dazzling. Rumble, as soon as Lin Sun's figure appeared, the rolling flames suddenly turned into a series of godlike phantoms. Each of them was blazing with terrible power. These are the divine flame essences. There are a total of 108 of them. Once you kill them, you'll pass the trial. The shorter the time, the greater the reward. The mysterious woman's voice sounded faintly. Lin Sun nodded. The next moment, his eyes were as cold as lightning, and the chi around him was boiling. He attacked without hesitation. Whoosh, with his current combat power of the 7th retribution of Longevity Realm, as soon as he rushed out, he smashed a phantom of a god with a punch, which turned into a rain of light all over the sky. But a strange scene appeared. The rain of light did not disappear. Instead, it gathered together again and restored to its original state. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. Only then did he realize that this test was not as simple as he thought. Boom, he stepped forward and hit the phantom of a god again. In a flash, the latter was smashed again, but soon it recovered to its original state. It was as if it was immortal, but Lin Sun still noticed that after experiencing the process of being killed twice, the opponent's breath had weakened a little. Suddenly, Lin Sun was relieved. Without hesitation, he rushed into the dense phantoms of gods and fought with all his strength. Relatively speaking, the power of these figures was not at the same level as Lin Sun at all, so the threat posed by them was not great. In just 10 minutes, the phantoms of gods in the world of flames had disappeared. There was no possibility of resurrection except for the rain of fire all over the sky. The next moment, Lin Sun had appeared on the Green Cloud Avenue, and the mysterious woman said, "You have passed the test. Do you want to continue?" Lin Sun nodded. The 8th test is called Tao Breaking, which tests the mastery of the Great Way. With the voice, Lin Sun appeared in a room. There was only one desk in the room, on which a huge piece of white paper was spread, with a brush on one side. A piece of paper is like a world of its own. Draw with the brush and use the profundities of the Grand Tao as ink. If you're able to contain a world of the Grand Tao within the piece of paper and attain a state of ceaseless growth and renewal, then you'll have passed the test. Hearing this, Lin Sun stepped forward and fell into meditation. This test seemed simple, but it was not simple at all. The Great Way was like the sky. Only by diligently pursuing it could practitioners control the power of the Great Way and use it in their hearts. Like this painting, in fact, it was necessary to use one's own understanding and control of the Great Way in the way of painting. If one's understanding of the Great Way was too low, it was impossible to reach the state of a painting containing a world, endless cycle. After a long silence, Lin Sun picked up the brush and waved it on a blank piece of paper. Buzz, in his heart, all kinds of Great Way emerged like a tide and poured into the tip of the brush. Gradually, a huge abyss appeared on the white paper. Then, the abyss showed black and white colors and gradually rotated. Then, the power of water and fire began to fly along the whirlpool, circulating with each other, reflecting the scene of water and fire blending. Later, at the bottom of the abyss, the real dragon roared. Outside the abyss, the breath of immortality circulated and the charm of eternity emerged. As time went by, Lin Sun was completely immersed in painting. His understanding of the power of the Great Way emerged under the tip of the brush. As for the blank piece of paper, it gradually changed. It was like the embryonic form of a world, and it constantly gave birth to many wonderful changes. In the end, when Lin Sun put down the brush, with a strange roar, the white paper disappeared completely. What appeared in front of Lin Sun was a huge and magnificent world. This world, like a big abyss, had the atmosphere of devouring and suppressing all things, and had the charm of immortality and eternity. In Lin Sun's heart, a kind of enlightenment emerged. The Great Way was the origin of the world. The ultimate pursuit of practitioners was hidden in the mystery of the world's operation. If there was a universe in one's heart, one could control it. One day, if one could build a world by one's own strength, deduce the order of the cycle and change all things, what was the difference between him and the supreme creator in the legend? Thinking of this, Lin Sun's heart trembled, as if he had pierced through a piece of window paper, and saw an extremely lofty realm on the road of cultivation. In this realm, the power mastered was not to turn the rotten into the magical, but to create and destroy. Between existence and non-existence, life and death could be created. This was the so-called making something out of nothing. Lin Sun didn't know that few people could reach this realm, even in the Emperor realm, but now, he saw it. Although he hadn't reached it, he already knew that he had achieved one of his goals. As long as he persevered, he would reach it one day. Understanding this was extremely crucial. At least, he wouldn't go astray or get lost on the road of cultivation in the future. You've succeeded. When the mysterious woman's voice sounded, Lin Sun returned to the green cloud peak again, but his state of mind had become different. I didn't expect that you would realize it so soon. The mysterious woman was a little surprised, with a rare emotional fluctuation. Obviously, she noticed the change of Lin Sun's state of mind after painting, and knew that he saw the legendary realm of making something out of nothing. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sun cupped his hands. Don't thank me. This is what you realized by yourself. The mysterious woman shook her head and then said, sit quietly for a while and bear in mind what you've learned before. It's okay to continue. Lin Sun nodded and sat cross-legged. He did have a lot of insights in his mind, but he needed time to refine them and turn them into his own. The mysterious woman looked at him from a distance, but her heart couldn't calm down. She saw a painting made by Lin Sun before, which was not so amazing. But Lin Sun could realize the realm that only existed in the legend when he was painting, which surprised her quite a lot. Maybe he can really open this door? The mysterious woman's mood fluctuated, and she was lost in thought. She clearly remembered that even Xianxia didn't get a glimpse of that realm in the 8th test like Lin Sun did. In other words, Lin Sun was the first one to do this since she became the gatekeeper. It was too unusual. At least, the mysterious woman couldn't calm down at this time. Making something out of nothing, creating life and death between something and nothing, this realm was like a taboo. Several hours later, Lin Sun woke up from meditation, with a clear mind and a clear mind. You can start. He got up from the ground, exhaled a long breath, and said. The ninth test is called Seeing Yourself. Once you enter it, you will experience a reincarnation with another identity. In that reincarnation, you are no longer yourself. If you want to pass the test, you need to see yourself in the reincarnation. The mysterious woman's words seemed a little obscure, which made Lin Sun frown slightly. After a while, he nodded and said, I see. The mysterious woman didn't say anything more. On the green cloud path, a magnificent and dreamy glow appeared, enveloping Lin Sun's whole body. The next moment, he disappeared. At the same time, a trace of curiosity appeared on the mysterious woman's face. I'd like to see how you'll perform if you survive in a different way in the cycle of reincarnation. Will you really be able to maintain a bit of emptiness in your mind and see yourself? P.S. The 10th update. The outbreak plan was successfully completed. I'm exhausted, but it's done after all. Cool. If you feel cool, please be sure to subscribe and have a monthly ticket to support it. Without saying much, the goldfish lay down first, feeling very sleepy. Who am I? In the mansion of Lin family, the #1 cultivation family in Yujing City, Lin Sun, the 13-year-old young master of Lin family, was sitting by the pond in a daze as usual. Young master is possessed again. In the distance, some servants whispered to each other and didn't seem to be surprised. 13 years ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, and a purple gas fell on the mansion of Lin family. It was also on that day that Lin Sun, the young master of Lin family, was born. As a young master born with the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, he became a celebrity in Yujing City from the moment he was born. In the family, they doted on this young master even more, believing that he would definitely become an indomitable big shot in the future. The most important thing was that Lin Sun was the only son among the 7 sons and daughters of the patriarch. In other words, the great foundation of Lin family would be inherited by Lin Sun in the future. His identity was special and honorable, so it went without saying. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Sun had an extremely weird character. He didn't want to be close to anyone, including his parents, since he was a child. What worried everyone in Lin family the most was that Lin Sun was not interested in anything and often liked to be alone in a daze. If that was the case, it would be fine. But in these years, Lin Sun often said some strange things, such as, I'm not Lin Sun. You must have mistaken me for someone else. One day, I'll know who I am. Yes, I don't know who I am, but I know that I'm definitely not me. Similar words made Lin Sun an unconventional child, and also gave his parents a headache. Nowadays, in the whole Yujing City, whenever the young master of Lin family was mentioned, it would lead to laughter. He's a fool. Yes, a fool born with the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, ha ha ha. This was the evaluation of Lin Sun by many people in Yujing City, and it also became a joke. As a young boy, he rejected contact with anyone since he was a child and liked to talk nonsense. If he wasn't a fool, what was he? Lin family was the #1 cultivation family in Yujing City, and the only son of the head of the family was a fool. It was hard for him not to attract attention. Of course, within the Lin family, even though there were many people who suspected that the young master was a naturally simple-minded person, no one dared to say it out loud. In the past few years, in order to let the young master return to normal, or to say, in order to cure his stupidity, the Lin family had used all kinds of methods. For example, searching for elixirs and medicines, or inviting some enlightened monks to perform their rituals. Money flowed like water, and it was unknown how much he had spent. But it was useless. The young master was still very strange, and the older he grew, the more antisocial he became. He was not interested in anything. He liked to do one thing every day, and that was to be in a daze. His parents were so worried that their hair had turned white. They even began to wonder if their son was really born with a defect, a simpleton, or if there was something wrong. With his brain, fortunately, Lin Sun was their own flesh and blood after all. Although he had been a little silly these years, he had not been neglected. On the contrary, perhaps out of pity, everyone in the Lin family took great care of this young master. Even a fool hoped that he could grow up peacefully. Of course, everyone knew that the right to be the successor of the Lin family was destined to be lost to this young master. When Lin Sun was 15 years old, a big event happened. The Wang family of Yujing City, which had been engaged to Lin family since childhood, came in person and asked to break off the engagement. According to Wang Tianqing, the head of the Wang family, he had been waiting for 15 years, but Lin Sun's stupidity was still not cured. He could not wait any longer. In short, Wang Tianqing's daughter could not marry a fool. Although the head of the Lin family was not happy, he expressed his understanding and generously agreed to break off the engagement. Lin Sun's mother was extremely angry about it. She thought that although her son was a little eccentric, he had no bad habits. This move of the Wang family was obviously burning the bridge after crossing the river. It was too impolite. In this regard, all the members of the Lin family sighed and could not say anything. "You are Lin Sun, right? My name is Wang Ziluan. We should have gotten married this year, but I'm sorry, I won't marry a fool." On the day of breaking off the engagement, a beautiful girl of 13 or 14 years old appeared in the courtyard where Lin Sun lived. The girl was very beautiful. She had snow-white skin, an oval face, big eyes, and a slender figure. Although she was still young, she was already slim and graceful. However, she was very strong and proud. When she confirmed that Lin Sun was the famous fool in Yujing City, she did not hesitate to say what was in her mind. To her surprise, Lin Sun did not respond at all. He sat in front of the pond, staring at the green water in a daze. It seemed that in his eyes, the water in the pond was more beautiful than the girl beside him. "Did you hear what I said?" Wang Ziluan was very angry. She stared at Lin Sun. "Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you don't speak. I tell you clearly that even if I have to marry someone, I will marry the most outstanding person in the world." Lin Sun was still in a daze. He did not even move or blink his eyelids. This made Wang Ziluan even angrier. She was so angry that her pretty face turned red and she gritted her teeth. She wanted to rush up and kick this fool who dared to ignore her to death. But soon, she was not angry anymore. She seemed to have thought it through and laughed at herself. "He is indeed a fool. Why should I be angry with a fool?" After saying that, Wang Ziluan left. The maidservant Xiaoqiao who had been serving Lin Sun couldn't help but be angry when she saw this. The young master was too lazy to care about the annulment of the engagement. But this Wang Ziluan was too hateful. She even came to laugh at the young master. This was too much. "Young master, aren't you angry?" Xiaoqiao couldn't help but ask. Beside the pond, under the banyan tree, the young man looked at the green water in a daze, as if he did not hear anything at all. This made Xiaoqiao feel disappointed. For a man, it was such a shameful thing to have his engagement annulled. But the young master did not react at all. "Alas, young master, is he really stupid?" Xiaoqiao sighed in her heart. She lamented his misfortune and was angry at his incompetence. "Why should I be angry? Is she worth it?" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Xiaocao's ears. She was shocked and looked up. She didn't know when her young master had stood up. The young man was wearing a white robe, which gave him a kind of indifferent and otherworldly style. "Not worth it." As if answering his own question, the young man shook his head and walked towards his own residence. So young master heard it. Xiaoqiao was very surprised. She looked at the back of the young man that was gradually getting further and further away, and she suddenly thought that besides being in a daze, the young master seemed to have never done anything related to being stupid all these years. It wasn't long before the news spread in Yujing City that the eldest young miss of the Wang clan, Wang Ziluan, had married Huangfu Xiaoyu, who was known as the #1 young master of Yujing City. The Huangfu clan was also a clan of cultivators. Although its power was inferior to the Lin clan, its resources couldn't be underestimated. Especially Huangfu Xiaoyu, he had been admitted into the #1 sect in the world, the Azure Cloud sect, to cultivate last year, and he was even a direct disciple of the inner court. Comparatively speaking, Huangfu Xiaoyu was like a proud son of heaven in the eyes of others. Therefore, the union of Wang Ziluan and Huangfu Xiaoyu instantly became a beautiful topic in Yujing City. As for Lin Sun, who had his engagement annulled, he was still a laughingstock. Moreover, the annulment of his engagement had caused countless people to laugh. A dignified direct descendant of the Lin clan, a famous person born along with the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth, was still an idiot 16 years later. Moreover, he was an idiot that even women despised, so it was naturally easy to be ridiculed. When Lin Sun was 19 years old, the Lin clan suffered a great change. The head of the Lin clan was seriously injured by the headmaster of the Azure Cloud sect because he offended the Azure Cloud sect when fighting for a mineral deposit. At the same time, the industries under the Lin clan were comprehensively suppressed by the Azure Cloud sect. From then on, the power of the Lin clan plummeted and couldn't recover. The glory of the past was blown away by the wind and rain. The Wang clan, where Wang Ziluan belonged, received the support of the Azure Cloud sect and became the #1 cultivation force in Yujing City. At a party, Wang Tianxing, the head of the Wang clan, said proudly, "The wisest decision I made in my life was to break off the engagement of my daughter Ziluan." This sentence soon spread throughout the entire Jade capital city. The idiot Lin Sun became a joke in the city again because of this. When Lin Sun was 26 years old, the Lin clan had declined to the point of being in a precarious situation. The reason was that the head of the Lin clan died of illness 2 years ago. The Lin clan, which had lost its pillar, scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Lin Sun was still the young master of the Lin clan, but his life had become so poor that he couldn't even afford the maidservants around him. The great Lin clan had completely declined. It didn't take long for Lin's mother to pass away due to depression. Lin Sun's situation became worse from then on. Although Lin's parents passed away, no one was willing to raise a fool in the Lin clan, so Lin Sun had to support himself. However, even so, Lin Sun didn't change his habit of being in a daze. No matter how poor his life was and how difficult his situation was, he still seemed to be unaware of it. He was always in a daze. Get out of here. From now on, the Lin clan doesn't need a fool like you. All these years, because of you, we will be laughed at when we go out. They say we are the relatives of a fool. We can't even raise our heads. On this day, a group of people rushed into the residence of the Lin clan. They were all Lin Sun's cousins, but they looked at Lin Sun with disgust. Remember, you are not allowed to call yourself a descendant of the Lin clan in the future. That is to say, you don't deserve the surname Lin anymore. Also on this day, the news that the fool Lin Sun was expelled from the Lin clan spread in the city, causing a burst of hissing. So many years had passed. The fool who was born with the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, from a young master who was doted on by all, had fallen to the point where he was banished by his own clan and could only live on the streets. How could people not sigh? Wang Ziluan, who was once engaged to him, was now a noble woman that many people could only look up to. Because of her husband Huangfu Xiaoyu, the Wang clan behind her benefited from the light. The power of the Wang clan became more and more powerful. It steadily occupied the position of the first clan in Yujing City and enjoyed boundless glory. It was snowing heavily. For more than 20 years, Lin Sun, who had been regarded as a fool, walked alone on the street. He wore thin clothes in the winter, and his body was covered with snow. He was all alone. When seeing this scene, the mysterious woman, as an outsider, became more and more curious. Could Lin Sun see himself in such a heavy blow? P.S. It seems that because of yesterday's outburst, I can't find the state of mind when I write today. My thoughts are very sluggish. If I smooth out the plot tonight, I will make up tomorrow. This snowfall was exceptionally heavy. The clouds were wrapped in white, and Jade capital city was covered in white. On the street, Lin Sun walked alone with dull eyes. He just walked aimlessly, covered with snow, and his black hair was dyed with frost. A hound came out and wagged its tail at Lin Sun triumphantly. It was just a dog, but it was dressed in a well-tailored suit, and even had a string of purple gold bells tied around its neck. Grumble Lin Sun's stomach growled. He turned his eyes and glanced at the dog. The dog shivered all over, as if it had been greatly frightened. It ran away in a panic with its tail between its legs. This scene caused one to be unable to help but think of the phrase, panicking like a stray dog. Lin Sun withdrew his eyes, thinking that he hadn't tasted dog meat for a long time. Wang Kai, Wang Kai. In the distance, a group of servants anxiously chased the hound that ran away in a panic. Beggar, stop right there. A pretty but bossy maid blocked Lin Sun's way angrily. She pointed at Lin Sun's nose and scolded him. What did you do to scare my lady's dog? Hey, are you the young master? The scolding stopped abruptly. The maid recognized Lin Sun and opened her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe it. Lin Sun also recognized that the woman in front of him was Xiao, the maid who served him since he was very young. However, he hadn't seen her for many years after the Lin family was ruined. It seemed that she lived a good life after leaving the Lin family. Although she still looked like a maid, she was neatly dressed in brocade clothes and marten fur coat, exuding a rich aura. "It's you, Xiao." Lin Sun felt it necessary to say hello to her. After all, Xiao was an acquaintance in the past. "Don't call me Xiao." Suddenly, the maid's face darkened, and she sneered, "Do you still think you are the young master of the Lin family? Look at you now, you are even worse than a dog. How dare you try to get close to me? Let me tell you, if you dare to tell others that I am your maid, I will be the first to punish you." She seemed very agitated and anxious to disassociate herself from Lin Sun. Lin Sun looked at her for a moment and walked forward without saying anything. From beginning to end, he didn't have any emotional fluctuations, which surprised Xiao. After the surprise, she was furious. She rushed forward again and said, "Did you hear what I said? You really are a fool. After living for so many years, you are worse than a dog. Your parents are dead, the Lin family is ruined, and even you have been expelled from the Lin family. Who knows, one day, you will freeze to death in the cold wind and snow, and no one will collect your corpse." Lin Sun was still moving forward as if he hadn't heard it. This made Xiao even angrier. She gritted her teeth and said, "You really are an idiot. No wonder the madam chose to break off the engagement back then. Who would be willing to marry an idiot like you?" Lin Sun stopped and said, "Madam?" Xiao acted as if she had just won a battle. Her eyes were full of pride and disdain as she said, "You still remember the madam?" "Yes, my wife is Wang Zilwan." Who in Jade Capital City did not know of Wang Zilwan's name? And Huang Fuxiaoyu, Wang Zilwan's husband, was one of the few big shots. It was said that Huang Fuxiaoyu had been selected as the successor of the headmaster of Green Cloud Sect. Sooner or later, he would take charge of Green Cloud Sect. How is it? Do you feel very uncomfortable now? Very angry? Xiao sneered, "Unfortunately, if I were the madam, I would never marry such an idiot like you. I still remember that you asked me at that time. Aren't you angry?" Lin Sun frowned as if he was caught in a difficult memory. After a while, he said, "At that time, I said she didn't deserve my anger." Xiao was stunned and said, "What about now?" Lin Sun said, "It's the same now." When he said this, his originally lifeless eyes were like the surface of a lake that had been dispelled by the fog, becoming clear without a trace of impurities. There was an unspeakable unwillingness and powerlessness in Xiao's heart. Couldn't this fool even feel ridicule, humiliation, and blow? He was really a fool born with the strange phenomena of heaven and earth. If it were any other normal man, he would have been angry and burst out. But looking at him, he didn't even have the slightest reaction. Xiao had an impulse to go crazy at this moment. She felt that if she talked to this fool one more word, she would be so angry that she would cough up blood. "Miss Xiao, Wang Kai has been found." In the distance, those servants returned happily with the hound in gorgeous clothes in their arms. Xiao pointed to Lin Sun beside her and gritted her teeth, "He scared Wang Kai just now. You know what to do, right?" All of a sudden, the servants looked at Lin Sun with unkind eyes. They were eager to take action. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. But when he saw the fat hound, his stomach growled again. "Ow!" The hound Wang Kai let out an incomparably shrill bark as if it had been overly frightened. It suddenly broke free from Wang Kai's grasp and started to run away madly. Everyone was stunned. Xiao was anxious. "What are you waiting for? Go after it. If Wang Kai is lost, don't come back again." Everyone hurried to chase after it. "This dog is interesting." Lin Sun laughed. His eyes were clear and clean, like the falling snow, so transparent and pure that it made people's hearts tremble. Xiao was stunned. If she remembered correctly, it was the first time she saw Lin Sun laugh in all these years. Immediately, she felt a burst of anger. Was a fool's giggle worthy of her attention? "Remember what I said. If I dare to hear you mention the relationship between you and me to others, I will kill you first." Xiao took a deep breath, threw down some harsh words, and then hurriedly left. Lin Sun was stunned. He felt a little strange and regretful. he sighed softly and walked into the vast snowy world. Hey, isn't that the foolish young master of your Lin family? Tut-tut, look at him. He is no different from a beggar. In a restaurant, it was filled with distinguished guests and the atmosphere was warm. A group of the young hedonistic young masters of the Jade capital city had gathered together and were chatting merrily. However, when a young man sitting by the window suddenly said that, it immediately caused many people to laugh, and they all turned their gazes to the street outside. There, snow swirled in the air, and a young man in thin clothes walked alone. Snow covered his body, and he was all alone. It's really him. Who could imagine that the guy who was loved by all has fallen to the street now? Haha, this fool has been expelled from Lin family now. Alas, Lin family was so glorious in the past, but now it is cold and desolate. Things are really changeable. Everyone sighed. Of course, this was a kind of condescending pity, and there was no lack of gloating. Among the people, there were some juniors of Lin family, but they could only sit in the corner, and no one cared about them. Those young people dared to talk about Lin family unscrupulously, but they didn't dare to get angry. With the passage of time, Lin family was no longer the first force in Yujing City. Damn bastard, why didn't he die? Those juniors of Lin family secretly gritted their teeth, thinking that Lin Sun's appearance had made them lose face. They had nowhere to vent their anger, so they could only vent it on Lin Sun. Everyone, that guy is no longer surnamed Lin. He has nothing to do with us anymore. A junior of Lin family couldn't help saying. Ha ha ha, look, even Lin family doesn't want to recognize that fool. He is really pitiful. There was a burst of laughter in the restaurant. Those juniors of Lin family looked stiff and didn't speak. Alas, this fool is so pitiful. Give him a bone. A junior of Wang family stood out, picked up a chicken bone, and threw it out of the window, which fell at Lin Sun's feet. Fool, eat quickly. Don't starve to death. The junior of Wang family said loudly. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the restaurant became quiet. This behavior was undoubtedly a humiliation to Lin Sun, which was more severe than slapping his face. But no one said anything. Because he was a junior of Wang family. Today, Wang family was the first force in Yujing City with great power and influence, even more powerful than Lin family in the past. The reason was that Wang family had a good son-in-law, Huangfu Xiaoyu. The junior of Wang family in front of them was called Wang Zilong, the younger brother of Wang Ziluan. If Wang Ziluan hadn't broken off the engagement, Wang Zilong would have had to call Lin Sun brother-in-law. But now, of course, everything was different. Lin Sun was a fool who fell into the street, while Wang Zilong was the first playboy in Yujing City. His brother-in-law was a famous talent, Huangfu Xiaoyu. Now, Wang Zilong humiliated Lin Sun by throwing away the chicken bone. Although everyone saw it, who dared to say anything, even those juniors of Lin family didn't say anything. They lowered their heads and drank in silence. But they hated Lin Sun more and more. Why didn't he freeze to death in this heavy snow? On the street, Lin Sun stopped and looked at the chicken bone under his feet. Then, he looked at the restaurant in the distance and the group of playboys who were pointing fingers at him. Then, he bent down to pick up the chicken bone and shook it in the direction of the restaurant, saying, "I will pay you back in the future." After that, he put away the chicken bone and gradually disappeared in the distance. Everyone in the restaurant roared with laughter. Some people laughed so hard that they bent over, and tears almost came out of their eyes. Yes, no one expected that in the face of such a humiliating method, the fool Lin Sun actually picked up the chicken bone. Even Wang Zilong was stunned. He was very surprised and muttered, "He is really a fucking fool. He still wants to pay me back. Is he going to give me a chicken bone? It's crazy." At the end of his words, he couldn't help laughing. In the restaurant, the laughter became louder and louder. Only those juniors of Lin family became more and more uncomfortable, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. On the same day, the news that the fool of Lin family picked up the chicken bone thrown by Wang Zilong spread like wildfire and became another joke in the city. P.S. As usual, 2 updates in a row. Everyone, my elder sister is coming back at dusk today, so I'll take my leave first. Wang Zilong drank a cup of wine before turning around and leaving. Everyone stood up to send him off. The disciples of the Lin clan couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw Wang Zilong's imposing manner. When the Lin clan was powerful, weren't they just as imposing wherever they went? But now, they had finally experienced what it felt like to be left alone in a river that was declining with each passing day. It was dusk. A 300 m long treasure ship crushed the clouds and entered the Yujing city, causing a stir, and all gazes looked towards the Wang clan. Because on this day, Wang Zilong returned to her parents' home, and accompanying her was Huangfu Xiaoyu, a core disciple of the Azure Cloud sect who was like a proud son of heaven. That night, many great powers in the city paid a visit to the Lin clan with valuable gifts. It was also that night that something happened that reduced the Lin clan to a joke. The reason was that an old man of the Lin clan paid a visit to the Wang clan with valuable gifts, but he was directly refused at the door. At the banquet that night, the patriarch of the Wang clan, Wang Tianxing, whose face was flushed from drinking, asked in surprise in front of all the big shots, the Lin clan. Which Lin clan? Is there another Lin clan in the Yujing city? Instantly, all the guests burst into laughter. Wang Zilong took this opportunity to tell them what happened outside the restaurant during the day as a joke. When they learned that the silly young master of the Lin clan actually picked up a chicken bone, all the guests convulsed with laughter. At that time, Wang Zilong was there as well. After so many years, she didn't expect that the name Lin Sun would be related to a chicken bone. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Fortunately, she broke off the engagement that year. If she became the young madam of the Lin clan, it would simply be a nightmare. Is it that Lin Sun? Huangfu Xiaoyu, who sat beside her, asked calmly. He wore a jade robe, a feather crown on his head, a python dragon belt around his waist. His appearance was handsome and elegant, extremely heroic and extraordinary. Yes. Wang Zilong nodded, and a wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of her mouth. He's just a fool born with the phenomena of the world. Don't pay attention to him. Huangfu Xiaoyu frowned and pondered deeply for a moment before he said, even though you took the initiative to break off the engagement with him all those years ago, it's still inappropriate for others to talk about it. Wang Zilong was stunned and deeply agreed. My husband is right. He's a joke, and I don't want to have anything to do with such a joke. Huangfu Xiaoyu said unhurriedly, since it's like that, then let this joke vanish forever, and no one will mention it again. Wang Zilong immediately understood and nodded. I will settle this matter. Huangfu Xiaoyu acknowledged and didn't speak any further. He was just a fool. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some sort of relationship with Wang Zilong, he wouldn't have bothered with him at all. He didn't care, but Wang Zilong did. That night, she went to find Xiaoqiao and asked, were you Lin Sun's maidservant before? Xiaoqiao's heart trembled, and she hurriedly said, it's all in the past. I'm a member of Wang family now, and I'll follow Madam wholeheartedly. Wang Zilong nodded and said, it's okay if you want to show your loyalty. Take some servants to do one thing tomorrow. I hope you won't hear any news related to Lin Sun in the future. Do you understand what to do? Xiaoqiao stiffened and said in a trembling voice, yes. If you didn't want to hear any news about someone, the simplest and most direct way was to make him disappear from the world silently. How could she not understand? Go ahead. If you do it now, I'll believe in your loyalty. Wang Zilong said indifferently. Xiaoqiao bowed and left. Let the maidservant who used to serve you personally send you off. Isn't it extremely benevolent? Wang Zilong thought slowly. If Xiaoqiao hadn't served Lin Sun, Wang Zilong wouldn't even remember this maidservant who specially raised dogs for her. Yes, Xiaoqiao was just a maidservant who raised dogs, and her status was worlds apart from Wang Zilong's personal maidservant. It was snowing heavily. Outside the city, in a graveyard, Lin Sun stood in front of the two interdependent tombs in silence. Since last night, he had been standing here, motionless like a stone monument covered with snow. Only his eyes were becoming clearer and brighter. I knew who I was since I was born, but I never dared to believe it. So I've been thinking about who I am. I've been thinking a lot over the years, but I still can't figure it out. As the Buddhists say, true and false are all illusory, like a dream. And I am like a bystander, a passerby, thinking about whether what I see and feel is an illusory dream. Now, I understand. Whether it is in a dream or in reality, I am me. I am not a passerby, nor am I a bystander. Lin Sun talked to himself like a fool talking in his sleep. Then, he knelt down in the snow and kowed out earnestly and devoutly, "These years I've been unfilial." In the end, the scenes of the past came to his mind. When he was a child, his father was ecstatic when he heard him call him father for the first time. At that time, his mother was smiling on one side with gentle eyes. When he was regarded as a hopeless fool, his parents were confused, in pain, angry and sighing, but no matter what happened to him, they only hoped that he would be safe and sound. They never gave up because he was a fool. Their love for him had always been there, and they spoiled him more than before. Even when his father died, he didn't forget to hold his hand and told him to learn to take care of himself and his mother. Later, his father passed away, and his mother was also depressed. A few years later, she died. Before she passed away, his mother still couldn't forget it. She said that the most painful thing in her life was that she couldn't cure her son's illness. She also said that as long as her son was a fool, he was also her flesh and blood. She couldn't bear to let her son suffer. Unfortunately, she was going to die and couldn't continue to take care of her son. Even when she died, she still opened her eyes, as if she didn't die in peace. In front of the grave, Lin Sun knelt on the ground with tears all over his face. He didn't make any sound, but he was extremely sad. It's over. Is he going to be lost in it? In the heaven accessing place, the mysterious woman frowned. She witnessed everything about Lin Sun in the samsara, but she didn't expect that Lin Sun's so-called understanding was a kind of complete loss of himself. Then, how could he see himself? How could he pass the 9th test of Green Cloud Path? If he couldn't pass, he was destined to lose the qualification to open that door. At this moment, the mysterious woman rarely lost her composure, and an unspeakable emotion arose in her heart. Disappointment, not really. It was just hard to accept. She watched Lin Sun rise step by step. It was really not easy for him to have today's cultivation. She never thought that Lin Sun would stop before the 9th test of Green Cloud Path, therefore, she couldn't accept it for a while, and her heart was doomed to be unable to calm down. After a long time, the mysterious woman suddenly froze, and her clear eyes burst out a strange light. No, if he failed, the samsara would end. But now, everything was still there. Interesting. Even I have misjudged him, the mysterious woman smiled. She decided to keep watching and see what kind of surprise Lin Sun would give her in the end. It was snowing heavily. Xiaoqiao came to the outside of the city with a group of squires of the Wang family and walked towards the cemetery in the distance. She was very puzzled. Why did this fool go to the cemetery? Did he choose a cemetery for himself in advance because he knew he was going to die soon? Xiaoqiao looked at the sky. The snow was as heavy as goose feathers, and it was freezing cold. She thought to herself, in such a season, even if I don't do anything, I'm afraid that you, a fool, will freeze to death in a few days, right? Not long after, Xiaoqiao walked into the cemetery and saw Lin Sun. To her surprise, Lin Sun knelt on the ground, motionless like a sculpture, as if he was really frozen to death. Are you enlightened before you die? Do you finally understand how sorry you have been to your parents all these years? Xiaoqiao suddenly sneered, unfortunately, it's too late. Hey, it's really touching that this fool died in this way. Those squires all laughed. There's no such thing as sooner or later in the world. It's only a matter of whether you understand it or not. For me, it's not too late to make up for the guilt of these years. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. Xiaoqiao almost thought she had heard it wrong. But soon, she realized that she didn't hear it wrong. The figure kneeling in front of the grave like a sculpture slowly stood up under the astonished gaze of the crowd. Crack, crack, the frost on his body broke and fell to the ground. He was still dressed in thin white clothes, and his figure was thin. However, in this world of ice and snow, his tall and straight back did not bend in the slightest. You didn't freeze to death? Xiao Cao's eyes widened. This fool is really cold resistant. It's a miracle that he didn't freeze to death in this dress. Those squires were also surprised and couldn't believe it. Are you here to kill me? Lin Sun looked calm, and the tears on his face had already evaporated. His eyes were extremely clear, as if they could reflect all the things in the world. A servant girl, with a group of fierce guards, came to the graveyard to look for him on a snowy day. Their intentions were clear. Xiaoqiao was stunned again. She didn't expect that Lin Sun could see through their purpose this time with just a glance. Was this still the fool? Did Wang Ziluan ask you to come? When Lin Sun said this, Xiaoqiao had a feeling of horror. How could this fool know everything? Xiaoqiao was about to say something, but Lin Sun said, I just want to ask you, in those years when you were in the Lin family, did the Lin family ever treat you badly? Facing Lin Sun's clear eyes, Xiaoqiao felt for the first time that there was a kind of suffocating and terrifying power oppressing her mind, making her feel like falling into an ice cave. No. Almost instinctively, Xiaoqiao answered subconsciously. Immediately, she was confused. What was wrong with her? How could she be scared by a fool? An unspeakable anger and shame welled up in her heart. She was about to say something, but when she met Lin Sun's clear and deep eyes, she suddenly felt cold, as if she was stared at by a supreme god. As for her, she was just a tiny ant. Have I ever mistreated you? Asked Lin Sun with a calm look, neither sad nor happy. Xiaoqiao shook her head subconsciously. Her mind went blank. What the hell was going on? Damn it, this fool really talks a lot of nonsense. Do you still think Miss Xiaoqiao will let you go for the sake of old friendship? A retainer looked impatient and shouted, Brothers, let's send the young master of Lin family to hell. Clang, he pulled out a bright saber and raised his hand to chop at Lin Sun. Lin Sun glanced at him. With just a glance, an incredible scene happened. The saber that was slashed out shattered inch by inch in the air. Then, the retainer's hand, arm, torso, and head all exploded inch by inch. Like an exploding snowman, the flesh and blood fell to the ground before splashing. This strange and inconceivable scene shocked the other subordinates to the point of widening their eyes, and their eyeballs almost popped out. They were terrified silly. They trembled all over, their faces changed greatly, and they couldn't even speak clearly. Do you think a fool like me can only be slaughtered at will and don't know how to kill people? Lin Sun glanced at them. Then, the bodies of these strong and extremely fierce retainers of Wang family all burst into pieces. The red blood dyed the white blood scarlet, which was shocking. Xiaoqiao was completely dumbfounded. She lost control of her emotions and screamed, You are not that fool. Who the hell are you? Lin Sun said indifferently, I am me. I have never changed and will never change. Impossible. Xiaoqiao was emotional and her pretty face was pale. If you are that fool, why did you watch Lin family being ruined and your parents dying? You let those people from the Lin family banish you, and even disregarded your shame and dignity to pick up the chicken bones that others threw away? Lin Sun said, Because I didn't understand it at that time, but now I understand. Xiaoqiao looked perplexed, It's that simple? Not simple. Lin Sun sighed and looked at the two tombs. I've thought about this problem for too many years. If I had figured it out earlier, they wouldn't have died. Xiaoqiao froze in place. For the first time, she found that although she had followed Lin Sun for many years, she seemed to have never understood him. Is he really a fool? If I let you die like this, you will definitely be very unwilling. Come with me. As Lin Sun spoke, he walked away. He was dressed in white with his hands clasped behind his back. As he walked in the wind and snow, he no longer looked so down and out. Instead, he gave off an imposing aura that even though the mountains and rivers were vast, they could only bow before his feet. Xiaoqiao chased after him like a ghost. It was as if she dared to disobey or refuse, she would have committed an unforgivable and monstrous crime. Yujing City. When Lin Sun appeared in this city again, he was no longer the same Lin Sun. Or in other words, he should have been like this. Hey, isn't this the fool? It's really rare that he hasn't frozen to death. In the same restaurant, there were still many playboys gathering. Those juniors of Lin family were still sitting in the corner. When hearing the discussion about Lin Sun, those juniors of Lin family were so angry that their faces darkened. Why did this fool appear again? Tut, did he become addicted to the chicken bones he picked up yesterday? Someone sneered. Come on, find me some chicken bones. I'll feed him. Someone rolled up his sleeves and picked up the chicken bones. He wanted to imitate Wang Zilong's behavior yesterday and reward Lin Sun with some bones. Others also followed suit. A junior of Lin family couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly rushed to the window and shouted with a ferocious look, "Lin Sun, why don't you go to hell? Don't you think our Lin family is disgraced enough? Get out. Get out. I don't want to see you in the city again." Bang! As soon as he finished his words, he was slapped away by a playboy. The playboy scolded, "Get out of here. Don't ruin our fun." That junior of Lin family fell on his head and was bleeding, but he could only bear it and dare not say a word. In his heart, he hated Lin Sun more and more. Lin Sun saw this scene. He could even see clearly the resentful and extremely aggrieved expressions of those juniors of Lin family. He also saw those hedonistic young masters teasing and playing with him, trying to have fun with him. However, Wang Zilong was missing. This made Lin Sun feel a little regretful, but he didn't think about it anymore because he might see him later. "Lin Sun, come on, catch these bones. If you can bark like a dog, maybe I'll reward you with a glass of wine if I'm in a good mood." A young man in a splendid robe stood at the window and threw out a large number of bones with a smile. Others watched with excitement. Only those juniors of Lin family looked gloomy. They were not angry for Lin Sun, but angry for Lin Sun's disgrace. Those bones flew out. Lin Sun stopped and looked at this scene without any emotion in his eyes. However, those scattered bones suddenly stopped in midair, as if they were caught by an invisible hand. Those playboys who were waiting excitedly to see whether Lin Sun would pick up bones or not couldn't help but be stunned. The lively atmosphere also became silent. Whoosh! At this moment, a piece of bone suddenly turned upside down, as if it had turned into a sword, and suddenly cut through the void. Standing at the window, the smile of the young man in a splendid robe, who had thrown out a handful of bones, froze at this moment. A piece of bone penetrated his throat and was embedded in the flesh. Blood gurgled down. The young man in a splendid robe opened his eyes wide and covered his throat. He wanted to say something, but he could only make a sound of ho, ho. Plop! Immediately, his body softened and he lay on the ground. The other playboys finally realized that something was wrong. Their faces changed dramatically and they jumped in fright. For a moment, the restaurant was in chaos. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, right at that moment, the pieces of bones that had stopped in midair turned around and charged into the restaurant like incomparably sharp swords. Then, each playboy's throat was pierced with a bloody hole. No matter how they tried to dodge or shout, they couldn't. The pieces of bones were all terrifyingly accurate, terrifyingly fast, and terrifyingly fierce. They seemed to be no different from the real peerless sword. In the restaurant, the noisy atmosphere was replaced by a horrible silence. Corpses were lying in a pool of blood. Everyone's throat was pierced, and blood was still gurgling. Before, this place was very lively. These playboys talked loudly and regarded Lin Sun as a target to tease and humiliate him unscrupulously. But now, they were all dead. Those Lin family's descendants didn't die, but they were all scared and fell to the ground, shivering all over, and their minds were blank. They didn't know who the murderer was. Because Lin Sun stood outside the street and just looked up here. Except for that, he didn't do anything else from beginning to end. But only Xiaoqiao knew that it was Lin Sun who killed those playboys. In the cemetery outside the city, Lin Sun had killed those squires of the Wang family in the same way. All this was because Lin Sun glanced at them. This caused Xiaoqiao's heart to tremble and feel even more perplexed. She couldn't understand how a fool who had been ridiculed, trampled, and humiliated for more than 20 years, and had long been reduced to a laughingstock in the city, seemed to have become another person in the blink of an eye. She really couldn't understand. At this time, Lin Sun withdrew his eyes and walked forward with his hands behind his back as if nothing had happened. Xiaoqiao couldn't understand his calm appearance. She couldn't help saying, "Those people you killed all have a great force behind them. They will definitely not let you go." She thought that Lin Sun would be afraid, or at least have some reaction. But Lin Sun didn't. From the beginning until the end, his footsteps were orderly, and he seemed to be calm, composed. Xiaoqiao was stunned. She gritted her teeth and continued to follow him. Behind them, there was a burst of exclamation and noise in the restaurant. Even Xiaoqiao knew that with the death of those playboys, there was bound to be a big storm in Yujing City today, but she had no time to care about it. Are you going to the Wang family? When she noticed that Lin Sun was going to the place where the Wang family was, Xiaoqiao couldn't help but stiffen and cry out involuntarily. You'd better calm down. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Well, in that case, you'll miss a lot of interesting things. Lin Sun didn't look back, and his words seemed very calm. Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Sun's back. She thought in her heart, if you really plan to go to the Wang family, what's the difference between that and death? I can't wait for you to go there earlier. Thinking of this, she calmed down a lot. The Wang clan was the #1 power in Jade Capital that possessed monstrous authority, and there were numerous experts holding down the fort in the clan. Most importantly, everyone knew that the Wang clan's proudest son-in-law, Huangfu Xiaoyu, had similarly returned with Wang Ziluan. Huangfu Xiaoyu was the successor of the Green Cloud sect. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to see the mansion of the Wang family. It covered an area of hundreds of acres. The gate of the mansion was built high and lofty. In front of the gate, there were stone statues of auspicious beasts squatting, and a team of guards standing on both sides. All of them were vigorous and extremely frightening. At this time, in front of the gate of the Wang family's mansion, there were many treasure carriages, beast carriages, and mounts. After handing in their visiting cards, the big shots in the city were led into the mansion one by one. This was called an endless stream of carriages and horses, and a crowded gate. Since last night, the big shots who came to visit the Wang family were like running water, which showed how powerful the Wang family was in Yujing City now. In contrast, the current Lin family was more than deserted. It had fallen to the point that no one cared about it. P.S. Make up for yesterday's chapter. I still owe 2 chapters last time. Goldfish still remembers. Don't worry, I will return them one by one. My friend, please wait. Do you have an invitation? When Lin Sun walked to the gate of the Wang mansion, he was stopped by the guards at the gate. Today, there were many distinguished guests in the Wang mansion. Many big shots in the city came one after another. Without an invitation, it was impossible for anyone to enter the Wang mansion. And in order to prevent people from making trouble, the guards were all elite retainers of the Wang family. They were accomplished in cultivation and had extraordinary bearing. I'm not here as a guest, Lin Sun said calmly. Beside him, Xiaoqiao was silent, but she was extremely nervous. She knew very well that the fool in front of her was different from before. His means of killing were simply terrifying and incredible. If he broke into the Wang mansion, these guards would not be able to stop him at all. At the same time, she was eager for Lin Sun to make a big fuss, so that the masters of the Wang family would be alarmed and kill the fool. Hearing Lin Sun's words, the guards could not help but frown. At this time, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes and marten fur coat came out of a luxurious chariot next to them. He was surrounded by a group of retainers like stars around the moon. It was obvious that he was a big shot with an extraordinary identity. Young man, the gates of the Wang clan aren't a place that anyone can enter just because they want to. I've spent more than 10 years before I was able to walk through these gates with dignity. Even someone like you wants to enter? Even if you struggle for a lifetime, I'm afraid there's no hope. After that, the middle-aged man proudly walked past Lin Sun and went up slowly with his hands clasped behind his back. Senior Lu Hong, please come in. The guard at the gate of the Wang mansion said respectfully. Lin Sun frowned and thought of something in his mind. He said, so you are Lu Hong. In those years, he was often in a daze, but it did not mean that he did not remember. In his memory, when his father had a dispute with the heaven-reaching sword sect, Lu Hong was involved. This man was the deputy governor of Yujing City and had great power. Speaking of which, Lu Hong was his father's sworn brother. But since his father was seriously injured and died, Lu Hong drew a clear line with the Lin family. He even took the opportunity to seize the 3 mineral deposits that originally belonged to the Lin family. At that time, his mother was so angry that she cried so many times and scolded Lu Hong for being heartless and ungrateful. Later, Lin Sun learned that Lu Hong was originally a poor and abject scholar. Later, he gained recognition from his father and gradually gained a firm foothold in Yujing City. With his father's strong support, he became one of the 3 deputy governors of Yujing City. However, Lin Sun had little contact with the outside world before and had never seen Lu Hong, so he didn't recognize him at first sight. You recognize me? In front of the door, Lu Hong turned around and frowned. It's not important whether I know you or not. What's important is that you came at the right time today. It saves me the time to look for you. Lin Sun said calmly. Lu Hong's face darkened. Young man, what do you mean by that? Senior, please calm down. You are an honored guest of my Wang clan. Leave these small matters to us. In front of the mansion, the faces of those guards became cold. Obviously, they regarded Lin Sun as a troublemaker. Lu Hong snorted coldly and turned around to leave. In other places, he was sure to teach Lin Sun an unforgettable lesson for his disrespectful words. Who the hell was a young man who couldn't even enter the gate of the Wang clan? How could he speak so rudely? Lu Hong left, but Lin Sun didn't do anything. It suddenly occurred to him that since Lu Hong was here, other big shots in the city would come as well. In that case, why not wait a little longer? Maybe he could meet some people who had done harm to the Lin family. My friend, I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight now. A guard stared at Lin Sun with a cold look, full of killing intent. Lin Sun turned around and left. He stood far away on the opposite side of the street. There was a big banyan tree covered with snow. Standing under it, he could shelter himself from the snow. Seeing Lin Sun leave sensibly, those guards were all stunned. Then they all showed disdain and shook their heads. They thought Lin Sun was a thorn, but it turned out to be an egg. Xiao was very confused. She was extremely nervous before, thinking that there would be an extremely bloody battle. She never thought that Lin Sun would retreat like this. What? You've learned to be afraid now? Xiao said coldly. Under the banyan tree, Lin Sun looked calm and said, in my eyes, the Wang family is like a big net. It's not too late to close the net when all the fish get in. Xiao's pupils suddenly dilated, and an indescribable chill arose in her heart. Was this guy going to catch all the enemies who had done harm to the Lin family in the past? But where did he get the confidence? In Xiao's impression, this silly young master had never cultivated since he was born. How many elixirs and secret manuals of cultivation had been prepared for him by the head of the Lin family, but he had never looked at them, let alone cultivated. Xiao didn't believe that there was someone in the world who could leap from a mortal to an omnipotent overmatch after figuring out a problem. Moreover, how could a fool who had been ignorant of worldly affairs in the past know which force and which enemy had done harm to Lin Sun over the years? All of this seemed extremely preposterous. Xiao had never seen such an absurd thing in her life. She didn't know that Lin Sun had awakened some kind of consciousness and possessed a soul and willpower far beyond imagination at the moment of the emergence of the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. In the past 20 years, he just couldn't figure out a problem, but it didn't mean that he was a real fool, nor did it mean that he knew nothing about what had happened in the Lin family. In short, let alone a maidservant like Xiao, even those important figures with profound cultivation in this world probably wouldn't be able to understand and see through it. Lin Sun himself naturally couldn't explain it. Time passed little by little. Originally, the guards in front of the gate of the mansion were a little vigilant. After all, Lin Sun didn't really leave, which seemed a little strange. But after an hour, when Lin Sun still stood there without moving, they didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. It's almost time. Lin Sun looked at the sky and said to himself. At this time, Xiao's lips had turned purple, her pretty face was pale, and her body was stiff. After all, it was too torturous to stand still in this icy and snowy day. But when she heard Lin Sun's words, her body shook and she didn't know where she got the strength to say, "Do you really want to die?" Lin Sun glanced at her and said, "You haven't had a good time in the Wang family these years, have you?" Xiao blurted out, "How do you know?" Lin Sun said, "We have been standing here for so long. It's understandable that they don't know me, but no one recognizes you as a maid serving Wang Zilwan. Do you think it's normal? Anyway, you are a member of the Wang family now." Xiao was stunned, and her expression changed constantly. It seemed that Lin Sun had seen through her mind. She said bitterly, "I don't serve Wang Zilwan, but a dog of Wang Zilwan. I don't have any status." Lin Sun was really stunned this time. After a while, he said, "I didn't expect that. It's all because of you." Xiao said angrily, "The Lin family was ruined, and I had nowhere to go. In order to survive, I could only seek shelter with someone else. When Wang Ziluan found out that I had once served you, she said that I had served a fool before, so how could I be qualified to serve her again? At most, I could only serve a dog that she raised. The more she said, the more aggrieved she was, and tears fell down. Why do you want to go to the Wang family? Lin Sun asked after a moment of silence. Xiaoqiao gnashed her teeth and said, do you think I want to? Go and ask. In Yujing City, without the consent of the Wang family, who dares to take in a maid from the Lin family like me? Lin Sun said, so, those squires and servants who left the Lin family had almost the same experience as you. Xiaoqiao snorted and said, that's not it. I should blame myself for serving you. Do you know, it's because of you that I can only serve a dog every day for all these years. She seemed to burst out at this moment with a belly full of anger and grievance. No wonder when we met on the street yesterday, you were so anxious to disassociate yourself from me, and no wonder you took those squires to kill me today, Lin Sun sighed softly. Xiaoqiao said, do you understand now? Lin Sun looked at Xiaoqiao with his dark eyes and said, do you think it's all my fault? Xiaoqiao said without hesitation, whose fault can it be? My fault? Lin Sun said indifferently, when you were in the Lin family never mistreated you, and I never mistreated you. Although you were a maid in name, the treatment you enjoyed was much better than that of a maid. You lived a life of luxury and luxury. But you never felt grateful. When the Lin family was ruined, you left the Lin family without hesitation and sought refuge with the Wang family. But you blamed all the unfairness you encountered in the Wang family on me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Speaking of this, Lin Sun's voice became indifferent. Do you know why I told you so much? Because you have served me for many years, and I treat you as one of my own, but unfortunately, you let me down. After that, he walked away. Xiaoqiao was stunned. Her beautiful face changed and her whole body was trembling. After a while, she gnashed her teeth and said, if you had become so smart in the early years, how could I be like this? Disappointed? It's me who should be disappointed. As she said, she suddenly took a deep breath, and the cold wind poured into her chest, making her calm a lot. Looking at the back of Lin Sun in the distance, her eyes were cold, and she thought crazily in her heart, go to hell. When you die, I will have nothing to do with you. Subconsciously, she didn't believe that Lin Sun could walk out of the Wang family alive. At this time, Lin Sun had come to the gate of the Wang family again. When the guards saw him, they couldn't help being stunned, and then their faces became gloomy. Why is it you again? Don't you give up? Get out of here. No matter what your purpose is, the gate of the Wang family is not for people like you to enter. A guard shouted and slapped at Lin Sun. P.S. As usual, 2 chapters in a row. This slap was extremely heavy and forceful, and it gave rise to a whistling sound. If Lin Sun was really an ordinary person who didn't know how to cultivate, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But Lin Sun was naturally not an ordinary person. Bang, in the next moment, the slap descended. However, it landed on the guard's own face. Moreover, the strength of the slap had become extremely terrifying. The guard's head was smashed by himself. This scene looked extremely strange. It felt as if he had slapped himself to death, and it was bloody and horrifying. The other guards couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open, as if they couldn't believe it or suspected that they had seen it wrong. At this time, Lin Sun had already walked towards the gate. Stop. With a clang, a guard pulled out his saber and slashed at Lin Sun angrily. This was a subconscious reaction. Puff, but the next moment, the saber turned around and pierced into the guard's throat, and blood suddenly burst out like a waterfall. Seeing this, the other guards trembled all over and their faces changed dramatically. They were shocked by this bloody scene as if they had seen a ghost. At this time, Lin Sun had stepped into the gate of the Wang mansion. From beginning to end, he didn't look back at all. Those guards deserved to be the elite retainers of the Wang family. After realizing that something was wrong, they immediately wanted to shout to warn that there was an invasion. But when they opened their mouths to shout, they only felt a buzzing sound in their heads as if they were struck by lightning. The next moment, in front of the gate of the Wang mansion, there were corpses lying on the ground in disorder. All of them had their eyes wide open and stopped breathing. Although their bodies were intact, their souls had all been crushed. From beginning to end, Lin Sun didn't attack once, and he didn't even look back at all. But this strange scene of death made Xiaoxiao's scalp numb in the distance, and her soul almost came out of her body. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a battle between cultivators, but she had never seen such a strange way of killing. Lin Sun was like a death god from hell. Wherever he passed, he was covered by the shadow of death, and no one survived. This was too terrifying. Impossible, he couldn't have walked out alive. Xiaoxiao was in a daze. Instinctively, she strode forward and staggered towards the prince's residence. Today, the Wang family manor was filled with distinguished guests. Great figures had gathered, and it was extremely lively. Lanterns and colored banners were hung everywhere. Servants and maidservants shuttled back and forth in different areas, providing meticulous service to the guests. There were also elite guards distributed among them. There was a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. The security was tight to prevent any accidents from happening. "Who are you? Who let you in?" When a strange young man like Lin Sun came in, he immediately attracted some vigilant eyes. Unfortunately, before they could react, all of them fell weakly to the ground and died silently. If one looked down from the sky, one could see that the squires and guards of the Wang family fell down one by one like weeds being harvested. From the beginning to the end, no one was able to make a sound to warn him, when Xiaoxiao followed Lin Sun's footsteps and walked in. It was quiet and desolate along the way. Only corpses could be seen lying on the ground. Her heart tightened, her lips turned pale, and her mind trembled from fear. She didn't dare believe it, and she couldn't believe it. How could this be? There was no blood, no screams, and no intense collisions. So many people had died just like that, without a sound. Was this still the Wang family that she knew, regarded as the most powerful force in Yujing City? Before long, a burst of laughter came from afar. Xiaoxiao found that she had come to the core of the Wang family unconsciously. Not far away was the reception hall. At this time, the hall was brightly lit, and people talked and laughed incessantly. Obviously, the great figures gathered in the reception hall hadn't noticed that a figure like the god of death was approaching them. This made Xiaoxiao feel an indescribable chill all over her body. There were so many masters in the Wang family, and the defense force was so tight. But now, Lin Sun was invincible. This was too horrible and incredible. In the reception hall, Wang Tianqing, the patriarch of the Wang family, sat on the chief seat with a ruddy face and a reserved smile on his face. The hall was full of distinguished guests. All the big shots in Yujing City had gathered here today. Everyone had a humble and even slightly flattering smile on their faces. This made Wang Tianqing feel extremely comfortable. More than a decade ago, his Wang family was only a slightly mediocre force in the city. At that time, he, Wang Tianqing, could only put on a flattering smile and listen to the bigwigs present with his tail between his legs. But now, everything was different. In today's Yujing City, the power of the Wang family was enough to cover the sky with one hand. The turning point of everything was that his daughter married a good son-in-law. Thinking of this, Wang Tianqing glanced at the distance, where a handsome young man in a jade robe, a feather crown, and a python dragon belt sat. Huangfu Xiaoyu, a core disciple of Qingyun sect, with his amazing cultivation talent, had now been decided to be the next leader of Qingyun sect. It could be said that it was because of Huangfu Xiaoyu that the Wang family had today's power and status. In a few years, when Xiaoyu takes charge of Qingyun sect, the Wang family can also consider expanding our territory, Wang Tianqing thought fervently. Yujing City could no longer satisfy his ambition. Patriarch, there's just news that a bloody incident happened in a restaurant in the city. At that time, many disciples of different forces were killed. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a person who seemed to be a steward walked over and reported the matter to him via voice transmission. Some people suspect that this matter is likely to be the work of the Lin clan. After all, of the youths who participated in the gathering, only the Lin clan disciples were spared. Wang Tianqing frowned. The Lin family? Didn't they decline a long time ago? How can they still do this kind of thing? The steward also looked puzzled and said, I'm also very confused, so as soon as the news came out, I sent people to investigate, but until now, only one thing is confirmed. What is it? At that time, when those young people were killed, someone had seen Lin Sun, the young master who was expelled from the Lin family, appear outside the restaurant. You still don't suspect that the murderer is that fool, do you? Wang Tianqing suddenly sneered as if he had heard a big joke. continue to investigate. Today's gathering is of great significance. Don't let this matter disturb everyone's interest. The steward nodded and left with the order. Wang Tianqing fell into deep thought. In this city, who dared to kill a group of foppish young masters and only let the disciples of the Lin family go? Could it really be done by someone related to the Lin family? Subconsciously, he directly ignored Lin Sun. How could such a weak fool do such a thing? At the same time, Huangfu Xiaoyu was talking with his beautiful wife, Wang Ziluan. How's it going? What's the matter? Wang Ziluan was stunned. Have you forgotten? Huangfu Xiaoyu frowned. Wang Ziluan thought for a moment and remembered, and couldn't help laughing. You don't need to worry about such a small matter. If nothing unexpected happens, that fool will never appear again in this lifetime. Huangfu Xiaoyu seemed to be a little displeased and said, I just got the news that a sensational event happened in the city an hour ago. Some foppish young masters were killed, and someone had seen that fool appear outside the restaurant. That's impossible. Wang Ziluan's expression changed slightly. You wouldn't be suspecting that all those foppish young masters were killed by that fool, right? I'm very clear that this fellow has never cultivated at all. Huangfu Xiaoyu frowned and said, but he didn't die, and he appeared in the city. He didn't completely vanish like you said. Wang Ziluan was slightly flustered because of Huangfu Xiaoyu's displeasure, and she immediately summoned a maidservant and asked. Has that bitch, Xiaoqiao, returned? The maidservant shook her head. No. Wang Ziluan was stunned. It's been so long, yet she still hasn't returned. Could it be that an accident really occurred? Xiaoyu, wait a moment. I'll go check it myself. Wang Ziluan stood up and hurriedly walked out of the hall. She gritted her teeth in secret. Xiaoqiao, you trash. You can't even do a small thing, yet you want to obtain my trust? Dream on. She walked out of the hall in a rage and almost collided with a figure that walked towards her. Are you blind? Fuck off. She couldn't help but berate. When she raised her head, she saw a young man in thin white clothes blocking her path, and he didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding her. This caused her to be even more infuriated. Wang Ziluan? The white-clothed young man spoke with an indifferent expression, and he seemed to want to confirm it. After all, he'd only met her once over 10 years ago, and Wang Ziluan was only a 13 or 14-year-old young woman at that time. Who are you? How dare you call me by my name? Where are the guards? Are they all dead? How could a stranger appear here? Wang Ziluan's beautiful brows knit together as she burst into rage. In these past few years, as the wife of Huangfu Xiaoyu, she'd lived like a princess, and she was respected and fawned upon no matter where she went. Who dared to call her by her name like this? The white-clothed young man had a calm expression as he looked at the beautiful woman that was throwing a tantrum before him. If he didn't see it with his own two eyes, he wouldn't dare be sure that this was the young woman that personally ran over to him and broke off the engagement with him in a domineering and arrogant manner. Even though her appearance had changed greatly, her arrogant temper seemed to have become even worse after these years. Madam, he is Lin Sun. In the distance, Xiaoqiao appeared and said with trembling lips. What Lin Sun? Speaking of this, Wang Ziluan suddenly realized something and widened her eyes. You mean he is Lin Sun? Obviously, she didn't recognize Lin Sun after more than 10 years of not seeing him. After the shock, she subconsciously asked, why is this fool here? Xiaoqiao, did you bring him here, bitch? Didn't I say that I'll never see him again? Speaking of this, she was so angry that she unconsciously raised her tone, and her voice became sharp because of anger. All of a sudden, the originally lively atmosphere in the reception hall behind her was disturbed by her scream, and many people looked over. P.S. There will be another update at about 11 o'clock in the evening. Wang Ziluan was the daughter of the head of Wang family and the wife of Huangfu Xiaoyu. Needless to say, her identity was noble. But she screamed outside the hall at this time, which was hard to not attract attention. What on earth happened? Wang Tianqing frowned and looked over. Huangfu Xiaoyu put down the wine glass in his hand, and a trace of displeasure appeared in his eyes. At this moment, many people looked over. Then, they saw Lin Sun standing outside the hall. Outside the hall, it was snowing heavily. Under the light, the floating blood flowers were glowing with enchanting and magnificent luster, which was very beautiful. A figure in thin white clothes stood there, blocking Wang Zilwan's path. Or rather, Wang Zilwan blocked his path. Who was this person? Many people were puzzled and a little surprised. This was the Wang family, and the guest reception hall was the core place. Ordinary young people were not qualified to come here at all. There was a short silence in the originally lively atmosphere in the hall. What? Lu Hong recognized Lin Sun and was a little surprised. He said, "Wasn't this guy driven away? How did he sneak in again?" "Do you know this person, Governor Lu Hong?" someone asked. Lu Hong shook his head and sneered, "A young man who doesn't even have an invitation and doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the prince's mansion. How could I possibly recognize him? When I first arrived, I only remembered that the guards were chasing him away. I didn't expect that he would actually come back." His words caused everyone in the main hall to burst out laughing. They were big shots in the city, and of course, it was impossible for them to know that the young man in front of them was the child of Lin family who had been ridiculed by them for many years. Wang Tianqing's face darkened and he was furious. What kind of people are allowed to come in? Where are the guards? Are they all dead? Wang Zilwan, standing in front of Lin Sun, suddenly realized that yes, where were the guards? Why were they all gone? They are all dead, all dead. Xiao Chao pointed at Lin Sun in the distance with a pale face and trembling voice. He killed them, he killed them. What? Suddenly, everyone present narrowed their eyes. Only Wang Zilwan sneered as if she wanted to hear a big joke. It's impossible, he is a... Before she could say the word fool, she only felt suffocated and a tsunami-like force came to her. Bang, her entire body flew out and fell into the main hall, smashing a table into pieces. Tea, wine, and delicacies splashed all over her face. This sudden scene caused a commotion in the main hall. Especially Wang Tianqing and Huang Fu Xiaoyu, their expressions had already turned gloomy. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it and strolled into the reception hall. Bastard! How dare you commit murder in the Wang clan? How audacious! Scram! A big shot of the Wang family rushed out like a furious lion and punched at Lin Sun. The power of his palm was as terrible as the Yangtze River. All right. Many people's eyes lit up. This punch was full of strength and contained the power of the Great Path. It could definitely be called the peak attack of the Grotto Heaven realm. Crack, however, when the big shot of the Wang family was only 1 foot away from Lin Sun, his fist was shattered directly. Then, he knelt on the ground, and with a bang, the ground caved in. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Seeing this scene, everyone's face suddenly changed. Although the big shot of the Wang family was not a first-class figure, he was also a ruthless man. But now he knelt directly, and the young man in white didn't even make a move. Many people realized that something was wrong. As the saying went, those who came with good intentions didn't come with good intentions. This young man in white was obviously a hidden master. But who on earth was he, and what did he want to do here? Friend, you've gone too far. This is the Wang family, not a place for you to behave atrociously. You, Lu Hong's face darkened and he shouted. Crack, before he finished his words, he was slapped away by Lin Sun across the air. The power of this slap was great. Although Lu Hong was a deputy governor with great power, he was just a strong practitioner in the reincarnation developing realm. He directly turned into a black shadow and spun more than 10 times in the air before falling to the ground with a thud. Half of his face was swollen, and his facial bones were broken, covered with blood. How dare you ignore the Wang family? Go, take down this madman. Wang Tianqing's face was livid with anger. He pointed at Lin Sun with his eyes wide open. A group of big shots and squires of the Wang family standing near him had already noticed that something was wrong, but now they could only brace themselves and rush forward. But how could they be Lin Sun's opponent? Before they could get close, they were forced to kneel on the ground by the power emitted from Lin Sun's body. Their kneecaps were broken, and screams followed. Seeing this scene, all the big shots present changed their faces and were completely chilled. No matter how ignorant they all realized that the young man in white in front of them was absolutely a horrible figure. As for Wang Tianqing, his eyelids twitched and he was horrified. He realized that something was wrong. He took a deep breath and said, "May I ask who you are, friend? If the Wang family has offended you, please tell us." "Father, he is Lin Sun." Wang Ziluan, whose face was covered with soup and vegetable leaves, shouted. Lin Sun. At first, all the big shots present were stunned, and then they immediately realized who this name was. They were all shocked and almost couldn't believe their ears. The fool who was born with the luck of heaven and earth, how could this be possible? Even Wang Tianqing was confused. The fool of the Lin family? For more than 20 years, who didn't know how ridiculous and funny this fool was? The young man in white in front of them was so powerful and terrible. How could he be that fool? "You are really Lin Sun? Lin Xiaorong's son?" An old man couldn't help asking. Crack, as soon as he finished speaking, the old man was slapped to the ground and fell on his face, unable to get up again. "Can you call my father's name directly?" Lin Sun's eyes were cold and his tone was casual. But his words made everyone completely sure that this man was really the famous fool in Yujing City. But how could he become so terrible? This fact seemed to be too horrifying. A fool that was publicly acknowledged by everyone had suddenly transformed into an unfathomable and terrifying figure. Was this something that anyone could accept? "Lin Sun, did you come for revenge because I broke off the engagement with you? If so, you can come for me alone." Wang Ziluan stood up with her hair disheveled. Her face was still stained with soup and vegetable leaves, and she stared at Lin Sun angrily. Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and sneered, "You think too highly of yourself. Do you deserve it?" Wang Ziluan seemed to be greatly humiliated. Her face suddenly changed and she said, "If not, why did you break into my Wang family today and commit murder?" "It's very simple. I want to settle accounts with everyone here, including your Wang family." As soon as Lin Sun said this, everyone present was shocked. Many people realized something, and their faces changed greatly. Some slow-witted people soon understood that Lin Sun was here not only for revenge, but also to demand an explanation for Lin family, which had been declining for a long time. "The downfall of your Lin family has nothing to do with us," a short and fat middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes said coldly. Bang! As soon as he finished his words, he was forced to kneel down by a terrible power. For a moment, everyone in the hall was as silent as a cicada in winter. They were all frightened. From the moment Lin Sun appeared until now, he didn't do anything, but the big shots knelt down on the ground. That kind of terrible power was too shocking. It doesn't matter whether it's related or not. What matters is that from now on, please cooperate with me. Otherwise, I don't mind slaughtering your clansmen after killing you," Lin Sun said indifferently. Before entering the Wang mansion, his divine sense had already covered the entire Wang mansion, and he had seen everything in the guest hall. He had long since confirmed the identity and background of everyone present. To him, some people were already no different from dead people. "What on earth do you want to do?" Wang Tianqing gritted his teeth, and his face was cloudy. "What do I want to do? Of course, I want revenge. I heard yesterday that from now on, there will be no Lin family in Yujing City, right?" Lin Sun smiled faintly, and his eyes were cold. Wang Tianqing snorted, "Today's Lin family is no different from existing in name only. Everyone in Yujing City knows this." Lin Sun's eyes became colder. "I also heard that a few years ago, you said that the wisest decision you made in your life was to break off the engagement with Lin family?" Wang Tianqing looked a little uneasy and said, "Your father also agreed to break off the engagement. You can't blame anyone. But why does your Wang family want to kill me?" As soon as Lin Sun said this, Wang Tianqing was stunned. "Really? Father, it's my idea." In the distance, Wang Ziluan's face suddenly changed, and he spoke loudly. "Enough." Suddenly, Huangfu Xiaoyu, who had been silent all the time, pounded the table and stood up. He looked at Lin Sun with a cold face and sharp eyes. "Do you know what you're doing?" His words were filled with endless coldness. All the big shots present breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were all frightened by Lin Sun before. They were in a state of panic and fear. But now, when they saw Huangfu Xiaoyu stand out, they seemed to have found a savior and hope. Huangfu Xiaoyu was the core disciple of Green Cloud sect and the successor of the next headmaster. With him, how could the fool dare to run wild? with the great power of green cloud sect covering the whole world, it was enough to crush him easily. Xiaoyu. Wang Ziluan was so excited that she cried, "You have to uphold justice for our Wang family." "Don't worry, I'm here." Huangfu Xiaoyu looked arrogant. He looked at Lin Sun and said, "The destruction of your Lin family was caused by your father's overestimation of his strength and his intention to compete with Green Cloud Sect for the mineral vein. If you want to take revenge, you can go to Green Cloud Sect. But, do you dare?" Many people couldn't help sneering. Yes, do you dare to go against Green Cloud Sect? But the next moment, their smiles froze. Because in their eyes, Lin Sun's slap was like swatting a fly. Then, Huangfu Xiaoyu, the core disciple of Green Cloud Sect and a famous talent in Jade Capital, who was regarded as their savior and hope, was slapped away. His mouth and nose were bleeding, and his teeth were peeled off. He hit the wall in the distance with a thud. His body was twitching violently because of the severe pain. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and there was a dead silence. P.S. If you don't think it's too late, there will be another update after midnight. Those who can't wait can watch it tomorrow morning. In addition, please ask for tickets. Huangfu Xiaoyu was like a legend in the eyes of these big shots in Yujing City. He had a status and strength that they could look up to and even revere. Because of his existence, Wang family, a second-rate force, had become the largest force in Yujing City in the past 10 years. It was precisely because of his appearance today that these great figures had put down everything they were doing and gathered at the Wang clan today. Otherwise, Wang Tianqing alone would not be enough to make them do this. But now, Huangfu Xiaoyu was sent flying by a slap. His cheeks were red and swollen, his teeth fell off, and his body was trembling. Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt like a mountain had collapsed in front of him. How dare you?" Wang Ziluan screamed. Yes, how dare he? Who gave him the courage? You're courting death. In the distance, Huangfu Xiaoyu crawled up from the ground, and he was angered to the point his eyes almost split apart while his voice was filled with rage. Being slapped flying under the gazes of everyone was the first time he'd experienced such humiliation, and it caused him to be on the verge of going mad. Kneel down. Lin Sun's body suddenly emitted a terrifying power. Huangfu Xiaoyu fell to the ground on all fours, and his head was pressed against the ground, unable to be raised again. He wanted to shout madly, but he couldn't make a sound. In the end, he actually fainted from the rage that attacked his heart. At this point, everyone in the hall was completely cold and horrified. When they looked at Lin Sun again, there was unconcealable horror in their eyes. Was it really that fool? Wang Tianqing suddenly remembered something. Just now, his supervisor came to report that a bloody incident occurred in a restaurant in the city. Some playboys in the city were killed, and he didn't know who the murderer was. The only thing he knew was that Lin Sun had appeared outside the restaurant. At that time, Wang Tianqing sneered and thought it couldn't be done by a fool. But now, Wang Tianqing felt like a fool. After so many years, he didn't know that the fool was such a terrifying figure. Now, it seems that everyone has nothing to say. Let's settle the score. Lin Sun said indifferently. Outside the hall, it was snowing heavily and the cold wind was biting. But in comparison, everyone found that Lin Sun's words were colder, so cold that their blood was about to freeze. Settle the score, how could it be a good thing? Lu Hong, do you know your crime? Asked Lin Sun. What crime have I committed? Even if you want to settle the score, you should at least let me know what I did wrong, right? Lu Hong braced himself and said while kneeling on the ground. Puff, a wisp of sword chi flashed out and chopped off his head, causing fresh blood to spray. Everyone's body trembled. This was a deputy city lord, and he was killed just like that. Lin Sun turned his eyes to the short and fat middle-aged man in a luxurious robe and said, Qian Kunlong, do you know your crime? Qian Kunlong, the head of the Qian clan, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. His lips trembled as he said, let me think. Puff, sword chi shot out and cut off his head. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed very impatient. He didn't even want to ask or wait. However, the more he acted this way, the more disappointed those big shots became. Lin Sun, if you kill us, your Lin family can forget about having a foothold in Jade Capital City. A tall and thin old man roared angrily. Puff, as soon as he finished speaking, his head was chopped off. Lin Sun didn't even look at him. He looked at a middle-aged scholar with white skin and no beard and said, "Chu Huaizhen, do you know your crime?" The latter knelt down and wailed, "I know my crime, I know my crime. I promise I will pay back the things I took from Lin family. No, I will pay back 10 times. I only ask Child Lin to forgive me once. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment." As soon as Lin Sun finished speaking, a wisp of sword qi flashed out and pierced Chu Huaizhen's sea of qi, abolishing his cultivation. Chu Huaizhen looked gloomy as if he had aged countless years all of a sudden. His lips wriggled for a long time, and finally he said bitterly, "Thank you for not killing me, Child Lin." Lin Sun looked at the next person. However, before he could speak, the man had knelt down and kowtowed, "I also admit my crime. Please be merciful, Child Lin. I promise to return all the things I took from Lin family a few years ago." Plop, plop. Then, some other big shots present could no longer bear the horrible and oppressive bloody atmosphere. They knelt down on the ground and begged. In the end, Wang Tianqing also knelt down with a pale face. He knew that Wang family was going to suffer this time. Even if he was angry and unwilling, he could only bow his head. Even if he couldn't accept it, he could only kneel down. Because Wang Tianqing was not the only one in Wang family. There were many other clansmen. If they wanted to preserve their bloodline, they had to make sacrifices. "Father," Wang Zilwan's mind went blank as if she had lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. At that time, she had angrily gone to the boy who was regarded as a fool and ridiculed him unceremoniously. But she didn't expect that after more than 10 years, the foolish boy appeared in front of her in this way. Her husband, whom she was so proud of, and her father, whom she relied on, were all kneeling at her feet. At this moment, Wang Zilwan suddenly thought that if she hadn't broken off the engagement, would all this not have happened. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Outside the hall, Xiaoqiao was so shocked that she knelt on the ground and stared at all this, feeling it was so unreal. She thought that Lin Sun would be killed by the masters of Wang family and it was impossible for him to leave alive. But what did she see now? One after another, the big shots in the city fell at Lin Sun's feet. Some were dead, and some were no different from being dead. Even if they weren't dead, even if it was Huangfu Xiaoyu, he seemed so weak and tiny. He has really changed. Xiaoqiao was lost, and her heart was replaced by endless remorse. She knew that the reason why Lin Sun didn't kill her was that he wanted her to see what happened with her own eyes. "If you didn't repay kindness with evil, I would give you a carefree future for the sake of the past years, even if you worked for one family. Unfortunately, you let me down." A voice sounded in her ears, awakening Xiaoqiao, who had fallen into a trance. When she raised her head, she saw that Lin Sun was standing in front of her without any emotion. Can I fix it?" Xiaoqiao showed a pleading look. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. But you also know that from now on, as long as I'm alive, I'm afraid no one will dare to take you in. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. Good luck." After saying that, Lin Sun walked away. Young master, young master." Xiaoqiao cried and wanted to catch up with him, but there was no sign of Lin Sun. The world was covered with a vast expanse of white snow. On this day, a series of things that happened in Wang family caused a sensation in the whole Jade capital. Countless shocked and uproar voices reverberated in the snowy world. No one had expected that the young master of Lin family, who had been regarded as a joke for more than 20 years, would avenge his parents in such a bloody way. No one had expected that the strong, including Huangfu Xiaoyu, Wang Tianqing, Lu Hong and other big shots, would be trampled under the feet of a person like vulnerable ants. Many big shots died. Many big shots were also disabled. Wang Zilwan also died, and her younger brother Wang Zilong was not spared. His throat was pierced by a piece of chicken bone. When he died, his eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. Probably they didn't expect that the bone they threw to Lin Sun yesterday would be returned the next day. In short, many big shots died in Jade Capital that day. In the following period, the division of forces in Jade Capital also ushered in a reshuffle. The Wang clan, which had been extremely powerful in the city for more than 10 years, was now on the brink of destruction. After leaving Wang family, Lin Sun returned to Lin family. At that time, Lin family didn't know what he had done. Lin Sun didn't explain, but just told those clansmen who looked at him with disgust and rejection, I have avenged my parents and my clan. As long as I'm alive, Lin family won't be destroyed. But whether you die or not has nothing to do with me in the future. If anyone dares to act in my name, don't blame me for killing my own family. After that, he turned around and left. At that time, those clansmen of Lin family were still full of ridicule and even excitement. They couldn't wait for Lin Sun to disappear in front of them so that they wouldn't lose face because of this fool. As for acting in Lin Sun's name, it was even more impossible. Who would act in the name of a fool? They must have a cramp in their brains, but when what happened in Wan family came out in the city, those clansmen of Lin family were dumbfounded. Emotions of regret, annoyance, and unwillingness surged in their hearts. Lin Sun is so despicable. He is so powerful. Why didn't he show his real ability until now? It's so hateful to watch our Lin family fall. Humph. No matter what, we are Lin Sun's relatives after all. Even if we do things in his name, so what? Does he really dare to kill us all? Isn't he afraid of being criticized by the world and bearing the infamy of killing his relatives? These angry discussions continued to play out in the Lin family. Later, someone plucked up the courage to act in the name of Lin Sun's cousin and successfully occupied a restaurant in the city. Later, some people wantonly expanded the power of Lin family in the name of Lin Sun's relatives. Later, Lin family gradually rose from decline, and every clansman of Lin family lived a comfortable life again. And then, a young man of Lin family was killed in a dispute with others, and the murderer fled. Lin family was furious, but they couldn't find the murderer and could do nothing about it. Then, somehow, the words Lin Sun said when he left the Lin family spread throughout the city. Did Lin Sun draw a clear line with Lin family? All the major forces in the city got the news at the first time. From then on, Lin family's rise began to suffer setbacks. Before long, the situation became precarious again. From then on, those clansmen of Lin family realized that Lin Sun really wouldn't care about his relatives anymore. For a moment, they were angry, hateful, and helpless. More than that, they felt a kind of unspeakable regret. If they hadn't driven Lin Sun out of Lin family at that time, Lin family would have been the ruler of Yujing City. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Fortunately, everyone knew that Lin Sun came from Lin family. Even if there were conflicts between Lin family and Lin family, Lin Sun wouldn't care about it. However, no one dared to go too far for fear of drawing Lin Sun out. Although Lin family didn't live a good life in the years to come, at least they didn't fall into ruin. Of course, these were all things in the future. On the day he left Lin family, Lin Sun left Yujing City and went to Green Cloud Sect. 3 days later, Green Cloud Sect, regarded as the first force in the world, was destroyed by Lin Sun alone and disappeared. The world was terrified. P.S. All the updates owed have been made up. My friends, don't forget to smash the tickets when you're having fun watching this outside Jade Capital, in the cemetery. Lin Sun stood alone in front of his parents' grave and kept silent for a long time. Looking up at the sky, he took a deep breath and murmured, "When falsehood is true, truth is false. When there is nothing, there is nothing. When truth and falsehood are illusory, I am true, and Tao is true." A kind of ethereal and mysterious understanding came to Lin Sun's mind. It was snowing heavily, and everything in front of him gradually became illusory, blurred, and disappeared into nothingness. In primitive times, there was a mighty man who dreamed one day and turned into a butterfly, flying and shuttling among flowers and plants. When he woke up, he was confused. Which was true and which was illusory? Was the butterfly transformed into me, or I transformed into the butterfly? This was the confusion between truth and falsehood and illusion. Now, Lin Sun passed the 9th test of Green Cloud Path and entered the samsara. After more than 20 years of meditation, he saw through the truth and falsehood and saw himself. In cultivation, the truth was a kind of understanding of one's own body. Even if those experiences eventually disappeared as illusory, they were all experienced by Lin Sun, so they were true, on the Green Cloud Path in the heaven accessing place. Lin Sun's figure reappeared. After a slight trance, his eyes became clear again, his mind was ethereal, and his breath also had a kind of transcendent charm. Congratulations, you've passed the last test. Under the gate to the heaven accessing place, the mysterious woman got up from sitting cross-legged and looked at Lin Sun with a hint of surprise in her eyes. What Lin Sun had experienced was seen by her. It seemed that more than 20 years were like a short reincarnation. But in the heaven accessing place, it was only more than 20 days. However, it was hard for the mysterious woman to calm down. Because what Lin Sun saw, felt, and comprehended during the test, she couldn't see or perceive. The only thing she could be sure of was that Lin Sun successfully saw himself and passed the test. Because of this, she couldn't understand it. When did you have an epiphany? The mysterious woman couldn't help asking. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask. Lin Sun thought about it and didn't hide it. He said, I knew who I was the moment I was born. The mysterious woman's eyes narrowed. But why didn't you succeed at that time? Lin Sun said, because I was confused at that time. I couldn't tell who I was. If I was sure that I was not the young master of Lin family in Jade Capital, how could I be sure that I was the lineal descendant of Lin family in Heart Cleansing Peak? The mysterious woman seemed to come to a sudden understanding, and she said, you're thinking if everything you're experiencing right now is an illusion as well? Lin Sun nodded, yes, I've never thought about it before, so I've been confused and even doubted that the previous experience and the experience in the samsara may be illusory. Pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, that's why I've been thinking about who I am all these years in Jade Capital City. What's real and what's illusory? I've been thinking about it for over 20 years. The mysterious woman's eyes lit up and she said, this is called the illusory barrier. It's also seen by Buddhist cultivators as the self-seeing barrier. However, do you know that only saints will face the test of the power of negative karma? Lin Sun was stunned. Sage? The mysterious woman said, yes, what you were confused about at that time was a tribulation of the saint realm, called heart-seeking and truth-seeking. It points directly to the state of mind of the Great Tao. Suffering from the true and false Great Tao is the most terrible thing. Once you can't break through this tribulation, all your Great Tao will become illusory and vanish. Lin Sun was surprised. Only then did he realize that the confusion he experienced was related to a tribulation on the way of the saint realm, but the point was that he hadn't become a saint yet. Lin Sun's expression also became a little strange. He finally understood why the mysterious woman looked at him in such a strange way. Obviously, she also felt extremely incredible about it. What did you realize in the end? The mysterious woman continued to ask. Lin Sun said without hesitation, I'm real. It was just 3 words, but it seemed very normal. It was a very simple principle. A real person with flesh and blood was obviously real. But the mysterious woman knew that Lin Sun really understood it. As far as she knew, from ancient times to the present, there were countless saints who disappeared in the tribulation of heart-seeking and truth-seeking on the way of the saint realm. It was an incredible miracle that Lin Sun, a strong man of the king realm in the 7th tribulation of longevity, could comprehend this in the 9th level of Green Cloud Path by chance. How do you feel you've changed? The mysterious woman asked again. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, my state of mind has changed. In those 20 years, my state of mind experienced countless tortures and tribulations between true and false. Now, I won't be confused by it anymore. After thinking for a while, he added, and I'm not afraid of the karmic tribulation. His words were calm, but he showed absolute confidence. At this point, the mysterious woman stopped asking and turned her hand. Buzz, suddenly, a magnificent rain of light appeared on Green Cloud Path. Finally, it turned into 3 light balls and floated in front of Lin Sun. In the first light ball, there was a pair of illusory black wings. They were dark like the color of the eternal night, giving people an ethereal charm. The mysterious woman's cold voice sounded, the first treasure is the reward for breaking through the 7th level, flame-burning realm. It's called Wings of Burning God. With it, you can teleport 3,000 miles away, which is no different from the space teleportation of the Saint Realm. Suddenly, Lin Sun's eyes brightened. He realized that this treasure was completely an escape artifact. Space teleportation, even if it was only 3,000 miles away, it was enough to play a life-saving role in a life-and-death situation. The only drawback is that if you use this treasure with the cultivation below the Saint Realm, it will consume your own spirit and shorten your lifespan. In serious cases, it will even damage the foundation of Tao. I suggest you don't use this treasure unless it's a critical moment. The mysterious woman's words calmed Lin Sun a lot, but he was still tempted. It was very clear that if he could make full use of this treasure, it could be used as a life-saving trump card. The second treasure is the reward for breaking through the 8th level, Tao breaking. It's called Guide of Thousand Tricks in the Sky. If you get lost in the boundless sea of stars, fall into the maze of heaven and earth, or stray into a perilous situation, you can use this treasure to infer the way out. However, how much you can infer depends on your own cultivation. Hearing the mysterious woman's voice, Lin Sun looked up. Within the second ball of light was a simple and crude bronze instrument. It was shaped like a lamp, and its surface was covered in dense and obscure markings of the Grand Tao. Moreover, there was a pointer that seemed like a dragon or snake at the center of the wick. This was the Guide of Thousand Tricks in the Sky, an ancient treasure with a special function. Lin Sun's eyes also became hot. The value of this treasure was absolutely inestimable. If he entered some strange and unknown places and couldn't get out of them, he might be able to use this treasure to guide him. When Lin Sun looked at the third light ball, he couldn't help but be stunned, because there was only one light in the light ball. This light was gentle and sacred, giving off a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. "Senior, what's the reward for the 9th level?" Lin Sun was curious. "It's a kind of power." The mysterious woman looked a little strange, and her eyes drifted. "You haven't awakened your talent yet, have you?" Lin Sun was stunned and shook his head. In this world, there were tens of thousands of races, and almost every race had a kind of talent power hidden in their blood. With talent power, there was the possibility of awakening talent power. For example, the talent power of the Black Sea Dog tribe was Smell of Tao. For example, the talent power of the Cyan Phoenix tribe was Feather Carrying the Mountain. As a descendant of the spirit-eating insect, Little Silver's talent power was spirit-eating swordsmanship aimed at the soul. And the human tribe also had different talent power, such as Lin Sun's Devouring Abyss Source spiritual vein. But up to now, he hadn't awakened the talent power of Devouring Abyss. In the past, he thought that the talent power of the Devouring Abyss was the way of star obliteration, which was related to the power of Tao. But now, Lin Sun had already concluded that the way of star obliteration was just a strange Tao, which could only be controlled and comprehended by the talent of Devouring Abyss. It was not a talent power. Could it be that this power is related to innate divine abilities? Lin Sun thought of something and looked at a light in the third light ball. The mysterious woman nodded. "Yes, it is called Destiny Dark Power. It can awaken the talent power and stimulate the source brand in the talent, so that the practitioner can control a magic power that belongs to his own talent." Speaking of this, she looked at Lin Sun and said, "However, I suggest that you should awaken the source brand in the talent by yourself, and then use this power. In this way, you may get an incredible effect." One was active awakening, and the other was passive awakening. It was destined to be different. Lin Sun suddenly understood and couldn't help being moved. What a mysterious power the Destiny Dark Power was. How could it stimulate the source brand in the talent? Not long after, Lin Sun put away the Burning God Wing, Destiny Dark Power and Destiny Dark Power one by one. He was extremely surprised that he could get such generous and amazing rewards after passing the last 3 tests of Green Cloud Path. At this time, he really came to the gate of the heaven-reaching path. This gate was towering and boundless, and its top couldn't be seen at a glance. The whole gate seemed to be made of bronze, and it was filled with a vast and ancient aura. Standing in front of it, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel like a drop in the ocean and an ant. This gate to heaven was so lofty that it didn't seem to exist in the world. "Are you going to try to push the gate now?" The mysterious woman asked with unprecedented solemnity. "There is only one chance. If you can't push it open, there will be no possibility to push the gate in the future." Lin Sun couldn't help but feel awestruck. He stood in front of the gate and fell into silence. Time passed little by little. The mysterious woman was also silent and didn't say anything. This decision needed to be made by Lin Sun himself. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath and seemed to make a decision. P.S. The second chapter is a little late. Under the mysterious woman's gaze, Lin Sun shook his head. "Let's talk about it later." He looked calm, without any unwillingness or other emotions. He had to go step by step. When he learned that the mystery of his life could only be solved when he set foot on the starry ancient path, Lin Sun knew that he couldn't be in a hurry, he hadn't become a saint yet, so he was not ready to go to the starry ancient path. There were still many things to do. And the heaven accessing place involved a lot. Because of this treasure, his mother, Luo Qingxuan, was regarded as a traitor and was hunted down. She fell into this world many years ago and her bloodline power was destroyed. It could be said that the heaven accessing place was an extremely key treasure for Lin Sun to know the truth of that year. Naturally, he couldn't tolerate the possibility of being rejected by the door to heaven. At present, he was not sure whether he could push the door open, so he would rather not do it and firmly grasp the heaven accessing place. As long as the heaven accessing place existed, there would be a chance to push the door sooner or later. The mysterious woman was stunned at first. She thought that Lin Sun would choose to push the door without hesitation with his courage and will, but he didn't. This made her a little disappointed. Immediately, this disappointment was replaced by a touch of appreciation. She said, "It's a kind of great wisdom to know when to stop." Lin Sun laughed at himself and said, "Senior, you flatter me. I just feel that it's a little overconfident to push the door now." This made the mysterious woman have a strong feeling in her heart. Before, she only thought that Lin Sun had a chance to push the door open. But now, she thought that Lin Sun was very likely to push the door open. Even if this was a thing in the future, it made the mysterious woman look forward to it. A young immortal king realm expert at the peak of the path to immortality was able to see through the state of creating something from nothing and see through the trap of seeking truth from the heart. This was simply an impossible miracle, and it gave the mysterious woman too many surprises. How could she not look forward to the scene when Lin Sun came to push the door one day? Lin family, heart-cleansing peak. After more than 20 days, Lin Sun came out of the closed-door training. Young master, during the days when you were in closed-door training, our Lin family. Lin Zhong appeared at the first time and wanted to report the recent situation of Lin family, but he was interrupted by Lin Sun with a smile. "Grandad Zhong, you don't need to report these things to me in the future." Lin Zhong was stunned. Lin Sun said, "I'm destined to leave in 10 years. It's time for the Lin family to choose an heir." Only then did Lin Zhong understand. With a complicated expression, he said, "Young master, I understand. I will definitely look after the Lin family." When he spoke up to hear, he recalled something and said, "Right, Miss Xianxia came over a while ago, and she asked you to meet her at the Imperial Palace after you come out of closed-door cultivation." Lin Sun was stunned. "Is there anything tricky in the Empire recently?" Lin Zhong shook his head. "Not really." Lin Sun thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Imperial Palace, Qianyuan Great Hall. "Lin Sun, you finally came." When Lin appeared, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but get up with a smile. After welcoming him into the hall and taking a seat, she personally poured a cup of tea for him. When the palace maids and guards saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Rumor had it that Her Highness was on good terms with the head of the Lin family, but they didn't expect that the relationship between the two would be so intimate. Could it be that these palace maids and guards couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild? "You can all leave now." Zhao Jingxian waved her hand to disperse the maids and guards until only she and Lin Sun were left in the hall. Then she took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. "This is about the deeds of Lu Boya. Master Lu is not an ordinary person. Take a look and you'll understand." Lin Sun took the jade slip at once and read it carefully. Not long after, a strange expression couldn't help but appear between his brows. The information in the jade slip was very brief, and only a few things were recorded. However, all of these things were extremely shocking. For example, the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire was originally established by Lu Boya. All kinds of spiritual tattoo warships developed by the Academy of Spiritual Implements were built by the means of spiritual tattoos personally taught by Lu Boya. In short, Lu Boya was the founder of the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. At that time, Lu Boya was called Elder Lu. In addition, the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists was also established by a group of spiritual tattooists selected by the Empire, led by Lu Boya. The founding of Green Deer School was also related to Lu Boya. Under the decree of the current emperor, the Dean and Lu Boya jointly founded the first school of the empire. The character Qing represented the surname of the Dean, and Lu represented the surname of Lu Boya. The system of selecting talents for the empire through county test, province test and nation test was also compiled and formulated by Liu Boya and implemented and promoted by the current emperor. At the same time, the establishment of the Dark Templar, the Bloodthirsty Camp, and the assessment system of spiritual tattooists were all more or less related to Liu Boya. Lin Sun was stunned when he read this. He could imagine that Master Liu had left footprints in the empire, but he didn't expect that he had left so many footprints and had such a profound influence on the empire. The existence of the Academy of Spiritual Implements, Green Deer School, the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, the Dark Templar and the Bloodthirsty Camp were all important tools of the empire, affecting the whole situation of the empire. Who could believe that there was wisdom from Liu Boya in all of them? Even such a strange treasure as the armor with spiritual tattoos was imparted by Liu Boya and then popularized in the empire. At the end, Lin Sun finally understood why the situation in the lower world was so different from that in the ancient Desolation domain. In the ancient Desolation domain, there were many ancient orthodoxies and tens of thousands of races. But in the ancient Desolation domain, there was no country like Xiao Empire, no Academy of Spiritual Implements, no Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, no spiritual tattooed warships, and no spiritual tattooed armor. It could be said that Xiao Empire was located in the lower world and was extremely inconspicuous, far from being compared with the ancient Desolation domain. But in Xiao Empire, there was a different pattern of cultivation. There was no doubt that all of this must have an inseparable relationship with Liu Boya. Why was Liu Boya able to accomplish this? In addition to being a terrifying figure like a quasi-emperor, he didn't belong to the lower world or the ancient Desolation domain, but came from the other side of the starry sky. These messages are all sealed in the imperial treasury and are extremely scattered. If you didn't ask me to collect them, I couldn't believe that Master Liu could be so powerful. Zhao Jingxian sat down on one side, her tone full of admiration. To have done so many great things in the empire, yet to hide his achievements and fame, this kind of demeanor, even I am filled with admiration. Lin Sun smiled bitterly, even I don't know these things, let alone you. But I can't find out anything about his origin or other information. It's like a blank. Zhao Jingxian frowned. It's very abnormal that he did so many things for the empire without being known. Lin Sun said, I was raised by him, but I didn't know these things until now. It's indeed abnormal, but I know the reason. You know? Zhao Jingxian was surprised. Lin Sun sighed softly, it's complicated to explain. In short, the reason why he hid his identity and covered up things about himself all these years was that he didn't want to be discovered by his enemies. Enemies? Zhao Jingxian became more and more surprised. Lin Sun nodded and said, I'll tell you these things later. Even I haven't figured out the truth yet. I only have some speculations. Zhao Jingxian nodded. She knew Lin Sun well. He would never hide anything from her. Then she said another thing, by the way, I imprisoned the 9th prince and his mother in the imperial mausoleum. How are you going to deal with them? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Jingxian, saying, one of them is your half-brother, and the other is your father's concubine. It's not appropriate for me to intervene. It's better to wait for your father to come back and let him deal with it. A smile appeared on Zhao Jingxuan's beautiful face, I know you're worried about me. In fact, you don't have to do this at all. As long as you want, I can help you. Lin Sun smiled, forget it. It will make your father feel embarrassed. The corners of Zhao Jingxuan's moist lips curled up, and it carried a trace of indescribable pride. You don't know this, but Imperial Father dotes on me the most. He isn't here right now, so we'll act first and report to him later. Even if we're punished, could it be that Imperial Father would place righteousness before family? Lin Sun couldn't help laughing, alas, I finally understand what it means to help outsiders. Zhao Jingxian was ashamed and annoyed. She glared at Lin Sun, isn't it because of you? How dare you laugh at me? This is the Imperial Palace, my territory. Believe it or not, I will castrate you and make you a little eunuch in the Imperial Palace. Lin Sun suddenly broke into a cold sweat. In the end, Lin Sun didn't make a decision without authorization. The reason was very simple. For him, the 9th prince and his mother were doomed to spend the rest of their lives guarding the imperial mausoleum. But more importantly, the 9th prince and his mother had an inseparable relationship with Zhao Jingxian and the current emperor. Lin Sun couldn't be too ruthless in this matter. However, what Lin Sun didn't know was that Zhao Jingxian had already issued a secret decree to abolish the cultivation of the ninth prince and his mother, Meng Rong. Now the mother and son were both disabled. Such a punishment was even crueler than killing them. There's no time to lose. Come with me to the Sleeping Moon House. After the discussion, Zhao Jingxian stood up and said, "My father didn't leave any clues when they left, but I already know that they went to the bloodthirsty battlefield. And I've learned that if we want to go to the bloodthirsty battlefield, we can only go to the Sleeping Moon House and find a man named Du So." Du So? Lin Sun suddenly remembered that before he went to the bloodthirsty battlefield, Zhao Tailai, the bloodthirsty lord, also took him to the Sleeping Moon House and had a delicious meal there. Of course, he also saw the old man called Du So. Until now, Lin Sun still remembered that Zhao Tailai had secretly warned him that this Du So was not a simple person. P.S. The second update is here. There's no more tonight. Something is wrong with my thinking. The next plot needs to be carefully sorted out. In addition, there are only about 50 monthly votes left for the 5th place. If you have tickets, please vote for me. He abandoned the Tao and cultivated himself alone. No one in the mortal world can kill him. This was Zhao Tailai's evaluation of Du So, the owner of the Sleeping Moon House. At this time, thinking of this old man, Lin Sun suddenly realized that Ba Qi, the quasi-emperor who brought Yun Qingbai to the mortal world, once said that there was a real emperor in the mortal world. And no one could kill this Du So. Could it be that the emperor mentioned by Ba Qi was Du So? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but look strange. Was the old man really so powerful? Let's go and have a look. Lin Sun was also interested and curious. Of course, the purpose of meeting Du So was to go to the bloodthirsty battlefield. The ultimate purpose of Lin Sun's return to the mortal world this time was to find the way to become a saint. The current emperor once said that there was also a great opportunity for Lin Sun to become a saint in the mortal world. Now, the current emperor, the empress and other terrifying existences in the mortal world had left for the bloodthirsty battlefield more than 10 years ago. This made Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian speculate that the so-called opportunity to become a saint might be in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Lin Sun would not forget that there was an extremely strange and dangerous area in the bloodthirsty battlefield, the mulberry forest. There was a mysterious ice and snow tree, standing in the sky, with a golden cicada lying on it, exuding a sacred, obscure and unfathomable aura. There was also a cold and violent white cicada, which could crack the sky with a cry, startling everyone. There was a blood-colored moth with a holy aura, flapping its wings in the fog. There was a green dragon with a body of thousands of meters long, lying dormant under the earth. Its pupils were as deep as the universe, with horrible visions of the rising and falling of the sun and the sinking of the moon and the changing of time. There was a spiritual broken spear flying in the air, as if possessed by the god of war. There was an enchanting golden flower emitting golden sword light, tearing the heaven and the earth apart. Lin Sun would never forget that when he left the mulberry forest, there had been a shocking change. Green clouds condensed into flowers and fell from the sky. A mysterious and ancient Taoist palace appeared in the world. Just the stairs alone had 9,999 steps, as if it was a stairway to heaven. The aura emitted by the Tao Palace covered the heavens and the earth. It was divine and brilliant, and it dyed the mysterious area in the depths of the mulberry forest with a divine and magnificent luster. Everything seemed so mysterious. Before returning to the mortal world, Lin Sun had roughly guessed that if there was an opportunity to become a saint in the mortal world, it must be in two regions. The other was the ruins of End located in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea. It was one of the 4 ancient ruins of Tao, and it was the most mysterious and terrifying. The other was the mulberry forest in the bloodthirsty battlefield. There were also incredible scenes of holiness. He also learned that the current emperor, the empress, the dean of the Green Deer Academy and other important figures of the empire had gone to the bloodthirsty battlefield more than 10 years ago. This made Lin Sun realize that they were most likely going to the mulberry forest, in a remote and quiet area in the northwest corner of the Forbidden City. A simple and unadorned courtyard was located in the middle of it. On the courtyard gate, there was a horizontal board, embracing stars and sleeping moon residents. The handwriting was crooked, just like the graffiti of a child, which was unbearable to look at. Arriving here, Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but wonder, is it really here? This was the second time Lin Sun came here. With a trace of reminiscence on his face, he said, "It's indeed here. I didn't expect that such an immortal name could be a restaurant." He remembered that he was only in the Tao Insight realm at that time. Now, after many years, he was already a supreme king in the seventh retribution of longevity realm. Now his reputation not only spread throughout the empire, but also became the most terrible enemy in the hearts of the 9 tribes of voodoo barbarians. To Lin Sun and Zhao Jingshuan's surprise, when they entered the moon and embracing stars, they found that there were already guests. On a wooden table, there were 4 dishes, a pot of wine, and 2 wine glasses. Beside the wooden table, there was a skinny old man with sparse hair. He was the grumpy Du South. They hadn't seen each other for many years, yet he was still that cruel and arrogant appearance, and there wasn't the slightest change in him. Opposite to Du So, there was also an old man in a grey robe. His hair and beard were grey, and his face was wrinkled like ravines. He looked extremely old. His sitting posture was upright while his body emitted the aura of time, and it gave others a feeling of vicissitudes of life that assaulted the face. Only his eyes were clear and clean like an infant's, and they were clear to the point they seemed to be able to reflect the deepest secrets in one's heart. But both Du So and the old man's breath were very ordinary. Ordinary people wouldn't take a second look at them. But Lin Sun's cultivation was no longer comparable to that in the past. At a glance, he could tell that although Du So's breath was ordinary, he couldn't capture his breath or figure in his spiritual awareness at all. In other words, if Lin Sun closed his eyes, he couldn't detect Du So's existence at all by the power of his soul. His breath seemed to be completely non-existent, which was extremely magical. As for the old man's aura, it was like the calm surface of the water. It seemed ordinary and unremarkable, but it gave people a feeling that it was vast and boundless. Lin Sun also knew this old man. He was the old priest of the observatory. Before leaving the mortal world for the ancient desolation, Lin Sun had entered the observatory and talked with the old priest once. They also talked about Master Lu Boya. At that time, the old priest once said that Master Lu, who was robbed in the mine prison, was very likely to have something to do with the way of defying heaven and changing fate. Now Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked when he thought about it. He already knew the truth of destroying the mine prison. It was indeed related to the way of defying heaven and changing fate. Because the heaven accessing place had the power to defy heaven and change fate, how could Lin Sun not be surprised that the old priest could make such an inference? These thoughts flashed through Lin Sun's mind, but they brought a kind of mood fluctuation to Lin Sun. He didn't expect that a few clues and a few words back then would actually contain so many secrets that he hadn't noticed before. Lin Sun thought that the old priest of the observatory had also gone to the bloodthirsty battlefield with the current emperor. But he didn't expect to see the old priest sitting with Du So when he entered the moon-embracing star's house. "Greetings, 2 seniors." Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian saluted together. "Here come 2 more freeloaders." Du So rolled his eyes and said, "Fortunately, you are qualified to sit." The old priest smiled slightly and looked at Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian for a moment with his clear eyes. Then he said, "Not only are you qualified, but you also came back at the right time." Saying this, he stood up and said, "I'll wait for you at the observatory." Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian were both stunned. They both realized that both Du So and the old priest seemed to have known that they would come. "Sit down, I'll cook something for you." The old priest laughed. Du So also got up and went into the kitchen to cook. Zhao Jingxian wanted to say something but was stopped by Lin Sun. Lin Sun said with a smile, "This is the old man's character." They sat down. Not long after, Du So prepared some dishes again. They were all very common, but the meat and vegetables matched well. In addition, he prepared a pot of wine for them. Lin Sun picked up the chopsticks and ate quickly. Although he had tasted a lot of delicious food over the years, tasting the dishes cooked by Du So still gave Lin Sun a kind of incomparable enjoyment. The tip of his tongue seemed to loosen all the taste buds, and an indescribable wonderful taste exploded all over his body. Looking at Lin Sun's enjoyment, Zhao Jingxian also picked up the chopsticks and tasted a dish of green vegetables. After just one bite, her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. Then, she didn't hold back and started to gorge herself. She ate happily. With their current realm, they could already abstain from food, but the dishes cooked by Du So were too delicious. During this process, Du So sat on one side, squinting his eyes and looking at Lin Sun and Zhao Jingxian from time to time without saying anything. When they were full, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. The meat of the black tengu is delicious enough, but it's not even 1/10 of the taste of these dishes. Zhao Jingxian nodded in agreement. Du So sneered, it's just dog meat. It's not good enough. When you taste dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and rock wing, you will understand what is really delicious. Have you eaten dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and rock wing? Lin Sun asked. The names of dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and rock wing were enough to make people tremble. Du So snorted coldly. Nonsense. You can't even imagine how many delicacies I've eaten. Cut the crap. You've already eaten. Tell me why you're here. Senior, we're here to head to the bloodthirsty battlefield. I wonder if you can give us some pointers? Asked Zhao Jingxian. Your father left this for you. Du So casually tossed a jade slip into Zhao Jingshuan's hand. Zhao Jingxian sized it up and immediately immersed herself in it, not saying a word. What about you? Du So glanced at Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't stand on ceremony and asked, I heard that there's a chance to become a sage in the lower realm. Senior, do you think this opportunity is in the bloodthirsty battlefield? A mocking smile appeared on Du So's lips. You're only at the longevity 7th tribulation realm, and you're already thinking about becoming a sage. Aren't you biting off more than you can chew? Lin Sun said disapprovingly, if I'm willing, I can step into the longevity 8th tribulation realm at any time. As for the longevity 9th tribulation realm, it's destined to be nothing to me. Du So sneered. What if the forbidden Tao tribulation descends? Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed slightly. He realized that Du So had probably seen through some of his mysteries and knew that he was cultivating the 3 paths. This was extremely unbelievable. If Du So was an ordinary person, how could he casually mention the tribulation he would face? Could it be that he was really an emperor? After a while, Lin Sun calmed down and said indifferently, the great era is coming. It's unprecedented. Everything is possible. If I were afraid of the forbidden Tao tribulation, I wouldn't have chosen this path. He'd seriously pondered this question for a long time while he was in the despair region, and he'd been silently preparing for it. Seeing Lin Sun so calm, Du So was a little surprised. He stared at Lin Sun with his turbid eyes and said, interesting. P.S., as usual, 2 updates in a row. Immediately, Du So nodded, you guessed right. This? Well, there is indeed a great opportunity in the mortal world that can help you become a saint. Before Lin Sun could feel happy, Du So said, unfortunately, you are still a little far away, or it's very difficult for you to seize this opportunity. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, what do you mean? Du So sighed, do you think it's easy to become a saint? Let alone others, look at you now. Your cultivation of qi refining is barely enough. It's at the level of the 7th retribution of longevity. Especially your cultivation of soul refining, you can already dominate the road of longevity. But your cultivation of body refining is too shallow. You're only at the 2nd retribution of longevity. Although your foundation is solid, you lack real tempering and sublimation. If I'm not wrong, you're cultivating the 9 clarity holy physique technique and the body refinement secret technique passed down by the divine elephant martial emperor. You have to be aware that these 2 inheritances can be said to be treasured scriptures that can shake the world. If you only cultivate one, then perhaps your path on the path of body refinement will be slightly easier. But you have 2 kinds of body refining. Do you know what this means? In layman's terms, it's called biting off more than you can chew. If you can't master these 2 secret methods and turn them into your own, this defect alone is enough to prevent you from entering the threshold of becoming a saint. Body refining, the body becomes a saint. Qi refining, the body becomes a saint. Spirit refining, the body becomes a saint. Although the 3 paths of the Tao lead to the same destination, cultivating all 3 paths of the Tao before becoming a saint isn't a simple task. Just like the Tao test, it's the most dangerous mode in front of you. Speaking of this, Du So seemed to feel thirsty. He picked up the flagon and drank a lot. Then he smacked his lips and continued. If it were in the primitive times, it would not be a problem, because at that time, there was no such bullshit Tao test. If it were before the advent of this great era, it would be no different from courting death if you dared to do this. Fortunately, this grand era has arrived. The order of the world has changed, and its quintessence has recovered. Even if I'm cultivating in 3 paths, I'll still be able to find a trace of hope. However, even though there's hope, with your current strength, if you don't make up for your shortcomings in body refinement as soon as possible, then you'll probably be unable to even overcome the Tao tribulation, let alone have extravagant hopes of becoming a saint. It's absolutely wishful thinking. Speaking of this, Du So glanced at Lin and said, "So, what you need to do now is not to think about how to become a sage, but how to face the forbidden Tao test." After listening to the long speech, Lin Sun's expression became uncertain, and he had a sense of being woken up by a sudden warning. After returning to the mortal world from the ancient desolation realm, everything had been smooth sailing for him. No matter if it was his cultivation or his work, he hadn't encountered any setbacks. Unknowingly, he had lost a sense of vigilance. This sort of vigilance was targeted towards one's own path towards the Tao, and it was a form of understanding towards the dangerous situations one faced while cultivating. In cultivation, one should not only advance bravely and be fearless of the dangers ahead, but also fight cautiously as if treading on thin ice. Speaking of this, Du So still looked quite serious. The next moment, he said complacently, "What do you think? I said that you are biting off more than you can chew, right?" Lin Sun originally admired and appreciated Du So, but when he saw Du So's complacent look, the admiration in his heart suddenly disappeared. He said indifferently, "Only by looking far can you know what your goal is, so that you won't get lost on the path of seeking Tao and go astray." "How can this be called biting off more than you can chew?" Du So's face changed. He picked up the flagon and put it to his mouth, sneering, "Well, tell me, how far have you seen?" Lin Sun thought of a realm he had comprehended when he passed the 8th test of Green Cloud Path. He said, "Between existence and nothingness, life and death are created. With the universe in your heart, you can develop and control the universe." Puff, Du So spurted out the wine in his mouth and coughed violently. His thin face turned red and his hands trembled. He looked at Lin Sun as if he was looking at a monster. "Who told you this?" He didn't believe that Lin Sun could see the realm of creating something out of nothing, which was rare even for emperors. Lin Sun was also surprised and said, "Do I need someone else to tell me this?" Du So's expression changed. He stared at Lin Sun and asked suspiciously, "Did you really see it yourself?" At this moment, being stared at by Du So's cloudy eyes, Lin Sun felt a little uncomfortable for the first time, as if all his secrets were going to be seen through. He couldn't help but frown. Is there anything wrong with this realm? Or should I say, it's a path that has already been proven? Du So let out a long breath and murmured, "If you didn't lie to me, you did see far enough." "Alas, monster, I can't say more." He shook his head. When he looked at Lin Sun, his eyes had become much gentler. He said, "The realm you saw is not wrong. You will understand it later. It's too complicated to tell you now. The Great Way is invisible and endless. You can't understand its mystery unless you explore it yourself." At this time, Zhao Jingxian put away the jade slip in her hand. She had already memorized the contents. She looked a little absent-minded and said, "Lin Sun, I may not be able to go to the bloodthirsty battlefield with you." Lin Sun was stunned. "Why?" "Her realm is not enough." Du So said softly and then said, "The most important thing is that the opportunity in that place is too great for her to reach." Zhao Jingxian smiled bitterly, indeed. Her current cultivation level had already broken through to the 4th tribulation of longevity realm, but according to the jade slip left behind by her father, if she wanted to go to the place of great opportunity in the bloodthirsty battlefield, she needed to be at least at the 7th retribution of longevity realm. If she didn't have enough strength, she wouldn't be able to get the opportunity she needed even if she went there. Because the opportunity there was too great, so great that it was enough to make sages crazy. Lin Sun frowned. "Even if I can't get the opportunity, it's okay to go and experience it, right?" "Experience?" Du So sneered. "Should I say that you are too arrogant or ignorant? I can tell you clearly that even if you go there, you won't be able to reach some of the great opportunities. Because those opportunities are not something you can think about at the moment, and they have nothing to do with you." "What kind of opportunity?" Lin Sun frowned. Duso's eyes were deep as he said, if a true sage can be caught, he can become a great sage. If a great sage can be caught, he can become a sage king. If a sage king can be caught, become an emperor? Lin Sun was shocked. Duso chuckled. He didn't confirm it, but he didn't deny it either. Even Zhao Jingxian couldn't help but gasp at this moment. Such an opportunity was indeed too great. It was so great that she couldn't reach it at her current realm. Lin Sun felt his scalp tingle and said, there must be many people above the sage realm fighting for such a great opportunity, right? Duso nodded with a smile. Lin Sun said, great sage? Sage king? Or quasi-emperor? Duso was still smiling and said, it's possible. Lin Sun smiled bitterly, isn't it no different from courting death if I go there? A group of tigers fighting for food. As for me, I'm just an ant. Even if I'm ignored there, I'm afraid I'll be accidentally trampled to death by the claws of these tigers. Duso put away his smile and said seriously, no, in front of those big guys, you're even less than an ant. Lin Sun was speechless. Senior, it's not good to hit people like this. Zhao Jingxian said coldly. Duso laughed, alas, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. There's nothing absolute in this world. Since your father asked this boy to go, how could he not take good care of him? Zhao Jingxuan's expression eased a lot. Lin Sun realized that the current emperor must have been prepared for such an arrangement. It was impossible for him to die. Go. I've told you what I should. Come back in 10 days and I'll send you to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Duso waved his hand and ordered Lin Sun to leave. My father said that the old priest of the observatory will arrange for me to go to the ultimate. At that time, I can visit Old Toad by the way. After leaving the sleeping moon house, Zhao Jingxian and Lin Sun walked side by side on the bustling street. Not long after returning to the mortal world, Old Toad left alone and went to the burial sea grave in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea to look for some clues related to himself. At that time, he had agreed to meet Lin Sun and the others in half a year. Now, the deadline was not far away. Lin Sun realized that the emperor had arranged everything for Zhao Jingxian. He was relieved and said, that's good. Go to the bloodthirsty battlefield with peace of mind. When you get there, don't force yourself. Just follow my father's arrangement. Zhao Jingxian said softly. Well, you too. The ultimate is extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Zhao Jingxian interrupted Lin Sun with a smile, we went there together. How can I not know? Don't worry. Before long, they came to the observatory. There was already a boy standing there, welcoming the two of them. At the top of the observatory, the old priest called Lin Sun alone and said, do you remember that we had a chat here before you went to the ancient desolation realm? Lin Sun nodded and said, yes. The old priest's eyes were as deep as the sea, clear and bright. He said slowly, at that time, I divined for you to see whether your future was good or bad. But do you know what I saw? Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed. The next moment, the old priest said, in front of you is a vast fog. You can't see it. His voice was old, low, with a unique sense of vicissitudes. And behind you, the sky and the earth are collapsing, all things are destroyed, and everything is gone. Lin Sun was stiff all over and his eyes were full of divine light. He said, Senior, what do you mean? I can't understand the divinations. The wrinkles on the old priest's face were intertwined with a trace of complexity. I tell you this just to let you understand that the road of changing your fate is not easy. You must be careful in the future. Lin Sun was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and saluted to the old priest. He looked calm. The road ahead was foggy and unknown. This was the best. If the future was fixed, it would be too boring after all. If the sky and earth collapsed behind him, everything would cease to exist. To seek the great Tao, one had to move forward, so why would one care about what happened behind them? This divination might mean something, but Lin Sun didn't care about it. He had seen himself, so his mind was so firm that it was impossible for him to be affected by this confusion. Before long, Lin Sun left alone. Zhao Jingxian was about to go to the ultimate ruins, and the old priest would arrange her itinerary. Lin Sun couldn't intervene in these things. I'll wait for you to come back. Before leaving, Zhao Jingxian looked at Lin Sun seriously with calm eyes. Take good care of yourself. You too. Lin Sun reached out and hugged the girl in front of him. 3 days later. The sky was clear and the Forbidden City was as prosperous and noisy as before. The streets extending in all directions were crowded with pedestrians and carriages. It was even more lively than before. Today's empire had pacified the demon beasts in its territory, and the disaster of voodoo barbarians in the border area had long been resolved. There were many things waiting to be done in the world. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the light was obscured. Black clouds as heavy as lead covered the entire sky of the Forbidden City like a tide. In an instant, the day seemed to fall into an eternal night. There was a sudden commotion in the city. Cultivators, peddlers, dignitaries, and ordinary people were all alarmed. What happened? What a terrible tribulation cloud. Many strong people in the Imperial Palace, Green Deer School, the commune of spiritual tattooists, and a group of aristocratic forces were shocked and depressed. This tribulation cloud was simply too shocking and terrible. Who was going to pass the tribulation? Countless eyes finally gathered on Heart-Cleansing Peak, where a huge vortex of tribulation cloud like an inverted funnel emerged in the sky. The vortex floated quietly, but it emitted a terrible and boundless aura of destruction, which seemed to make the world tremble. In the Forbidden City, everyone felt oppressed and suffocated, especially the practitioners, who were most sensitive to the heaven's might and were more strongly affected by it. Along with the passage of time, the tribulation clouds that were dense like ink gathered more and more, and the originally bright and beautiful day had transformed into darkness that was like an eternal night, causing all living beings to feel oppressed and horrified. The top of Heart-Cleansing Peak. With his hands behind his back, Lin Sun stood on the edge of the cliff, his clothes and thick black hair fluttering in the wind. He looked calm and composed. The fated disaster had finally arrived, but Lin Sun's heart was calm. Because he had waited for too long, and he had long since lost all fear. In the distance, Lin Zhong, Young Ku, Zhu Laosan, Vulture and other big shots of Lin family, as well as clansmen, villagers of Feiyun village, maids and servants were all looking at them nervously. This tribulation was so shocking that they could hardly breathe. How could they not be nervous for Lin Sun? Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning exploded in the depths of the dense black tribulation clouds, and it was so loud that it shook the sky and covered the surroundings. It shook the void so violently that it began to distort. In the Forbidden City, some practitioners' hearts twitched fiercely. They saw stars and their souls shook violently. Even if it was an expert at the King realm, his expression was heavy and extremely astounded. How could such a tribulation be so terrible? It can only prove that the head of Lin family in Heart-Cleansing Peak is too powerful, so the tribulation he encountered is not ordinary. Longevity tribulation. How can he survive it? At this moment, the huge Forbidden City was covered with black clouds and the atmosphere was oppressive. Countless big shots were guessing and watching. Lin Sun, the well-deserved first in longevity king realm in the empire, wiped out the demons and scared off the 9 branches of voodoo barbarians. He saved the empire from the abyss of suffering alone and was remembered, appreciated and respected by all living beings in the world. He was like a legend, destined to be recorded in the annals of history and be remembered forever. Today, he would usher in the 8th tribulation of longevity, the fated disaster. On the observatory, the old priest looked into the distance in silence with deep eyes. In the moon house with stars in arms, Duso seemed to be annoyed and muttered, "It's just a tribulation." Who was he trying to scare by making such a big noise? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying sound of thunder resounded out like a drum being struck by a god. It rumbled and resounded within the black clouds, and it shook the heavens and the earth to the point it seemed to be shaking. Duso, who was annoyed, was stunned and showed a meaningful smile. "It's interesting. Such a powerful fated disaster. I haven't seen it before, indeed I haven't seen it before." On the observatory, the old priest murmured, and his eyes became more and more deep. Crack! 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 Before long, dazzling lightning tore the black clouds. The dazzling light cut through the darkness and illuminated the world like hundreds of millions of silver snakes dancing wildly. Countless people in the Forbidden City were stunned by such a spectacle. Some ordinary people had knelt on the ground trembling and murmured, as if they were praying for the blessings of the gods. Here it comes, on the top of heart-cleansing peak. Lin Sun was not nervous at all. Instead, he smiled leisurely. He even picked up a wine gourd and drank freely. His robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He drank alone under the whirlpool of tribulation clouds. Above his head, the thunder was raging and the lightning was flowing. His calm, composed, and peerless bearing caused others to be unable to help but be stunned. Boom! Finally, a strand of gorgeous tribulation lightning surged into appearance from within the vortex, and it actually transformed into a rain of light that sprayed down. Every single strand of rain of light was crystalline, translucent, multicolored, and formed from the most terrifying tribulation lightning. The rain of light that filled the sky descended together. That shocking scene was magnificent and brilliant to the extreme, and also terrifying to the extreme. Abnormal. Duso stared with his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe it. It's really extraordinary. On the observatory, the old priest seemed to be surprised. As for other people in the Forbidden City, they only felt that the rain of light pouring down was like the fairy light from the sky. It was gorgeous, blazing, magnificent, dazzling and soul-stirring. Only some old monsters in the king's realm could understand how terrible this thunder was. Just looking at it from a distance, they felt frightened and scared. On the top of heart-cleansing peak, Lin Sun didn't take any action. He was still drinking. However, a bottomless abyss suddenly appeared on his body, and it was slowly rotating. All kinds of profound truths floated in the abyss, deducing the grand scene of the fusion of water and fire, the coexistence of yin and yang, the rotation of Tai Chi, and the roar of the real dragon. Before the endless thunder rain covered Lin Sun's figure, it was swallowed up by the slowly rotating abyss. It disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. From the beginning to the end, there was not a single ripple or collision, only Lin Sun's figure seemed more and more tall and gorgeous. All the experts who noticed this scene were dumbfounded. Is this even possible? From a distance, heart-cleansing peak was like a whale swallowing water. It opened its big mouth and swallowed all the thunder. Such a spectacle was rare in one's life. Abnormal, it's really abnormal. Duso murmured. The old priest let out a sigh of admiration. Boom, in the sky, black clouds were rolling and thunder was rumbling. The dense lightning was like hundreds of millions of pythons and dragons roaring and rolling. The dazzling light illuminated the world. The thunder became more and more terrible. It was like a long waterfall hanging down. It was completely derived from the thunder. It was mighty and turbulent. The huge forbidden city was completely filled with a kind of oppressive and terrible destructive atmosphere. Countless creatures trembled. Even the old monsters of King's realm felt cold all over and their hearts were hanging in their throats. They had never seen such a great tribulation. It was going to destroy the world and eliminate all the vitality in the world, but it was incredible that Lin Sun, on the top of heart-cleansing peak, seemed to be unaware of it. He raised his head and drank happily. No matter how terrifying the tribulation lightning that could terrify even gods and ghosts changed, it was still devoured by the abyss that appeared around him. For a moment, many people were dumbfounded. How terrifying was his cultivation? How much confidence did he have that he dared to vanquish the lightning tribulation that filled the sky in such a relaxed manner? This seemed to be too shocking. It even subverted people's cognition and imagination. The fetters of fate are nothing more than this. The old priest was thoughtful. He vaguely felt Lin Sun's foundation and ability at the moment. Duso smiled. That's interesting. It didn't take long. Both the old priest and the Duso squinted their eyes. Their expressions gradually turned serious, to the point of being stern. In the sky, the clouds gradually calmed down, the thunder became low, and the lightning became obscure. But the atmosphere between heaven and earth was more and more oppressive. Soon, some strongmen of King's realm also noticed that something was wrong and their faces changed suddenly. As for all living beings in the Forbidden City, they were surprised and didn't notice the mystery. They all thought that the vast thunder tribulation was coming to an end. In fact, it was coming to an end. But before the end, there was an extremely terrible thunder tribulation accumulating and brewing. It was coming. Before long, the world was silent, the clouds stopped, and the lightning and thunder disappeared. A strange silence enveloped heaven and earth. That kind of oppressive force made all practitioners feel drowning and suffocating. They were stiff all over and almost couldn't bear it. On the top of heart-cleansing peak, Lin Sun, who raised his head and drank the last drop of wine, threw the gourd away. Then, he suddenly looked up. In the depths of his dark eyes, the thunder tribulation that was accumulating above the sky was reflected clearly, but it couldn't set off any waves in his eyes. Whoosh, with his clothes fluttering, Lin Sun stepped into the air. From a distance, it was like a big abyss suddenly swept up from the earth, shining with infinite Taoist light. At the same time, in the sky, in the depths of the stagnant whirlpool of clouds, a thunder tribulation swept out silently. The shape of the thunder tribulation showed the shape of a spear, obscure, dark, and entangled with the supreme power of law. At that moment, the world was dim, and the sun and moon were dim. It was just a thunder tribulation, but it was like a spear of judgment representing the will of God, coming to the world. The whole city was shocked and all living beings trembled. P.S. As usual, 2 updates in a row. This was the last tribulation thunder. But it was silent, like a spear of judgment, coming to the world. At this moment, all living beings were trembling, and the whole city was silent. Even Do So and the old priest couldn't help narrowing their eyes with a solemn look. On the other hand, amidst this deathly silent atmosphere, Lin Sun, who was standing in the air, suddenly flashed up like a ray of light that shot into the sky, and he stretched out his hand to grab the tribulation lightning spear. Countless eyes were frozen at this moment, and their minds went blank. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so direct and bold. Do So and the old priest were both dizzy and caught off guard. That was the most terrifying tribulation lightning. Even they could sense that the power of that tribulation lightning was extremely unusual. But Lin Sun directly took action. Thinking about it carefully, this was the first time that Lin Sun really took action since he passed the tribulation. Before, he had been drinking and ignoring the tribulation thunder. But who could have thought that as soon as he took action, there would be such an earth-shattering scene? Boom, a loud explosion broke the silence of the world and knocked on everyone's heart fiercely. Lin Sun had already firmly grasped the bolt of tribulation lightning, and a peerlessly terrifying and dazzling ray of light erupted between them, causing the space there to rumble and collapse. Looking from a distance, it was like a god subduing a dragon from the sky. He looked incomparably brave and domineering. Boom, the tribulation thunder was like a spear, struggling violently. The obscure lightning representing the power of heaven was flowing, producing a terrible destructive breath like a landslide and a tsunami. But to everyone's shock, Lin Sun suddenly let out a long roar, grabbed the tribulation thunder with both hands, and then exerted his strength. Crack, amidst the earth-shattering noise, the battle spear was forcefully broken into 2. Those old monsters of the King realm were all stunned, and their hearts were filled with endless shock. All living beings in the Forbidden City only saw a godlike figure breaking a light in the sky. Do So suddenly patted his thigh. It's so damn interesting. The old priest smiled instead. A wisp of gratification and indescribable emotion appeared on his face that was densely covered in wrinkles. Rumble, the thunder was broken and suddenly turned into a terrible rain of thunder and lightning. It exploded in Lin Sun's palm, illuminating the whole world. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was like a stone standing in the stormy waves, motionless no matter how the waves washed him. This scene was like a brand, becoming an indelible mark in the hearts of everyone in the Forbidden City. Even after many years, people still remembered that there was once a person who broke the heavenly tribulation lightning and broke the heavenly tribulation. In that instant, his figure was like a ray of light that illuminated the sky. On this day, Lin Sun passed the 8th tribulation of longevity and broke through the fate disaster. It shocked the Forbidden City and made all living beings tremble. When the tribulation clouds dissipated, the darkness faded, and daylight reappeared in the world, everyone felt as if they were in a dream. With this child in the Lin clan, no one can shake them. Many families and forces sighed inwardly. Young Master Lin is truly a god. The city was in an uproar, everyone discussing excitedly. On Heart-Cleansing Peak, there was also a jubilation. Every clansman of the Lin family looked proud, awe-inspiring, reverent and fanatical. Even the villagers of Feiyun village, those servants were so excited that they danced with joy. Today, Lin Sun didn't need any praise at all. As long as he was there, he would be a legend that amazed the world, and this legend belonged to their Lin family. whoosh. After passing the tribulation, Lin Sun meditated quietly. He only felt that his whole body was smooth, his mind was clear, and his spirit was clear. He felt that he could follow his heart and follow the rules. Passing the fate disaster was like breaking an invisible shackle on the road of longevity and breaking free from a kind of invisible bondage. He was free and unrestrained. Besides that, the essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation in his body had undergone a tremendous change, and he was much stronger than before. But the biggest gain was a kind of self-confidence and invincible will. Lin Sun was very clear that the path he was walking on was different from the world, and also different from the path of others of the same generation. This road could be called unprecedented. Because of this, it seemed incomparably difficult and dangerous. But in the same way, every time his cultivation advanced a step, the power he gained was also extremely amazing, which was incomparable to others. The ninth tribulation, named longevity, is the last obstacle on the road of longevity. But as long as there is no mistake, it can't stop me. Lin Sun pondered while feeling the changes of the power around him. The most urgent thing to consider is the prohibition of Tao. Du So once said that there was a defect in his body. If it couldn't be made up, it was very likely that he couldn't pass the prohibition of Tao. This defect was the cultivation of body refining. From now on, I should focus on body refining. Before the arrival of the prohibition of Tao, I should thoroughly integrate the 9 pure holy body scripture and the inheritance of divine elephant martial emperor. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed with a touch of firmness. The prohibition of Tao was the most terrible and dangerous tribulation before becoming a sage. It was like a natural moat. After the primitive times, no one could surpass it. Now, it happened to be a great era, which gave Lin Sun a chance to pass this tribulation. So in any case, he must firmly grasp it. After I leave, I don't know when I can come back. Among these treasures, there are some holy treasures, king medicines, and divine treasures. They will be kept by Grandad Zhong and Lin family. 7 days later, Lin Sun found Lin Zhong and entrusted him with the task. Today, he was going to Sleeping Moon House to enter the bloodthirsty battlefield with the help of Du South. Before leaving, he must explain and entrust some things to Lin Zhong. As he said, Lin Sun took out a storage bracelet and handed it to Lin Zhong. In this storage bracelet were some of the most precious treasures collected by Lin Sun, such as all kinds of king medicines, divine materials, and some holy treasures, such as the pitch-black alms bowl obtained from Gufozi, and a big halberd obtained from Bai Long Ting. There were 7 or 8 treasures in total. In the outside world, each of them was enough to make sages drool. But for Lin Sun, although these treasures were valuable, they were not necessary. Instead of gathering dust in his hands, it was better to stay in Lin family. Young master, you must take care of yourself. Although Lin Zhong knew that this day would come, his heart was still full of reluctance and worry when this day came. Grandad Zhong, you should also take care of yourself. On Heart Cleansing Peak, I am most concerned about Grandad Zhong. In the future, you can leave the trivial things in your hands to others and spend the rest of your time on cultivation. I believe that with your aptitude, you are destined to embark on the road of immortality in the future. Lin Sun looked serious. When he first entered the Forbidden City, Lin Zhong had been following him silently. For Lin Sun, Lin Zhong was his most trusted and closest elder, who was irreplaceable. He had left some ancient books and experiences of cultivation to Lin Zhong, and prepared the spiritual medicines and treasures needed for Lin Zhong's cultivation. He did this in the hope that Lin Zhong could become stronger and live longer. Good, good, good. Lin Zhong was very emotional and said, I must live until you come back. Lin Sun was speechless and said with a smile, who knows, maybe I will come back in a while. I heard a saying that as long as you can see each other in the future, it's not a farewell. Don't be too sad, Grandad Zhong. Lin Zhong took a deep breath and nodded, I understand. Next, Lin Sun met Yung Ku, Vulture, Zhu Laosan, Lin Huayuan, Lin Xiafeng, Red Eagle King and other important figures of Heart Cleansing Peak. Knowing that Lin Sun was going to set off again and they didn't know when he would come back, they were more or less reluctant to see him go, but they gave more blessings and exhortations. This made Lin Sun's heart warm. Being cared for by others would not make one feel so lonely. Whether it was familial affection or friendship, it was always better than being alone. Chirp. When Lin Sun was about to leave, suddenly, a rapid chirp sounded from a distance. Then, a fire shadow came through the air. Looking closely, it was a little guy as round as a ball and red all over. Chirp, Lin Sun was stunned. Did this little guy wake up? Many years ago, Cho had fallen into a strange slumber and had never woken up. When he returned to the mortal world, Lin Sun went to visit this little guy. Unfortunately, Chirp was still sleeping at that time. According to Little Silver's investigation, Chirp was a very rare fire spirit, which was born in the divine fire of nature. This kind of creature was not rare in ancient times. They had different talents and different ways of cultivation. For example, Chirp's way of cultivation was to sleep. Because it was a fire spirit, its life was extremely long and there was almost no trouble of birth, old age, illness, and death. But in the same way, its speed of promotion and transformation was extremely slow. With a whoosh, Chirp's soft and round body bumped into Lin Sun's arms. Then it opened a pair of round black eyes and seemed very excited. It kept chirping. Lin Sun reached out and poked Chirp's belly. It was still as soft and elastic as before, like a soft ball. He couldn't help but feel happy. In the bloodthirsty camp, Chirp accompanied him. After so many years, the little guy was still as charming and adorable as before. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was going to the bloodthirsty battlefield today, so he couldn't take Chirp with him. Until Lin Sun left, Chirp's eyes were full of tears, and it kept chirping. Lin Sun couldn't bear to see it. But in the end, he could only comfort it gently and let it cultivate on heart-cleansing peak and wait for him to come back. In the afternoon, at dusk, Lin Sun came to star-embracing Sleeping Moon House alone. "Are you ready?" Du So had been waiting there for a long time. Lin Sun nodded. Du So said, "Take this thing with you as a token of my appreciation. If you encounter an enemy you can't fight with, you can scare them with this thing. Maybe you can save your life." As he said, he took out a gray domino and threw it to Lin Sun. The domino was the size of a palm, gray and inconspicuous. But when it fell into Lin's hand, it was like a towering mountain pressing down on him. Lin was caught off guard and his body trembled. He hurriedly ran his strength to hold the domino firmly in his hand. "Is this meant to scare people?" Lin Sun was stunned. When he was about to check it with his spiritual awareness, he was stopped by Du So. "You'd better not do that if you don't want to be scared to death." Scared to death, Lin Sun was doubtful, but he chose not to try when he saw Du So's serious expression. Du So grinned and said, "Although it's meant to scare people, this treasure is priceless. You must keep it well." Lin Sun frowned. "Can this thing frighten a saint?" Du So said disdainfully, "A saint is nothing. I might as well tell you that this domino can frighten anyone below the Emperor realm. After all, it's a gift from me. How can it be compared with ordinary ones?" There was an indescribable pride in his tone. Lin Sun played with the domino and stared at Du So. "How about I try it on you?" Du So was stunned and said angrily, "It's my thing. How can it frighten me?" "You'd better stop thinking about it. Remember, this thing can only be used once. Don't use it unless it's a life and death situation." After that, he waved his sleeve without giving Lin Sun a chance to respond. In an instant, the two of them disappeared without a trace. There was a forbidden place in the depths of the imperial palace. A simple and old hall stood there. In front of the hall, there was a 5-color altar full of vicissitudes, as if it had existed since ancient times. There was a horizontal board hanging above the hall, Bloodthirsty Hall. Lin Sun recognized at first glance that he had been here before. When he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield for the first time, he was brought here by Zhao Tai Lai and left through this ancient transmission formation. However, when he saw the bloodthirsty hall and the ancient transmission formation again, Lin Sun thought of many things. Was this arranged by Master Lu himself? Lin Sun said softly. Du So asked, "Who?" Lin Sun said, "Lu Boya." Du So was surprised. "You already know?" "The establishment of Bloodthirsty Camp is related to Master Lu." "How could the existence of Bloodthirsty Hall have nothing to do with Master Lu?" Lin Sun sighed with emotion. "According to my speculation, Master Lu is likely to be an expert in the Emperor to-be realm. With his attainments in spiritual tattoos, it's not difficult for him to set up such a transmission formation." Du So grunted and said, "Over 10 years ago, the upheaval of the world erupted completely, and the bloodthirsty battlefield has become completely different. You'll know once you go there. He waved his sleeve. The ancient five-colored altar shone and suddenly produced a strange rumbling sound, as if it had just woken up from its slumber. Lin Sun was about to take action, but he was stopped by Du South. He stared at Lin Sun with a strange look in his eyes. You have the breath of another creature. Lin Sun was stiff all over. How could this be seen through? Little Silver, come out. His heart stirred. With a swoosh, Little Silver's figure rushed out. Du Sou's eyes lit up, and he stared at Little Silver for a long while before he laughed and said, interesting, a spirit-eating insect that has embarked on the extreme Tao path, awakened its innate magical power, and became a real insect king of the longevity realm. Not even one could be found in ancient times. It seems that this little guy has also obtained a lot of opportunities and benefits in this great era. He saw through Little Silver's background at a glance. Lin Sun was secretly shocked. Was this old guy really in the Emperor-to-be realm? You can go now. Du Sau withdrew his gaze and waved his hand, not stopping Little Silver from leaving with Lin Sun. Senior, goodbye. Lin Sun took a deep breath and strode to the altar with Little Silver. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Du Sau watched this scene silently until the teleportation portal returned to silence. Only then did he feel relieved. He let out a long breath and murmured, before Zhu Gui becomes a saint, it all depends on whether you can seize this opportunity to break the forbidden curse of the Tao, the bloodthirsty battlefield. The world was vast. Mountains rose and fell one after another. The rich purple spiritual qi was like a rolling sea of clouds, flowing and steaming in the sky. The mountains and rivers on the earth were picturesque. Every single mountain was extraordinarily beautiful, verdant, and full of vitality. Every river was filled with spiritual mist. When the waves rose and fell, they were covered with a scale-like luster. Even the rocks and plants were crystal clear. The void was filled with rich spiritual qi. Strands of violet, auspicious energy drifted about on the top of a precipitous mountain. A handsome figure stood there as he gazed into the surroundings. His face carried a smear of shock that could not be erased. This person was Lin Sun, who had just arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield. But at this moment, he suspected that he had come to the wrong place. In Lin Sun's memory, the bloodthirsty battlefield was gray, the earth was gloomy, and the wilderness was vast. There was no grass growing everywhere, and there were signs of desolation. On the ground, rotten and broken corpses were covered with dust, and the air was filled with a bloody and rancid smell. Gloominess, loneliness, blood, depression outlined the gray color of the bloodthirsty battlefield. The most important thing was that there was no spiritual power in the bloodthirsty battlefield. The army of practitioners of the Empire stationed here all needed to rely on elixirs to replenish their strength. But now, everything had changed. Between heaven and earth, everything was thriving. The spiritual qi was rich, and the mountains and rivers were beautiful. The rolling spiritual qi and vitality were like a roaring torrent, diffusing between heaven and earth. This was not the bloodthirsty battlefield in his memory. It was a vast, beautiful world like a paradise of immortals. Every flower and grass was condensed with crystal light. Although they were not spiritual materials or elixirs, they were completely different from the plants and could be called spiritual objects. Lin Sun breathed. His mouth and nose were full of fresh, rich, and lively spiritual qi, which made him feel relaxed and happy. Everything has changed in more than 10 years. The spiritual qi here is so rich and pure that it is even better than that in the upper 9 realms of the absolute domain. No. There is a trace of divine power in the spiritual qi between heaven and earth, which is of great benefit to the cultivation of practitioners in the longevity realm. 1 day's cultivation here is equivalent to 1 month's cultivation in the outside world. After a long time, Lin Sun gradually calmed down from the shock and began to perceive the completely different bloodthirsty battlefield. The higher the cultivation realm, the more demanding the demand for resources. A fish could swim happily in a quagmire, but when a fish transformed into a dragon, how could a small quagmire bear it? When Lin Sun was young, his cultivation in the empire was like a fish growing up in a quagmire. Now he was the supreme king of the 8th retribution of longevity realm. If he still cultivated in the empire, he would never be able to step into the absolute saint realm. The reason was very simple. The cultivation resources in the empire were far from enough to meet his needs. What's more, he lacked the opportunity for cultivation. Even though the great changes of the world made the empire different, he could only come to the bloodthirsty battlefield to seek the way to become a saint. No wonder the great emperor once said that the inferior world also had the opportunity to become a saint. With the great changes of the world, the bloodthirsty battlefield was completely different. Lin Sun took a deep breath and completely accepted the reality in front of him. Whoosh, the next moment, Lin Sun disappeared. 2 hours later, Lin Sun's figure floated down on the bank of a mighty river, with a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. The bloodthirsty battlefield had completely changed. According to his memory, he thought he could find the entrance to the mulberry forest soon. But he never thought that the world here was completely different from what he remembered. It had become many times larger. The place where the sun rises in the opposite direction of the setting sun is the camp of our empire. This was a sentence in the Animal Skin Handbook given to Lin Sun by Zhao Tailai when he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield for the first time. But was there any camp of the empire in the bloodthirsty battlefield at this time? Lin Sun thought for a moment, looked at the sky, identified the direction, and planned to set off again. But at this moment, he narrowed his eyes and sensed an extremely pure and amazing spiritual breath at the bottom of the river with his divine sense. With a flash, he had entered the bottom of the river. The river was tumbling, and a fist-sized crystal lay quietly at the bottom of the river, emitting a magnificent and illusory divine luster. What was this? Lin Sun raised his hand and grabbed the crystal in his hand. After looking at it for a while, he was surprised. The crystal was full of pure divine breath, very much like the legendary divine crystal. Divine crystal was a kind of treasure that had almost disappeared in the outside world. It was extremely rare and could only be produced in the holy spiritual veins. The divine power contained in this thing had an immeasurable promoting effect on the cultivation of practitioners. For the cultivation of sages, ordinary blessed places couldn't meet their needs at all. But if there was divine crystal, the problem of cultivation could be easily solved. Such a treasure was useless even if it fell into the hands of practitioners below the king realm. Because the power contained in divine crystal was too high and huge, ordinary practitioners couldn't bear and refine it at all. As far as Lin Sun knew, such a thing couldn't be found in such a big empire. Even in the ancient Desolation territory, only those ancient orthodoxies had it. Divinity origin crystals can actually be condensed in the bloodthirsty battlefield, Lin Sun thought in his heart. It seems that even for sages, this place can be called a treasure place for cultivation. He put away the divine crystal and rushed out from the bottom of the river to start his action. Along the way, under Lin Sun's careful investigation, he collected some divine crystals in succession in the mountains and rivers, big and small, full of divinity. Moreover, in some mountains where the spiritual qi was extremely abundant, there were some rare magic medicines and magic materials, which were also picked up by Lin Sun without hesitation. At this time, Lin Sun had completely concluded that if the upper 9 realms of the absolute peak domain was suitable for the kings on the road to longevity, then the bloodthirsty battlefield could completely meet the needs of the saint realm. When Lin Sun came to a mountain full of spirituality, he couldn't help but be moved. Such a mountain could be regarded as a rare blessed abode. But now, no one occupied it. If I cultivate here, thinking of this, Lin Sun took a deep breath. Boom, it was like a primordial divine dragon inhaling qi. He inhaled for the time it takes to boil a pot of tea. The area around the mountain was filled with a violent tempest that shattered the clouds in all directions. Rolling spiritual qi poured into Lin Sun's body from all directions, making his whole body shine. Every inch of his skin and flesh was greedily absorbing the magnificent and pure spiritual qi. In the end, all the spiritual qi was refined in the power of flesh and blood. Almost instantly, Lin Sun noticed that his cultivation of body refining was obviously a little stronger. Even if it was just a little stronger, Lin Sun was moved. It was only a single breath, yet it allowed his body refinement strength to increase by a trace. It was obvious how fast his cultivation would improve if he cultivated here with all his might. In addition, there are many divine crystals, rare magic medicines, magic materials. If I can make full use of them, my cultivation of body refining can be improved faster. Lin Sun's black eyes were bright. He had come to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Even if he went to the mulberry forest at this time to meet the big shots such as the emperor and the empress, he was doomed to get no benefits when he encountered a great opportunity. because his cultivation was not enough to break through to the saint realm. After Duso's guidance, Lin Sun realized that what he needed to consider at present was not to become a saint, but to pass the Tao test of Forbidden Path. If he wanted to pass this test, he must make up for the shortcoming of body-refining cultivation. Before, Lin Sun had no clue. Now, after several hours of cognition and exploration, he had a plan in mind. The bloodthirsty battlefield was the best place for cultivation. But before that, I'd better find out the situation first. While Lin Sun was thinking, he had already set out again. To his surprise, he didn't meet a living creature along the way, trekking between mountains and rivers. There were no fierce beasts, birds of prey, plants, or even traces of insects between the mountains and rivers. It should be known that the spiritual qi and vitality in this world were extremely rich, which was the most likely place for the birth of life. But until now, Lin Sun hadn't met a living creature. This seemed to be very strange and unusual, and it made it extremely difficult for him to obtain any information. 3 hours later, within the scope of Lin's spiritual awareness, he immediately sensed a fierce collision and roar. There's an aura of battle 1,300 miles to the east. Eh? Looks like one of them is a human. Lin Sun was refreshed. Finally, he saw a living person, *whoosh. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light that tore through the void. In just a few breaths, Lin Sun was already thousands of miles away. At this time, Lin Sun could see a group of figures fighting fiercely without using his spiritual awareness. 7 of them were humans, and they were in the same camp. Each of them had a powerful cultivation base of immortal-level monarchs. Lin Sun couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Looking at their opponents, they were also humanoid. There were both men and women, but they were clearly not human. Every single one of them had blood-red hair, skin that was a gorgeous and lustrous white color, and a pair of bright silver wings on their backs. Feather Spirit Clan, Lin Sun was stunned. In the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, there were many indigenous clans, most of which were descendants of the ancient clans. Such as the Bloody Lion Clan, the Dragon Whale Clan, the Golden Phoenix Clan, the Herculean Ox Clan, the Black Turtle Clan, the Cloud Dragon Clan, the Blackwood Clan, and so on. When Lin Sun, Zhao Jingxian, and a group of disciples of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure went to the ultimate ruins, they had fought with the saints of those clans in the secret realm of monsters. He had also seen the overmatch of the Feather Spirit Clan. But Lin Sun didn't expect to see the overmatch of the Feather Spirit Clan in the bloodthirsty battlefield. How could they appear here? Lin Sun had been to the bloodthirsty battlefield before. At that time, there were only 2 major forces, the Empire and the Voodoo Barbarian camp. But now, it was obviously different. It seems that the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield is more complicated than I thought. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. Without hesitation, Lin Sun rushed over directly. You've gone too far. A slim woman in a red dress shouted angrily in the fierce battle. As she spoke, she waved her hand and threw out a 300-meter-long flaming blade. But it was easily defeated by an overmatch of the Feather Spirit Clan. With one slash, the woman in red's pretty face turned pale, and she staggered back. Miss Yi, the situation is dangerous. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Several men and women in other directions were extremely anxious. They were also in a dangerous situation, and many of them had been injured. Hold on a little longer. I've just asked my brother for help. I believe he will come soon. The woman in red took a deep breath and transmitted her voice to them. Oh, do you still think someone will come to save you? Wishful thinking. I'm not afraid to tell you that your reinforcements have been wiped out now. A young man of the Feather Spirit Clan sneered. What? The faces of Miss Yi and others all changed, and many of them showed despair. The reason why they could hold on until now was that they firmly believed that reinforcements would come. But if even the reinforcements were blocked, then everything would be over. As for their opponents, their expressions were cold, and they looked at Miss Yi and the others as if they were dead. Finish the battle quickly. The leading Feather Spirit Clan expert shouted. Look. But at the same time, someone cried out. A figure, like an illusory divine rainbow, tore through the air, bringing with it a roar. The divine ray of light stopped, and then a tall and handsome figure appeared. He raised his hand and pointed. Beams of sword chi suddenly swept out, dazzling and peerlessly sharp, illuminating the sky. In an instant, the bodies of more than 10 Feather Spirit Clan experts were minced and cut by the peerless sword chi, and their flesh and blood exploded in the void like fireworks. In an instant, the sword chi appeared, and the group of enemies was annihilated. No one survived. The woman in red was stunned, and her eyes widened. That was a group of Feather Spirit Clan experts, and even the weakest one was at the longevity third tribulation realm. Previously, they had been forced into despair. But now, they were easily harvested like weeds. Everything happened too abruptly, and it ended in an instant. But the shock it caused hit the hearts of the woman in red and the others like a great river. Yi Hongxue from the Yi family of Donghai pays respect to you, senior. Thank you for saving our lives. The woman in red was the first to react, and she bowed to him. The others also suddenly woke up from the shock, and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. As they spoke, they all saw Lin Sun's appearance clearly, and they couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that they didn't expect him to be so young. However, the one who had reached the peak was the teacher, and the strong were respected. It was only right for him to address Xianxia as a senior. The one who came to rescue was Lin Sun. He looked at the woman in red, Yi Hongxue, and asked, Yi family of Donghai? Who is Yi Qingtian to you? Yi Hongxue said respectfully, Senior, it's my father. Are you Yi Qi's elder sister or younger sister? Lin Sun asked. When he was cultivating in the bloodthirsty camp, Lin Sun didn't have many friends, and Yi Qi was one of them. Yi Hongxue seemed a little surprised, but she still replied, Yi Qi is my elder brother. Lin Sun said with a smile, in that case, we are not strangers. My name is Lin Sun, and your elder brother is my friend. Yi Hongxue was stunned and said with surprise, so you are Lin Sun, the head of Heart Cleansing Peak in the capital? Lin Sun touched his nose and said with a smile, I dare not say that I am the head of Heart Cleansing Peak in the capital. By the way, don't call me senior. I'm not as old as you think. The others also reacted and showed a look of understanding. Obviously, they had all heard of Lin Sun. Then I'll call you brother Lin Sun. Yi Hongxue smiled valiantly. She was dressed in red and had a straightforward temperament. Lin Sun nodded and said, Why did you have a conflict with the Feather Spirit Clan? Yesterday, when we were exploring a mountain range, we inadvertently discovered a 300 long divinity origin crystal or vein. We'd just dug this or vein away when we were targeted by these winged spirit clan experts. Yi Hongxue was still a little resentful, and told the story again. In short, Yi Hongxue and others were robbed by the strong Feather Spirit Clan. Oh, no. According to the strong Feather Spirit Clan, my brother was probably ambushed on his way to help. Suddenly, Yi Hongxue thought of something and her pretty face changed. Yi Qi? Lin Sun asked. Yi Hongxue nodded quickly. Do you know where he is now? Lin Sun asked. Yes. Lead the way. I'll find him. Lin Sun said without hesitation. The others were refreshed. They had seen Lin Sun's strength just now. It would be great if they could have his help. Immediately, they hurried on their way under the leadership of Yi Hongxue. Originally, Lin Sun wanted to ask some questions about the bloodthirsty battlefield, but seeing Yi Hongxue's worried look, he finally held back. It would not be too late to ask Yi Qi when he saw him. Boom, before long, a deafening collision sounded from afar. Looking from afar, there was an empty wasteland in the far distance. At this time, there was only a fierce battle on the wasteland. A group of strong Feather Spirit Clan was besieging a fat young man in a black robe. Although the young man was round and fat, he was extremely agile. Although he was besieged by a group of strong cultivators, he avoided danger again and again with his ghostly body movements. But everyone could see that he was in danger. It's my brother. Yi Hongxue said anxiously. Lin Sun also saw it, and he recognized Yi Qi at a glance. After so many years, his body was still as round and fat as before. However, Lin Sun could also see that Yi Qi's cultivation had reached the 6th retribution of longevity. It seems that during the years when I was away, the cultivation of Yi Qi and others who entered the bloodthirsty battlefield also changed dramatically. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Now he finally understood why he didn't see Yi Qi's childhood friends in the empire. Obviously, they had all come to the bloodthirsty battlefield. "Elder brother Lin, please go and save my brother," Yi Hongxue said anxiously. Lin Sun smiled, "Don't worry. He can hold on for a while. Honing himself between life and death is very beneficial to his cultivation." As he said, he took out a wine gourd and drank leisurely while watching the battle. Yi Hongxue and others were stunned. Honing himself at this critical moment? What if Yi Qi was killed by accident? Tut, no wonder he is so agile and swift. It turns out that he majored in the power of modest wind and thunderbolt. His style is still the same as before. He doesn't seek to defeat the enemy, but only to save his life. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He recalled his experience in the bloodthirsty camp when he was young. At that time, he and Yi Qi got to know each other through fighting. This fatty's treachery and insidiousness left a deep impression on Lin Sun. After so many years, they met again. Although Yi Qi had set foot on the path of immortality, his fighting style hadn't changed much. He was still as cunning and tricky as before. In the battle in the distance, Yi Qi complained incessantly. He couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking that his sister and others were still waiting for him to rescue them, he became more anxious and angry. "Damn it, I'll fight you." Overwhelmed with anger, Yi Qi was about to fight desperately. Suddenly, he noticed that a group of people appeared in the distance. It was his sister Yi Hongxue and others. This delighted Yi Qi. She felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and her spirits were suddenly lifted. Now that his sister and others were safe and had come to help him in time, the current predicament would be easily solved. But to Yi Qi's surprise, after waiting for a long time, his sister and others didn't move at all, as if they didn't see that he was in a perilous situation and was about to die. This made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. What made him most angry was that the guy in the lead was still in the mood to drink leisurely. "Damn it, who is this guy? Is he here to laugh at me? No, why does this guy look so familiar?" Yi Qi was stunned and suddenly recognized him. Lin Sun, it was this guy. It was precisely because of this moment that a strand of sword qi arrived abruptly, and it tore open a bloody wound on his shoulder that was so deep that bones could be seen. Feeling the pain, Yi Qi's chubby face was full of exasperation. He shouted, "Lin Sun, can't you see I'm dying? Still drinking? Aren't you afraid of choking to death?" His voice reverberated throughout the world. The experts of the Feather Spirit clan who were besieging him were shocked. When they sensed the existence of Lin Sun and the others, their expressions changed. "You guys continue, don't mind us." Lin Sun responded with a smile. Yi Qi's eyes widened and he roared, "Are you still my friend? We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and you plan to watch me get hacked to death the moment you see me?" The expressions of the experts of the Feather Spirit clan were uncertain, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and attacked Yi Qi with all their might. Obviously, they intended to get rid of Yi Qi in the shortest time possible and then think about Lin Sun and the others. Yi Qi's situation suddenly became more and more dangerous. No matter how loudly he shouted, it was of no use. Yi Hongxue was so anxious that he almost burst into tears. He said, "Brother Lin, if you don't want to help, we'll go." Lin Sun stopped smiling and said seriously, Don't you see that his cultivation is on the verge of breaking through the realm? Maybe he can do it in this battle." Yi Hongxue was stunned and doubted. The others were also confused. Was it true? Look, if he is forced into a desperate situation, will he still have the strength to shout? Lin Sun kindly pointed out, under normal circumstances, when facing a life and death crisis, no one will have the mind to pay attention to anything else. But look at that fatty. He doesn't look like he is going to be in danger at all. Obviously, he still has strength left, and his potential hasn't been completely revealed. Yi Hongxue and the others observed for a while and found that, as Lin Sun said, Yi Qi was scolding Lin Sun for being heartless and disloyal while fighting, and wanted to break off their friendship. Although he looked very angry, he was also full of energy. Lin Sun took a sip of wine calmly and continued, "Look at those enemies. They look fierce, but their fighting spirit has been shaken. They know that our existence is a great threat, so they have to pay attention to us." Yi Hongxue and the others all nodded. They also noticed this, and the anxiety in their hearts gradually subsided. So, the outcome of this battle has been decided. We just have some more opponents to practice with that fatty. Lin Sun concluded with a smile. Practice with my ass. In the distance, Yi Qi was so angry that his face twitched and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Sun said with a smile, listen, even his scolding is full of vigor. Is that what a dying man should do? Yi Hongxue couldn't help but remind him loudly, brother, you'd better focus on fighting against the enemies. With us here, how can we watch you suffer? You damn girl, it's fine that you don't save your brother, but you're helping him. Do you want to anger your brother to death? Yi Shaoqi cried out. But soon, he also realized that the situation was dangerous, so he didn't dare to be distracted and concentrated on going all out. Rumble, the battle was fierce, and the weather was changing. The battle between the superiors of the longevity realm could easily burn down mountains and rivers, and the destructive power was amazing. But Lin Sun found that the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield was a little different. The mountains, rivers, and even the void were covered with an invisible power of order. Under such power of heaven and earth, the destructive power caused by the superiors of the longevity realm was also weakened a lot. Of course, the power was still the same, but it was limited by the law of heaven and earth. It was not that the combat power was suppressed. Perhaps only the power of the superiors of the Saint Realm can create a terrible scene of destruction in this world. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Run! Suddenly, there was a loud shout on the battlefield. The superiors of the Feather Spirit clan didn't succeed in attacking for a long time, so they decisively chose to retreat. Obviously, they realized that running away was the wisest choice in the current situation. Run? Did I allow you to go? Yi Qi gnashed his teeth, roared, and chased after them. He was full of anger and hadn't vented it completely. How could he be willing to let the enemy run away like this? Whoosh! Whoosh, but someone acted faster than him. Lin Sun got up, and a stream of sword qi swept out from his body, turning into sharp light and whistling away. Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, the bodies of the superiors of the Feather Spirit clan were mercilessly cut by the sword qi, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Yi Qi was stunned for a moment, and then he rushed to Lin Sun angrily, as if he wanted to settle accounts with Lin Sun. Yi Hongxue and the others all changed their expressions, but Lin Sun said indifferently, you want to fight? Okay, but you should be prepared to be beaten. Yi Qi's dashing figure stopped abruptly, and his expression kept changing. Obviously, he also realized that once he started fighting, he would absolutely be looking for trouble. Didn't he see that a group of superiors of the Feather Spirit clan were killed before they could react? After a while, Yi Qi stared at Lin Sun fiercely, and gnashed his teeth. I haven't seen you for a long time, and you are becoming more and more disgusting. You really don't want to fight with me? If you are angry, just let it out. Don't hold it in. Lin Sun said with a smile. Bullshit. I'm not a masochist. Yi Qi rolled his eyes. As he spoke, he snatched the gourd from Lin's hand and gulped down a mouthful of wine. Then he exhaled and said grumpily, only now do I realize that powerful people can do whatever they want. Take you, for example. You make me hate you so much that I have to endure it. Lin Sun laughed. Yi Hongxue and the others also laughed. They all could see that the relationship between Lin Sun and Yi Qi was not ordinary. By the way, when did you come to the bloodthirsty battlefield? Yi Qi asked. Today. Lin Sun told him the truth. What? Yi Hongxue and the others were all stunned. They seemed to be extremely surprised and couldn't believe it. What's wrong? Lin Sun said in surprise. Because the bloodthirsty battlefield has been completely sealed off during these past 10 years, and no one from the outside world has been able to enter. However, you just happen to appear here. This can only prove that someone definitely helped you open up the passageway to this place, and it's not an ordinary person. Yi Qi's expression was strange. Lin Sun suddenly understood and thought of Du South. He nodded and said, the guy who sent me here is indeed not an ordinary person. Yi Qi suddenly smiled and said sneakily, you have a lot of doubts now, don't you? For example, why has the bloodthirsty battlefield become like this, and why there are so many incredible magic medicines, magic materials, and divine crystals? Lin Sun said, yes. He did have too many questions in his heart. But I won't tell you. I'll let you taste the suffering and the feeling of not being able to get what you want. Yiqi laughed complacently, as if he had avenged a great hatred. Lin Sun said oh and stared at Yiqi faintly, which made Yiqi's hair stand on end, and the complacent smile on his face became stiff. Yiqi swallowed his saliva and said, "Are you going to use force? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a finger of mine, I'll break off all relations with you. Then I won't touch your finger. What do you think?" Lin Sun said with a smile, and his voice was creepy. Yiqi's vision darkened. She put her hand to her forehead and said painfully, "How could I forget that you never play by the rules? I give up and admit defeat. I'll tell you everything you want to know, okay?" Lin Sun patted Yiqi's broad shoulder with a smile and said, "You deserve to be my good brother. You're so loyal." Yiqi sighed and shook his head, "How can I not be loyal when I meet a ruthless and unscrupulous person like you?" At the end of his words, he couldn't help laughing, as if he had returned to the days when he was a teenager in the bloodthirsty camp. Many years had passed, and they had gone further and further on their respective paths. But how could they forget the friendship they had forged in those days? The road of Tao was arduous and dangerous, and the vicissitudes of life took a long time. He remembered the days when he was a teenager. More than a decade ago, the bloodthirsty battlefield had become completely different as a result of the upheaval. Back then, the great emperor of the empire, the empress, the dean of Green Deer Academy, the bloodthirsty King Zhao Tailai, and other important figures of the empire led a group of young disciples into the bloodthirsty battlefield. At that time, the big shots of the 9 voodoo barbarian tribes also arrived here with the most elite young experts of their tribes. Half a year later, in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, a mysterious and terrifying figure called Emperor Qing by many ancient clans opened a dusty ancient formation in the depths of the Soul Oblivion Sea, and opened a passage to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Since then, the bloodthirsty battlefield had become a stage for the 3 camps of the empire, the Voodoo Barbarian Alliance, and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Our empire's camp is located at the Azure Cloud Mountain about 13,000 miles away. Bloodthirsty Queen Xianxia is overseeing this place. The Voodoo Barbarian camp, on the other hand, is entrenched in the far west, more than 20,000 kilometers away from the Blue Cloud Mountain. It is overseen by an old monster from the Dark Barbarians called Dark Blood Saint Sorcerer. The Alliance of 10,000 Races is located in the far east, 19,000 kilometers away from the Grey Cloud Mountain. It is overseen by a saint of the Herculean Bull Demons. Yiqi led Lin Sun and the others to Cloud White Mountain. On the way, Yiqi told Lin Sun about the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Lin Sun listened silently and couldn't help feeling surprised. Deep in the Soul Oblivion Sea, who was the terrifying figure that many ancient powers called Emperor Qing, to be able to open up a passageway into the bloodthirsty battlefield, this method was indeed terrifying. No wonder he saw the experts of the Feather Spirit clan in the bloodthirsty battlefield just now. The Emperor, Empress, Dean of Green Deer Academy, and the others left together when they arrived at the bloodthirsty battlefield and headed to a place called the Mulberry Forest. When Yiqi mentioned this, Lin was shocked and asked, "Mulberry Forest?" "Yes. I'm told that it's the real source of chaos, where unimaginably great opportunities and a lot of unpredictable things can be found." Yi Shaoqi said, "It's a pity that it's too terrifying. It's like a forbidden area for those who are below the Saint Realm. Going there is no different from courting death." Lin Sun nodded. Duso had told him about this before he came to the bloodthirsty battlefield. In the Mulberry Forest, sages, great sages, sage kings, and even terrifying existences at the sub-emperor level would exist. It was too terrifying, but Lin Sun didn't expect that the Mulberry Forest was actually the source of chaos. In addition to the Great Emperor, the bigwigs of the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the Alliance of 10,000 Races also went to the Mulberry Forest. Yiqi continued, "If it weren't for this, it would have been very difficult for King Realm experts like us, who are on the path to immortality, to survive here." Lin Sun deeply agreed and said, "It's true. For other practitioners, the King Realm is terrifying enough. But in the eyes of sages, the King Realm is just like an ant. If they are here, you're bound to have nothing to do, whether it's doing things or seizing opportunities." "That's right. Yiqi said with a smile, fortunately, these bigwigs have not been here all these years, so we can seize the opportunity to make use of the cultivation resources in the bloodthirsty battlefield. In just over 10 years, a large number of Immortal Realm kings have emerged. Speaking of this, Yiqi thought of something and couldn't help frowning. The only trouble is that in the bloodthirsty battlefield, there are not only our camp, but also the forces of the other two camps. In recent years, conflicts and killings have broken out frequently in order to compete for various cultivation resources. Alas, now our situation is getting worse and worse. Not only the Voodoo Barbarian camp sees us as a mortal enemy, but also the alliance of 10,000 races. Yi Hongxue next to him also sighed. Have the two camps formed an alliance? Lin Sun was surprised. Yiqi shook his head. No, the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races have always minded their own business. I see. Lin Sun said thoughtfully, in their eyes, it's obvious that the empire is easy to bully, so they dare to be so unscrupulous. Speaking of this, he couldn't help wondering, didn't the empire take any action? The big shots have all gone to the mulberry forest. Before they left, according to the agreement, each camp can only leave one sage to guard. Yiqi explained patiently, that is to say, the competition between the three camps is, in the final analysis, the competition between the King Realm practitioners like us. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, what's the result? Is it that the strong practitioners of the Empire are not as powerful as those of the other two camps? Yiqi immediately retorted, of course not. Over the years, the strong practitioners of our empire have to fight against the strong practitioners of the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races at the same time, and we have suffered a great loss. Yes, two fists can't fight against four hands. In addition, in recent years, in the Taoist Mountain debate, the strong practitioners of our empire have been targeted by the other two camps every time, so we have suffered continuous defeats and lost many powerful practitioners, which makes the other two camps more and more arrogant. Yi Hongxue couldn't help saying angrily. Taoist Mountain debate? Lin Sun was surprised. Yiqi explained it to him. It turned out that there was a strange holy mountain in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and there was a stone wall on the cliff platform at the top of the mountain. Every 3 years, dense and obscure carvings of the Great Way would appear on the stone wall of the cliff platform at the top of the mountain. These carvings of the Great Way were extremely magical. Anyone who observed and comprehended them could make his cultivation progress bravely and steadily. Moreover, these carvings of the Great Way had an immeasurable help to break through the realm, which could be called magical. Therefore, this mountain was also called Taoist Mountain. But the strange thing was that these markings of the Grand Tao would only appear once every 3 years, and only one person was able to ascend the cliff every single time to comprehend the markings of the Grand Tao that had appeared on the stone wall. The three camps, the Empire, the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races, fought fiercely for the control of this mountain at the beginning. But in the end, no one could do anything to the other, so they made a rule that every 3 years, a debate would be held in front of Taoist Mountain. The rules of the debate were extremely simple and brutal. At the beginning, the three camps would send their strongest to fight one-on-one. The final winner could climb the mountain and observe the carvings of the Great Way on the stone wall. For the sake of fairness, the winner would lose the qualification for the next debate, and the winner would be chosen by the other two camps. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help asking, but the Empire has never gained any advantage in the debate? Yiqi said with some shame, that's right. Yi Hongxue said straightforwardly, in the first debate 16 years ago, the alliance of 10,000 races finally won. 13 years ago, the Voodoo Barbarian camp won. 10 years ago, our empire finally won once. But since then, the two camps have taken turns to win the Taoist Mountain debates. Lin Sun was stunned and almost couldn't believe it, the empire only won once. Yiqi nodded awkwardly and helplessly. But 2 years later, the Taoist Mountain debate will be held again. This time, our empire will definitely win. Yiqi took a deep breath and said resolutely. Yes, we will definitely win. If nothing goes wrong, Senior Li Duxing will definitely step into the 9th retribution of longevity within 2 years. Yi Hongshua's eyes were filled with a trace of fanaticism and admiration in his voice. The other's eyes were also filled with admiration more or less. Li Duxing, an image of a young man in black with pale skin and reticent emerged in Lin Sun's mind all of a sudden. In the bloodthirsty camp, Li Duxing left a very deep impression on Lin Sun. He was eccentric, reticent, and his expression was like ice that would never melt for thousands of years. He was a man with a sword, and all he did was cultivate. However, Lin Sun knew that although Li Duxing looked cold, he was passionate inside. Because he had drunk with Li Duxing. Li Duxing was a chatterbox when he was drunk. He could be compared with a chatterbox woman. Only a few people, including Lin Sun, Shiyu, and Ning Meng, knew this secret. If Lin Sun remembered correctly, Li Duxing went to the Heiyao shrine to cultivate after leaving the bloodthirsty camp. Because he had an extremely rare talent, the pond of spiritual power, which could evolve the vision of Sword of Darkness. Li Duxing. He is also here. Lin Sun was in a trance. He hadn't seen that eccentric guy for many years. Yi Qi said with a smile, in addition to Li Duxing. Shiyu, Ning Meng, and Gong Ming are also here. If they know you are here, they will definitely shout excitedly. In the past, Lin had made many friends in the empire, but only a few people, such as Shiyu, Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and Gong Ming, could be regarded as life and death friends who had gone through thick and thin with him. They all came from the bloodthirsty camp and experienced many things together in the forbidden city of the empire. However, they hadn't seen each other for many years since Lin Sun went to the ancient Desolation realm. Lin Sun originally thought that Shiyu and Ning Meng also went to the ancient Desolation realm, but now he knew that they all came to the bloodthirsty battlefield. Look, that's the Misty Cloud Mountain, the camp of our empire. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Qi pointed to the front and said with relief. He felt relaxed. Lin Sun raised his eyes and saw a majestic mountain surrounded by purple qi on the distant horizon. It stood between heaven and earth, like the backbone of the sky, which was spectacular. Compared with the other mountains nearby, it suddenly seemed very inconspicuous. The Misty Cloud Mountain, with Lin's eyesight, the mountain shrouded in auspicious purple qi was simply a sacred place, divine and unearthly. There were many famous mountains and blessed lands in the upper 9 regions of the absolute top domain, but they were obviously inferior to the Misty Cloud Mountain. The bloodthirsty battlefield was really extraordinary, Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart. However, when they arrived at the Misty Cloud Mountain, they heard the bad news at the first time. Li Duxing was ambushed and was seriously injured. Cloud White Mountain. Green pines, green cypresses, waterfalls, and flowing springs. Purple spiritual qi poured down from the cliff like a purple dragon hanging upside down. This was a first-class blessed land, like a sacred residence. But at this time, Cloud White Mountain was shrouded in a shadow. Li Duxing returned seriously injured and fell into a coma as soon as he arrived at the camp. He was second to none in the camp of the empire and had reached the 8th retribution of longevity. He was destined to enter the 9th retribution of longevity in 2 years. If there was no accident, Li Duxing would go to the Daoist Mountain as the last man of the empire in 2 years. But the accident happened today. This is a conspiracy. It must be the evil plan of the alliance of 10,000 races. Everyone knows that Li Duxing is the key figure on our side in the Daoist Mountain 2 years later. Angry voices were everywhere on Cloud White Mountain. When Lin Sun and Yi Qi returned, they saw such a scene. Li Duxing was injured, Lin couldn't help frowning. Yi Qi said angrily, needless to say, it must be the alliance of 10,000 races. Weren't we ambushed by the Feather Spirit clan on our way back? Yi Hongxue and the others nodded. Lin said, it's useless to talk about it now. Let's go and see Li Duxing first. Okay. Yi Qi nodded. On the mountainside of Cloud White Mountain, there were rows of buildings made of huge hard rocks. In front of one of the palaces, there were many young men and women, but their qi was more powerful than the other. The weakest one was in the 2nd retribution of longevity. In the empire, this was a terrible force that could deter the world, but it was very common in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Brother Qin, how is Li Duxing? Has he woken up? Brother Qin, did he tell us who the murderer is? There was a lot of noise. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were angry, some were gloomy, and some were worried and anxious. But at this time, many people looked at one person at the same time. That person stood at the front of the hall. He wore a golden robe, a tall hat, and a wide belt. He had a handsome appearance, and he was steady and composed. There were a few men accompanying him by his side, causing him to seem like a crane amongst chickens. He was Qin Feiyu. In the Azure Cloud Mountain Empire's camp, not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also highly respected. Qin Feiyu said loudly, "Don't worry. I'll inform you as soon as I have any news." "Can we go in and see fellow Daoist Li?" someone asked. Qin Feiyu shook his head and said seriously, "At this critical moment, Li Duxing needs to heal and recover, not to visit him. You'd better go back." "Humph, if Zhao Jinglin and the others can enter, why can't we?" someone snorted coldly. Qin Feiyu looked up and found it was Ning Meng, the grandson of Blood King Ning Bugui. He frowned and said unhappily, "They are here to heal Li Duxing. You'd better not make trouble." Ning Meng flew into a rage. "You say I'm making trouble? I suspect that you are making trouble for me. Everyone knows that Li Duxing hates you the most. But now, you're controlling this place and hypocritically saying that you're going to heal him. This is clearly a case of a weasel paying respects to a chicken. You're up to no good." The crowd became restless. Many people smiled bitterly. Ning Meng was the most hot-tempered and overbearing. He was not on the same side as Qin Feiyu. Over the past 10 years, they had fought openly and secretly for many times. Everyone knew that Ning Meng and Qin Feiyu disliked each other. "Ning Meng, don't make trouble at this critical moment." Qin Feiyu's face darkened and his eyes became cold. He said, "I'll tolerate you at other times. But if you dare to make trouble at this moment, don't blame me for being rude." Ning Meng suddenly stood out. His majestic figure was like a hill, giving people an oppressive feeling. He said coldly, "Rude? Come on, I'd like to see how you'll be rude. I'm not afraid to tell you that whoever dares to stop me today will be my enemy." As he said, he strode forward. Qin Feiyu's face darkened. He waved his hand and said, "You guys come together and drive this rude guy away." Beside him, a group of men and women stood out with unkind expressions. "Group attack? You really think highly of your grandpa Ning. But these guys are not enough." Ning Meng was disdainful, and his power became more and more oppressive. "What if I join you?" Qin Feiyu said coldly. "Neither can you." Ning Meng said without hesitation. "Humph. Others may be afraid of you, Ning Meng, but I'm not. Get out of here." Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the hall like a bloody thunder. With a roar, he rushed out with a terrible breath of destruction and slapped Ning Meng with his palm. It was a red-robed young man with a violent breath and a fierce look. He was extremely domineering and took action directly. There was an exclamation in the hall, and the crowd dispersed. The seventh prince, Zhao Jingfeng. Ning Meng narrowed his eyes and showed a dignified look. He waved his palm to resist the attack without hesitation. Boom, in the terrible collision sound, Ning Meng stepped back a few steps. His face turned blue and white, which made him look very ugly. At the same time, Zhao Jingfeng in a red robe landed on the ground and said with a grim look, "Get out of here, or do you want me to continue?" There was a silence in the hall. Many people showed fear. Zhao Jingfeng was the most ferocious among the princes of the empire. His combat capability was also extremely swift and fierce, and he was the coldest. "Get out of here. You don't know what's good for you. You want the seventh prince to do it himself. Aren't you asking to be humiliated?" Qin Feiyu and others sneered with mockery on their faces. Ning Meng's face was gloomy. He said angrily, "I've said that whoever doesn't let me in today is my enemy." He took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. Indeed, he knew that he was no match for Zhao Jingfeng, but he had to come. The reason was simple. Li Duxing was his brother, Shi Yu, Gong Ming, and Yi Qi hadn't come back yet. He was the only one left on the Cloud Mountain. At this moment, he couldn't flinch. "I told you to get out of here, but you don't accept it. Kneel here and repent." Zhao Jingfeng's eyes flashed fiercely, and his whole body emitted a violent breath like an angry ancient fierce beast. Boom, as he spoke, he rushed out without hesitation. Blood-colored thunderbolts were rolling around him, and his power was terrible. he slapped Ning Meng again. That palm strike was powerful and overbearing, and it flowed with the laws. It was extremely ferocious and world-shocking. It was like a blood-colored bolt of lightning had struck down, and it was a horrifying sight. Some people couldn't help but dodge. They were worried that they would be affected by the horrible oppression. Some people couldn't bear it and sighed in their hearts. Why did he do that? Was the seventh prince someone anyone could provoke? Qin Feiyu and others were sneering. Ning Meng was indeed a brainless boor. How dare he fight against the seventh prince? He was absolutely reckless. At the same time, Ning Meng also felt great pressure, but he didn't flinch. Instead, an unprecedented determination appeared on his face. He couldn't retreat, because he didn't trust Qin Feiyu and others, and he didn't believe that they would be kind enough to heal Li Duxing. He even suspected that Qin Feiyu and others had ulterior motives to harm Li Duxing, who was seriously injured and in a coma. As a brother, how could he retreat at this moment? Boom, the void was rolling violently, producing a deafening roar. Zhao Jingfeng's palm had arrived. When Ning Meng gathered all his strength and was about to launch an attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Crack, then, an incomparably crisp slap rang out. Everyone heard it loud and clear. Immediately, people saw that the fierce and violent Zhao Jingfeng was directly slapped away. He rolled on the ground like a gourd and fell in front of the steps in front of the hall. The impact made the steps crack. It could be imagined how powerful the slap was. Zhao Jingxuan's mouth and nose were bleeding, his cheeks were red and swollen, and his hair was disheveled. He was in a mess. There was a dead silence. People nearby changed their expressions. Who was so bold to slap the seventh prince? And the strength was so great, the mocking smile on Qin Feiyu and others' faces froze. They couldn't believe it. Therefore, all eyes turned to the uninvited guest at the same time. That was a young man dressed in moon-white clothes. He stood in front of Ning Meng with a tall figure. Who was this? Many people were stunned because it was the first time for them to see such a strange face in the camp in more than 10 years. Some people felt familiar and soon recognized the identity of the newcomer. But they couldn't believe it and opened their eyes wide. Ning Meng was also stunned. Looking at the back of the person in front of him, he blurted out, "Dude, you can't get involved in this. You'd better leave now. Idiot. Look who he is." Yi Qi came out of nowhere and patted Ning Meng on the shoulder. Ning Meng was stunned. At this time, Lin Sun turned around and said with a smile, "If I leave, who will help you?" Mother ****. Suddenly, Ning Meng's eyes almost fell out. He was so excited that he screamed, "It's you. How could it be possible? Why did you suddenly appear?" The surprise came so unexpectedly that he almost jumped up. "You still talk as much as before." Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. At this time, Qin Feiyu and others were surprised and doubtful. They didn't know Lin Sun, but they could see that Lin Sun and Ning Meng had a good relationship. Zhao Jingfeng, who got up from the ground, had a terrible livid face. His eyes were burning with the flames of violence and anger. "How dare you sneak attack me? I'll kill you." He gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Then he rushed out again and ran all the combat power belonging to the seventh retribution of Longevity Realm. At first glance, he was like a blood-red thunder with a shocking destructive aura. Everyone knew that the seventh prince was furious. At this time, he was the most terrible. Watch out. At this time, Lin Sun's back was facing Zhao Jingfeng, which made Ning Meng's heart suddenly tighten. He was about to warn Ning Meng, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a crisp slap. Crack, the slap was so loud that it made the people around tremble and feel the pain. The ferocious Zhao Jingfeng was once again sent flying by a slap. This time, he was smashed on the stone pillar of the palace. His head was swollen like a pig's head, and blood was flowing out of his mouth and nose. It was a horrible sight. Hiss, many people gasped in horror. The corners of Qin Feiyu's mouth twitched fiercely. They were all horrified. Zhao Jingfeng, the seventh prince, was an extremely ferocious man with the combat capability of the seventh retribution of Longevity Realm. In the camp of the Empire, he could rank in the top 5, but now, he was slapped away twice in a row. The slap was so loud that it made people panic. The most terrible thing was that his opponent was calm and relaxed from beginning to end. It was obvious that he didn't use his real strength at all. This undoubtedly proved that the opponent was very strong, and not just an ordinary kind of strong. Even Ning Meng and Yi Qi felt dizzy because they knew how powerful Zhao Jingfeng, the seventh prince, was. But he was nothing in Lin Sun's hands. Let's go. I'm afraid that Li Duxing will be plotted against. Ning Meng shouted suddenly. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. He walked toward the hall. Before he arrived here, he had already covered this place with his spiritual awareness and saw everything that happened. Seeing Ning Meng's anxious look, Lin Sun knew something was wrong. Get out. Lin Sun glanced at Qin Feiyu and others who were still blocking in front of the hall and spat out a word. It was just a word, but it exploded in the hearts of Qin Feiyu and others, making their souls tremble and seeing stars. They were so uncomfortable that they almost coughed up blood. Almost instinctively, they staggered out of the way. When Qin Feiyu and others came to their senses, Lin Sun had already entered the hall with Ning Meng and Yi Qi. This made them angry, and scared. Their faces turned blue and white, and they felt terrible. Who on earth was this guy? Seeing this, other people nearby couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so powerful. Plop, Zhao Jingfeng, who had been smashed into the stone pillar, fell limply to the ground. He was obviously knocked unconscious, but he still gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "No matter who he is, I want to kill him. I must kill him." Silence reigned. Someone couldn't help but remind, "Your Highness, that man is very likely to be Lin Sun." Lin Sun, Qin Feiyu was stunned. "I said, no matter who he is, I must," Zhao Jingfeng roared with a ferocious face. But halfway through his words, he seemed to realize something and suddenly said, "You said he is Lin Sun? Is he the master of heart-cleansing peak of Lin family?" Many people nodded. Qin Feiyu and the others also came to themselves, and their expressions changed. That's impossible. Didn't he go to the ancient desolation realm more than 10 years ago? Yes, why did Lin Sun appear? The others were also puzzled. It should be known that the passageway to the bloodthirsty battlefield had been closed for more than 10 years, and no one had been able to enter. How did Lin Sun come here? So it's him. Damn it. Zhao Jingfeng's voice was low and full of resentment, as if it was squeezed out from his chest. Being slapped so miserably by Lin Sun under the watchful eyes of the public was absolutely a great shame, which made him feel so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to hide himself in. Shit. Suddenly, Zhao Jingfeng's face changed. He thought of something and roared, "Hurry up. Stop them. We can't let them ruin my second brother's plan." Qin Feiyu and the others were all confused. Wasn't the second prince Zhao Jinglin healing Li Duxing? Although they were confused, they didn't dare to refuse and rushed into the hall. The others present looked at each other and vaguely felt that something was wrong. In a closed room deep in the hall, Li Duxing fainted and lay motionless on the bed. His pale face turned red. Buzz, in front of the bed, 13 strange dark green bells were floating in the air, each of them emitting a heart-palpitating green halo. Zhao Jinglin was dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe. Under the illumination of the emerald green halo, his fair and handsome face was suffused with a touch of strange green. He looked calm. Looking at Li Duxing on the bed, he said, "Don't worry. I will help you recover. Besides, I won't hurt your cultivation. I promise you can participate in the contest in Daoist Mountain 2 years later." As he spoke, he made a gesture with his palm. Clatter, the 13 turquoise bells suddenly swayed, sprinkling green clouds like waves, which covered Li Duxing on the bed like a torrent. Boom, but at the same time, the closed door suddenly burst, and Lin Sun's figure showed up. When he saw this scene, his face changed slightly. "Who let you in? Get out!" Zhao Jinglin shouted, and his face suddenly became gloomy. While speaking, he didn't stop what he was doing. Lin Sun snorted and waved his sleeves. A gust of Taoist light swept out like a gust of wind. The 13 green bells floating in the air suddenly made a loud noise and were on the verge of falling. "You're courting death." Zhao Jinglin's face suddenly became gloomy, and he slapped Lin Sun with his palm. "Kneel down first." Lin Sun stepped forward, and without dodging, he also pressed his palm. There was no collision at all. Like a candle in the wind, Zhao Jinglin's palm went out in an instant, and he was slapped to the ground by Lin Sun's palm. Bang! Zhao Jinglin knelt on the ground, which made the house shake violently. In an instant, his eyes turned red with anger. Who are you? How dare you break into this place to commit murder? Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Sun ignored him directly. He raised his hand and grabbed the 13 green bells. After looking at them for a while, a cold and gloomy spirit came to his face, which made Lin Sun's eyes narrow. What kind of treasure was this? How could its power be so weird? Boom! While thinking, Lin Sun's body glowed, and he raised his hand to suppress the green bells. Then he looked at Zhao Jinglin on the ground. Tell me, what are you doing? Idiot, are you blind? Can't you see that I'm healing Li Duxing? Zhao Jinglin roared angrily, as if he was wronged. Lin Sun sneered, and his eyes were deep. He said, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. In that case, don't blame me. Zhao Jinglin's face changed, and he seemed to realize that something was wrong. He struggled to get up and shouted, What do you want to do? This is the core of the empire. I'm the second prince, Zhao Jinglin. In the middle of his words, his voice was interrupted by Lin Sun's terrible palm. How dare you? Zhao Jinglin seemed to have gone completely mad. A scarlet red eye suddenly flashed out from between his brows, and it was like the eye of a primeval demon god. It surged with a strange and scarlet red divine glow, and the phenomenon of ghosts wailing and gods howling and the sun sinking and moon being destroyed was faintly reflected within the scarlet red eye. In an instant, Lin Sun, with his current spiritual power, felt a palpitation and a cold and terrible threat. Master, this is the blood pupil of the evil centipede. It's extremely evil. Let me deal with it. Almost at the same time, Little Silver rushed out. Swish, a nearly invisible sword edge swept out of Little Silver's palm and flashed in the void. With a puff, the silver light burst out. The strange scarlet eye was directly pierced by the sword chi, and a string of black and smelly blood flowed out. Zhao Jinglin, as if he had suffered a backfire, suddenly let out a painful roar. His body cracked inch by inch, his skin and bones peeled off, and his flesh and blood fell down. In an instant, a living man, a strong practitioner in the longevity tribulation realm, turned into a pool of blood on the ground. Lin Sun's eyes narrowed, and he was shocked by this strange scene. Where are you going? At this time, Little Silver rushed forward with a cold and handsome look, wielding his sword to kill. Humph! The pierced scarlet eye let out a cold snort. It seemed to be extremely angry and turned around to escape. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than Little Silver's sword. In an instant, the scarlet eye was cut into two and exploded in the void. However, the strange thing was that although the scarlet pupil had been destroyed, a cold and ethereal voice rang out. Some eyes won't disappear. No matter where you are and what you are doing, I can see it. You will die sooner or later. The voice gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. Master, this is the means of the evil demonic spirit tribe. This tribe is best at occupying and controlling the mind of others with the skill of soul. Those controlled by them are called servants of evil demonic spirit, but in fact, their lives have been taken away. Little Silver's expression was solemn as he frowned. It's very obvious that Zhao Jinglin's mind and body have long since been occupied by an expert of the evil demonic spirit clan, and he's been reduced to a servant of the evil demonic spirit. In a situation like this, it would be very difficult for even a saint to discover unless they carefully probed. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, Lin Sun's expression was uncertain, and he asked, What are these bells used for? Little Silver glanced at them and said directly, Soul Catcher. These are soul-planting bells, which can occupy the mind of others silently, control them, and turn them into servants of evil demonic spirit. A chill ran down Lin Sun's spine, and he secretly rejoiced that if he came a little later, Li Duxing, who was in a coma on the bed, would have been killed. Damn it, so the second prince is no longer the second prince? I just felt that something was wrong. It turns out that something is really King wrong. Seeing all this, Ning Meng gnashed his teeth in anger. Do you know the evil demonic spirit tribe? Lin Sun asked. Ning Meng shook his head. I've never heard of it before, but I feel that it must be the people of the Alliance of 10,000 races. There are many strong people in the Alliance, and there are all kinds of ghosts. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought that the Taoist Mountain contest in 2 years would be held between the Empire and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Now, not only the second prince, Zhao Jinglin, but also Li Duxing would be killed. There was no doubt that if these things really happened, the Alliance of 10,000 Races would be the biggest beneficiary. At this time, Qin Feiyu and a group of people rushed over. When they saw the scene in the room, they couldn't help being stunned. Especially when they saw the pool of blood on the ground, Qin Feiyu and others immediately changed their faces and shouted angrily, "You killed the second prince." Seeing that Qin Feiyu and others were so angry as if their parents had died, Ning Meng couldn't help laughing out of extreme anger. Idiot, he died by himself. Hearing this, Qin Feiyu felt that his intelligence was insulted. He said with a livid face, "Died by himself? A strong practitioner in the 7th retribution of longevity would die by himself? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Then he stared at Lin Sun, Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and others angrily and said, "The second prince was kind enough to cure Li Duxing, but you despicably killed him. You are so evil and unforgivable." Outside the hall, many experts of the Empire were surprised and bewildered, and they heard the furious roars from within clearly, causing them to be extremely astounded in their hearts. The second prince, Zhao Jinglin, was killed by Lin Sun. That was too fierce, especially the 7th prince, Zhao Jingfeng, whose eyes widened and body trembled. That guy even killed his second brother. For the Empire, the status of the princes was extremely respected. Even though their strength might not be as good as other strong practitioners, their status alone was enough to make others respect them. But now, Lin Sun not only slapped Zhao Jingfeng twice, but also killed the second prince, Zhao Jinglin. "Why are you still standing there? Go and kill the thug!" Zhao Jingfeng roared. Seeing this, the other strong practitioners looked uncertain. When they were about to take action, a cold snort sounded. "Stay where you are." That voice was like a thunderclap of the Grand Tao, and it caused everyone present to tremble. In the void, a slender and beautiful woman in a black crane cloak came through the void. Bloodthirsty Queen Zhao Xianxia, all the people present showed awe and respect. They all clearly remembered that more than 10 years ago, in the bloodthirsty battlefield, bloodthirsty Queen Zhao Xianxia, under the protection of a group of big shots, passed the great tribulation of sanctification and became a real sage. In the past 10 years, it was because of Zhao Xianxia that the Empire was able to compete with the voodoo barbarians and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. "Aunt, you're finally back. Lin Sun killed my second brother. You must avenge him. You can't spare that bastard Lin Sun." Zhao Jingfeng yelled, his face filled with grief and indignation. Zhao Xingye glanced at him and said, "What a disgrace." Then, he strode into the main hall, leaving behind a completely dumbfounded Zhao Jingfeng. The others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Now that Zhao Xingye was here, things would definitely be solved. If Lin Sun was really so vicious, he would definitely be punished. At this moment, in the depths of the hall, Ning Mei was also angry. "Unforgivable? How dare you? If we hadn't arrived in time, Li Duxing would have been killed by this guy." Qin Feiyu looked gloomy. "How dare you quibble? Let's see what you can say when Prince Zhao Xingye comes back. Let me tell you, the second prince is dead. Just wait for your punishment." "Ignorant." Lin Sun didn't bother to explain. Qin Feiyu widened his eyes and pointed at himself. "You're a murderer. How dare you say that I'm ignorant? Very ignorant indeed." This time, it was not Lin Sun who spoke, but Zhao Xingye who walked into the hall. As soon as he arrived, he became the focus of attention. However, Qin Feiyu looked very aggrieved and shocked. Why did Prince Zhao Xingye say so? Didn't she see that the second Prince Zhao Jinglin was killed? When he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Zhao Xingye. "You all go out. I have something to ask Lin Sun." Ning Meng and Yi Qi naturally had no objection. They cupped their hands and turned to leave. Qin Feiyu and the others were stunned and vaguely felt that something was wrong. However, when they saw Zhao Xingye's cold eyes, they only felt cold all over and did not dare to say anything more. They left with a belly full of surprise and anger. For a moment, there were only Zhao Xingye, Lin Sun and Li Duxing in a coma in the room. "I've just come back. I didn't expect such a thing to happen." Zhao Xingye sighed softly. Her waterfall-like black hair was tied up in a bun, revealing a white and slender goose neck. Her red lips were full, her nose was high, her eyes were big and full of spirit, and her eyebrows were as straight as ink. The outline of her face was so exquisite that it was breathtaking. But if you looked carefully, you would find that there were all kinds of terrible visions surging in her charming eyes, which seemed to be able to devour and tear people's souls into pieces. It was extremely frightening. In the past, Lin Sun knew that Xianxia was extremely terrible. Now Lin Sun was already at the top of the 8th retribution of longevity. But when facing Xianxia, he still felt a kind of unfathomable and lofty aura. This made him realize that Xianxia had become a true sage. A mere practitioner of the 9th retribution of longevity couldn't sit in the camp of the Empire, nor could he bring a sense of oppression to Lin Sun. Lin Sun said, "I didn't kill him." "I know." Xianxia glanced at Lin Sun and said, "I went out to investigate the cause of Li Duxing's injury. Do you know what I found?" Lin Sun said, "Please give me some advice." The one who seriously injured Li Duxing was probably a master of the dark barbarian branch in the voodoo barbarian camp, who used a secret method to paralyze and corrode the soul. Xianxia said, "This secret method is not very powerful, but it can make people fall into a coma and lose consciousness for a period of time." "It's not done by the Alliance of 10,000 Races?" Lin Sun was surprised. "You also realize that something is wrong?" Xiaoxingya's eyes were terrifyingly cold. This can only prove that the two camps have reached some kind of consensus in secret, or have very likely started to cooperate. The second prince was turned into the servant of evil demon by the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and Li Duxing was seriously injured by the voodoo barbarian camp. Now, the second prince is going to further occupy and control Li Duxing's mind under the guise of healing Li Duxing and turn him into the servant of evil demon, Lin Sun murmured. It seems that the two camps have indeed colluded with each other. So, the situation of our empire is likely to get worse and worse in the future. Xianxia said, "I can't change this kind of thing. It can only depend on you young disciples to compete and fight with each other." Lin Sun understood what Xianxia meant. Each of the three camps had a figure of the Saint Realm, which restrained each other. No one dared to act rashly unless there was a life and death crisis. If Xianxia desperately fought against the enemy because of the second prince's death and Li Duxing's serious injury, the Empire's camp could not bear the consequences. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the situation of the Empire's camp is worse than I expected. Xianxia laughed at this time. "Fortunately, you are here. When the Emperor left more than 10 years ago, he said that you would definitely come back." Lin Sun was stunned and then smiled bitterly. "Senior, don't you overestimate me?" Xianxia snorted, "If you can't even solve this little trouble, how can you go to the mulberry forest? Or, you don't want to contribute to the Empire?" Just when Lin Sun was about to say something, he was interrupted by Xianxia, who pointed to Li Duxing on the bed. "He is your friend. Now he is set up and seriously injured. Can you really sit back and do nothing?" "But, no buts." Xianxia interrupted Lin Sun again, with an intoxicating smile on her charming face. "The second prince is in trouble. You really don't want to be regarded as a murderer, do you?" Her voice was soft and hoarse, with an indescribable flirtatious charm. But Lin Sun broke into a cold sweat and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't say that I won't help." Xianxia sighed faintly. "Are you in a dilemma? You don't understand how unhappy I am. The Empire is now bullied by the voodoo barbarians and the aliens of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. It's so annoying." Immediately, she changed the topic and said with a lonely look, "If you really don't want to help, I won't force you. Everyone has his own ambition, and you can't force him." Lin Sun felt uncomfortable all over and immediately said happily, "Senior, don't worry. I won't stand back and do nothing." Xianxia stretched out a slender hand, patted Lin Sun on the shoulder, and said with relief, "Not only will you not stand back and do nothing, but you will also fight for the prestige of our empire. It's better to kill all the bastards of the two camps." At the end of his words, there was a trace of cruelty in his voice, which made Lin Sun realize that Xianxia was indeed suppressing a ball of fire in her heart. It could be imagined how bad the performance of the Empire's camp was in these years, which could make a sage so angry. 2 years later, the Taoist Mountain contest will be held again. At that time, we and the alliance of 10,000 races will each select 10 disciples to participate in the contest. You will also participate. Xianxia said, in the past, our empire lost more than we won in the Taoist mountain contest. Every time we lost some of the best overmatches. This time, I hope you can change the situation. Okay. Since Lin Sun promised, he couldn't refuse. Whether it was to avenge Li Duxing or to fight for the empire, he couldn't refuse. Zhao Xingye looked at Lin Sun with a smile, full of expectation, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. He said, well, as long as you win beautifully, I will personally send you to the mulberry forest. As for Li Duxing, I will help you cure his injury. Hearing this, Lin Sun was completely relieved. On this day, Lin Sun arrived at the Cloud Mountain, slapped the 7th Prince Zhao Jingfeng, and revealed the 2nd Prince Zhao Jinglin's identity as the servant of the evil demon, which caused an uproar and shock. The most stunning thing was that His Highness Zhao Xingye, the leader of the empire's camp, personally held a grand banquet to welcome Lin Sun. This made everyone realize that Lin Sun's position in Zhao Xingye's heart was far more important than they imagined. As for Qin Feiyu and the others, they all looked gloomy and depressed. They all realized that it was impossible for them to compete with Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and the others openly and covertly as before. It was not only because the 2nd Prince Zhao Jinglin, the leader of their force, was dead, but most importantly, Lin Sun came. He alone was enough to make them unable to breathe. Even Zhao Jingfeng, the 7th prince, couldn't withstand 2 slaps from Lin Sun. Cheers! Shouts rang out in the night, and then glasses collided with each other. The amber wine rippled and emitted a strong aroma. In a brightly lit palace on Cloud Mountain, Lin Sun, Ning Meng, Shi Yu, Yi Qi, Gong Ming, and other friends who had made deep friendships since they were young gathered together. The ground was already piled with empty wine jars. In the main hall, everyone's eyes were dazzled and their ears were hot, and they chatted happily. It was the 4th day since Lin Sun came to Cloud Mountain. During the conversation, Lin Sun also learned that Shi Yu and Ning Meng had gone to the ancient Desolation Realm, but they were stopped by a decree of the emperor. Not only them, but also some elite disciples of the imperial forces, Green Deer School, Bloodthirsty Camp and the army failed to go to the ancient Desolation Realm. Instead, they were sent to the bloodthirsty battlefield. We left in a hurry at that time, and it was a secret of the empire, so we didn't tell you in advance. Shi Yu sighed with emotion, but I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, we brothers finally reunited here. It's really sad. It reminds me of a poem. Stop. I don't want to hear you recite poems. Drink, drink. Ning Meng shouted. Shi Yu rolled his eyes and said grumpily, vulgar. The others all laughed. It's a pity that Li Duxing hasn't woken up yet, Gong Ming sighed. His words made the atmosphere in the hall a little heavy. Damn it, if I know who did it, I'll kill him. Ning Meng gnashed his teeth. The others were also full of killing intent. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, we must avenge him. Late at night, Lin Sun stood in front of a stone house on the side of the mountain top. This was his residence, from which he could overlook the mountains in the far distance. The night was dark. Cloud Mountain was flowing with auspicious purple clouds, isolating the night. What on earth is hidden in the night? Lin Sun frowned. When he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield for the first time, there was a rule that he must return to the camp before dark. Otherwise, he would encounter great danger. This was an iron rule that no one dared to disobey. Now, after many years, Lin Sun came again, but he didn't expect that the rule of don't go out at dark was still maintained. Moreover, no one dared to cross the line. It was as if there was an unimaginable terror in the dark night. The bloodthirsty battlefield is an extremely mysterious place. There are many different opinions about its origin. So far, no one has been able to give a clear answer. It was unknown when bloodthirsty Queen Zhao Xingye had arrived. She stood beside Lin Sun, gazing at the night in the distance with her deep and bright eyes. For example, the bloodthirsty battlefield in the daytime is completely different from the bloodthirsty battlefield at night. They're like 2 different worlds. Zhao Xingye said, during the day, the bloodthirsty battlefield is like the world of the living. Nothing strange or dangerous will happen. At night, the bloodthirsty battlefield seems to have fallen into the netherworld. strange and ominous things come one after another. Danger is unpredictable. I didn't understand it in the past, and now I don't understand it at all, Xianxia sighed softly. It was obvious that she had been thinking about this problem as well. But one thing is certain. Even a saint can't act on his own at night because there are terrifying dangers that can kill a saint in the darkness. Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, Senior, have you investigated it before? Zhao Xingye shook his head. The martial emperor and the monarch empress have investigated, and they immediately returned to the campsite within the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. Their expressions were solemn and filled with bewilderment. I never thought that they would lose their composure despite their strength. What did they see? Lin Sun was curious. Zhao Xingye was silent for a moment, and then said, the great emperor once said that the bloodthirsty battlefield at night has become completely different from the daytime. It's like a strange world, very much like the netherworld in the legendary netherworld. Her voice was low, drifting in the night. Lin Sun felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. When he looked at the night in the distance again, his eyes had become different. The netherworld, did this kind of place that only existed in the illusory legends really exist? So, I advise you not to leave the camp at night, even if you have a lot of trump cards in your hands. I've seen many people who don't believe in heresy do this, both in the past and now, but there's only one result. When Zhao Xingye said this, there was a rare trace of fear in her eyes. What? Disappear. Zhao Xingye said, they disappear silently and never come back. Even if you look for them in the daytime, you can't find any trace, not even a trace of aura. You should know that with my means, even if it's one of the 4 people who have been erased, as long as there's a trace of aura left, I can catch it. Unfortunately, I've never found a person who got lost in the night. Not even one. Lin Sun asked again as if he wanted to confirm. No. Zhao Xingye answered without hesitation. Lin Sun's eyes flashed, and he was shocked. When the night fell, would the bloodthirsty battlefield really become a strange world like hell? Lin Sun was still thinking about this problem when Zhao Xingye left and he returned to his room. In the end, he shook his head and completely suppressed the curiosity in his heart. He didn't want to try it at the risk of his life. Of course, if there was a chance in the future, he wouldn't mind to investigate it. At the same time, in the heaven accessing place, the mysterious woman sitting under the gate of heaven was also lost in thought. With the day and night as the boundary, yin and yang coexist? She got up and seemed to do something. But right after that, her eyes focused and revealed an expression of surprise. She seemed to have sensed something and muttered, what a strange power. It's actually able to isolate my detection. Could it be that there really is another world in this darkness? Only the supreme power of the world's laws could stop her from probing. Interesting, I'd like to see what's hidden in the night. While thinking, the mysterious woman's figure suddenly turned into a light rain and disappeared in the heaven accessing place. Lin Sun didn't notice it at all. After returning to his room, he began to concentrate on cultivation. Whoosh along with his breathing, the surging tide of purple spiritual energy was like a great river, rumbling and converging towards the room he was in from all directions. The surging spiritual energy was so vigorous and pure that it was shocking. On his way to Misty Cloud Mountain, Lin Sun had tried to cultivate in some beautiful mountains, and he was surprised by the richness of the spiritual qi there. But in Misty Cloud Mountain, the spiritual qi was not only abundant but also amazingly pure, which was far from being comparable to other places. It was a sacred blessed land that was hard to find in the outside world. If I cultivate here, then I wonder to what level my body refinement cultivation will be able to improve to before the Tao Observation Mountain competition begins 2 years from now. Chen Shi muttered to himself. Lin Sun couldn't help shaking his head after thinking about it. The promotion of cultivation couldn't be fast or unstable, but the priority was to make progress steadily. Otherwise, it would be like a castle in the air, which would make the Taoist foundation unstable. From that day on, Lin Sun stayed on Cloud Mountain, devoting himself to the cultivation of body refining and living in seclusion. Occasionally, he would drink and chat with Ning Meng, Shiyu, and Yi Qi. But most of his time and energy were spent on cultivation. Zhao Xingye didn't say anything about it. He even ordered to send 50 kilograms of divine crystals to Lin Sun every 7 days to supplement his cultivation. Many strong people of the empire felt it was unfair. They thought Xianxia was partial and attached too much importance to Lin Sun. Divine crystals weren't cabbages that could be obtained easily. Even in the bloodthirsty battlefield, it was hard to get them. They were rare resources in cultivation and their value was immeasurable. In the camp of the Empire, every strong person was responsible for collecting divine crystals, and 20% of them needed to be handed over to the camp as strategic reserves. But Lin Sun was different. Since he entered the camp, he had been drinking in addition to cultivation. The divine crystals needed for cultivation were the strategic materials stored in the camp, which naturally made people feel unbalanced. We worked hard and risked our lives to collect divine crystals. Why should Lin Sun enjoy them? Since he entered the camp, he hasn't helped the camp. It's so annoying. These discussions happened more and more as time went by. The dissatisfaction in the hearts of the strong people of the empire accumulated little by little and became more and more, but what made them helpless was that Lin Sun almost stayed in the house on the top of the mountain and never went out, so they couldn't seize the opportunity to ridicule and criticize him. Naturally, they couldn't vent their dissatisfaction. Moreover, Xianxia was well aware of this, but he never thought of changing this situation. This kind of lenient attitude towards Lin Sun made many people choke back their anger. Shiyu and Ning Meng also knew these things, and they all sniggered secretly. Of course, they wouldn't be unhappy that Lin Sun took advantage of them. As time went by, 3 months had passed unknowingly. To the delight of the whole camp, Li Duxing woke up from a coma and there was no sequelae in his body. What made people unhappy was that after Li Duxing woke up, he went to find Lin Sun. It was said that they drank until dawn that night, which was very enjoyable. Lin Sun is such a maggot. It's so hateful. We can't bear it anymore. We worked hard and risked our lives to collect the divine crystals, and we can't let this freeloader continue to enjoy them. On this day, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to settle accounts with Lin Sun. Suddenly, the whole camp was in an uproar. Many strong people who had been dissatisfied with Lin Sun for a long time gathered together and went to the top of the mountain in a mighty manner. When Shiyu and Ning Meng heard the news, they couldn't help frowning and sneering. These guys were obviously jealous of Lin Sun. When they learned the identity of the strong person who took the lead to settle accounts with Lin Sun, Shiyu and others were a little surprised. Why is it that guy? Ning Meng even exclaimed. P.S. Please vote for those who support adding more chapters tonight. Song Wuk. He was a genius from the Song family, a rising star in Green Deer School, and an outstanding cultivator who was regarded as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. In the current camp of the Empire, his combat power could be ranked in the top 5. Now, he was the one who took the lead to rush to the top of the mountain to settle scores with Lin Sun. When they heard the news, Shiyu, Ning Meng, and the others couldn't sit still and hurried to the top of the mountain. They all knew very well that Song Wuk was not only a veritable cultivation genius, but also a resolute and ruthless figure. His strength had long been beyond doubt. However, what puzzled Shiyu and Ning Meng was that Song Wuk had always kept a low profile and never got involved in any disputes. Why did he take the lead to make trouble for Lin Sun this time? Was it really because he felt it was unfair? Things might not be so simple. On the way to the top of the mountain, Shiyu and the others saw many people who looked excited and eager to join in the fun. It didn't take long for them to reach the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was steaming with rosy clouds and purple mist, like the dwelling place of immortals. There were only 2 stone houses on the top of the mountain. One belonged to Princess Xianxia, but she was not there now. The other belonged to Lin Sun, which was specially prepared by Princess Xianxia for Lin Sun. This kind of special treatment was very easy to make people jealous. Because everyone knew that Misty Cloud Mountain was the best sacred blessed land in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and the top of Misty Cloud Mountain was the most sacred blessed land. Even sages couldn't resist the temptation of cultivating here. But now, Lin Sun was enjoying this kind of treatment. This made people feel more and more unbalanced. Why, at this moment, Song Wuk was standing in front of the stone house where Lin Sun was. He was thin, his facial features were firm, and his back was as straight as a sword. His clothes were simple, but he exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. A group of strong practitioners of the Empire gathered in the distance, and they couldn't hide their excitement. They had been patient for a long time. Now, someone had finally made things difficult for Lin Sun, the vermin, and it was a powerful figure like Song Wuk. This made them look forward to the imminent revenge. The seventh prince, Zhao Jingfeng, and Qin Feiyu were also in the crowd. However, Zhao Jingfeng was a little surprised, and he couldn't help but transmit his voice. How did you convince Song Wuk? I remember that this person doesn't like to stir up trouble and never gets involved in any disputes. He's only obsessed with cultivation. Qin Feiyu smiled confidently. I just told him that Lin Sun would replace Li Duxing in 2 years and participate in the Daoist Mount contest as the last one of our empire. And then he agreed? Zhao Jingfeng was stunned. Qin Feiyu nodded. Song Wuk lacks nothing but cultivation. Last year, when he learned that Li Duxing would participate in the contest on Daoist Mountain on behalf of the empire, he directly went to Li Duxing and had a duel with him. Now, he just changed his opponent to Lin Sun. Zhao Jingfeng was enlightened and praised. Song Wuk is a wonderful man. Qin Feiyu said with a smile, only in this way can we see how capable Lin Sun is. Since he entered Cloud Mountain, he has hardly left his house and never contributed to the empire. However, he was favored by His Highness Xianxia and given special care, which has already made people extremely dissatisfied. After a pause, he continued, now, Song Wuk has come to us. If Lin Sun can withstand this challenge, we will have nothing to say. But if he can't, Zhao Jingfeng sneered, if he can't withstand it, Lin Sun will not only lose face, but also arouse public anger. You will be regarded as a vermin and everyone will want to beat you. At that time even my aunt can't protect you. Qin Feiyu said, the seventh prince is right. The most important thing is that Lin Sun will no longer be qualified to enjoy that special care in the future. Lin Sun, come out and accept the challenge. Many voices were shouting, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Shi Yu and Ning Meng frowned, but they couldn't say anything. Song Wuk came to challenge openly, so no one could stop him. Remember those guys who fanned the flames. Find a chance to deal with them in the future. Shi Yu transmitted his voice with a smile, but there was a trace of cruelty in his words. Of course. Ning Meng sneered, jealousy can distort people. These guys dare to target Lin Sun. Obviously, they are blinded by jealousy. It didn't take long for the closed door of the stone house to be pushed open. Lin Sun, who had been in closed-door training for several months, appeared in front of everyone. He was still dressed in moon-white clothes, with a plain and otherworldly temperament. His eyes swept across the crowd and fell on Song Wuk. Since Lin Sun returned to the mortal world, he hadn't encountered such a thing for a long time. His first reaction was that Song Wuk, was he stupid? In this camp, the only one who could give him pressure was Xianxia. In addition, he had already proved his strength by slapping the seventh prince Zhao Jingfeng twice on the first day he arrived. Lin Sun was very surprised that someone still stood up to challenge him at such a time. Either Song Wuk was stupid or he was being used. Thinking of this, Lin Sun felt bored and asked directly, aren't you afraid of death? Song Wuk didn't have time to state his intention or even say a word when he heard such a question. He couldn't help but be stunned. The other strong people present were also stunned. This question was too straightforward, completely catching them off guard. Previously, they had planned to scold, attack, accuse, and reprimand Lin Sun, the vermin, in order to boost Song Wuk's momentum. But Lin Sun's 3 words directly caught them off guard. It felt as if a meticulously prepared banquet had been announced to end before it had even begun. It was too infuriating and unpleasant. I'm afraid of death. Unexpectedly, after staring at Lin Sun for a moment, Song Wuk directly admitted that he was also afraid of death. This was too much of a blow to his prestige. The anticipation and excitement of being about to get their revenge were suddenly stifled in their chests, making them feel indescribably uncomfortable. Lin Sun was also stunned. He took another look at Song Wuk and said, why don't you leave if you're afraid of death? I'm leaving now. Song Wuk did not hesitate and answered very quickly. When he first met Lin Sun, he didn't feel any threat at all, just like the others. But when Lin Sun asked those 3 words, Song Wuk suddenly felt an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if he'd been stared at by a lethal threat, causing the skin on his entire body to tense up as if there was a blade on his back, and his mind even endured a form of indescribable pressure. He immediately judged that once he started fighting, he would definitely lose, so he gave up happily. However, his reaction made all the people present speechless. It was as if they had eaten a dead fly, and their faces suddenly became extremely ugly. Previously, they came in large numbers, rubbed their palms and talked excitedly, as if they could get rid of Lin Sun today and vent their hatred. For this reason, they swarmed here to witness Lin Sun's defeat with their own eyes. They were even ready to trample on Lin Sun when he was defeated and spit on his face to let him know how miserable the fate of being a vermin was. But they didn't expect that after a few simple and direct words, Song Wuok directly gave up the fight. It was a strong start but weak finish. It was a big thunder but a small raindrop. Some strong practitioners almost coughed up blood. How could Song Wuok do this? As for Qin Feiyu and Zhao Jingfeng, their smiles froze on their faces. They were stunned and seemed to be in disbelief. There seemed to be 10,000 wild horses galloping in their hearts. How could he, Song Wuok, admit defeat like this? He was one of the top 5 in the camp in terms of combat strength. He was a tough figure who didn't even frown when he fought with Li Duxing. He was a rare cultivation genius. How could he admit defeat like this? Everyone was petrified and confused. Even Shiryu and Ming Meng had a look of astonishment on their faces. Only Lin Sun praised Song Wuok in his heart. Song Wuok was a man who could make prompt decisions when he sensed that something was wrong. Before I leave, I have one thing to do. Suddenly, Song Wuok opened his mouth and attracted everyone's attention. Many people were refreshed. Qin Feiyu looked relieved and said with a smile, "It should be like this. It should have been like this a long time ago." Clang, Song Wuok suddenly drew out his sword. The blade was like a clear pool of autumn water, shining with sharp and dazzling cold light in the sky. And the tip of the sword was pointed straight at Qin Feiyu. This sudden scene not only shocked everyone present, but also made them almost scream. Even Qin Feiyu was stiff and his eyes almost fell out. He just said it should be like this, but a sword stabbed at him. It was so sudden that he was caught off guard. Bang, the blade rolled back at an incredible speed, broke through Qin Feiyu's defense and resistance, and hit him hard on the shoulder. With a dull sound, Qin Feiyu was sent flying. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell off the cliff and fell into the sea of clouds. After a long while, his cry of anger, confusion, and pain came out, shaking the sea of clouds and causing them to roll violently. The experts who were dumbfounded couldn't help but shiver. They were shocked by the strange scene. Probably no one had expected that a challenge to Lin Sun would end with Qin Feiyu being beaten. It was too incredible. With a clang, Song Wuok withdrew his sword. Without explaining, he cupped his hands to Lin Sun from a distance and said, "I'm sorry for my rudeness." Then he turned around and left. Everyone was still in a trance. Only Zhao Jingfeng knew that Song Wuok's sword was to express his dissatisfaction and warning to Qin Feiyu. "Everyone, please go back." After saying this, Lin Sun turned around and returned to the stone house. From beginning to end, he didn't make a move, but everyone realized that something was wrong. Song Wuok was by no means a person who liked to play tricks on people. The reason why he gave up the challenge was that he had noticed something and recognized something. For a moment, the depression and unwillingness in people's hearts turned into a kind of surprise and doubt, spreading all over their bodies. When they looked at Lin Sun's stonehouse again, many people showed complicated expressions. Everyone knew that no one dared to provoke Lin Sun in the future, and the special treatment this worm got was bound to continue. This result was undoubtedly very frustrating. From this day on, Lin Sun's life became peaceful again, and he spent every day in extremely fulfilling cultivation. Time flew by like a streak of light amidst this peaceful cultivation. P.S. Thank you, everyone, for your monthly tickets and support. Here's to you. No one knew the year in the mountains. Flowers bloomed and withered. Lin Sun had been in Cloud Mountain for a year. During the year, there were often fierce fights between the Empire, the Voodoo Barbarian Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Almost all of them were related to fighting for divinity crystals and magic medicines. In general, the situation of the Empire's strongmen became more and more pessimistic in this year. All the strongmen of the Empire who went out to practice had to go out in groups, and the range of activities was much smaller. The reason was that both the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the Alliance of 10,000 Races pointed their spears at the Empire. Although the two camps didn't join hands on the surface, everyone knew that they must have reached some kind of cooperation in secret. Buzz, on this day, on the top of Cloud Mountain, one after another brilliant divine rainbows rushed out of the stone house where Lin Sun was practicing in seclusion. Each divine rainbow was full of magical jade luster, as if it were real, rushing into the sky, which was magnificent and spectacular. In the stone house, Lin Sun's qi and blood were steaming and roaring, evolving into Shang Qing, Yu Qing, Tai Qing, Ling Qing, Yuan Qing, Su Qing and so on, which flowed endlessly and surrounded him. Looking carefully, every inch of his skin and pores was crystal clear, gushing with Taoist light. Between his bones, qi and blood, there were clanging sounds of Taoism. Swish, when Lin Sun opened his eyes, a horrible and oppressive pressure spread out, making the void around him wail and collapse as if bowing down to him. I broke through. Lin Sun's heart was filled with joy. In the past year, his body refining cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds from the second tribulation of the longevity realm to the sixth tribulation of the longevity realm. He broke through 4 realms in 1 year. If this was spread out, it would shock the world and be called a miracle. But for Lin Sun, this kind of progress was normal. The bloodthirsty battlefield was a first-class cultivation paradise, and the place where he cultivated in seclusion was the peak of the Azure Cloud Mountain. The cultivation resources he enjoyed were endless divine origin crystals and elixirs, and the cultivation techniques he cultivated were the 9 Clarity Holy Physique Art and the Divine Elephant Martial Emperor's Physique Refinement Technique. It would be abnormal if he was unable to make great progress in his body refinement cultivation. The most important thing was that Lin Sun had already passed every tribulation on the way to immortality, so there was no threshold or barrier to the cultivation of body refining. As long as he continued cultivating, his body refinement cultivation would be able to advance by leaps and bounds smoothly. Moreover, Lin Sun prioritized steadiness when he cultivated, and he didn't take any rash action, which made his body refining foundation extremely solid. Lin Sun was confident that he could improve his body refining cultivation to a higher level within a year if he only focused on improving his realm. But he didn't. Lin Sun was already very surprised and pleasantly surprised to be able to steadily advance his body tempering cultivation to the 6th tribulation realm within a year. In fact, other practitioners could also achieve this if they had the cultivation resources and talent that Lin possessed. The reason was very simple. Whether it was body refining, qi refining, or soul refining, they all reached the same goal by different means. As long as one achieved extremely high attainments in one way and took into account the cultivation of other ways, he could often achieve twice the result with half the effort. What really satisfied Lin Sun was that with the improvement of his body refining cultivation, his spiritual veins were also transforming little by little. As early as in the domain of extinction, he had noticed that the improvement of his body refining cultivation had a very close connection with his talent of devouring abyss. The stronger his body refining cultivation was, the stronger the strange fluctuation produced by the spiritual veins was, and his talent also produced a kind of magical transformation. Just like at this moment, as he ran his body refining cultivation, the spiritual veins were like a shining sun, dazzling, filled with strange obscure fluctuations, with a sense of liveliness. When I broke through the 9th level of the heaven accessing place, I obtained a strand of destiny dark force, which could awaken the talent power and stimulate the brand of origin in the talent power. Thus, I could master a talent power that truly belongs to my bloodline. Lin Sun realized that with the improvement of his body refining cultivation, he was getting closer and closer to awakening his talent power. He was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of inconceivable power the devouring abyss inherent ability would possess. After silently sensing his own body refining strength for a long time, Lin Sun stood up and walked out of the stone house. He had already realized that it was useless to improve his cultivation behind closed doors. If his body refining strength wanted to transform again, he must carry out real tempering. At that time, Du So once said that although his body refining strength was strong, it lacked real tempering and sublimation. Lin Sun would never forget this point. To hone his cultivation, fighting was undoubtedly the most effective way. Thinking of this, Lin Sun walked down the mountain. Divinity crystals are getting more and more difficult to collect. Some of the known good places have been monopolized by those barbarians and aliens of the myriad races. It's really hateful. On the side of the Voodoo Barbarian Alliance, there are Gemini of light and dark with superb combat power. In addition, there are 10 outstanding shaman kings of the longevity realm, each of whom is not weaker than Song Wuk. The Gemini of light and dark is even more terrible. I'm afraid only Li Duxing can match them in the camp of our empire. As for the alliance of 10,000 races, the top 10 of the 10,000 races combat strength leaderboard are all top-notch, and any one of them would be considered a one-in-a-million genius. Some are gifted beyond compare, some have unparalleled innate physique, and some have sky-high comprehension. On the side of the empire, only a few people, such as Li Duxing, Song Wuke and Shiryu, have the ability to fight against them. But relatively speaking, the real peak strength is far behind. In the camp of Misty Cloud Mountain, many people were talking about it. They looked more or less depressed. The bumpy and embarrassing situation of the empire made them all feel the same. The most intuitive manifestation was that the number of divinity crystals and magic medicines collected every day was sharply reduced. This had affected their cultivation. If this situation continued, the power of the voodoo barbarian camp and the alliance of myriad races would only become stronger and stronger. And the power of the empire would be further weakened. Recently, similar size almost shrouded the Misty Cloud Mountain, making it gloomy and gloomy. Hey, what day is it today? Why is the maggot willing to come out from the top of the mountain? Suddenly, someone noticed Lin Sun coming from the mountain and couldn't help being surprised. It's really him. Others were also stunned. In the past year, Lin Sun rarely showed up in public, especially in the last 6 months. He hadn't stepped out of the stone house where he lived. Those who didn't know Lin Sun might think that there was no such person on the Misty Cloud Mountain. Most of those who knew Lin Sun didn't feel ashamed to mention him. Even if they knew that this guy was not easy to deal with, they were still angry. The reason was very simple. In the year since Lin Sun entered the Misty Cloud Mountain, he had slapped Zhao Jingfeng violently, exposed Zhao Jinglin's identity as the servant of Evil Vine, and forced Song Wuke to retreat with one sentence. At other times, Lin Sun had been like a maggot, enjoying the special care from Xianxia. He had inexhaustible divinity crystals and magic medicines, but he had never contributed to the empire camp. Not even once. This naturally made people feel very unfair. So what if his cultivation was strong? What was the difference between him and a maggot if he didn't serve the empire camp? What made these strong people of the empire most angry was that most of the divinity crystals Lin Sun enjoyed were collected by them at the risk of their lives. Nowadays, the situation of the empire camp became more and more embarrassing, and the number of divinity crystals collected was getting less and less. But the number of divinity crystals Lin Sun enjoyed had never been sharply reduced. Who would feel balanced? Why, therefore, when Lin Sun appeared at this time, those strong people of the empire didn't have a good look on their faces. They snorted coldly, despised him, or directly turned their heads and ignored him. However, no one dared to sneer at him. The 2 slaps on Zhao Jingfeng's face were still vivid in people's minds. The scene of Song Wuke being forced to retreat was still clearly remembered. Everyone knew that Lin Sun was not easy to deal with, but it couldn't change the fact that people regarded him as a maggot. Seeing this, Lin Sun felt a little strange, because he didn't know that Shiryu and Ning Meng had never mentioned to him that he was regarded as a maggot. That was to say, Lin Sun himself didn't know the special care he had enjoyed in the past year. Bah! When Lin Sun passed by a young man in a grey robe, the latter suddenly spat at him fiercely. Although he didn't say anything, his disdain was obvious. Lin Sun immediately stopped and said, "Did I provoke you?" The young man in a grey robe was stunned, and then said with a gloomy face, "Don't you know what you have done?" "What?" Lin Sun was surprised. Seeing Lin Sun's innocent and puzzled look, the young man in a grey robe trembled with anger. This maggot had enjoyed so much special care, but didn't he feel ashamed at all? Didn't he have a conscience? Damn it! The young man in a grey robe left angrily, as if he was ashamed to be associated with Lin Sun. He was worried that he would spit blood out of anger if he went on. Lin Sun was confused. He glanced at others and saw that they didn't want to see him, which made him more confused. What's going on? Finally, Lin Sun found Shiryu, who was about to go out, and asked about it. Shiryu said with a smile, "What else can it be?" Jealousy. Ning Meng is right. Jealousy makes people twisted, and jealousy makes people disgusted. You don't have to pay attention to it. Just focus on your cultivation. What's going on? Even if you are jealous, you should give a reason, right? Lin Sun was puzzled. Sure, you had no choice but to tell him the whole story. After understanding it, Lin Sun was speechless for a while and said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Sure, you said with a cheeky smile, "How could we stop you from taking advantage of us? Don't pretend to be innocent after taking advantage of us. That will make you look shameless." Lin Sun grabbed him and said, "Let's go out and take a walk." Sure, you was stunned. "What for?" "To wash away the shame of being a maggot," Lin Sun said seriously. P.S. The second one is a little late in addition. There are only 2 days left before the end of the month. If you don't vote now, it will be invalid. On this day, the strong men who stayed on the Cloud Mountain all found that the vermin actually went out. It was like a miracle. For a whole year, the vermin ate and drank for free, enjoyed all kinds of care, and lived a happy life. Now, he was willing to leave. Everyone was astonished and couldn't believe what they were seeing. What is the vermin going to do? For a time, this topic became the focus of people's discussion. After eating and drinking, he wants to move. Maybe he wants to go out for a walk and relax? Someone raised his eyebrows. That must be the case. Some people gnashed their teeth, and the more they thought about it, the more indignant they became. They all lived such a hard life, but the vermin enjoyed all kinds of benefits and still had the leisure to go out for a walk. Maybe, he found his conscience and intends to work for the empire. Someone whispered. Suddenly, he suffered a lot of fierce criticism. Conscience? Do you think that vermin has a conscience? Don't mention conscience to a shameless guy like him. He doesn't deserve it. Even if he really has a conscience, he has already been fed to the dogs. For a time, it seemed that Lin Sun would be condemned by word and pen. On the top of the mountain, Xianxia, who was in closed-door training in the stone house, couldn't help laughing. It must be uncomfortable to bear the infamy of a vermin. I'd like to see how you will wash away the shame and how you will calm everyone's anger. Everything was within her expectation. Under such circumstances, Xianxia didn't believe that Lin Sun could sit still, and Lin Sun's departure today proved that she guessed right. No one knew that the special care for Lin Sun this year was intentional. The reason was very simple. The greater the benefits, the greater the responsibility. Now, it was time for Lin Sun to contribute. And he was willing to do it. Xianxia was very satisfied with this result. That is the Turtle Mountain, which is shaped like a giant tortoise, with rich mineral veins of primordial divine crystals. Just yesterday, it was occupied by the strong barbarians. In front of a towering mountain, Shiryu looked dignified and said, "It is said that there are 16 strong barbarians on this mountain, and each of them is not weaker than the 7th retribution of longevity realm." Lin Sun looked into the distance and said, "It is indeed a treasure mountain. Are you really going? Don't you need to call some people?" Shiryu couldn't help but say, "Although I'm very confident in your combat strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult with just the 2 of us." "Hey, I haven't finished speaking. Why are you leaving already?" Seeing Lin Sun walking towards the Turtle Mountain in the distance, Shiryu was stunned for a while, but he still followed Lin Sun in a hurry. "I say, the safest way is to call Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and the other guys here. With the strength of US brothers, it will be a piece of cake to take down this mountain." Shiryu talked endlessly. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel helpless. "If you believe me, can you stop talking?" "Nonsense?" Shiryu said snappily, "Wasn't I worried about you? You actually despised me? Fine, I'll watch you try to be brave by yourself. Don't get beaten down by me." Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. In the past year, Lin Sun had hardly made a move. Although he knew that Lin Sun had stepped onto the legendary peerless path of cultivation, he hadn't seen Lin Sun make a move after all. So how could Shiryu not be worried? In the distance, on the turtle hibernating mountain, a strong voodoo barbarian on sentry found Lin Sun and Shiryu immediately and couldn't help being stunned. "Just 2 people?" Immediately, he showed a grim smile and said, "Brothers, the bastards from the Empire are here to die." As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed out one by one. They were all strong voodoo barbarians with a strong and terrifying aura. When they saw Lin Sun and Shiryu, they were also stunned. It seemed that they didn't expect that just 2 people dared to come here to die. It seems that the situation of the Empire is getting worse and worse. They even let these 2 guys come here to die. I feel a little sorry for them. Someone laughed. Don't talk nonsense. Let's finish it quickly. The divine crystals on this mountain will be dug out soon. We have to leave here before it gets dark. The leading man in a beast robe gave an order in a deep voice. I'll go and meet them. Immediately, a thin figure covered in flames from the fire barbarian lineage's seventh tribulation eminence rushed out. Like a flaming divine rainbow, he charged into the distance. You follow them. Don't be careless. The leading man in a beast robe gave an order. Immediately, another 3 strong voodoo barbarians took the order and rushed to the distance. They are coming. Shiryu's eyes narrowed, and his whole body was surging with fighting intent. At the same time, he said, it's not shameful to run away if you can't beat them. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and he felt helpless. Should he tell Shiryu that these guys were not good enough at all? In this case, Shiryu would think that he was blowing his own trumpet. Just 2 of you? Boom, the void shook, and the strong fire barbarian broke through the air. His eyes were like flames and lightning, and he glanced at Lin Sun and Shiryu with disdain. Shiryu's face darkened. Being ignored like this, he couldn't help but get angry and was about to curse. But Lin Sun had already launched an attack. He didn't want to talk nonsense at all. Boom, with a simple punch, the surging vital energy transformed into a dazzling light that converged within his fist. It was simply like an ancient fiend god had lifted up a divine mountain and tossed it out, and it shook the heavens and the earth and threw space into disorder. Then, the strong fire barbarian, who had just arrived with a disdainful look, was blown up under Shiryu's astonished gaze. His body suddenly exploded like a piece of paper, which was more poignant and beautiful than the fireworks in the world. One punch killed a strong practitioner in the 7th retribution of longevity realm. Lin Sun stopped and frowned. So weak? It seemed that he couldn't believe it. Shiryu said in a daze, indeed very weak, but, how? He didn't know what to say for a moment. His heart was in turmoil, and he only felt that the power of the punch just now was amazing. No, it's a master. Let's go together. Soon, the 3 strong voodoo barbarians arrived. Seeing the scene of the strong fire barbarian being blown up, they were so shocked that their bodies stiffened and their faces became solemn. Let me try again. Lin Sun said in a low voice. Okay. Shiryu nodded. He took a deep breath and held his breath, as if he wanted to see clearly what would happen next. After all, the punch just now was so fast that he didn't have time to react. The strong fire barbarian had been blown up, which was incredible. Kill. The 3 strong voodoo barbarians rushed over. Boom. Boom. Boom, in an instant, Lin Sun punched 3 times with pure body refining cultivation. What he used was the illusory battle seal, a body refining combat method in the 9 purity holy body scripture. Every punch was like the seal of the Great Way, which could break the 9th heaven, suppress yin and yang, and break the universe. It was extremely fierce and overbearing. After that, 3 bodies exploded in midair, and they were like 3 blood-colored fireworks that bloomed in the sky. It was sad, beautiful, and terrifying. Dead? Shiryu gasped. This time, he finally saw clearly that it was not that the opponents were too weak, but that Lin Sun's strength was too strong and terrible, with absolute crushing power. That feeling was like a tiger waving its claws and swatting a few flies to death. But Shiryu knew that those were not flies, but powerful practitioners in the longevity realm. Any one of them was enough to make many strong practitioners in the camp of the Empire vigilant. This proved again that Lin Sun was very strong, extraordinarily strong. Too weak. Lin Sun sighed at this time, a little disappointed. He didn't go out to relax, but to sharpen his body refining cultivation and wash away the shame of being a vermin. But he never thought that the opponents were so weak. Is it these guys who made the camp of the Empire suffer setbacks? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Shiryu suddenly felt a kind of unspeakable shame and uneasiness, but he braced himself and said, in fact, they are not so weak. This was really too shocking, and Shiryu didn't know how to explain it. In the distance, there was a commotion. The beast-robed man and others who were still on the Turtle Mountain all found that something was wrong, and their faces changed greatly. We met a tough guy. But, who is that guy? Why haven't I heard of him before? They felt cold in their hearts. He was able to kill their companions with a casual wave of his hand. His combat strength was too terrifying, and it caused them to realize the danger they were in. We can't deal with this kind of person at all. Retreat. The beast-robed man made a prompt decision. As soon as an expert made a move, he would know whether there was a real expert or not. He would not risk his life to test it. Those who could cultivate to this level were not fools, so they naturally knew who to provoke and who not to provoke. Retreat. Immediately, the beast-robed man and others chose to escape without hesitation. Whoosh, however, since Lin Sun was here, how could he watch them escape? In an instant, his figure disappeared out of thin air. Shiryu immediately attacked. His figure was extremely fast. He didn't want Lin Sun to fight alone. Boom, however, before he caught up with Lin, he saw a sudden fluctuation in the distance. The world shook, and the clouds collapsed. A strong voodoo barbarian was killed, and his blood stained the void. Freak! Shiryu cursed in his heart as his lips twitched. He continued to chase another strong voodoo barbarian, but in the blink of an eye, the strong voodoo barbarian he locked on was also killed. His body burst into pieces like a rain of blood. Shiryu couldn't bear to see such a miserable scene. Boom, in the following time, strong voodoo barbarians were killed one after another, and their bodies burst in the void, which made Shiryu speechless for a while, and his face changed constantly. He suddenly found that he didn't even have a chance to intervene with his combat power, which was really shocking, but soon, Shiryu was refreshed. He found that Lin Sun finally met his opponent. It was the beast-robed man. Although this guy only had the cultivation of the 7th retribution of longevity, his combat power was extremely strong, which couldn't be compared by ordinary people. Finally, I met a decent one. Inexplicably, Shiryu felt a sense of relief in his heart. However, before he sighed with emotion, the beast-robed man's body was also blown up with a shrill scream. In the blood rain, Lin Sun's clothes were clean, and he sighed faintly in the void. This scene made Shiryu completely stunned, and his lips twitched. Why couldn't he not be so brutal? With a sigh, Lin Sun stopped thinking and began to collect the spoils. The most important thing was to collect divinity crystals. He already understood that the divinity crystals consumed in this year's practice were all collected by other strong practitioners in the camp. This was the main reason why he had to bear the infamy of vermin. Lin Sun decided to make it up to him. He never wanted to take advantage of others. Most importantly, the name of leech was too bad. On the Turtle Mountain, there were still some spiritual veins of divinity crystals that had not been collected. Lin Sun also dug them up one by one. After doing all this, Lin Sun looked at the sky and said, "It's still early before dark. Let's find another place. It's better to have some decent opponents." Shiryu nodded in a trance. Immediately, he came to his senses and cried, "What did you say? Are we still going to kill enemies?" Lin Sun took it for granted and said, "It's still early. It's too wasteful not to do more things." Shiryu felt a headache. Up to now, he hadn't figured out why Lin Sun's combat power was so terrible. His mind was in an unspeakable shock and trance. But now, Lin Sun still planned to continue killing enemies, which made Shiryu wonder if in Lin Sun's eyes, those enemies were all harmless cabbages that could be broken at will. "Let's go," Lin Sun urged. Originally, he intended to tell Shiryu that it would not be so troublesome to fight with Qi refining realm cultivators. He only needed to release Taishian sword Qi to end the battle in an instant. But seeing Shiryu's frightened look, Lin Sun finally held back. He was worried that Shiryu would not be able to bear the fact. 2 hours later, the two of them arrived before a lake. The lake was vast, azure, and clear, and there were expanses of jade-green lotus leaves and numerous lotus flowers that were pink like the rosy clouds. The lotus leaves were green and the lotus flowers were red. The scene was picturesque. Shiryu had completely calmed down and accepted the fact that Lin Sun's combat power was terrible. However, his expression turned solemn when he arrived. "This is the Green Lotus Lake," he said. "It was occupied by the elites of the Alliance of 10,000 races yesterday. At the time, 2 of our companions were killed in a dispute over this treasure land. You must be careful. I heard that among the beasts guarding this place, there are a few who are strong enough to be ranked in the top 30 of the myriad clans' combat power ranking. Hey, hey, hey! I haven't finished. Halfway through his words, Shiryu found that Lin Sun had already rushed into the depths of the lake. Boom, unsurprisingly, a battle broke out. This time, Lin's opponents were 7 strong barbarians from the alliance of 10,000 races, whose realms might not be much different from those barbarians he had met before. However, all of them were extremely powerful. In particular, there were a few among them who possessed extremely powerful divine abilities and rich battle experience. The might they displayed was also extremely powerful. Instead of being surprised, Lin Sun was overjoyed. He ran his body refining cultivation and fought with him. Shiryu had intended to help, but was stopped by Lin Sun, which annoyed Shiryu. Did this guy think he couldn't help? But after careful observation for a moment, Shiryu had to admit that if he were Lin Sun, he would have been unable to hold on. In other words, in the face of such a bad and dangerous situation, his first choice was to retreat instead of fighting. After all, there were a few extremely tricky guys among those opponents. Shiryu was not afraid of fighting one-on-one, but he could only retreat if there were many of them. From this point, Shiryu also realized that Lin Sun's combat power had already become extremely powerful after more than 10 years, far beyond his imagination. 15 minutes later. The battle was over, and the blood permeated the green lake. Lin Sun cleaned up the trophies and sighed as if he was not satisfied. Still not satisfied? Shiryu opened his eyes wide. There's pressure, but not much. It's difficult to hone my cultivation. Lin Sun muttered, let's go and continue to find enemies while it's still early. Shiryu's expression changed. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, I'm convinced. I'm not convinced by anyone but you. Next, Shiryu happily took Lin Sun to run around. Over the past year, the Empire's camp could only be described as retreating step by step. Whether it was Shiryu or other strong men of the Empire, they all held back their anger. At present, Lin Sun's attitude of killing and sweeping away everything made Shiryu shocked and speechless, but he also felt extremely happy. The resentment in his heart was vented a lot. He even wanted to see how many places Lin Sun could destroy before dark. Snowmist Mountain was covered with white snow all year round, full of mist and crystal ice. There were extremely rich divine crystal ores here, but it was difficult to collect them. The Voodoo Barbarian camp had been stationed here for half a month. Moreover, in order to guard this mineral vein, the Voodoo Barbarian camp sent 18 elite King Realm strongmen. But after Lin Sun's arrival, the 18 elite Voodoo Barbarians were killed in just 30 minutes, and their blood dyed the snow mountain. Spirit Wind Valley. The place controlled by the alliance of 10,000 races. The Ghost River. The Voodoo Barbarian camp. The Broken Star Abyss. In the following time, the places controlled by the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races were uprooted one after another. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was dusk. Lin Sun and Shiryu returned to the camp. The vermin is back. When seeing Lin Sun, many strong men showed the familiar look of contempt. This time, Lin Sun corrected them seriously, I didn't know the situation before, so you misunderstood me. It's reasonable to be scolded. Don't worry, I will compensate you. But at the same time, I don't want to hear the word vermin again. It's really unpleasant. After that, he left and returned to the top of the mountain. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they couldn't help sneering. Misunderstanding? It's been a year. Who doesn't know the fact that Lin Sun is a vermin? It's disgusting to pretend to be a vermin. A woman said angrily. Don't pay attention to him. It's just a vermin's clamor. Someone sneered at Lin Sun's words. But he said he would compensate us. Someone was doubtful. Compensation my ass. In a year's time, he alone has consumed tens of thousands of divine origin crystals, not to mention the divine medicines that he has ruined. Can he compensate for it? Someone gnashed his teeth. His words successfully aroused the indignation in the hearts of others. All of them were distressed and their faces became gloomy. This time, a huge amount of scarce cultivation resources were wasted by a vermin. It was outrageous, Shiryu didn't leave. Looking at the resentful, contemptuous and disdainful appearance of the people gnashing their teeth, he suddenly had a kind of unspeakable sympathy and pity in his heart. Clatter with a wave of his sleeve, a hill suddenly appeared on the ground. It was crystal clear and dazzling, full of divine luster. The people who were filled with indignation suddenly froze and couldn't help rubbing their eyes. Finally, they dared to confirm that this hill was actually piled up by pieces of divine crystals. There must be at least 3,000 divine crystals, right? Someone cried out. Anyone who saw so many divine crystals would inevitably be shocked. After all, these things were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. Instead, they were rare treasures that were of great benefit to the cultivation of sages. In the past, the experts of the empire would at most be able to gather 5 to 10 divine origin crystals per person. The shock of a few thousand divine origin crystals appearing all of a sudden was naturally indescribable. Is this collected by Brother Sure? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Xianxia said coldly, I also want to collect them, but unfortunately, it's not me. Then who is it? Everyone was astonished. Lin Sun. Xianxia gently spat out 2 words. Then, he saw at a glance that everyone was stunned at first, and then suddenly stagnated. They seemed to be in disbelief, as if they had been struck by lightning. It was wonderful. For the first time, Xianxia found that the feeling of being slapped in the face was so refreshing and indescribable. Before the crowd could react, Clatter Xianxia waved his sleeve again, and a pile of divine medicine appeared on the ground. Each of them was flowing with Taoist light and filled with medicinal fragrance, dyeing the void with gorgeous colors. Everyone looked dull and stared blankly. The value of divine medicine was more precious than divine crystals. After more than 10 years of collection, the divine medicine in the bloodthirsty battlefield had become increasingly rare. But now, there were more than 20 kinds of divine medicine placed there, which also caused a strong impact on everyone's mind. Their expressions changed, their mood fluctuated, and they were silent for a long time. A thought emerged in their minds at the same time. Could these divine medicine be the work of Lin Sun, the vermin, like those divine crystals? Before they asked, Xianxia had already said, you guessed right. These divine medicine are also Lin Sun's trophies. His words were earth-shattering and made everyone dumbfounded. Seeing this, Xianxia felt refreshed as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. The feeling of being slapped in the face was really intoxicating. The only regret was that the owner of these trophies was not himself. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help looking at the top of the mountain and muttered in his heart, this guy must be secretly happy now, right? How could this be done by that vermin? Zhao Jingfeng opened his mouth. He had been disdainful to ridicule Lin Sun before, but now, after being shocked, he couldn't restrain his emotions and blurted out. Others nodded one after another. A vermin just went out for a stroll and collected so many treasures? Who could believe it? Xianxia couldn't help sneering. If Lin Sun is a vermin, what are you? Don't take ignorance as an excuse for being blind. After that, he swaggered away. That night, the news that Lin Sun had collected a large number of divine crystals and divine medicine caused a great sensation in the Cloud Mountain. Most people were skeptical, and a few people didn't believe it at all. They thought that Xianxia and others were covering up for Lin Sun. The truth was that these treasures must have been put together by Xianxia and Lin Sun's friends. Whether it's true or not, we'll go out and have a look tomorrow. In the end, whether they believed it or not, many people decided to go out and have a look tomorrow. P.S. As usual, 2 updates in a row. Early the next morning, Lin Sun left the camp again. What greeted him was a group of suspicious and complicated expressions. It was a good change without the contempt and sarcasm of the past. He didn't know that after he left, many strong practitioners in the camp also went out with the idea of finding out the truth. In other words, they wanted to use facts to prove that Lin Sun, as a parasite, had falsified the spoils of war yesterday. This was normal. The prejudice caused by a year's misunderstanding was not destined to be resolved overnight. However, Lin Sun didn't care about these things. Let the facts speak for themselves. It was dusk. Lin Sun set foot on the way back to the camp. Compared with yesterday's harvest, today's harvest was not bad. After traveling thousands of miles, he successfully destroyed 7 places under the control of voodoo barbarians and the alliance of 10,000 races. He didn't meet many masters in the 7 battles, but the effect of tempering his body cultivation was significant and he benefited a lot. In particular, in one of the battles, he met a fierce character from Voodoo Barbarian branch named Jin Man. Jin Man's combat power was extremely strong, and the power he controlled was quite rare and terrible. In this battle, Lin Sun went all out with his body cultivation, but it took him a full quarter of an hour to kill Jin Man. Body refinement is to use pure strength to suppress strength. As the saying goes, one can defeat 10 people with pure strength. That's not the case. However, the tempering of body cultivation is not good enough. If it can be further perfected, it won't take so much effort to kill Jin Man. While summing up the fighting experience, Lin Sun walked into the camp of Cloud Mountain. Immediately, he was stunned. He suddenly found that many strong practitioners looked at him with an indescribable strange expression. The originally lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet with his arrival. "I'll go back first." Lin Sun didn't ask. He told Shiryu, who followed him all the way, and then turned back to the top of the mountain. There were still many people who hesitated to speak, but when they saw Lin Sun leave, they immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Shiryu seemed to understand and couldn't help laughing. "Now you finally know the truth?" Everyone smiled and nodded, but their smiles seemed a little stiff. Early this morning, they went out to investigate, and the results were shocking. No matter who saw the traces of battle, they would not be able to calm down. There was no doubt that some of the territories controlled by the enemy had been taken down by Lin Sun alone. No one could question this truth. In the end, they finally believed this fact. The guy whom they regarded as a vermin had actually turned over a new leaf and turned over a new leaf. Moreover, the combat strength he displayed was extremely shocking. Shiryu didn't say anything further. With a flick of his sleeve, divinity origin crystals and divine medicines piled up on the ground, and it instantly drew the attention of everyone once more. Compared to yesterday, today's spoils of war were not much inferior. In fact, they were even better. Everyone's expression changed greatly, their emotions fluctuating. Is this what Lin Sun collected today?" Someone exclaimed. "What do you think?" Shiryu sighed and said, "As a member of the same camp, I just want to advise you that Lin Sun is not someone you can slander at all." Everyone's expression was uncertain, and they felt quite wronged. Before this, Lin Sun's performance was really like a vermin. It was just that they never thought that Lin Sun would hide his strength so well. If Lin Sun had shown his ability earlier and served the empire more, how could there have been so many misunderstandings? Lin Sun has no intention to argue or be angry with you. He also knows that this is a misunderstanding, so he will make up for it. Shiryu sighed again and said, "Everyone, it's time to resolve the misunderstanding. If a person like Lin Sun bears the infamy of a vermin, how will the other 2 camps regard us?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help nodding. Many people showed a look of shame. It was really ignorant of them to regard a peerless figure like Lin Sun as a vermin. Even Zhao Jingfeng, Qin Feiyu, and others were speechless. What else could they say? Lin Sun had proved his strength with iron-like actions. By the way, Jin Man, one of the top 10 Immortal Realm shaman kings in the Voodoo Barbarian camp, has been killed by Lin Sun today. Shiryu suddenly said. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone knew that Jin Man was a powerful figure comparable to Song Wuk. But now, he was killed by Lin Sun. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but remember that in the 3rd month after Lin Sun arrived at Cloud Mountain, Song Wuk once went to the top of the mountain to challenge Lin Sun. However, because of Lin Sun's words, he directly gave up the challenge. At that time, because of the hurried ending of this anticlimactic challenge, many people almost suffered internal injuries. But now because of Jin Man's death, they were sure why Song Wuk gave up. If I were you, I would take over and control the territories conquered by Lin Sun from tomorrow on. Those places are all first-class treasures, and there are bound to be a lot of divinity crystals that haven't been excavated yet. After that, Shiryu turned around and left. And the whole empire's camp was completely boiling tonight. Lin Sun changed people's attitudes and views on him with his own actions. Moreover, because of the outstanding achievements he made, it also caused a lot of surprise and shock. In the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Sun left the camp again. The 4th day, the 5th day, it was the same. Every day, he could bring back rich trophies. And the attitude of the Empire's strongmen towards him also changed day by day. Gradually, no one called Lin Sun a vermin anymore. Not only in words, but also in their hearts, no one dared to slander him with this title. Gradually, Lin Sun found that every time he left or returned to the camp, those strong men of the Empire looked at him with a kind of respect, admiration, and amazement. Even some women more or less showed a kind of love, but unfortunately, they were all ignored by Lin Sun, which made many women feel resentful. Although Xianxia rarely showed up, she saw all these changes and couldn't help feeling happy. For many years, the Empire's camp had been targeted and suppressed by the other two camps. Especially in the past year, the situation of the Empire's camp was getting more and more embarrassing, which made her feel angry. And Lin Sun's attacks these days and his unstoppable way of winning undoubtedly helped the Empire's camp vent their anger. Happy, only these two words could describe Xianxia's mood at the moment. She believed that the other experts of the Empire were bound to feel the same way as she did. They felt great and elated. Half a month later. Before dusk, Lin Sun returned a few hours ahead of schedule, which made the strongmen in the camp surprised and amazed. "Brother Lin, did you encounter something difficult? Do you need any help?" Someone couldn't help asking. "Yes, Brother Lin, just tell us if you have any trouble. We can share it with you." The others also gathered around. Compared with half a month ago, they all looked with a kind of heartfelt respect. This was the change. However, they were all very confused. In the past, Lin Sun never returned to the camp until dusk fell. What happened this time? Lin Sun sneered. "Nothing. It's just that after wandering around for a long time, I can't find many enemies. Some of the territories controlled by them have already been abandoned. It's really disappointing. It's a waste of a day's work." The crowd was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Motherf *Ker, those bastards must have been scared out of their wits and fled. I've never seen them so timid before. They must have known that Brother Lin was not easy to deal with, so they fled early. The crowd discussed happily. Recently, the declining situation of the Empire's camp had changed and seemed to be reversed. On the other hand, the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races began to retreat step by step like beaten beasts. This change, of course, made people excited and happy. And all these changes were caused by Lin Sun alone. From a distance, Zhao Jingfeng, Qin Feiyu, and others saw Lin Sun, who was surrounded by the crowd, and their expressions were all complicated. Now, even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that since Lin Sun attacked, the situation of the Empire's camp had indeed been greatly improved. Even deep in their hearts, they were happy and excited about it. Unfortunately, because of some previous disputes and grievances, it was difficult for them to bury the hatchet with Lin Sun, and they were destined not to be friends. But at the same time, they had long given up the idea of targeting Lin Sun. It was very simple. Now in the Empire's camp, whoever went against Lin Sun was the enemy of everyone. This was the prestige of killing. "Lin Sun, from today on, you'd better not go out easily. Even if you want to go out, you should tell me in advance." When returning to the top of the mountain, Zhao Xingye found Lin Sun and warned him seriously. "The sages of the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the alliance of 10,000 races have now known your existence and have set their eyes on you. I'm afraid that they will secretly take action against you." Lin Sun was shocked and immediately sighed. "It's a pity that up to now, I haven't met some real top figures, such as the Gemini of Light and Darkness of the Voodoo Barbarian camp and the top 5 in the combat list of 10,000 races." Zhao Xingye couldn't help laughing. "It's not easy for them to show up. I'm worried that you will be targeted by the sages on their side, and the sages on their side are also worried that their top figures will be targeted by me, so no one will act rashly." After a pause, she continued, "However, when the Taoist Mountain contest begins a year later, you will have a chance to fight with the top figures of the alliance of 10,000 races." Lin Sun touched his nose and said, "That's the only way. P.S. Yesterday, you voted a lot of monthly tickets and received a lot of tips. Goldfish will work hard to add one more chapter tonight. In addition, on the last day of the month, check whether you have monthly tickets in your account. They will be invalid tomorrow. Don't waste them." Qingqiao Mountain. The place where the Voodoo Barbarians were entrenched. "Lord Holy Sorcerer, we've lost a total of 63 experts in the last half month, and 57 of them were killed by Lin Sun, said the holy sorcerer. In addition, Jin Man is also dead. A group of strong barbarians gathered outside the place where Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer practiced in seclusion, and one of them cried out in grief and indignation. Holy Sorcerer, we must fight back. Other strong voodoo barbarians also spoke one after another. All of them gnashed their teeth in anger. It's just a little guy from the Imperium, and you're already in such a sorry state of mind. Don't you feel ashamed? A low, hoarse, and cold voice sounded. With the voice, the figure of a skinny old man appeared out of thin air. He stood there casually, but he was like a shadow in the dark night, making it impossible to see his face clearly. This man was Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer, a saint in the voodoo barbarian camp. He came from the Dark Barbarian branch and his strength was unfathomable. All the strong voodoo barbarians present were restless, and their expressions were uncertain. Holy Sorcerer, we all suspect that Lin Sun is a more terrible character than Li Duxing. Maybe only the twins of light and darkness can kill him. Someone gnashed his teeth and said. Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer snorted, they are all in seclusion. Once they take action, they will inevitably be targeted by the cruel woman Xianxia. We can't afford the consequences. All the barbarians present looked unwilling, such a deep hatred, such a great shame, can we just let it go? Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer said in a faint voice, leave it to me. As long as Lin Sun dares to show up again, he is doomed to die. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they were ecstatic. They all understood that as long as Lin Sun dared to show up again, the Holy Sorcerer would kill him in person. Dark Blood Holy Sorcerer looked into the distance. At the top of the mountain, there was a dark shadow rising to the sky, like the night curtain, covering the sky. On the other side, there was also a bright light rising to the sky, blooming vast and holy. That was the place where the twins of light and darkness practiced in seclusion. At this rate of cultivation, I might be able to have the foundation to break through to the saint realm in less than a year, the Dark Blood Divine Sorcerer mumbled to himself, it's nothing to lose some power now. However, the situation in the bloodthirsty battlefield is destined to be rewritten when the time comes. Thousand Halberd Mountain. The territory of the alliance of 10,000 races. Humph. A bunch of trash. The sage of the Herculean bull demon did not hide his disdain at all as he said to the powerhouses of the alliance of 10,000 races standing beside him. Revenge? Sure, but don't just yell and complain. Why don't you just kill them? This sage was about 10 feet tall and had a stocky build. His face was dark and his hair was like a halberd. Just by standing there casually, he gave off a strong sense of oppression like a mountain. He was Niu Jinyu, also known as the Mad Bull Saint, who presided over the alliance of 10,000 races. The experts of the various races were gathered here, and they had the advantage in numbers. However, their expressions were ugly, because Niu Jinyu's words were too unpleasant to listen to. Why is no one talking? As expected of a bunch of spineless trash. Niu Jinyu snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Get out of here. If Lin Sun shows up again, I'll deal with him. Okay? At first, everyone's faces were extremely ugly after being scolded, but when they heard the end, they all breathed a sigh of relief in unison. They knew that although Niu Jinyu had a foul mouth, as long as he promised to deal with this matter, they wouldn't have to fear Lin Sun anymore. A year later, the Taoist Mountain contest will begin, but Lin Sun suddenly appeared. When did Zhao Xingye hide such a trump card? When the crowd dispersed, Niu Jinyu stroked his beard and frowned. In the past half a month, Lin Sun alone had killed more than 70 powerhouses of the alliance of 10,000 races. Such a terrible killing method even shocked Niu Jinyu. The means shown by this lad is enough to fight against the top 3 on the combat list. It seems that in addition to Li Duxing, Lin Sun will also be a character that we must pay attention to in the Taoist Mountain contest a year later. Niu Jinyu's eyes flickered as he fell into contemplation. Zhao Xingye's analysis was right. The killing in the past half a month made Lin Sun the focus of the other 2 camps. Even the sages began to lock their eyes on Lin Sun. His limelight even overshadowed that of Li Duxing. However, from that day on, Lin Sun didn't go out anymore and resumed his previous life of closed-door cultivation. However, just when Lin Sun thought that this peaceful life would last until the beginning of the Taoist Mountain contest, an unexpected person found him. Late at night, the night was as dark as ink. The mysterious woman appeared in the stone house where Lin Sun was. Senior? Lin Sun suddenly woke up from meditation and was very surprised. If he remembered correctly, this should be the third time that the mysterious woman came out of the heaven-accessing place in these years. The first time was when she was chased by the Black Sea Dog tribe in the West Hing territory. The second time was when she was turned into a beast by the Star Chess Sea. The third time was now. This made Lin Sun suddenly realize that something must have happened. A year ago, I entered another world of the bloodthirsty battlefield and found some interesting places. The mysterious woman didn't hide anything, but what she said stunned Lin Sun. Only then did he realize that the mysterious woman had left a year ago. Moreover, it was very likely that she went to the world in the night, a strange place suspected to be the netherworld hell. Lin Sun clearly remembered that Xianxia, the bloodthirsty queen, once said that even big shots such as the great emperor and the empress had entered the night of the bloodthirsty battlefield to explore. But in less than 10 minutes, he had no choice but to return, and the mysterious woman was gone for a whole year. How could Lin Sun not be shocked? Don't you want to practice your body refining? Ordinary opponents can't bring you real pressure at all, nor can they fully stimulate your body refining potential. Speaking of this, the mysterious woman didn't wait for Lin Sun to ask and said, "Follow me." Swish, the next moment, the mysterious woman and Lin Sun disappeared together. Xianxia, who was only dozens of meters away from Lin Sun's stone house, didn't notice this at all. Boom, in the gloomy and dark world, the killing intent turned into a raging storm and swept across, making a thunderous sound. The heavens and the earth were completely barren, and strands of icy cold and terrifying killing intent transformed into seemingly material black-colored smoke that seethed ceaselessly. This was a strange, cold, and murderous world. As soon as he arrived, Lin Sun shivered all over. His skin was tingling, and a strong sense of danger arose in his mind. "Senior, where is this?" Lin Sun's face was solemn. Without hesitation, he ran his cultivation and prepared to fight. An interesting place. This place isn't bad for tempering your body refinement cultivation. Once you've shattered these killing intents, I'll come back and take you away. The mysterious woman's voice was still reverberating, but she had already left. Lin Sun was speechless for a while. Wasn't it too irresponsible? Whoosh, in the distance, a dark storm of killing intent swept over, making ghostly wails and wolf howls. Gradually, the killing intent transformed into figures clad in armor and wielding weapons. Black light surged from their bodies, and they emanated a murderous aura. They were like a group of ghosts rushing out of hell. Kill! They let out earth-shattering roars and whistled over. Every aura was so powerful that Lin Sun felt a sense of oppression. He couldn't help but want to use his qi refining cultivation, because according to his observation, the aura of every ghost was definitely not weaker than a peak longevity 7th tribulation realm figure. Even ordinary longevity 9th tribulation monarchs were slightly inferior to it. Clang, a black spear swept out with a torrential killing intent. Although it was simple and crude, its power could be said to be boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun pressed out with his palm, and the two collided, causing an earth-shattering roar. Lin Sun felt his palm go numb, and his body shook. His expression couldn't help but change slightly. What a powerful force. Kill. Rumble. The ghost army formed by the killing intent had already charged over. They were dense and covered the sky. Lin Sun didn't have time to think too much. He suddenly let out a long roar and charged forward. His body shone brilliantly, and his qi and blood surged like a great river, transforming into rays of clear light that surrounded him. He circulated his body refining cultivation without hesitation. Boom, the world was dim, and the sun and moon were dark. The war broke out completely. The extremely terrifying threatening aura made Lin Sun no longer have any distracting thoughts. His consciousness was unprecedentedly focused, and he directly operated the Battle Saint method and the Eternal Leakless Secret method. His qi and blood soared to the sky, and his physical strength flowed like divine light, producing a deafening roar. His power suddenly rose to the extreme. If he fought with his qi refining cultivation, Lin Sun naturally had the confidence to kill his opponent. But he came here to temper his body refining cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't do that. Kill. The ghosts were roaring, each more ferocious. cruel, and terrifying than the other, covering the world with tyrannical cold-killing intent. Kill. Lin Sun's momentum was like a rainbow, and he didn't give in. He performed his own Tao and Dharma, and his momentum was like a demon, breaking through the enemy lines. Rumble, the world here lost its color, and all directions shook, as if it had turned into a battlefield for Lin Sun alone. On the other hand, his opponent was the ghost formed from the surging killing intent that whistled through the heavens and the earth like smoke signals. Not bad, not bad. The residual killing intent of the Emperor realm in this acupoint world has almost been wiped out. It's enough for him to hone his strength. In a place where Lin Sun couldn't see, the mysterious woman watched all this coldly. After making sure that Lin Sun wouldn't encounter a fatal disaster, she turned around and left. If he had the cultivation of the Saint realm, he could have gone to the more magical place of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the benefits would be absolutely immeasurable. In the darkness, the mysterious woman paced back and forth. In her field of vision, there were strange and horrible scenes in the darkness from time to time. There was a rain of flying immortals, magnificent as a dream, flashing away. There was a mysterious and obscure sound, lingering in the darkness like the murmur of an ancient demon. There was a broken world that turned into pieces that danced wildly in the darkness, releasing an aura of calamity that seemed to destroy the world. The mysterious woman turned a blind eye to all this. P.S. Thank you, everyone, for your tips and support. I'll send more updates to you. A month later, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground without hesitation and began to meditate. He had just experienced a fierce battle. His body was riddled with scars, and blood was flowing everywhere. But he seized this short interval to repair himself as if he was unconscious. Clatter, the power of the law of immortality flowed up and down his body, healing his wounds at an incredible speed. Over the past month, Lin Sun had forgotten how many bloody and tragic battles he had experienced. Many times, he was seriously injured. His arms were torn off, his chest was pierced, his spine was shattered, and his legs were cut off. If it weren't for the amazing self-recovery ability of a body-refining practitioner on the path to sainthood, and if it weren't for the aura of the law of immortality healing him, Lin Sun doubted whether he could have persevered. After experiencing these soul-stirring and tragic battles, Lin Sun gradually became accustomed and calm from the initial anger. He began to adapt and get used to it. Whoosh! Just 10 minutes later, there was a burst of ghostly wails and wolf howls in the distant void. The billowing killing intent surged like black clouds and whistled over. Whoosh! Lin Sun got up from meditation with a calm look and leaped away. Kill. The battle broke out again without any surprise. Compared with a month ago, Lin Sun's battle of body refining had undergone earth-shaking changes as if he had been reborn. His body was like a furnace, his spirit was unprecedentedly condensed and boiling, and his physical strength was easily controlled and used. Moreover, his various body refinement techniques had even been fused into the energy of the laws of the Grand Tao, allowing him to execute them with ease, and he revealed a smooth and condensed aura. This was what Lin Sun had gained in body refining in the past month. Although his cultivation hadn't changed, his combat power had long been different from before. Like a piece of unpolished jade, he began to show the brilliance that could amaze the world. In the dark world, the mysterious woman walked a long way. Along the way, strange and ominous scenes kept happening. She knew very well that it was impossible for those in the Saint realm to go all the way to the present as she did. Because those strange and ominous scenes were enough to cause a fatal blow to a saint, but all this didn't affect the mysterious woman's action. Because only she understood what kind of world this was. However, even she'd never imagined that such a world would actually exist in the bloodthirsty battlefield, and this caused her heart to be slightly unable to calm down. Before she brought Lin Sun here, she had been exploring the dark world for a year. Unfortunately, she hadn't found the answer until now. Because this world had existed for too long, many clues had been eroded by the passage of time, and it was impossible to deduce the truth. The mysterious woman couldn't help but sigh. Saints could control the power of space, but the law of time was something even emperors couldn't touch and resist. We're here. Amidst the darkness ahead, an area that was shattered and chaotic had appeared. It was boundlessly large, and it emanated a divine aura that was vast like the void. However, that place was filled with the aura of destruction, and it emanated the aura of desolation and death. Even the foundation of the Great Tao no longer exists. the mysterious woman stood there for a long time and was silent for a long time. She couldn't figure out how an emperor realm figure that even she was amazed by would end up like this. This was very wrong. Unfortunately, with her current ability, she was unable to deduce the truth. Because it had been too long. Time would not only change the world, but also erase some traces. Whether an emperor realm figure or an ant, once he died, he was destined to be eroded by the power of time and then erased. The only difference might be that it was not so easy to completely erase the traces of an emperor realm figure. Therefore, the mysterious woman saw everything in front of her. The great opportunity in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Does it have something to do with you? After a long time, the mysterious woman murmured softly. 3 months later. With a roar, a big abyss appeared around Lin Sun's body, and the rolling power of qi and blood as the foundation rushed into it. The way of star obliteration, however, this time it was activated by Lin Sun with the cultivation of body refining. Boom, in just a few breaths, dozens of ghosts were completely wiped out by Lin Sun. When looked over, not a single strand of killing intent had surged into appearance in this world, and it was completely silent, desolate, and icy cold. Lin Sun's expression was neither sad nor happy. He carefully felt the changes of his aura. After a long time, he floated down from the void and converged his aura. 3 months. It was an endless and tragic slaughter. Life and death battles again and again. In exchange, the path of body refining was transformed again and again. 3 months ago, Lin Sun would never have thought that there were so many untapped potentials in body refining. This also made Lin Sun more and more aware that body refining was completely different from qi refining. He had underestimated the magic of body refining before. In the same realm, body refining had enough foundation and strength to suppress qi refining. This was not an exaggeration. Lin Sun also realized this at this moment. How do you feel? The mysterious woman appeared out of nowhere. Very good. Lin Sun thought for a moment and smiled. Then let's go somewhere else. Saying this, the mysterious woman disappeared with Lin Sun. The next moment, Lin Sun appeared in another world, the same darkness, the same desolation and coldness. The same killing intent turned into a rolling storm, surging between heaven and earth. The only difference was that the killing intent was too terrifying. It was a whole lot stronger than the killing intent in the previous world. Be careful. The killing intent here is unusual. After saying this, the mysterious woman floated away, leaving Lin Sun standing alone with a speechless face. One had to know that he still had no idea what this place was. Boom, in the distant sky, the killing intent came like a tide. Out of instinct, Lin Sun instantly entered the fighting state. All the distractions in his mind disappeared and he began to fight. This was a kind of fighting instinct cultivated by 3 months of continuous fighting. Seize the opportunity. I'm afraid there won't be such a chance next time. In the dark, the mysterious woman whispered to herself. She had noticed that it wouldn't take long for everything here to turn into a kind of original power and disappear from the world. And according to her speculation, this should be related to a great opportunity that was about to appear in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Time flew, and another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Sun woke up from meditation. When he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of sharp lightning, tearing the void. At this time, he was different from half a year ago. His skin was as white as jade, glowing with glazed Tao rune. It seemed ordinary, but it was as tough as a king's weapon. Every time his muscles, bones, and skin moved rhythmically, it was like a mountain colliding, producing a thunderous roar. The qi and blood around him roared like a python and condensed into a waterfall. The vitality contained in a drop of blood was comparable to that of a rare king medicine, possessing incredible surging power. The most important thing was that in the past 6 months, Lin Sun's cultivation had broken through to the fulfillment of the 7th retribution of longevity realm. In addition, the countless fierce fights in the past 6 months made Lin Sun's attainments in body refining and fighting also improved by leaps and bounds. At this time, even the Do-So would be amazed if he saw him. In the past, Lin Sun's body refining cultivation lacked real tempering and sublimation. But now, these defects were no longer there. It was even to the extent that his strength and body refinement had been tempered to the point it approached an extremely perfect state through the countless battles he'd experienced. I'm only one realm away from being a chi refinement cultivator. Lin Sun took a deep breath, feeling quite excited. In the past, because of the defects in body refining, he devoted all his attention to body refining after entering the bloodthirsty battlefield. Now it had only been a little more than a year. His body refining cultivation could be improved by leaps and bounds, which made him feel relaxed. Master. Silver rushed over from a distance and said, I have broken through to the 5th retribution of longevity realm. Lin Sun was surprised, so fast? He clearly remembered that before entering the bloodthirsty battlefield, Silver had just advanced to the 3rd retribution of longevity realm. But now, he had entered the 5th retribution of longevity realm. It should be known that Silver's cultivation needed to pass the tribulation of longevity realm, which was extremely dangerous and difficult. Lin Sun's cultivation would rise as long as he continued to cultivate. Little Silver had a respectful expression on his face as he said, thanks to that senior's guidance, I was able to go to a mysterious area and gain valuable experience. Lin Sun turned his head and saw the mysterious woman coming from afar. He suddenly understood. So that was how it was. Half a year ago, when Lin Sun was training, he also called out Silver and let him move freely. He didn't expect that this little guy also got a chance. Thinking of this, he stood up and said, thank you, senior. The mysterious woman said, it's time for us to leave. Lin Sun was stunned. Leave? For more than half a year, he had been fighting and honing his cultivation here. Now that he suddenly had to leave, he felt a little reluctant. Well, aren't you curious about what this place is? It doesn't hurt to tell you now. This is a world formed by the body of a fallen emperor realm figure. As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, both Lin Sun and Silver were stunned. The body of an emperor realm powerhouse had actually evolved into the world in front of them? In the emperor realm, the body has its own universe. Each acupoint and aperture is like a world. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the sea of consciousness, the limbs and bones, are as vast as the universe. This is called the body, and the mind become the universe. Only with this cultivation can one be called the real emperor realm. The mysterious woman said, just like this world you're standing in, it was formed from an inconspicuous aperture within this emperor realm expert's body. The killing intent that you're fighting against is the remnant of this emperor realm expert after he died. It's just that it's been eroded by time and there's not much left. Even a saint wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of such killing intent, let alone you. Lin Sun was shocked speechless by these words. P.S. On the first day of the month, I ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. A reminder, chapter 1433 in the first chapter is repeated, but it's troublesome to modify, and it has no effect on the content. You can modify it later. According to the mysterious woman, the bloodthirsty battlefield in the night did lead to another world. This world was formed by the body of a fallen emperor, and in the body, every acupoint and every aperture formed a world, so it could be said that there were countless worlds of different sizes. Who was this emperor and how long he died? It was impossible to know. But what was certain was that this was an extremely stunning monarch, a supreme figure that even the mysterious woman exclaimed in admiration. It was also at this time that Lin Sun knew that the world of body and mind can be transformed into the universe was the symbol to distinguish an emperor. Just think about it. The body of a cultivator was like a universe, and the various apertures, internal organs, limbs, and bones were actually able to transform into a world of their own. How terrifying was this? This was the emperor realm. Lin Sun's heart trembled when he thought that the place he stood was a world formed by an inconspicuous acupoint of an emperor. And when he thought that the target he had been fighting for more than half a year was the remaining murderous aura of this emperor realm, and its power had been eroded by time, Lin Sun couldn't stay calm. How terrifying would a living emperor realm existence be? Lin Sun thought of the supreme figures in primitive times, such as Taishan Sword Emperor, Wuyang War Emperor, Xianxia Buddha, and Star Obscura War Emperor, who was probably his uncle. After that, he suddenly looked at the mysterious woman, and a strange expression appeared on his face as he said, Senior, do you also possess? The mysterious woman seemed to have expected what Lin Sun would ask and interrupted, I used to, but now. I can't tell myself. There was a trace of indescribable sadness in her voice. She had been thinking about this question for too long. Since she became the gatekeeper of the heaven accessing place, she couldn't tell who she was and what cultivation she had. It seemed that she had lost some extremely important memories in her mind. She tried to find clues in the past, but found nothing so far. Furthermore, in the countless years since she became the gatekeeper, she had never forgotten anything again. However, the mysterious woman knew that her most precious memory had disappeared. She also knew that if she could get her memory back, she might understand why she became the gatekeeper of the heaven-accessing secret land and why she stayed there for so many years. Lin Sun was also stunned. A person didn't even know what his cultivation was, that seemed absurd. But Lin Sun's intuition told him that the mysterious woman in front of him disdained to lie at all. The reason was simple and unnecessary. Very soon, this place will completely transform into a strand of origin energy and vanish. The world of night in the bloodthirsty battlefield will cease to exist as well. All of this is because a great opportunity is about to arrive. The mysterious woman said and left with Lin Sun. Azure Cloud Mountain. When he returned to his stone house, Lin Sun felt like he was dreaming. The training lasted for more than 8 months in the dark. Thinking of the scenes in the training, Lin Sun couldn't help but be in a trance. Who would have thought that the dark night world, which was regarded as hell, was actually formed from the corpse of an emperor? After a while, Lin Sun gradually calmed down. Regardless of anything else, at least during this period of training, his cultivation of body refining had been improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, his cultivation was flawless. My cultivation of chi refining and soul refining have reached the 8th retribution of longevity, and my cultivation of body refining has reached the 7th retribution of longevity. The time of Tao prohibition is getting closer and closer. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. Before becoming a sage, Tao prohibition was like a natural moat, oppressing Lin Sun's heart. At the thought of this tribulation, Lin Sun had an indescribable sense of urgency. He had a vague premonition that when his cultivation of body refining, chi refining, and soul refining all broke through to the first stage of the 9th retribution of longevity, this great tribulation was bound to come. After participating in the Taoist Mountain Seminar, I must set off for the mulberry forest. Only there may be an opportunity for me to break the Tao prohibition. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. There is less than half a month before the Taoist Mountain Seminar. Has Lin Sun not come out yet? Recently, there were more and more similar discussions in the imperial camp. Because another Taoist Mountain Seminar would begin in half a month. At that time, the imperial camp and the alliance of 10,000 races would have a decisive battle. In the end, there would be a winner who would set foot on the Taoist mountain and see the carvings of the Great Way. The list has been determined. Lin Sun will definitely participate in the seminar. This time, maybe our empire can wash away our shame and win this seminar. Some people were looking forward to it. Alas, don't be too optimistic. Although we have strong people such as Lin Sun and Li Duxing on our side, there are also peerless fierce people in the top 10 of the alliance of 10,000 races. If we only compare the number of top figures, we are still at an obvious disadvantage. Some people frowned and were worried. At this time, Xianxia found Lin Sun and asked, "Are you ready?" Lin Sun smiled and said, "We can set off at any time." Seeing Lin Sun's calm and composed look, Xianxia couldn't help laughing and said, "I'm waiting for you to give me a surprise." Lin Sun thought for a while and couldn't help saying, "I'm only worried about one thing now." Xianxia's heart tightened. Was this guy not sure of winning at this time? She couldn't help raising her eyebrows and said, "What are you worried about? Just tell me. I'll satisfy you if I can." Lin Sun hurriedly said, "Well, you misunderstood me. I'm just worried that my opponent won't perform well." Xianxia was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on her alluring face. In the end, she could not help but laugh out loud. "That's the craziest thing I've heard in all these years. Of course, it's also the most satisfying." Arrogant, Lin Sun smiled and didn't explain anything. Could he say that since he entered the bloodthirsty battlefield, his only goal was to enter the mulberry forest, that was the origin of chaos where sages, great sages, king sages, and even quasi-emperors might appear? As for the confrontation with the strong people from the other two camps, to be honest, Lin Sun didn't care too much about it. Of course, he couldn't say these words. Otherwise, Xianxia might suspect that he was too complacent. In the early morning 2 days later, Lin Sun, Li Duxing, Song Wuk, Shi Yu, Gong Ming, and other top figures of the 10 camps boarded a treasure ship. Brother Lin, we're waiting for your victory. Taoism Pure Li, you must help us vent our anger. Be sure to win. In the camp, all the strong people gathered together to see Lin Sun and his companions off. Among them were Ning Meng, Yi Qi, and the others. Although they were powerful, they were not as good as Lin Sun and his companions, so they didn't have the chance to participate in the Taoist mountain contest. This made them feel quite regretful. Lin Sun, you must break the balls of those alien creatures. Ning Meng shouted. His words made all the people present burst into laughter. Some women couldn't help but feel ashamed and scolded him. Anyway, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Yi Qi was a little worried and told Lin Sun and Shi Yu. Shi Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes and said grumpily, the journey is imminent, but you say such discouraging words. When I come back, I'll teach you a lesson, fatty. Lin Sun smiled and waved his hand without saying anything. Let's go. Xianxia drove the treasure ship and took everyone away. In this contest, we and the Alliance of 10,000 Races will both send 10 strong people. The rules of the contest are very simple. Draw lots to determine the order of appearance. You will fight with the opponents one by one, defeat or kill them. The winner can continue the challenge or choose to leave the field to rest. In short, the contest is over when all the opponents are defeated. On the treasure ship, Xianxia explained the rules concisely. In the previous debates, the Imperium lost more than we won. No, technically speaking, we only won once. However, 34 top experts were killed in the debates. In the end, Xianxia's face was full of gloom and hatred. Those are the pillars of our empire. Each of them is a peerless figure, and they all have the hope to enter the Saint Realm. But they died in the contest. They died for our empire. We must avenge them. On the treasured vessel, everyone revealed resolute expressions, and many revealed sorrowful expressions as they recalled their companions that had perished in the battles of the past. Although it was called a contest, it was actually a life-and-death fight. If one was lucky, he would be seriously injured, but if he was lucky, he would survive. However, luck was in the minority. In a sparring match, the enemy would not let go of any chance to kill their opponent. This was the bloody and cruel contest in Daoguan Mountain. In order to eliminate the top figures of the opposing forces, the 3 camps would go all out in the contest at all costs. Lin Sun had just come to the bloodthirsty battlefield for about 2 years, and he had never participated in the contest in Daoguan Mountain. But when he heard these things, he felt a kind of unspeakable depression in his heart. Remember, as long as it's a contest, you should go all out. Xianxia warned. Everyone nodded. This time, could the Empire change the previous decline and win this contest? They didn't know, but they would go all out. Half a day later. In the distance, a towering mountain shaped like an upside-down bell came into view. The mountain was rugged and barren, with strange stones piled up. There was no vegetation or rich spiritual qi lingering around it. But it gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. This was Daoguan Mountain. Every 3 years, numerous markings of the Grand Dao would appear on the stone walls of the cliff at the peak of this mountain, and they were profound and unfathomable. Here, every 3 years, there would be a contest between the 3 camps, and bloody and cruel battles would break out. Here, many experts of the empire had been killed by the enemy, dying with grievances. Looking at the mountain from afar, Lin Sun exhaled a long breath with a calm look. This time, Lin Sun was here, and the result was destined to be changed. In front of the Taoist mountain. When Zhao Xingye arrived with Lin Sun and others, they saw some people waiting there. They were from the Alliance of 10,000 Races. The leader was Niu Jinyu, the sage of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. He was tall and majestic, with dark skin and hair like halberds. His eyes were like lightning, and his power was extremely terrifying. Beside Niu Jinyu stood 10 figures, both men and women. All of them looked extraordinary and had outstanding aura, each stronger than the other. When they saw Lin Sun and others arrive, there was a burst of sneer. The losers are finally here. I wonder if they are ready to be killed this time. Haha, who is Li Duxing? Listen, I, Xian Luozi, will kill you this time. His voice was full of sarcasm and contempt. He unceremoniously taunted and mocked the experts of the empire. Everyone knew that this was a provocation, but they still couldn't hold back their anger. You talk too much. Wash your neck and wait. Who's afraid of you? Xianxia and others shouted. This time, we must avenge the humiliation. The eyes of some experts of the empire turned red. In the previous battle on the Taoist mountain, many top figures of the empire fought here and were buried here with hatred. In the past, there were too many humiliations and unwillingness. Anyone who knew what had happened in the past would feel heartache and anger. This time, they would wash away the blood and hatred, and take revenge. Even Lin Sun didn't expect that the atmosphere would become so hostile as soon as he arrived. They were like mortal enemies meeting on a narrow road, and each of them wanted to kill the other. It could be seen how great the hatred between the Empire and the alliance of 10,000 races was in the past battle on the Taoist mountain. Seeing the experts of the Empire being so angry, the experts of the alliance of 10,000 races all laughed unscrupulously and fearlessly. But soon, someone said in surprise, "Hey! Isn't that Lin Xian?" Along with the voice, a lightning-like gaze fell on Lin Sun. It was a man with long azure blue hair and a slender and dignified figure. His entire body flowed with a dreamlike and illusory blue mist, yet his bearing was sharp to the extreme, like a peerless spear that wanted to pierce through the sky. The descendant of the Xianxia clan, Xianxia. Xianxia and the others were stunned. They naturally knew that Xianxia was a peerless figure from the alliance of myriad races. He was ranked in the top 5 of the combat power ranking and was extremely powerful. In the past battles, many top figures of the empire had perished at Xianxia's hands. What puzzled them was why he called Lin Sun Lin Xian. Could it be that he got the wrong person? Lin Xian? It's really him. Suddenly, a voice that was heavy like thunder rumbled and resounded through the heavens and the earth. The person that spoke was a black-robed man. His imposing figure was like a majestic mountain that surged with a jet-black light that was terrifying like tidewater, and the space between his brows was filled with an arrogant and domineering aura. His eyes emitted a cold light, and he had an arrogant expression of supremacy. The descendant of the demonic bull race, Niu Tunshan, he was a well-deserved overlord figure in the alliance of myriad races, notorious for his ferocity. However, when he looked at Lin Sun, there was a sense of surprise in his eyes, which was immediately replaced by hatred. Lin Xian, to think that we would meet again. It was Meng Lianqing, a descendant of the Golden Phoenix clan. Her slender figure was dreamy and illusory, and her whole body was shining with golden light as if gold was flowing, dazzling and dazzling. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of a golden phoenix flying in the darkness behind her, as if it wanted to compete with the sky. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Sun with a touch of coldness in her eyes. The people of the empire were all very surprised and confused. When did Lin Sun become the Lin Xian in the mouth of those foreign races? Just in time. It's time to settle the grudge from back then. It was Kong Xiao, the holy son of the Cloud Dragon clan. The glow of lightning interweaved within his eyes, and it was extremely terrifying. His smooth black hair was coiled with strands of silver arcs of lightning that flickered endlessly, causing him to seem like a son of God that was bathed in lightning and was born. Everyone was even more surprised. Even the alliance of myriad races seemed to be very surprised. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Sun. Even Xianxia, the bloodthirsty queen, and Niu Jinyu were a little puzzled. Do you know them? Sure, you couldn't help asking. How can I not know a group of losers? Lin Sun looked indifferent. His words caused an uproar. But what he said was the truth. When he was young, he had entered the mysterious land of demons in the ultimate with Zhao Jingxian and a group of descendants of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasures. It was also at that time that Lin Sun was besieged by Niu Tunshan, Meng Lianqing, Xianxia, Graceful Kong, and others in order to compete for the Battle Saint technique located in the Hall of the Mountain of Mind and Heart. In the end, Lin Sun obtained the Battle Saint technique, and Niu Tunshan and others were all defeated by Lin Sun, but even Lin Sun did not expect that after so many years, he would meet these old enemies in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Losers, Xianxia and others all gasped. During the more than 10 years in the bloodthirsty battlefield, they all knew very well how powerful Niu Tunshan and others were. But Lin Sun called them losers. Looking at Niu Tunshan and others, they all looked gloomy. Their eyes were full of coldness and murderous intent. If you hadn't been lucky enough to escape, how could you have survived until now? Graceful Kong snorted coldly, with thunder and lightning intertwining in her eyes. Bullshit, if you didn't have the bone talisman of life, you would have been killed by me in the mysterious land of demons. How could you have the chance to talk nonsense in front of me? Lin Sun sneered. Suddenly, Niu Tunshan and others became more and more embarrassed. Obviously, what Lin Sun said was the truth, sure you said, but why do they call you Lin Xian? To hide my identity. Speaking of this, Lin Sun glanced at Niu Tunshan and others and said, now remember, my name is Lin Sun. Lin Sun, the people of the Alliance of 10,000 Races were all shocked. They might not know Lin Sun, but it was impossible not to know Lin Sun. A year ago, this man had killed more than 70 strong people of the Alliance of 10,000 Races in half a month, and dozens of strong people of the Voodoo Barbarian camp were also killed by this man. At that time, in the camp of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, anyone who mentioned the name Lin Sun would gnash their teeth in shock and fear. How could Niu Tunshan and others not know? However, they didn't expect that the Lin Xian they knew was Lin Sun. For a time, their expressions changed indeterminately. Even Niu Jinyu was greatly surprised. He couldn't help narrowing his eyes and looking at Lin Sun carefully. On the side of the Empire, Shiryu and others were all excited. Before, they were ridiculed and despised as soon as they arrived, which made them gnash their teeth with hatred. But now, just because of Lin Sun, they were shocked and doubted. And their momentum was faintly suppressed. How could they not feel happy? Even Xianxia couldn't help looking at Lin Sun. It seemed that he didn't expect that Lin Sun had done such a feat in the past. The past is the past. Lin Sun, now that you are here, it's time to put an end to the hatred of the past. Niu Tunshan looked cold. Don't blame me for not reminding you that there is only one result in the debate, win or die. How can I vent my hatred by killing Lin Sun? Today, all the people who participated in the debate will die here. Xian Luozi looked cold and his words were cold. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field became solemn again. At this moment, Niu Jinyu laughed. Well, in the previous debates, as soon as the experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races came out, the top figures of your empire were all defeated. This time, I hope your side won't lose too badly. Damn it. Shiryu and others were angry. The old wounds were pricked and unbearable. Then let's wait and see. Zhao Xingye's voice was faint. She glanced at Lin Sun inadvertently. Others couldn't see anything from this glance, but Lin Sun could feel that she hoped he could win. Lin Sun was shocked. He took a deep breath and said nothing. I can't wait. This battle is destined to be the same as before. We will tear our opponents apart and trample on their bodies. An alien laughed in an extremely arrogant manner. In the previous debates, they had killed many so-called top figures of the empire. Whenever they thought of these bloody battles, they would feel extremely proud. Back then, I killed 3 top experts of the empire with my own hands. They could only die in despair. That feeling is simply intoxicating. A silver-robed woman's face was full of intoxication and nostalgia. These experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races were full of fighting spirit. Each of them was more confident and disdainful than the other. It seemed that they couldn't wait to hunt down their opponents before the battle began. On the Empire's side, Shiryu and others gritted their teeth in hatred. Did these guys really think they were the same as before? You're just a defeated opponent. How dare you speak so boldly? Only Lin Sun sneered. His words made Niu Tunshan and others so angry that they wanted to eat Lin Sun alive. They were so angry that they wanted to skin Lin Sun alive. Let's start drawing lots. At this time, Niu Jinyu waved his sleeve, and a white jade lot pot appeared in the void. This was the order of the battle, according to the order of drawing lots. At the same time, Zhao Xingye also took out a lot pot and said, you guys also draw lots one by one. The order of drawing lots will be the order of appearance. Ha ha ha. Xian Luozi of the mysterious turtle clan walked out with a burst of laughter. He was ferocious and laughed wildly. Very lucky, I will be the first to fight. As my opponent, there is only one result, death. His long blue hair flew in the air as he strode out. His body was covered with bright and frightening lightning, and he held a peerless spear. On the Empire's side, the result of drawing lots also came out. The first to fight was a woman named Hua Luhong. She came from the Hua clan of the empire. She was extremely talented and extremely outstanding. However, Shi Yu, Li Duxing and others all felt their hearts sink. Although Hua Luhong was strong, she was slightly inferior to a peerless figure like Xianluozi. Therefore, everyone's heart tightened and it was difficult for them to say a word. Everyone, since I'm here, I'm ready to fight with my life. Please cheer for me. Hua Luhong was silent for a moment, and then she laughed. Her face was firm and determined, without fear. P.S. I'm going out of town to handle some affairs and can't go home until tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't stop updating. Continue to ask for guaranteed monthly votes. End of chapter 1451. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.